Chapter 1. The Handsome Man in the Bath. Splash! The sudden onslaught of water surged violently into her nostrils, constricting her trachea as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing her throat to tighten in response. Her limbs flailed desperately upwards until they encountered a solid object. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, she clung tightly to this lifeline, breaking the surface of the water. "What's happening?" Zhang Liu gasped for breath, her heart racing, only to realize that the object pressing against her abdomen was warm, akin to a branding iron, juxtaposed against the chill that enveloped her entire body. Her gaze slowly descended, revealing well-defined, muscular contours that were sculpted to perfection, akin to a masterpiece of art. The robust arms exuded a potent masculine allure that rendered her incapable of diverting her gaze. As she looked lower, she was confronted with the source of the heat, and Zhang Liu blinked in disbelief, her fair cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. "Have you had enough of the view?" A deep, resonant voice emanated from above her, imbued with virility and strength. Zhang Liu lifted her eyes, encountering the visage of a man whose features were as flawless as an ancient Greek sculpture. His raven locks cascaded casually around him, and an uncontainable charm radiated from his brows, while his deep-set eyes held an alluring, enigmatic depth that captivated her completely. Veins pulsed subtly at his temples, and a flicker of restrained anger danced in his gaze. "I assure you, I didn't see everything," Zhang Liu managed to articulate after a prolonged moment of silence, though she had indeed seen more than enough. At her words, Xuanming's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smirk. In an instant, he seized the delicate hands that had draped around his neck. Zhang Liu blinked in surprise. Yet before she could comprehend the situation, their positions had shifted. Her wrists were pinned above her head, and he lifted her chin with a firm grip, forcing her to meet his gaze. Xuanming regarded the female before him, his eyes dark and intense. Her skin was fair, her brows arched like willow leaves, and her gem-like eyes sparkled with clarity. Fear rendered her long lashes to tremble like the delicate wings of a cicada, creating an impression of vulnerability. Instinctively, he relaxed his grip, preparing to question her, only to witness her closer glistening eyes and silently collapse. Xuanming's brow furrowed slightly as he promptly released her wrist and swiftly encircled her slender waist to prevent her from slipping beneath the water's surface. Feeling for her breath, the warmth of her exhalation sent a tingling sensation through his fingers. His gaze deepened as he held onto this mysterious female, tightening his embrace. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow passed, and they vanished from sight. Where have I ended up? Zhang Liu found herself engulfed in sudden darkness, her fingers trembling as ominous thoughts began to surface. "Welcome, host, to my world. I am the all-encompassing system, Xiao Lu." As the voice resonated, the dark void brightened instantly, revealing an infinite expanse before her. A panel materialized in front of her. All-encompassing system. System? I've crossed over? As a mere worker, she had merely intended to explore some entertaining games. Yet suddenly a window, showcasing numerous beastly companions, appeared on her computer screen. Thinking it to be a spam link, she was about to click the delete button when she next opened her eyes to find herself gasping for air, clinging to the handsome man. "You haven't brought me to some remote mountain valley, have you?" Zhang Liu's expression turned despondent, recalling the novels she had read where beast societies were often primitive. "Impossible. Xiao Lu has diligently chosen an extraordinary beast realm for the host, equipped with all-encompassing functions. The host need not worry about sustenance, and..." The system emitted a mischievous chuckle. "There are handsome men to accompany you too." Zhang Liu's thoughts immediately drifted back to the striking man she had just encountered, her cheeks flushing once more. "Wait," she quickly realized, "if him here, won't I raise suspicions?" The figure that had vanished in a thin air was clearly no ordinary being. "Rest assured, host. To him, you merely fainted. He has already taken you to a safe location." Zhang Liu exhaled in relief. "Xiao Lu, what does the all-encompassing system entail?" The all-encompassing system is now successfully bound to the host, consolidating various functions including clothing, cuisine, daily necessities, tools, and more. The host must complete corresponding tasks to earn materials or points. As the system evolves, the required items will become increasingly abundant, enabling the host to become wealthy and beautiful. The points earned by the host can be converted into real currency, and upon completing the ultimate task unknown, the equivalent amount will be returned to your balance. Moreover, time flows differently. 10 years in the beast realm equates to merely 1 second in the real world, ensuring the host's safety. Is it really that wonderful? I can even convert it to currency? Zhang Liyu's eyes widened in astonishment as her fingers glided over the panel, revealing windows for clothing and cuisine, along with uncharted domains yet to be unlocked. Her original world would face no risks, and she could amass wealth by completing tasks. Though she had been adopted, her family was far from kind. They favored sons over daughters, and from the moment she learned to walk, she had been forced into a life of labor. If she failed to earn enough money in a day, her mother would wield a whip against her, while her father turned a blind eye, often drunk and gambling. Her brother had nearly assaulted her just before she came of age. Ultimately, she fled her hometown, clutching money to survive. They claimed to have adopted her, but in reality, she was just a tool for exploitation. Recalling her tragic past, Jiang Li clenched her fist tightly, biting her lip to suppress the unbearable sorrow. Very well, I accept this deal. A novice gift pack is about to be issued. Skill, aroma of allure. Once triggered by the host, it can briefly disorient the minds of the opposite sex, with certain specific beastmen experiencing extraordinary effects. Information is being transmitted to the host. Subsequently, fleeting images flickered in her mind, imparting a portion of this world's knowledge. First task, gain Xuanming's favor, achieving over 50. Reward, 10,000 points, along with an additional unknown prize based on task completion's nature. Equivalent to 10,000 yuan? Zhang Liyu's heart soared with joy, yet she perceived this task to be somewhat daunting. Xuanming was the beast man she had just encountered? Her surroundings once again dissolved into darkness. Upon reopening her eyes, she was greeted by a wooden ceiling. Glancing down at herself, she found her form intact, though her previously damp clothing had dried completely. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the absence of any company, just an empty wooden room. Standing barefoot on the cold floor, she mused, it doesn't appear to be as rudimentary as the system suggested. At the very least, it wasn't the dark cave she had anticipated. She opened the wooden door, and blinding light flooded in. What a beautiful female! Not far away, a beast man with the head of a man and the body of a wolf stood frozen in astonishment, clutching a stone bowl. At his words, several nearby half-beastmen turned their gazes toward her in unison. Zhang Liyu's pupils contracted at the bizarre scene before her. Recalling the knowledge she had just absorbed, she recognized these peculiar beings as beastmen, capable of transforming between their animal and human forms, and they were towering figures compared to her petite stature. I wondered what the king had brought back. I didn't believe it until now as a female. Oh my, I have never seen such a stunning female in my life. Could this be the female the king is pursuing? Isn't the king known for keeping his distance from females? This is the first time I've seen him bring one back. Zhang Liyu surmised that the king they spoke of must be the handsome man she had encountered earlier, and he kept his distance from females? Before she fainted, he had nearly crushed her beneath him. Why is it so lively? What good deed has Ming done this time? A teasing voice called out from the side. Zhang Liyu lifted her gaze to see a tall, striking figure striding towards her. Chapter 2. Two handsome men. Cain approached her, his eyes sparkling with awe. Such a beautiful female, could it be that Xuanming has abducted you? He lowered his gaze slightly, studying her mesmerizing black eyes, which held a hint of confusion, akin to a lost little rabbit assessing its surroundings, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. As Zhang Liyue observed him drawing closer, she instinctively took a step back. The handsome man before her had a slender physique, adorned in a long robe of deep green, with feathers patterned like peach blossoms draped from his shoulders, the final circle shimmering in sapphire blue, a dazzling display. His features radiated a bold confidence, and his dark, alluring eyes glimmered with an enchanting charm. Zhang Liyue blinked, nearly unable to tear her gaze away. It was only when her back pressed against the wall that she suddenly regained her senses. She placed her hand before her, exclaiming, "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. You cannot come so close." Respectful distance? Kain's brow arched slightly, intrigued by her words. With a hint of teasing mirth in his voice, he replied, "Females are meant to pair with beastmen. Why can't you stand close? Is it the underworld that brought you back?" Underworld? Jiang Liu pondered the name, unable to recall anything about it. "I have no idea who you are talking about, so please step aside." The male presence enveloped her, and surrounded by so many fierce beasts, Jiang Liu felt her face flush with indignation as she attempted to push him away. However, the disparity in strength rendered her efforts feeble, akin to a mere caress to him. Kain's gaze gradually darkened. Witnessing her cheeks heat up, his smile widened. What a delightful little female. Having just mentioned Xuanming, the confusion in her eyes confirmed that she was unaware of his name. So how did Xuanming come to possess this little female? Could it be that Xuanming had indeed abducted her? Kain swiftly dismissed the thought it did not align with his character. She was clad in peculiar robes, and as his gaze drifted over her fair, unblemished arms, he noted the absence of any markings. A flicker of surprise and curiosity danced in his peach blossom eyes. Remarkably, she is not bonded with any male beasts. Xuanming was indeed quite patient, leaving such a beautiful female unattended. Kain's lips curved into a sly smile. "Since he does not want her, allow me to take you back." As he spoke, his hand moved to encircle her waist. Suddenly, a burst of crimson flames surged towards him, and Kain's eyes narrowed as he immediately released her, the flames striking precisely where he had stood moments before. He turned to the blazing inferno, his gaze sharp. "Xuanming, how many years have we known each other? There's no need for hostility." Xuanming, draped in dark crimson robes adorned with intricate black patterns, exuded an air of mystery, his eyes harboring a bloodthirsty ferocity akin to a vengeful spirit. "I brought back this female. I have yet to interrogate her myself," Xuanming stated coldly, his eyes falling upon the frightened little female who pressed herself against the wall, instinctively furrowing his brow as he withdrew the searing flames. Interrogate? Kain glanced at Jiang Liu. Thus, it was not as he had imagined. The little female had inadvertently wandered into Xuanming's lair. This revelation piqued his interest in the petite figure before him. "I too wish to see which audacious little female has dared to provoke you," Kain teased, his tone deliberately light. As he uttered these words, they noticed the tiny female visibly tremble. Jiang Liu silently shifted her feet, intent on fleeing in the opposite direction. Internally, she lamented her predicament. She had unwittingly fallen into a den of tigers. As she took a step aside, a figure flashed before her, the dark crimson robe with black patterns vividly in her view. Looking up, she beheld a strikingly handsome face, his deep-set eyes radiating an icy aura. The oppressive presence emanating from him rendered her fearful. I merely stumbled upon you by accident and caught a fleeting glimpse. You weren't wearing clothing. What could I do?" Her voice was soft and trembling, akin to a startled bird quivering on a branch. Though her words were barely audible, the male beasts possessed keen hearing and caught every syllable. They exchanged astonished glances, both surprised and shocked. Their revered king had allowed a female to gaze upon his bare form? While males and females were not strictly segregated, they had never witnessed their king permit a female to approach so closely. An inexplicable sensation arose within them. A teasing laugh suddenly erupted from the side, growing louder. "Xuanming, who would have thought you allowed yourself to be seen? Ha! Haven't you always despised females? What made you permit her proximity?" Cold, piercing gazes shot forth like blades directed at him, causing Kain to suppress his laughter, fearful of provoking a reaction. "Female, you are remarkably bold." Beneath his natural beauty, his rippling gaze held an unspoken sharpness and authority. Jiang Liu instinctively recoiled, her voice barely above a whisper. "I truly did not intend to, nor did I do anything wrong." She pouted. She had inadvertently stumbled into someone's bathing area, nearly drowning, clutching at a lifeline, utterly unaware that it was another's body. She had never been this close to any man. Xuanming regarded her full, glistening lips, appearing luscious and inviting, igniting a desire to taste them. Recalling how she had clung to him, her soft body pressed against his, and the uniquely alluring fragrance that enveloped her, his throat suddenly went dry. Such thoughts were peculiar. He took a step back, the strange sensation lingering, furrowing his brow. The oppressive atmosphere lessened significantly, allowing Zhang Liue to exhale in relief, though she still dared not approach. My king, since this female inadvertently wandered into our territory, it is possible she was sent by another tribe's beastmen to enact a beauty trap, aiming to ensnare us all. One of the male beasts confidently voiced his thoughts. In the next moment, another beast smacked him on the head. Are you foolish? Which beast man would offer such a beautiful female to another tribe? My king, this female is highly suspect. Perhaps we should interrogate her first to uncover her whereabouts. Indeed, we will surely extract the truth of her origins. Xuanming observed the intense desire flickering in their eyes, barely contained. Though they spoke of interrogation, their intentions were clearly self-serving. He scoffed. Are you all so idle that you need this king to find you tasks? No, we would not dare. They quickly retreated, fearing he might indeed assign them a task. Xuanming cast not a single glance their way, taking hold of her arm, and in an instant, the two figures vanished without a trace. Cain watched the direction in which he and the female departed, a playful smile curling his lips. How intriguing this female had caused Xuanming to break his norms time and again. Chapter 3 Fragrant and soft. Yearning to hold close, Zhang Liue was unceremoniously tossed onto a wooden bed covered in animal skins. Before she could fully comprehend her predicament, a moment later, her chin was grasped by a hand with pronounced knuckles. Deep-set eyes, as cold as a frigid pool, fixed intently upon her. Female, which tribe do you hail from? I don't know, Zhang Liue replied. I woke up here. She could not confess to being human. To claim to belong to another beast tribe would surely raise suspicions of her sudden appearance. I just fell down. I remember something about a flying beast lifting me. Xuanming narrowed his eyes, studying her as if he could pierce the veil of her soul, but he tightened his grip slightly. Observing her furrowed brow, her dark eyes misted over, yet there was no sign of submission within them. His mountain was a sanctuary that permitted no intruders, save for the occasional assault by eagle beasts. However, it had been a long time since such beasts had invaded that he and the eagle beasts were natural enemies. Xuanming smirked slightly. Very well, he is indeed willing to let go. He released her chin. Gazing down at her porcelain-like face, he couldn't deny that this female was the most beautiful he had ever encountered. If only she could be of use to him. Moreover, he discovered that the scent she emanated was unlike that of any other female. Enchanting and pure, devoid of the odor typical of eagle beasts. In fact, there was no trace of any beast tribe scent at all. It was peculiar. No female of any beast tribe should lack the scent of her own kin, even in human form. I shall see whether you yield or not, Xuanming remarked coldly, a smile playing on his lips that he then seized her as if she were a mere chick, instantly transporting her to another location. Zhang Liue opened her eyes to a scene densely packed with entities, nearly triggering her claustrophobia. The roars of countless wild beasts echoed, each sound louder than the last, reverberating through the expansive area. Severed heads piled high, forming small hills, while below, various animals were engaged in a relentless struggle, their bodies smeared with blood, all seemingly lost to madness and frenzy. Even from a distance, Zhang could smell the pungent stench of blood. Now tell me, which fate do you desire? Xuanming pointed towards the mountain of beast heads, then shifted his gaze to the cages imprisoning wild beasts, or would you prefer to choose there? Zhang Liue glanced nervously between the two options. A chill creeping up her spine, can I choose neither? She trembled, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes reluctant to meet the gruesome scene below. Before she could receive a response, a hand effortlessly grasped the nape of her neck, lifting her forward until her feet met the hard rock at the edge of the precipice, sending pebbles tumbling down. Zhang Liue, somewhat acrophobic, was startled by the sight and instinctively recoiled, fear overtaking her mind. She turned and clung to Xuanming's form, bracing for his next move. Xuanming was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. He looked down to see the rounded back of her head, her black hair cascading down, her body trembling from fright. The soft sensation against him was almost otherworldly, evoking a desire to hold her close. Xuanming was startled by his own thoughts. The cunning of the eagle tribe. Were they now employing beauty as bait? A battle-hardened beast man like himself could not be swayed by a mere female. Very well. His eyes narrowed, the depths of them icy, as if harboring a malevolent spirit that had clawed its way from the depths of hell. Gripping her still trembling form, he unceremoniously tossed her into the chaotic fray below. Zhang felt the rush of wind as she plummeted, realizing she was about to fall into the jaws of wild beasts. Tears welled up in her eyes, her heart heavy with despair. System, this task is truly arduous. I've not earned a single coin, and now I may lose my life. Others could survive 3 arcs. She hadn't even lasted a day, and before she could glimpse the outside world, she was already at the mercy of this vile beast that if she survived, she would ensure this beast man regretted his actions. Zhang thought grimly. Yet the current circumstances were unfolding far from her expectations. Despairing, she shut her eyes, just as she anticipated being torn apart, consumed by the beast below. Suddenly, something cold encircled her waist, propelling her back up as if on a bungee cord. Once her feet touched the ground, the icy grip around her waist loosened. Stumbling slightly, she instinctively reached for something nearby, her fingers landing on a sturdy arm. Looking up, she saw the beast man she had encountered not long ago. The one who had been with Xuanming. Though he had an annoyingly smug expression, he raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes brimming with mockery. Xuanming, isn't it a bit harsh to scare the little female like this? They were quite eager to see her. Zhang Li nodded in agreement, turning to glare at him, only to be met by the sight of a colossal snake, its blood-red body adorned with black patterns. As thick as a giant tree trunk, its massive head bore deep, dark eyes, concealing endless shadows. Faced with such a terrifying scene, she was left speechless, her mind blank, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut as her body went limp. Kei Yin's gaze sharpened as he noticed the unusual scene, his arm steadying her shoulder to prevent her from falling. Turning her head towards him, he was taken aback to find her eyes tightly shut. "Little female, what's wrong?" He gently patted her cheek, receiving no response. Strange. It seems she has fainted. Could it be that she was frightened into unconsciousness by your beast form? Kei Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xuanming. His intuition seeming accurate. Not frightened by the scene below, but rather by your beast form. Kei Yin burst into unabashed laughter that, of course. Xuanming shot him a cold glare, his serpent tail whipping towards him. Kei Yin, believing it to be an attack, braced himself for defense, only to find himself ensnared by the little female as Xuanming whisked her away. Kei Yin shrugged, following closely behind. Xuanming laid her on a soft animal skin. Noting her furrowed brow and the way her lips moved, as if she were deeply unsettled, "Is my beast form truly so terrifying?" Xuanming mused, furrowing his brow. "It seems the little female has succumbed to a kind of dream." Kei Yin leaned in closer, observing the girl lying on the bed, suddenly uttering those words, or perhaps she is lost in a nightmare from the depths of her memories. "How do you know this?" "I have seen a shaman treat such conditions before. They merely relive their experiences in dreams, and it poses no real danger. She must awaken on her own. However, the severity of these dreams varies. Some beastmen dream of pleasant things, while others experience the opposite. Given her current state, she must be recalling something dreadful. The eerie mountain lacks a shaman. If she can hold on, she should awaken soon." Kei Yin could only provide a general understanding of the situation. Chapter, "For she is so delicate once she awakens. I shall have a stern word with her." Seeing her brow furrowed tightly, Xuanming felt an inexplicable urge to smooth it out. "Interrogate?" Kei Yin smirked. Earlier, when he had arrived unexpectedly, he had witnessed Xuanming pushing the beautiful little female away. He had initially intended to save her, only to find that Xuanming had changed his mind and swooped in to rescue her instead. Such a reversal was rare indeed, and she was one of the few to elicit such a response from him. "It's so dark," Zhang Liuyue was dreaming. Her small hands incessantly pounded on a door, a tear trickling down her cheek, as she cried out, "I didn't steal it. I never went there. It wasn't me," sob, still denying it. "Who else could it be besides you, the only outsider in the house?" Came a sharp, cutting voice from beyond the dilapidated door, dripping with scorn. "Did I swear it wasn't me? You must believe me. I didn't steal that money. How dare you quibble? You must confess before I let you out." As silence fell outside, Zhang Liue's hands grew weak from knocking, her back sliding down the door until she sat on the ground. She was confined in a dilapidated storage room, long unused by her family, dimly lit by a broken lamp, and the door was shut tight, leaving her in utter darkness. Yet she truly hadn't stolen the money. She hadn't even been near their room. Her mother had simply assumed she was the thief. Zhongli bit her lip, her eyes stinging, but she fought back the tears that threatened to spill. Suddenly, a cold, damp sensation crept up her leg, startling her body into action as she instinctively swatted away the slippery thing. "What is that? Stay away." Zhang Liu's feet frantically pushed against the ground, moving to the side. When her hand finally made contact with something, she looked closely to find she had unknowingly pressed a button, illuminating a corner of the room. That it was a flashlight. She quickly aimed it towards the source of her earlier fright, revealing a small black snake coiled tightly, its slit pupils fixed on her intently. The scene overlapped with her memory, and suddenly, an image of a black striped red snake appeared before her, its eyes flashing with an eerie and profound light. "Ah!" Zhang Liu let out a startled cry, immediately opening her eyes to find herself in a scene quite different from before. Her mind was in a daze, still tinged with a sense of lingering dread. Awakened, Cain swept his gaze over her, noting the beads of cold sweat that had formed on her forehead. "Little female, what terrors did you encounter in your dreams?" he inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Surprised that she had been frightened awake, Zhang Liu offered no response, instead glancing around. Upon seeing Xuanming leaning against the bedside, devoid of the enormous red serpent, she finally exhaled in relief. "What are you afraid of?" "Little female?" Cain raised an eyebrow, instantly perceiving her distress. "Before I fainted, I seemed to have seen a gigantic serpent beast," Zhang Liu exclaimed, gesturing with her hands, prompting him to chuckle softly that I must not have been mistaken. "It is not here, right?" Zhang Liu continued to scan her surroundings anxiously, fearing the serpent beast might reappear at any moment. Just as Cain was about to speak, Xuanming interjected, "It is truly not here." "Really?" Zhang Liu straightened her posture, looking at Xuanming's calm demeanor. Indeed, he confirmed, causing her heart to relax significantly. However, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the atmosphere around her had suddenly darkened, pushing aside her inner thoughts. She recalled how she had been rescued by that beastman, and she gratefully turned to Cain. "Thank you. You are truly kind." Unlike some, she subtly cast a glance at the indifferent figure leaning against the bed. To her surprise, he shot back a piercing glare that sent her heart racing. "Thank you." Cain paused, a moment later realizing she might have misunderstood something. Naturally, he accepted her gratitude without hesitation. "Xuanming, where will the little female be arranged next?" "In the cave. She is so delicate. Where do you plan to send her?" Cain's eyes widened in protest. The little female's physique was soft and tender, clearly a member of a high-ranking clan. How could she manage such labor, especially with so many male beasts around who might devour her? "If you have objections, I might as well send you there too." Xuanming's cold voice cut through the air. Cain immediately shook his head. "I would prefer not to." He cast a look of self-preservation towards Zhang Liu. "Little female, what is your name?" "I still do not know it." "Zhang Liu," she replied. Cain chuckled softly. "A lovely name. That I am Cain. Do remember it." He moved toward the door but turned back. "I shall come to see you later." That a sudden burst of searing flames shot in his direction. "Xuanming, are you attempting a sneak attack again?" Cain exclaimed, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Liu, still in a state of confusion, was unaware of what the cave entailed, but judging by the expression on the beastman's face, it certainly did not bode well. "Xuanming," Zhang Liu addressed the beastman who had unexpectedly introduced himself. She did not anticipate him to offer his name voluntarily. However, she had already known it. After all, he was just a wicked beast. The thought of her long-standing entanglement with him left her utterly exhausted. He appeared aloof, with an unpredictable temperament, making it difficult to navigate their relationship, which posed an immediate challenge for her. "Your Highness." A beastman suddenly appeared, bowing low and speaking submissively. "Take her to the cave." "Yes." The beastman glanced back, his expression blank upon seeing such a beautiful female who appeared utterly bewildered by her surroundings. "Your Highness, this. Are you not going yet?" Xuanming's piercing gaze silenced the beastman, who promptly abandoned any thoughts. "Female, let us go," the beastman said, his cheeks flushed with an unknown color, daring not to meet her gaze. Zhang Liu followed him, inquiring, "What is the cave like?" The beastman seemed taken aback by her sudden question, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The cave is where the beasts of Ji Mountain without status reside. It is a rather chaotic place. Some are disabled or afflicted with ailments. In short, they are incapable beasts. Are there any females there? Zhang Liu pondered for a moment, realizing she had never seen a female presence in that vicinity. There are, but the females of Ji Mountain only bear offspring, so they are seldom seen. Okay, so does that mean I will be the only female in the cave? Zhang Liu's eyes widened in astonishment. There is one more, but she is incapable of bearing offspring. Hence, Zhang Liu frowned, foreseeing that the other female situation might not be favorable either. Chapter 5. Have your sights set on you? I am at a loss as to why your highness would send you to the cave. A beautiful female like you should be placed in a superior wooden house. The beastman expressed a sense of injustice on her behalf, but dared not confront Xuanming directly. Once in the cave, there will be much menial labor to undertake. Just be cautious when you arrive. The beastman offered a final warning before halting in an open stone chamber. The cave was pitch black, with only a sliver of light seeping through the entrance, filled with raucous noise. The beastman accompanying her cleared his throat a few times, and the cacophony subsided somewhat. He ignited a torch hanging on the wall, instantly casting a warm yellow glow throughout the cave. All the nearby wood has been chopped. With your wastefulness, we will soon have to venture far to gather more. The moment he lit the torch, the beasts inside immediately began to scold him. Zhang Liu inhaled sharply, sensing that the beasts inside might prove difficult to deal with. She couldn't help but wonder how badly they might bully her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, taking a step back. Just then, she stepped on a twig, the sharp crack echoing in the silence. Who else has arrived? A beastman craned his neck to look. What the heck? Why the surprise? Could it be that your highness has come? Another beastman turned his head, mirroring the astonishment on his face. Female? How can there be such a beautiful female? Their curiosity was barely contained. Their eyes glued to her. Zhang Liu forced a smile, feeling somewhat bewildered by their sudden shift in demeanor. Make way! A female voice rang out from behind them, pushing through the crowd of beastmen, revealing another female. She had a stout build, with disheveled, dry hair, and her eyes were not particularly large. She wore a rudimentary beast skirt that barely covered a few areas. Who are you? She scrutinized Zhang Liu, her pupils widening in surprise at the sight of such a beautiful female. Zhang Liu smiled and replied, I am Zhang Liu. It seems I will be living with you all from now on. What do you mean? The female's confusion was evident. Are you saying you will stay here with us? Zhang Liu nodded, causing their expressions to explode with disbelief. Why would you choose to live in the cave? It is the most wretched place in Ji Mountain. Your highness sent her here. Do not bully her, the beastman who brought her interjected. What? The highness personally brought her here. How could he possibly choose such a beautiful female? They could only speculate that perhaps this female lacked the ability to bear offspring. Enough that is not the case. Do not lay your hands on her. Who knows, perhaps one day, the highness will call her back. After delivering several warnings, the beastman who brought her left. You are Zhang Liu, correct? Zhang Liu nodded in response to the female before her. I am Lanchi. You can call me Acne from now on. She beamed warmly, her demeanor friendly. The beasts in our cave are the lowest ranking in Ji Mountain, so there is much work to be done. Acne, don't scare her off. I am not scaring her. I am merely stating the truth that if we do not satisfy them with our work, we will face their wrath. Alas, there is little we can do. We are all incapable beasts. Little female, do not worry. You can stay here and do nothing. Just like Acne, that a handsome beastman spoke, his large eyes glimmering with gentle light, his face rugged yet soft, that he gestured toward a stone bench, inviting her to sit. Thank you. Beautiful female. Here are some fresh red fruits I picked today. That a beastman with a black stripe on his forehead approached, his face slightly sunken, exuding an air of weariness. Yet his eyes held a peculiar intensity as he gazed at her. Zhang Liu frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable but unable to refuse. She accepted the fruits to her surprise. They treated her with utmost care, entirely contrary to the chaotic scenario she had initially imagined, as if she were a precious treasure. Task: please renovate the cave, achieving a cleanliness and comfort level of 70. Completion rewards: 1,000 points, with additional rewards for achieving certain thresholds during the process. According to the difficulty of the task, a package of cleaning paste has been distributed first, which has been placed in the host's pocket. Please check it. Zhang Liu had glanced around the cave, and indeed, it was not very clean. She noticed that the animal skins they wore were somewhat soiled. And the area where they slept was not far from the place where they prepared food. Liu, you can sleep here with Aki. It's a bit cleaner. The handsome orc led her to a corner where two relatively tidy animal skin mats were laid out. You can call me Ai. Feel free to approach me if you need anything in the future. Zhang Liu noticed that the base of his ears had turned slightly red. This orc seemed rather shy. After a while, all the orcs began to busy themselves, leaving only Aki sitting on the mat, idly playing with her fingers. Ayo, what are you thinking about? Aren't you tired standing? Zhang Liu came back to her senses and immediately responded. I was thinking that it would be best if the cave had a few compartments, and we could also create some tools. Lanchi did not quite understand her words, but Ai, who was not far away, overheard and approached her. Liu, are you dissatisfied with the cave? It has always been like this. If you want, we can make you a bedboard later. I will clean this place first. If I need a bedboard, I will come to find you, all right? Zhang Liu smiled, her lips curving, which was nearly irresistible for the orc to express his feelings that, of course, no problem. Just let us know if you need anything. Ai patted his chest. Hey, are you interested in Au? Lanchi raised an eyebrow, observing Ai's unusual demeanor. It is only right to serve the little female. Lanchi laughed a few times, completely unconvinced. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Liu pulled out a small jar of cleaning paste from her pocket. Upon reading the instructions inside, she learned that it simply needed to be sprinkled on the walls, and after some time, it could remove dirt. Is it really that miraculous? Zhang Liu felt somewhat skeptical. But it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, especially since it was a complimentary item. She walked to another area that was devoid of anything, where the stone wall was covered in moss and grime, making it an ideal testing ground. After tearing open the packaging, she sprinkled some of the powder, witnessing the white powder merge seamlessly with the wall, leaving no trace. Half an hour later, Zhang Liu returned to inspect the area and found it transformed. The spots that had been covered in moss and black dirt had become smooth and shiny, as if coated in honey. She continued to apply it in other places, and her peculiar actions drew their attention. Ayu, what are you sprinkling on the wall? Lanchi asked curiously. Cleaning powder. Huh. Can it really make those dirty things clean? Is it really that effective? I've never heard of cleaning powder before. Lanchi looked at the white substance in her hand, filled with astonishment. Ai also rushed over, somewhat puzzled. I've never seen this before. Does it really have such an effect? Zhang Liu smiled. Wait a moment, and you will witness a miracle. Chapter 6. A strange phenomenon finally. Under their curious gazes, every area where she had sprinkled the white powder had become spotless, without a single blemish. Incredible! Lanchi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. How did you achieve this? Liu, where did you get such a clean substance? I've never seen anything like it. One of the orcs could not hide his astonishment, and finally asked that I brought it from my side. There's none left now. Zhang Liu casually fabricated a response. With such a powerful cleaning powder, our entire cave will end up cleaner than those females. One of the orcs exclaimed, recognizing the benefits. What are you thinking? That belongs to Au. Cleaning powder is so rare. Using it here would be a waste. Lanchi interrupted his thoughts with a single sentence. It's alright. I was just thinking of using this to renovate the cave. Huh. Lanchi was taken aback. You mustn't. The cleaning powder must be quite precious. Using it here is pointless. We've been accustomed to this for years. A little dirt doesn't matter at all. Zhang Liu shook her head. While it may seem trivial, the hidden bacteria could pose significant health risks over time. Beautiful female, if what you say is true, could the bumps on my face be due to this? Zhang Liu turned to the orc who had spoken. Noticing the protruding lumps on his face, resembling a cluster, with a few isolated pimples and a small white, that on his forehead, that appeared to be an inflammatory symptom, and the condition seemed quite complex. That is indeed a factor, along with influences from the surrounding environment. What should we do then? Will my face recover if the cave is completely clean? It should be possible, but I can't guarantee it. We can only try. Zhang Liu pursed her lips, then continued to evenly distribute the remaining cleaning powder in every corner, while they voluntarily helped with the areas that were out of reach. In no time, they completed the task. Progress 40, awarded 1 bottle of acne treatment. Zhang Liu's pocket became plump once more, but she cleverly concealed it with her hand, ensuring they did not notice anything amiss. Host, helping the orcs present to heal their acne, can earn an additional 200 points. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Liu immediately turned her gaze to the orc who had mentioned his facial issues. I can treat the acne on your face. Female, are you serious? Can you really cure the bumps on my face? Yes, yes. Jiang Liue revealed the item she had on her, and they were once again filled with astonishment, yet did not inquire further, eager to discover whether this item was truly effective and miraculous. The jar she presented was a different color from the one she had shown earlier. It matched the green hue of the leaves outside. Appearing fresh and inviting, Jiang Liue twisted open the container. Extend your hand. The orc complied, extending his hand, feeling a cool sensation stick to his fingers, accompanied by a slight chill. Gently apply the ointment I put on your fingers to the areas on your face with acne. And remember to be gentle, Jiang Liue reminded him. The orc looked at the unknown ointment on his hand with a puzzled expression, but thought little of it as he applied it to his face. Completing the application under her guidance, that a strange phenomenon occurred, that in front of everyone. His face transformed. The numerous pimples vanished in an instant, returning to normal. Oh my, how miraculous, the orc exclaimed. Is my face really better? Seeing the looks of disbelief on their faces, he touched his face, running his hands up and down, confirming he did not encounter any unexpected pimples. His pupils widened. It had truly improved. Beautiful female, the item you provided is simply amazing. I will definitely express my gratitude. It's no trouble at all. Just a small matter, nothing to fuss about. Jiang Liue waved her hand dismissively, not taking it to heart that at the very least she was profiting. If she continued with such tasks, she would surely become wealthy. Jiang Liue poked her fingers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ayu, could you help me check the thing on my neck? Can it be removed too? Lanchi brushed aside her hair, revealing a large patch of redness on her neck. There were numerous red marks, with a few even scabbed over. Aki, did you scratch it with your hands? Yes, I scratch when it itches. Otherwise, I can't help it, Lanchi pouted, raising her hand as if to scratch again. Jiang Liue immediately halted her. You mustn't scratch anymore. If you do, your neck will be covered in scars, and it won't look good at all. Then what should I do? It hasn't healed for so long. Lanchi looked at the ointment in Jiang Liue's hand. Ayu, can I use some of that too? Seeing her pleading gaze, Jiang Liue did not refuse. Of course, but doing so may worsen the condition. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lanchi used the ointment in her hand, and within seconds, her skin appeared clean and neat, with even the red marks from scratching vanished. So amazing, one after another, the orcs with noticeable acne and other skin conditions surrounded Jiang Liue, requesting a bit of the ointment. Hearing the notification that the task was completed, she nodded in satisfaction, regarding them as if they were a pouch of money. Cleaning level has reached 70, 1,000 points have been awarded. Every corner of the cave had become immaculate, distinctly different from the outside world. The orcs were astonished, not expecting such usefulness, suddenly finding themselves in a state of disbelief that is there any water nearby. Jiang Liue pinched the animal skin she was wearing, feeling a bit sticky, looking outside. The sky had darkened, indicating it was nearing evening. Yes, how much do you need? I will bring it to you. The speaker was the previously listless orc, who had now stepped ahead of her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Appearing less morose, that I'm not bringing it to drink. I want to take a look and wash my body, she replied. How about I go instead? He was taken aback by the orc's swift response, and immediately spoke up with urgency. You are in charge of cooking today. Don't forget that he slapped his forehead, realizing, I just remembered. Well then, you should take her over there, Yang. Among us, your physique is the most robust, so you won't be subject to their remarks when you step outside. Do you need to file a report for your outing? Jiang Liue asked, filled with confusion, that no, it's just that those females in G Mountain are exceedingly irritating. They always speak to us impolitely when they see us. Although I've grown accustomed to it, the ingrained inferiority still lingers. Chapter 7. Almost devoured by a beast, Jiang Liue pressed her lips together, refraining from asking further questions. She turned to the orc named Yang and smiled. Could you please take me over there for a moment? Yang nodded. The grass outside was dense, and with the night falling, it was impossible to discern any lurking dangers within the thicket. The sounds of insects occasionally echoed from the treetops, while the gentle trickle of water could be heard from behind the bushes. Just then, they stumbled upon a well-trodden path that led them to a small stream. The water shimmered under the moonlight, and Jiang Liue, having not had a drink for quite some time, felt her throat parched. After hastily washing her hands, she scooped some water into her mouth. Finally, quenching her thirst, she tilted her head back in relief. Turning slightly, she noticed a Yang still standing behind her. "Thank you, but if you have other matters to attend to, please go ahead, that I will return shortly. I can wait here for you." Jiang Liu blinked, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. She needed to bathe, and it was simply impossible to have him standing behind her. "Please, just go back quickly." A Yang studied her for a moment before finally saying, "Then I will take my leave." Jiang Liu nodded repeatedly, but as he turned away, the moonlight illuminated his eyes, casting a faint red glow. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen incorrectly. That it must be a mistake, right? Jiang Liu dismissed the thought and quickly began to remove her clothes. She had brought along a fresh bee-skin skirt that Lan Shi had gifted her. The cool night water felt refreshing against her skin as she scooped it up in handfuls, washing away the stickiness. Once she felt clean, she quickly dried herself with the new bee skin, but suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the bushes behind her. Startled, she nearly dropped the bee skin, glancing toward the source of the noise. The skirt concealed her from view, and after a few seconds of silence, she concluded it must have just been the wind. That as she prepared to put on the bee skin again, a dark figure suddenly lunged out from the thicket towards her. Jiang Liu's eyes widened, and with no time to don the bee skin, she merely wrapped it around herself and bolted to the side. However, she could not match his speed. Pinned beneath him, a slight frown crossed Jiang Liu's brow. "It's you?" The moonlight revealed part of his face. The person hovering over her was none other than a Yang, but now his gaze seemed off, glowing with that same red light she had seen before. This confirmed her initial suspicion. She hadn't been mistaken that a Yang. "What are you doing? Let me go." Jiang Liu's voice trembled, unable to comprehend why he was suddenly restraining her. "The scent of your blood is exceedingly sweet," he growled, his voice akin to that of a wild beast. "What are you saying?" Jiang Liu's mind was in a haze, her heart racing with fear. His words and actions felt incredibly perilous to her. "Release me at once," she shouted, but it was futile. Her hands were pinned down, leaving her completely immobilized. As she gazed into his increasingly bloodshot eyes, a sense of dread washed over her. Could it be that he intended to consume her? He opened his mouth, revealing two prominent fangs, resembling those of a vampire. Jiang Liu's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding deepening within her, as if she could feel his gaze upon her like a delicacy ready to be devoured. "Let me go. I'm not appetizing at all." Tears nearly spilled from her eyes as she struggled, but no amount of effort was of any use. "Your scent is simply too sweet," he murmured in a husky tone, sending another shiver down Jiang Liu's spine. As if she were now his prey, why flesh is hard. Cain cast a fleeting glance. Shaking his head, he half-squatted, lifting his hair to gaze into the crimson eyes of the creature before him, baring its teeth in a grimace, yet rendered entirely non-threatening by its broken arm. Curiosity sparked within him. How had a monstrous beast appeared here? As he pondered, he noted the creature's rudimentary nature, unable to discern any notable characteristics. With a decisive motion, he struck it down with an open palm. Dusting off his hands, he turned to his rear, where a small head peeked from behind a tree trunk, its eyes shimmering with curiosity. An involuntary chuckle escaped him. "Come out. It's dealt with." Jiang Liu had already donned her first skirt, stepping forth to regard the lifeless beast-man on the ground. "Yes, he did?" she inquired. Upon his nod, a complex swirl of emotions danced within her. "What exactly do you mean by a monstrous beast? Is he not a beast-man?" "Well, not quite. Monstrous beasts can masquerade as beast-men, but the transformation is lengthy and indistinguishable, typically unnoticed unless some primal desire overwhelms them." Cain raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at her. Jiang Liu grasped his meaning, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, confusion lingered in her mind. The beast-man had spoken of blood, perhaps not the kind of desire she initially imagined. Monstrous beasts have never appeared in G Mountain. Could they be lurking in the caves? Indeed. The caves impose no restrictions, which has allowed monstrous beasts to manifest here, in unobserved corners. Danger has begun to emerge. "Surely there aren't other monstrous beasts in the caves?" Jiang Liu whispered, noting that the other beastmen seemed relatively unremarkable, giving her no cause for concern. "Whether there are or not, I must investigate. Are you unaware of where the caves are?" Jiang Liu shot him a skeptical glance. "What brings you here, then?" Cain cleared his throat lightly. "Is it not for your safety?" He continued, "What if the beastmen in the caves suddenly succumb to their primal instincts? As that one did?" He gestured towards the fallen creature. That is not how I envisioned it, Zhang Liue retorted, clearly displeased by his words. The beastmen in the caves are quite amiable, at least better than them. A cricket chirped in her mind. Kain, catching her words, looked at her with surprise. Is it possible for me to treat you well? He leaned in closely, his handsome face almost brushing against hers. His breath warm against her cheek. His enchanting peach blossom eyes bore an ardent gaze, as if crafted for love. Zhang Liue abruptly tilted her head back, her tone hurried. Why you? Don't come so close. Kain straightened, observing her flustered expression, unable to suppress a smile. Such a shy little female. He offered to carry her, but when she hesitated, Zhang Liu stepped ahead, leading the way while he followed. The path, however, was rugged, strewn with sharp stones, uneven and treacherous. After a few steps, she realized her fur shoes had been swept away by the river during the earlier commotion, leaving her barefoot. She sighed internally. It wasn't too far. Just needed to keep her eyes on the path. Cautiously, she navigated, bending to avoid the sharp stones, when suddenly, strong hands supported her legs from behind. Instinctively, she looked up, resting against his sturdy arm, meeting his captivating eyes. Her heart raced as her cheek brushed against his firm chest. Despite the thin layer of fur, she could feel his heartbeat and warmth, a genuine princess carry, her first experience of such an embrace. With no shoes, she feared not the stones. Momentarily stunned, Zhang Liu sensed a hint of anger in his voice when he remarked, "My shoes were swept away. Doesn't that mean I need to return and make another pair?" Kain huffed lightly. Would it not be wise to mention it? What if your feet were injured? There are no shamans in Ji Mountain. I am watching the path. I shouldn't step on anything. Whether intentional or not, he occasionally swayed, causing her to grip his clothing to avoid falling. Kain observed her stubborn demeanor, choosing to say no more. She was unlike other females. Those would take any chance to avoid hardship. Yet here she was traversing this rugged terrain. Had she been like the others, she would have rushed to him for a carry. He gently pressed her closer, allowing her to lean against him. The sight of her small head nestled against him brought him immense joy. The fragrance of her hair intoxicating, making him yearn to draw her in closer. Resisting the urge, he followed the direction she pointed until they reached a cave illuminated by a faint yellow light. Halting in his tracks. Outside was enveloped in darkness, yet inside, the brightness was almost blinding, momentarily leaving him disoriented, unsure if he had veered off course. Are you certain this is the cave? A hint of skepticism flickered in Kei Yin's eyes. Did you not lead the way? Why question its authenticity now? Zhang Liu shot him a look of exasperation. That you. What is this? Qi approached, having heard their voices. Upon noticing the formidable beast beside Zhang Liu, she gasped. When he turned, revealing his full face, Qi's eyes widened. Lord Cain? All the beastmen simultaneously widened their eyes, gazing at the imposing figure at the cave's entrance, his pristine attire and feathered embellishments attesting to his noble status. Unfazed by their astonishment, Cain casually brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead that Qi discreetly gestured for Zhang Liu to come closer. As she moved, Cain seized her wrist. What are you doing? Zhang Liu turned to him. I could ask you the same, he replied, surveying the other beastmen. Most averted their gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, only stealing furtive glances at their interaction. Zhang Liu noticed the peculiar atmosphere and gently removed his hand from her wrist, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Are you trying to frighten them away? Cain paused, taken aback by her irritable tone. He had indeed contemplated this. Only from a position of power could he command respect, but he was unfamiliar with the cave's beastmen, and the thought of Zhang Liu being mistreated here was intolerable. However, the situation appeared not as dire as he had imagined. Zhang Liu dashed to Qi's side, noting the flicker of panic in her eyes. She placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, whispering, "It's all right. He means you no harm, that are really." Qi's uncertainty was palpable, her gaze shifting between the shadowy figure of Cain and Zhang Liu's reassuring presence. Zhang Liu affirmed with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Cain scanned their faces, confirming there were no hostile beastmen among them. His second purpose for visiting was also fulfilled. The cave's inhabitants were not as he had envisioned, lacking the malevolence he had anticipated. He had pondered earlier that he would act swiftly against any ill intent towards the little female. Unexpectedly, he had not witnessed such behavior. I have come today to inform you all that in 2 days, the female fox clan will visit G Mountain. You must prepare exquisite culinary delights, or else. Kei Yin's lips curled into a subtle smirk, the implication clear. The beastmen nodded vigorously. Lord Kei Yin, we shall prepare the finest dishes as we have in the past. We will not disappoint the female foxes. Seeing their determination, Kei Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, he clapped his hands, turning his attention to Jiang Liu. Stay here for now. I will return shortly to escort you out. With that, his figure vanished from the sight of the assembled beasts. What is your relationship with him? A Qi inquired, intrigued. The beastman called a Yang was a monstrous beast. Lord Kei Yin saved me from him. Or else. What are monstrous beasts? I have heard tales among the beastmen of Ji Mountain. Monstrous beasts lurk among them, corrupting their kind. A Yang one of them. Upon Jiang Liu's nod, alarm spread among the beastmen. Lord Kei Yin must have discovered the monstrous beast. Surely, it cannot escape punishment. No wonder a Yang was so reclusive. We should have detected it sooner. He slapped his forehead, relief flooding him that Jiang Liu was unharmed. I should have been the one to lead you. All right, since a Yu is safe, let us prepare for the banquet in 2 days, a Qi suggested, puzzled by the sudden visit of the female fox clan. Isn't it obvious? They are coming for the king, A replied, a knowing look on his face. But in the past, when the female foxes visited, did the king not always refuse them? Acne was utterly perplexed and soon shook her head, deciding to let it go. Regardless, aside from barbecued meat, could we possibly procure something novel? The females of the fox tribe are rather delicate and may not be satisfied with mere roasted meat. I sighed in frustration. The available ingredients were so scarce. Likely all forage from the vicinity, and we would have to travel quite a distance. Acne suggested, tomorrow, half of us can venture to Ji Mountain to gather ingredients. If the dishes we prepare are commended by the fox tribe's females and their king, perhaps we need not live in the cave any longer. The task. The host is to prepare 3 dishes and 1 soup. The menu has been sent, and the required ingredients have been listed. The host must collect the corresponding ingredients as per the checklist and subsequently create the final dishes. Unknown seasonings will be granted for free after all ingredients have been gathered, allowing the host to craft the most delectable meals. Upon completion of the task, a reward of 2,000 points will be granted, and the host may view the food list required for the dishes. Jiang Liu immediately opened her menu interface, which displayed 4 boxes, the images within rather unclear. Though the dishes were indistinct, they were vibrant and colorful, immediately catching her eye. Glancing below each menu, she noted the ingredients included tomatoes, eggs, rice, and more. Such ingredients exist in this beastly realm? Rice too. Jiang Liu was utterly astonished, her heart swelling with joy. Having grown up on rice, to find it available in such harsh conditions felt like a timely blessing. She had thought she would only ever have barbecued meat here, believing she would never taste rice again. Jiang Liu excitedly grasped Aki's shoulder. Is there rice in Ji Mountain? Rice? Aki regarded her with a thoughtful expression. While Ji Mountain itself does not have it, I have heard that the rhinoceros tribe cultivates rice. However, other beastmen say it's hard and tasteless, not enjoyable at all, that we shall trade for some tomorrow. What? They exchanged glances, completely unprepared for her interest in rice. Aside from that, have other exotic beasts been discovered in the cave? I have observed, the cave is quite secure. Cain casually lifted his beast robe, settling onto a wooden chair, casting a glance at the shadowy beast before him. As for that little female, perhaps it is best to delay sending her into the cave. I believe my den would be a suitable place for her. Should she exhibit any unusual behavior, I would be able to detect it early on. Cain raised an eyebrow, attempting to negotiate with him. That a pair of dim eyes gazed back at him. And after a prolonged silence, he finally responded, bring her back tomorrow to stay with me. What? Cain nearly choked on his own saliva. What did you just say? Am I not being clear enough? No. Yin's mind struggled to comprehend. You were the one who sent her to the cave initially, and now, not even 2 days later, you wish to call her back. He was tempted to pry open the other's head to discern the underlying motives. I've changed my mind. Is that a problem? Chapter 10. Xuanming's favorability. Cain clapped his hands in approval. Very well. But what is the situation with that fox tribe female? She has long admired you. Yet you have consistently rejected her, and now you permit her to come to Ji Mountain. For that particular item, Xuanming replied, narrowing his eyes, his expression inscrutable, obscuring his true feelings. The next day, the sky was painted in shades of blue and white. As clear as a wash that a substantial number of beastmen from the cave prepared to venture to Ji Mountain to gather ingredients. And Zhang Liue was no exception, to their surprise, in addition to their group. Other beastmen from Ji Mountain were also dispatched to accompany them. "Let us set off. It's been ages since we've left Ji Mountain," Acne exclaimed excitedly, and Zhang Liue felt a surge of anticipation. Aside from the small valley of the cave and the brief visit to Xuanming's den, she had yet to explore other places. Ai walked beside her, offering a sincere smile, which she reciprocated. Ai momentarily froze, then quickly returned his gaze to the front, hesitant to meet her eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Liue halted, a shiver running through her as a cool breeze danced through her hair. She raised her hand to touch her head but found nothing amiss. Xuanming's favorability won what was happening. She hadn't done anything, yet her favorability had risen unexpectedly. Momentarily puzzled, she heard Ai's voice ahead. "Ayua, what is wrong?" Zhang Liue shook her head. Nothing. She dismissed her thoughts and continued to follow their pace. Towering trees rose towards the sky, their canopies resembling mushroom umbrellas, obscuring the blue and white expanse above. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dazzling patterns on the earth. Zhang Liue inhaled deeply. The air outside was distinct from that in Ji Mountain, imbued with the essence of nature, fresh and pleasant. "What ingredients do you think we should gather?" one beastman asked as they walked. "Here, we not only hunt but also gather red fruits, and there are those foods that the females in our tribe particularly enjoy. Beyond that, you can keep an eye out for anything edible to bring back for exploration," Acne suggested. "The taste of those foods is best detected by you females that if you discover any edible items. Please report back to us," responded the foremost beastman. The beastmen accompanying them were all robust and muscular, a stark contrast to the physiques of those from the cave, and they looked quite formidable. "What kind of food are we looking for?" Zhang Liue inquired. Acne replied, "It's long, hard, orange, and red in color, a bit sweet when eaten. Many female beastmen enjoy gnawing on it, especially the rabbit tribe females." Zhang Liue pondered for a moment and concluded, "That sounds just like a carrot." "Ayue, do you know of any other ingredients that can be made into delicious dishes?" "Yes, but I'm uncertain if we can find them. However, the system has issued a task, so it shouldn't be hard to locate them within this forest, and if we come across any special ingredients, we'll let you know immediately." Ai chimed in. Yes. The robust beastman at the front cast a few glances at Zhang Liue before continuing onward. Aware that they knew the safest routes and had access to more ingredients, as Zhang Liue followed in their footsteps, she kept a vigilant eye around her, spotting a hint of red peeking through the trees not far away. She called out, "Wait!" All the beastmen halted at her command, turning to look at her. She made her way through the tall grass toward the dense thicket. The leading beastman swiftly reached her side. Halting her progress, "Leave the tasks to me." Gazing up at the towering beastman, she pointed behind him. "I believe I spotted the ingredients I need behind that tree." Upon hearing this, the robust beastman turned and approached the tree, discovering several bright red fruits, which he promptly picked. "Are these what you seek?" "Tomatoes," Zhang Liue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. All the beastmen were bewildered by her excitement. The tomatoes were larger than her hand, and she quickly grabbed one to taste. Peeling back the vibrant red skin, she took a bite, and the sweet flavor flooded her mouth, the unique sweetness of the tomato spreading with a refreshing juiciness. Zhang Liue, resembling a little rabbit, clutched the tomato, nibbling eagerly, as if she had found the most exquisite delicacy in the world. "Ayue, although the fare in the cave may not be great, we haven't treated you poorly. Have we?" Her antics left them all utterly astonished. Wiping the corners of her mouth, she declared, "This is called a tomato, and it's absolutely delicious. Don't believe me? Try it. Is this also an ingredient?" Zhang Liue nodded. Seeing their skepticism, she added, "Let us take the tomatoes back. Trust me, we'll definitely be able to create delicious dishes." The beastmen escorting them were unfamiliar with these items, but they were willing to assist in gathering as needed. After collecting all the tomatoes, they simply placed them in a beast hide bag and continued onward. Zhang Liue opened her dish inventory, noticing that the previously dull color of the tomato section had transformed to match the vibrant hue she had just seen, signifying successful collection. Next, there were eggs, rice, mushrooms, these look quite peculiar, I remarked in surprise. Jiang Liu had turned to see umbrella-shaped mushrooms, each sporting unique shapes and patterns on their caps. These are mushrooms, she exclaimed, rushing over to examine the plump specimens. They were all brown, resembling the ones she had previously seen, only twice the size, appearing non-toxic. These are also edible. Let us gather them. As she spoke, the other beastmen joined in, eagerly harvesting alongside her in no time. Various unusual items were identified as edible ingredients, and the majority of the beastmen found themselves carrying several beast hide bags. Jiang Liu had swiftly become their leader, and they followed her every instruction. Female, what other ingredients do we still need? The imposing orc approached her, halting a meter in front of her. Standing tall, he shifted his feet, feeling an inexplicable barrier between himself and the female, unable to bridge the distance. A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, and defiantly, he stepped forward with greater force. Yet the situation remained unchanged, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. How peculiar! The orc gazed into the female's eyes, filled with doubt. What is it? Jiang Liu inquired, casting a glance in his direction. Let us rest here for a while. It's still early. No need to rush, he suggested, observing the heavy burdens each of them carried. They all set down their leather bags, leaning against the tree trunk to take a break. Jiang Liu followed suit, greeting them before heading to a nearby stream to wash her face. I, in turn, followed her. However, after merely a few hundred meters, Jiang Liu had discovered a patch of sparse grass hiding several pristine white eggs. She hurried over and picked them up. These eggs are larger than my palm. Ayu, are these delicious? Jiang Liu nodded. They're delightful when boiled. The sound of flapping wings pierced through the grass, and Jiang Liu turned to see a large hen soaring towards her, heading straight for her. Oh my, roasted chicken, in Jiang Liu's mind. The living hen had transformed into a delectable roast chicken. She was utterly oblivious to the fact that the hen was about to attack her. Ayu, quickly run. Chickens can be quite aggressive. Ai grasped her hand, attempting to pull her away. Jiang Liu nearly fumbled the eggs in her arms, cradling the hefty treasures protectively. The enraged hen seemed to be thoroughly provoked, flapping its wings to clear the obstructing grass. Squawking angrily as it charged at her, Ai, already somewhat weakened, stumbled along the treacherous path, nearly losing his balance. Ayu, you must escape first. I'll handle this. That he halted before the hen, wielding a stick he had previously noticed, swinging it towards the hen. However, with a single flap of its wing, the hen easily swatted the stick aside. Ai was caught off guard, shocked by the hen's strength. Jiang Liu, witnessing his predicament and glancing at the eggs in her hands, finally placed them on the ground. Stop chasing. I'll return the eggs. With that, she swiftly darted away a few meters, afraid that its wings might strike her. The eggs lay on the flat, muddy ground. Yet the hen showed no sign of altering its course, continuing its relentless pursuit. Jiang Liu, in a panic, found herself at a loss as to which direction to flee, watching helplessly as the large hen flapped its wings aggressively. Foolish female. Chapter 11. From now on, you shall remain by my side. Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice resonated from above her, that a towering figure clad in a black robe appeared, his muscular frame forcing her to tilt her head back. His eyes glimmered with mockery. That a living corpse? Jiang Liu was momentarily taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, Xuanming materialized beside her, causing her to forget the aggressive hen at her heels. With a swift snap, the hen's neck was broken, a pair of sinewy hands effortlessly gripping its throat. Still standing there, Jiang Liu was jolted back to reality by his words, her gaze shifting away from the gushing neck of the hen. It was her first time witnessing a killing up close. The simplicity with which he severed the hen's life was as Xuanming observed her gestures for a moment, as if she possessed remarkable culinary skills. It's simple. I instructed them to exchange some with the water buffalo tribe. What has prompted your sudden kindness? Jiang Liu gazed at him, perceiving a transformation in his demeanor. She scrutinized his face, confirming it was indeed the same person. Unmistakably so that Xuanming's eyes instantaneously turned cold. It appears I was mistaken. You remain unchanged. Jiang Liu chuckled lightly, realizing he was still as unpredictable as ever, leaving her perplexed that Xuanming's favorability increased by 1 to Chapter 12. The abandoned female? Another point of favor was added. Could it be that Xuanming enjoyed her questioning? Zhang Liue's mind was awash with confusion. However, unbeknownst to her, Xuanming's increased favor was a result of her proximity. She was unaware of his inner sentiments. Due to the commotion and her prolonged absence, the other beastmen had gathered around. "What are you? Where are you?" "I'm over here." Zhang Liue heard a voice from the opposite side and spotted hurried figures not far away. Raising her hand in greeting, they rushed over, and the robust beastmen quickly noticed the tall figure, bowing their heads in respect. Wang, Xuanming nodded slightly. All the beastmen stood in reverence, not daring to speak further. Acne cast several glances, but feeling the chill in his gaze, instinctively lowered his head. "You all go to the water buffalo tribe and procure some rice, then return." "Understood." The others were dismissed. Xuanming did not even spare them a glance as he uttered this command and departed. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Liue, who stood there, seemingly dazed. Zhang Liue hurried to catch up with him, but then recalled something, turning back to point at the spot where Ae had collapsed. The beastmen from the cave carried Yi's body back to Ji Mountain. The next day, Xuanming's orders were swiftly executed. Those summoned to exchange rice soon returned with several bags. Kain grasped a handful of rice. Letting the white grains slide through his fingers, "Ming, have you developed a taste for food?" His tone was one of surprise. "What is wrong with eating this bland, hard fare? It's precisely what I desire." Zhang Liu interjected. "You enjoy it?" Zhang Liu nodded, "Yes, but not directly. It tastes delightful when steamed and paired with vegetables." Kain chuckled. "Then you must prepare something that satisfies us, or Ming may become quite wrathful." Zhang Liu silently glanced at Xuanming. However, he was already looking at her, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. This man, despite saying nothing, exuded an aura and gaze that instilled a sense of caution in her. "The quantity to be prepared is substantial. The cave is too small. You all should go to the center of Ji Mountain to prepare the food," Kain cautioned the beastmen at the back of the cave. They promptly gathered their ingredients and proceeded to the central location. Zhang Liue intended to follow, but Xuanming raised his hand to stop her. "What are you doing?" Zhang Liue slowly lifted her head. "Are you here to disrupt the ingredients?" In his eyes, she appeared to be a pampered creature, diminutive and delicate, lacking any experience of hard labor, resembling a flower sheltered in a greenhouse rather than a member of the tribe. Zhang Liue was amused by his words. "What do you mean disrupt? I handpicked those ingredients. Of course, I know how to handle them." Xuanming fixed his gaze upon her, stating, "In the forest, many things you encounter may be perilous. Can you guarantee that the ingredients you mentioned are not poisonous?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Zhang Liue held her head high, defiantly meeting his profound gaze. At this moment, she exhibited no fear of him. Dismissing her culinary prowess was one thing, but to question her cooking skills was unacceptable. She had spent years researching various cuisines online, and she was confident in her ability to prepare a dish worthy of praise. Xuanming's gaze softened slightly as he regarded her fearless eyes. A hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, whether in mockery or amusement, was uncertain. "Very well, do not disappoint us, that of course." Kain approached, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Little Yi, you are no longer afraid of him?" "What little Yi? Can you not behave normally?" Zhang Liue rubbed her arm, feeling goosebumps rise. Indeed, she had just dared to confront Xuanming in a moment of emotional fervor. She had forgotten the earlier incident where he nearly cast her to the ferocious beasts. Zhang Liue took a covert glance at him. There was no indication of anger on his face. Zhang Liue followed the beastmen of the cave to the center of Ji Mountain. This area was exceedingly flat, contrasting sharply with others, resembling a bald head devoid of any grass, making it the most suitable for cooking. Nearby, a narrow stream about a meter wide provided easy access to water. With the assistance of the other beastmen, everything became significantly more manageable. "You all, start the fire, then wash those vegetable leaves," Zhang Liue instructed, grabbing a beast hide bag and darting into the adjacent thicket. Little six, where's my reward?" With all the ingredients gathered, she felt a surge of anticipation for what reward awaited her. "Host, the rewards are being dispensed now." At her feet, several jars and bottles suddenly appeared. Zhang Li had bent down to retrieve the dark bottles, each labeled with names such as dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and chili powder. Her heart soared with joy. These were essential condiments for preparing delicious dishes. She mused that using just salt would impart a salty flavor, but it would be quite bland without the other seasonings. After placing the condiments into her bag, She returned. Most of the vegetables have been thoroughly washed, and some have been chopped according to her specifications. Several large stone pots had already ignited into small flames beneath them. Zhang Liu decided to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes first. She began by frying a piece of fatty pork to extract the oil, then cracked the eggs, mixing the yolks and whites in a bowl before pouring them directly into the stone pot. As the temperature rose, the mixture began to solidify, and she added diced tomatoes. The most crucial step was to add all the seasonings at once. The aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes wafted through the air, prompting her to taste a small piece. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes, combined with the fragrance of the eggs, awakened her taste buds, proving even more delectable than her previous attempts. Satisfied, Zhang Liu served the entire dish into a large stone bowl. How fragrant! A breeze swept through, carrying the enticing aroma to all the beastmen present, who turned their gazes in unison toward the freshly prepared dish. Its vibrant colors suggesting it was indeed the product of her efforts, that I longed to taste the food prepared by a female. I wonder what it tastes like that I too wish to partake. But today the female from the fox tribe has returned, so we certainly cannot eat. The female brought back by the Wong is so beautiful and skilled at cooking. The other beastmen looked at their roasted meat, suddenly feeling it lacked allure. The completed dishes were to be taken by the beastmen of Ji Mountain back to the cave. As Zhang Liu watched her freshly made scrambled eggs with tomatoes being whisked away. She smacked her lips, wishing for just one more bite. That her, the abandoned female of the Wong. Just as Zhang Liu prepared to make the next dish, she heard a mocking voice from another female. Chapter 13. Not so important to the Wong, this female stood nearly as tall as the other males, robust in stature, with dark skin and small eyes. Behind her stood several other females of similar build, each exuding a fierce demeanor. Noya was also sizing up the female before her, pale as snow, petite, and possessing features so exquisite they seemed almost unreal. She had never encountered such a beautiful female. Her eyes felt a bit stinging, unable to discern whether it was the female's beauty that struck her or the sun's rays reflecting off her fair skin. Are you the one brought back by the Wong? Zhang Liu noted their scrutinizing gazes and sensed their malevolence. Initially, she had intended to greet them, as encountering a female in this place was quite rare. Are you going to speak or not? Noya, noticing Zhang Liu's indifference, impatiently inquired again. Zhang Liu nodded slightly. Yes, is there something you need? Who do you think you are to question us? Noya scoffed, stepping forward to pinch Zhang Liu's cheeks, reddening her face. Zhang Liu frowned, attempting to push her hand away, but was taken aback by the unexpected strength of the female. Such a delicate thing. I wonder what the Wong brought you back for. Could it be to feed the beasts? At these words, Zhang Liu recalled the moment they first met, when Xuanming nearly cast her to the ferocious beasts, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. Noyan noted her fearful expression and smirked more broadly. It seems that is indeed the case, which indicates that you are not so important to the Wong. With a shove, she sent Zhang Liu staggering back a step to Yu, a pair of hands wrapped around her shoulders. And she heard a Yi's worried voice above her. Yu, are you all right? A Qi, observing the redness on her face, asked with concern. You are from the cave, aren't you? You look filthy. Noya wrinkled her nose in disdain as she regarded their soiled beast hides. You, Acne, filled with righteous indignation, stood before them, pointing an accusatory finger at their noses. You may have bullied us before, but now that a Yu has just arrived here, you dare to torment her. Who gave you the right? Simply because she was brought back by the Wong? Noya let out a cold laugh. Yet, since Wong has brought you to Ji Mountain and then discarded you into the cave, it seems he doesn't hold you in high regard either. Zhang Liu gently touched her aching cheek, furrowing her brows as she looked at Noya. I have never seen you before. There is no need for such hostility, is there? Of course there is, Noya retorted. Just a few days ago, rumors spread about a remarkably beautiful female within Ji Mountain that I didn't believe it, but I heard she would showcase her culinary skills today. How could I trust that a female would possess such talents? Especially to cook for the fox tribe females. Does Wang truly have such faith in you? Noya scrutinized her face again. It was indeed striking. She had never encountered a female so breathtaking, surpassing even the one she had heard about. Can you even cook? If the fox tribe females find your food unappetizing, it would surely displease them, and if they are displeased, Wang will be as well. Zhang Liu bit her lip, and after a moment replied. This is permitted by Xuanming. Do you have the audacity to approach him about it? What do you mean by that? Noya, incensed by her words, hadn't expected her to retort so boldly. Are you implying that I wouldn't dare speak to Wang? Moreover, who gave you the audacity to directly utter his name? Exactly, you wouldn't dare speak to him. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Zhang Liu raised her chin defiantly, regarding Noya. The female before her might be enamored with Xuanming. Rather than confronting him, why was she venting her frustrations on her? Zhang Liu rolled her eyes dramatically at her. You! How dare you look at me like that? Noya, enraged, stepped forward as if to strike her. The nearby males, initially enjoying the spectacle, sensed the escalation and interposed themselves in front of Zhang Liu. Noya's hand came down harshly upon one of the males, but his tough skin barely registered the impact. What do you intend to do? Noya glared menacingly at the male blocking her path. Noya, she has been personally allowed by Wang to prepare various dishes, and we are obligated to follow her orders. The Fox tribe females may arrive at any moment. If we delay, Wang may... Are you instructing me on what to do? I didn't hear Wang say that. It seems you are only so obedient because you were taken with her looks. Noya sneered, narrowing her eyes at the males in front of her. Each harbored their own thoughts. She was not wrong. Indeed, they did have such inclinations toward her beauty. Wang had not explicitly stated that they must obey her. Yet his implicit approval spoke volumes. Aside from a few beastmen in the cave who lacked knowledge about food, they naturally followed her lead. Humph! What if this outsider female poisons the food? That shouldn't be the case. Several beastmen exchanged glances, agreeing that the beautiful female would not resort to such measures. You are not her. How would you know? I've tasted it myself. Would I be unaware if it were poisoned? Zhang Liu could not help but counter her. This female was twisting the truth and targeting her at every turn. She could not swallow her indignation. That'd be why your logic. Should you take over the culinary duties for the Fox tribe females? I am a female. How could I be tasked with such labor? Noya stared at her in disbelief. Then cease your idle commentary. If you know nothing, do not interfere, Zhang Liu shot back, refusing to back down. Noya was momentarily silenced, finally retorting, I suspect you were doing this on purpose. You must have schemed for Wang to bring you back. Who knows what your true intentions are? Even if it were intentional. What of it? Your Wang was willing. Zhang Li emphasized the last two words loudly, making Noya feel uncomfortable. How could Wang possibly be willing? You must have employed some devious tactics. Oh, Zhang Liu nodded. What you're implying is that your Wang is weak. Easily swayed by my charm, allowing me entry in a Ji mountain? Malicious female. You are slandering me. Noya pointed her finger at Zhang Liu, her voice raised. What is happening here? A deep voice suddenly echoed. All the beastmen turned to look. Xuanming, clad in a black striped beast robe, stood tall and composed, his expression cold, with his gaze lowered, eyes dark and profound. Beside him stood Cain, his peach blossom eyes filled with amusement that a glance revealed Noya glaring furiously at Zhang Liu. And he was quick to deduce the situation. Wang, this female must not remain. If she is allowed to prepare the food, I fear she may poison it. Xuanming turned his attention to Zhang Liu. Noticing her flushed cheeks, marked as though someone had gripped her face. Before he could inquire, Cain interjected, Xiaoye, what happened to your face? It looks so painful. Her eyes devoid of tears, brows knitted in distress. Her cheeks flushed, she appeared to have endured considerable hardship. Zhang Liu gazed defiantly at the female who had been glaring at her. I was simply preparing food when she came over to slander me. Did she cause your injuries as well? Xuanming's gaze fell upon the redness on her face. Zhang Liu nodded. Since you suspect me of poisoning the food, I see no reason to continue. Had it not been for the task at hand, she would not have engaged in such a laborious endeavor. Is this true? Chuyen's eyes grew icy as they landed on Noya. Chapter 14. This female is highly suspicious. Not at all. I was merely concerned for Wang's safety. Noya hastily exclaimed. This female is too suspect. One must not trust her. If Ji Mountain suffers because of her, her words trailed off as a chilling gaze fell upon her. Do you believe my judgment to be so poor? And no, Noya retreated a step, intimidated by his stare. With a swift movement, a tender green leaf, as if sensing the tension, fell from a tree, darting through the air before swiftly grazing Noya's face, leaving a thin line of blood. The sharp sting was delayed, but soon the pain registered. Noya covered her face, revealing blood on her palm, her pupils dilating. The my face. Wang, how could you harm my face for the sake of this female? Noya shouted uncontrollably, disbelief etched in her eyes that today's food will not be sent to her. Xuanming stated coolly, glancing at her. Wang, if I don't eat, I will starve, Noya protested, still reeling from the pain on her face. Now being punished by him. She had never known hunger, always fed by the beastmen, every meal plentiful. Now, ordered not to consume anything, how could she endure such humiliation? However, Xuanming showed no interest in her grievances. With a wave of his hand, several beastmen understood his unspoken command and took the still chattering Noya away. Does it hurt? Xuanming asked, observing her still reddened cheek that he had permitted her entry, yet she had already been bullied by others. Even if bullying were to occur, it should not be at the hands of others. Xuanming narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of cold light flickered within. Now, is it better? Was that pot of food prepared by you? They had come by to check the progress, and were drawn in by the vibrant colors of the food being presented by a beastman, and upon realizing it was her work, they immediately approached to see to their surprise. They witnessed this scene unfold. You truly possess culinary skills. Xuanming's tone was affirming as he surveyed the area, noting that all beastmen seemed to heed her command. Wang, this little female's cooking is exceptional. The aroma can be detected from quite a distance. One of the nearby beastmen exclaimed excitedly. These ingredients are precisely what the little female requires. Although we have yet to taste her food, it certainly appears appetizing. The aroma is merely stronger. How can you be so sure it will taste good? Cain raised an eyebrow, though he too had caught a whiff of the enticing scent. It did not guarantee the food's quality. Nevertheless, the food prepared by the little female looks quite appealing. It should not be too unpleasant. What else will you prepare? Let this Wang taste it. Xuanming gazed silently at Zhang Liu. I am tired now. I refuse to continue. Zhang Liu languidly settled onto the ground. Tired? Xiaoye, what have you been doing? Cain inquired. Helping you with these trivial tasks. Is it not tiring? Zhang Liu pouted slightly, casting a glance at them. Feeling humiliated by the earlier confrontation with Noya, I am also mentally exhausted. Cain chuckled softly. Then perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I have a request. Zhang Liu directed her gaze toward Xuanming. Noticing his silence, she knew she could proceed, that if I prepare enough food for everyone, then you must release the beastmen from the cave, treating them the same as those from Ji Mountain without any preferential treatment. Xiaoye, you have only just arrived and are already speaking for the cave beastmen. Cain expressed his surprise. The cave beastmen, hearing this, were astonished. They had not anticipated that her request would be for them to coexist with the ordinary beastmen. Acne and I felt a surge of emotion. It's alright to you. It's merely staying in the cave that we have grown accustomed to it. And besides, you have made it so clean. We truly appreciate it. Xuanming regarded Zhang Liu. Is it really that simple? Indeed, that is the sole condition that I end the depths of the cavern. The orc suggested anew, expressing her desire to seek a location less remote. The moment she stepped into the cave, an overwhelming chill and dampness enveloped her, rendering it an unsuitable place for rest. Xuanming acquiesced. Then let it be as you say. Such a simple request. Naturally, this king would not utter falsehoods. Zhang Liu rose to her feet, noticing that neither of them appeared ready to depart. Upon observing Chuin's teasing smile, she understood they intended to remain and watch. She refrained from further conversation, mirroring her earlier cooking process, slicing ingredients, heating the pan, and preparing stir-fried fresh mushrooms. Xuanming watched her with curiosity as she deftly manipulated the unfamiliar ingredients, transforming them into uniform pieces, continually tossing them in the pan with a more focused gaze. It was his first encounter with such a cooking style. Eventually, she grasped a transparent jar from which a dark liquid flowed, drizzling it over the food, imparting a layer of darkness. Xuanming seized her arm, inquiring, "What is this substance?" Zhang Liu nearly lost her grip on the soy sauce bottle. That if you hold me like that, it will spill everywhere and become overly salty. Xuanming released his hold, though unfamiliar with the term salty. He could discern that an excess of this dark liquid would render the dish unpalatable. When I first met you, you bore none of these peculiar items, but he noted the other similar jars nearby. Pondering that had these been introduced into her beast skin pouch from the outset, they would have been impossible to overlook. Could it be that Xiao Yiye possesses the ability to conceal objects? Cain also found it implausible that she could conjure such an array of odd items from thin air. Previously, I encountered an orc who could store small objects within his beast skin and could produce them instantaneously. His gaze towards Zhang Liu brimmed with curiosity. Recognizing that any denial would arouse suspicion, she decided to play along with his narrative, declaring, "I possess a personal space that is space. I have never heard of such a thing." Cain responded, his interest piqued, this space you speak of helps you conceal items. Indeed, but each use of this ability weakens my body, and there is a time limit, so I cannot utilize it now. The anticipation in Xuanming's expression was palpable. He was eager for her to demonstrate how her personal space operated. Zhang Liu was resolute in her refusal to indulge him, for she truly possessed none, that if only I had a personal space. It would be so convenient for storing items, especially in this challenging environment. She sighed that no wonder you appear so frail. Surely, you have overexerted your space. Cain frowned slightly. If the side effects of this space are so severe, one ought to refrain from frequent use. Where did these items originate? A deep, gravelly voice suddenly interjected. Zhang Liu realized she could not evade his inquiries. Looking into Xuanming's profound black eyes, she spoke, "I found this jar. The seasoning within is my own concoction that I have consumed it for many years, and I assure you, it is not poisonous. Such a curious jar. Where did you find it? It appears quite exquisite," Cain remarked, holding one in his hand, noting its smoothness. Yet it seemed fragile, easily shattering under pressure. Precisely because it appears unique, I felt compelled to collect it. Zhang Liu spoke without hesitation, maintaining her composure, that I stumbled upon it outside. Likely a relic from some tribe, that if you are curious, you may venture out. Perhaps you will discover a treasure. She was determined to never confess the truth, for the forest outside was vast, filled with peculiar flora and various beasts. As long as she did not produce anything too outrageous, she would be safe. Chapter 15. Be my mate, Xiao Yiye. How delightful. May I have a taste? Cain, drawn by the enticing aroma, shifted his focus from the previous topic. The enticing scent wafted from the food she had prepared. Thin slices of meat sizzled to a golden crisp, alongside brownish-white morsels also cooking down, their colors deepened by her seasonings, making them look delectable. "Wait," Xuanming raised his hand to halt him, turning to Zhang Liu. "You should sample a piece first, and I shall eat, as if I would poison it." Zhang Liu retorted with no hint of submission, directly picking up a slice of mushroom and tasting it. After swallowing the food, she turned to Xuanming, demonstrating that her dish was safe. That's satisfactory? Xuanming replied softly. Cain, emboldened now, followed suit, grabbing a piece and popping it into his mouth. "Xiaoye," he exclaimed, eyes sparkling with delight after just a few chews. "Delicious, absolutely delicious." The taste was indescribable, yet it bore a novelty that delighted his palate. "That of course my food is delicious," Zhang Liu boasted with pride. Having often cooked for herself, these dishes were a mere trifle. With more utensils and seasonings, she could create even more exquisite meals. The expressions displayed by Cain indicated that the food prepared by the little female was indeed extraordinary. Nearby, the other orcs, captivated by the aroma, gazed hungrily at the food in the pot, their mouths watering. "My king, shall we also sample for toxins?" One orc approached, wiping his mouth. Xuanming shot him a sidelong glance, and the orc quickly sensed the futility of his inquiry. "Do you wish to partake?" Zhang Liu asked, noticing Xuanming's unwavering gaze fixed on her stir-fried mushrooms. "That I will not eat," he coldly interrupted her. "Oh." Zhang Liu chose not to expose his pretense. Despite his apparent longing for the food, he feigned restraint. "Xuanming, her food is truly exceptional. I have never tasted anything so delightful," Cain exclaimed without exaggeration, genuinely appreciating the quality of her cooking. Devouring bite after bite. "That if you keep eating, you'll finish it all," Zhang Liu scolded, playfully swatting his hand away. Cain quickly withdrew his hand, realizing there were more pressing matters at hand as he watched the food being served into bowls. Zhang Liu continued preparing the remaining dishes. Every orc in the vicinity was adept at grilling meat, so she marinated the meat for a while, seasoning it with chili powder as they roasted it. Completing the rest of her task in the expansive space, all the orcs were transfixed by the sight of the grilling meat, swallowing hard as they flipped the pieces. Before noon, Zhang Liu had completed her own culinary creations. tomato, scrambled eggs, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, chicken soup, and fragrant steamed rice. The quantity of grilled meat far exceeded her dishes, as it was a staple in their daily meals due to limited resources. While the orcs dared only to sneak a piece of grilled meat, they hesitated to steal from Jiang Liu's fare. After finishing the grilled meat, they were left yearning for more, but refrained from indulging further for fear of being discovered. Beautiful female, please be my mate. Jiang Liu had just finished washing her hands after a morning's labor when a deep voice resonated behind her. Turning around, she beheld a robust male orc, broad-shouldered and muscular, clad in tattered beast skin. Beautiful female, I have feelings for you. Upon her gaze, the male orc's face flushed crimson, revealing his shyness that I have not seen you before. Moreover, had he even glimpsed her more than a few times, to profess affection so soon seemed absurd. From the moment you arrived at G Mountain, you captured my attention, that I truly like you. Beautiful female, will you be my mate? The orc appeared to summon tremendous courage, clenching his fists to suppress his nervousness. The notion of being mates suggested a romantic entanglement between them. Recalling her transmitted memories, she recognized that mating between orcs and females was termed as such, and the thought of intermingling with a creature of a different kind left her feeling disconcerted. You do not even know you. She would not agree to be your mate. He stepped forward, grasping her hand. The suitor glared at him, asserting, I am pursuing the female I admire. You have no right to interfere. Pursuing a female is not subject to external influence. Yet it seems you are drawn to her cooking rather than her. A.E. retorted. Jiang Liu gently patted his hand. Allow me to speak with him. A.E. hesitated, genuinely concerned she might accept the proposal. Yet he had no valid reason to impede her. Reluctantly, he released her hand. Jiang Liu met the eager gaze of the male orc with sincerity. I am sorry, but I cannot be your mate, that I do not know you. Nor have we spent time together. To enter into such a commitment without understanding one another feels untenable, that if he genuinely desired to be her mate. It was crucial that they engage in conversation and become acquainted, yet they were mere strangers, even unaware of each other's names. She found it exceedingly difficult to accept such a preposterous arrangement with an unfamiliar male orc. Perhaps he was merely captivated by some aspect of her, prompting his request. Very well, the orc sighed. Beautiful female, your food is delightful. I hope to taste it again in the future. Jiang Liu smiled and nodded. Eager to usher him away, I thought you wished to bond with him, He refrained from completing his thought. The orcs of G Mountain were notably robust, with few among them possessing frail constitutions. Should she truly embrace an orc as a partner, it would spare her much suffering. Yet, under the king's oppression, brought back by the king for reasons unknown, many orcs felt restless, yet dared not openly seek her hand. The masculine orc from earlier, possessing above-average capabilities in G Mountain, thus had the audacity to propose a bond with her. I shall not bond with anyone at present, at least not with an orc from G Mountain. She resolved, as she sought an opportunity to escape. He listened, his heart a tumult of joy and complexity. While he was pleased she rejected other males, her refusal to bond now troubled him. For he was a weaker orc, and this left him with scant hope. Jiang Liu pressed her lips together, uncertain of the current level of Xuanming's wariness towards her, and found it difficult to elevate his regard. The days until her departure remained fraught with challenge. With a sigh, she acknowledged the necessity of discerning Xuanming's preferences to tailor her approach. You may disperse now. Suddenly, several sharp-eyed orcs approached, directing their attention to the cave's inhabitants. The king has prepared new dwellings for you. We shall take you there now. Though Jiang Liu intended to follow, she was obstructed by an orc who firmly stated, The king has other plans for you. Fair female, please accompany us. Chapter 16. The alluring female. Her beauty was so striking that the orcs dared not lift their gazes to meet hers. Jiang Liu nodded and followed, inquiring, What does your king require of me? The females of the Fox clan have already arrived. The king requests your presence. What concern is it of mine regarding the Fox clan females? Jiang Liu questioned, perplexed. The king merely instructed me to bring you. The specifics elude me, the orc explained as he led her to a gathering of increasingly numerous orcs. The throng was bustling with orcs, allowing her to glimpse more females as she passed. All eyes turned towards her. What a beautiful female! So this is the one the king has brought back. She is far more stunning than the Fox clan females. My word, I thought the Fox clan females were exquisite. Yet I had no idea that G Mountain harbored even more beautiful ones. Such beauty is indeed rare. If only she were mine. Just an alluring female, relying solely on her looks, scoffed Noya, who, upon emerging, was immediately confronted by the sight of the detested female, her heart racing with alarm. The direction Zhang Liue was headed was precisely where the Fox clan females were being attended to. If that female were to discover such a stunning presence, she would undoubtedly resort to any means to humiliate her. With the sudden emergence of a beautiful orc in Ji Mountain, Noya had yet to inform the Fox clan females. Now, with them all present in Ji Mountain, there was no opportunity to do so. Should she see such a captivating female remaining in Ji Mountain, it would surely stir resentment within her. Noya could only hope that she would not be held accountable. Noya scrutinized Zhang Liue's slender figure, a cold smile creeping upon her lips. Within the vast stone cave, the interior was semicircular, with numerous indentations carved into the walls, where torches were mounted to mitigate the vast emptiness. In the center, smooth stones were arranged, contrasting with the uneven rocks outside, while some stones were covered with thick animal hides. Females of graceful stature, fair skin, and pleasing features reclined on the hides, adorned in pristine white fox fur. Among them, the foremost female surpassed the others of the Fox clan in beauty. Her features were delicate, her complexion fairer, and her form pleasingly curvaceous. The orcs of Ji Mountain stood at either side, their eyes fixed upon the impressive line of Fox clan females. "Ming, it has been too long. You have become even more handsome," Fox Yao Yao teased, extending her slender fingers to cover her lips. Her brows raised as she regarded the orc seated at the head of the table to eye in the depths of the gathering. Xuanming, clad in a black beast robe, exuded an air of languid indifference as he leaned against a specially crafted stone chair. Seemingly uninterested in his surroundings, his profound gaze appeared to linger at the entrance. Yet it was as if he regarded nothing at all, his demeanor so imposing that none dared approach, that he offered no response to Fox Yao Yao's playful banter. Unfazed, Fox Yao Yao, accustomed to his demeanor, smiled and then turned her attention to the relaxed figure of Kain. "Brother Yin, it has been ages since I last saw you." Kain chuckled softly. "You remain unchanged as ever." Fox Yao Yao caressed her face. "I have always cherished my appearance. Should it become marred, you would no longer admire me." "Nonsense. We have known each other for years. Why bring that up?" Kain nudged Xuanming beside him, urging him to respond. Yet Xuanming was disinclined to engage, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the stone, producing a crisp sound. "Yin stone, has it arrived?" At last, Xuanming turned his gaze to Fox Yao Yao's delicate visage. "Of course, anything you require, I shall provide. Yin stone was procured with great difficulty from my father." Fox Yao Yao's gaze lingered on Xuanming's flawless features, her heart fluttering with shyness. This face, she found herself increasingly enamored with. After a moment, she continued, "Might I inquire about the purpose of Yin stone?" "May I know, dear Ming?" Xuanming cast her a cold glance, dangerously captivating. Fox Yao Yao's heart raced, and she chuckled nervously. "I was merely asking. If Brother Ming is unwilling to share, then so be it. However, in exchange, I have cherished you for so long. It seems I must now offer Yin stone in return for the chance to bond with you. Even if you do not favor me now, I believe time will win your heart." Fox Yao Yao's alluring gaze sparkled, her eyes glinting with a fox-like charm, captivating and bewitching, fixated on Xuanming. Kain raised an eyebrow. Arms crossed, his expression one of amusement. This Fox clan female possessed seduction tactics that rivaled his own. Yet some would not be so easily swayed by her charms. Even with Xiao Yu's breathtaking beauty, he had not entertained such notions. Still, there remained a distinction. Kain withdrew his gaze only to notice a diminutive figure standing at the entrance. Xuanming, too, recognized her immediately. A female stood at the open cave entrance, her expression one of confusion. "Xiao Yu, come here," Kain beckoned with a smile, raising his hand. Zhang Liue hesitated, surveying the orcs present, realizing that all seated in the center were females, markedly different from those of Ji Mountain. The females here were all fair-skinned, similarly tall yet shapely, and she felt a pang of envy at her own somewhat lacking figure. Upon hearing Yin's call, her gaze fell upon two striking figures at the forefront, their eyes fixed intently on her. Zhang Liue's appearance instantly captured their attention, and they whispered amongst themselves, "She is even more beautiful than the Fox clan females." The foremost female of the Fox clan was renowned for her beauty. Yet the one the king brought back eclipsed her. I agree. This stunning female was only brought back a few days ago. Perhaps the king has taken a liking to her. That could be. The king is currently considering bonding with a Fox clan female, but might not alter his plans for this beautiful newcomer. You have a point. Her beauty is undeniable, though the king does not speak of it. Have you not noticed that aside from Lord Cain, only beautiful females are permitted closest to him? Indeed, I believe the stunning female only approached because of the king's allowance, their hushed whispers. Those soft, reached Fox Yao Yao, whose capabilities surpassed those of her peers. She furrowed her brows, eyeing the approaching female. The brightness outside was overwhelming. At the entrance, she had struggled to discern the features, but now, as the female drew closer, her face became cleared at a pair of dazzling black eyes, a petite nose, crimson lips, and cheeks faintly flushed, with black hair cascading over her shoulders. She was diminutive in stature, emanating an aura of protectiveness. Fox Yao Yao felt a surge of alarm. Chapter 17. A Beauty Beyond the Realm. This female was undeniably extraordinary in her beauty. No doubt about it. Her complexion was even fairer than her own. Having never encountered a female fairer than herself, Hu Yao Yao couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The more she observed, the more she felt that the beauty before her was extraordinary, possessing a grace that seemed to transcend this continent. Conflicted emotions swirled within her as she gazed at this visage, more exquisite than her own, and her jealousy grew ever stronger. The orcs nearby were almost entirely fixated on her. Frowning, Hu Yao Yao suddenly directed her gaze upwards toward the orcs. Xuanming and Cain were both watching this enchanting female. When they had first caught sight of her, their attention had not been so intense. But now, with her presence, they were transfixed, at a sense of rivalry stirred within Hu Yao Yao, making her increasingly uncomfortable. It felt as if the brilliance that belonged to her had been abruptly snatched away. "Come here, Xiaoye, sit beside me," Cain beckoned, patting the cushion next to him, which was layered with several pieces of animal hide. Jiang Liu approached, observing the lively scene before her with a sense of bewilderment. Now, with her inclusion, there were three seated, surrounded by the Fox tribe females and the orcs of Ji Mountain. Jiang Liu found herself perched higher than the others, feeling entirely out of place in her elevated position. She tilted her head slightly, murmuring, "Perhaps I should join those females instead." For some reason, she felt several unusual gazes directed her way, distinct from the curiosity and admiration emanating from the orcs. Not dwelling on it further, she composed herself. Suddenly, a procession of male orcs approached, each holding a bowl. Before the stone table of the Fox tribe females lay a series of stone bowls, filled with vibrantly colored dishes. These were the stir-fried delicacies prepared by Jiang Liu, along with roasted meats crafted by other orcs. Following Jiang Liu's instructions, they had warmed the previously cool dishes over a fire, transforming them into something pleasantly warm. "Wow, it smells so delicious," exclaimed one of the Fox tribe females. Captivated by the aroma wafting from the food, "I have never encountered such fragrant dishes." Another female chimed in. Hu Yao Yao glanced over at the colorful array of food, marveling at how the ingredients had been so skillfully transformed that their original forms were unrecognizable. It was truly remarkable that the orcs of Ji Mountain were capable of creating such exquisite cuisine. She took a tentative bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Delicious," the other females mirrored her expression, their faces filled with shock. Xuanming, the orcs of Ji Mountain not only possess great strength, but also excel in culinary arts. Hu Yao Yao chimed playfully, glancing up at the typically reticent Xuanming with eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm. "Such delightful fare. The females of Ji Mountain must be living in luxury, that if only we could entice an orc to join our Fox tribe, we too could share in this bounty." Cain interjected teasingly. "That is not the work of the orcs of Ji Mountain. The cave dwellers are known solely for their roasted meats, Hu Yao Yao paused, her curiosity piqued as she turned to Cain. Then who is the skilled orc responsible for such remarkable dishes? If they could indeed recruit someone from the Fox tribe, the females would no longer have to endure monotonous meals. "Why, it is Xiaoye's creation," Cain replied, glancing toward the dazed Jiang Liu beside him. Hu Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief that it was this female, who was even more beautiful than herself. She can't possibly have prepared all this. She appears so frail, thought Hu Yao Yao, as the Fox tribe females around her shared her astonishment. unable to fathom that such delightful dishes could come from a slender female, assuming instead that they were crafted by the burly orcs of the cave. Cain chuckled softly. Xiaoye, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. They left speechless. Zhangli noticed the stone table before them was now bare. Have you all had your fill? Of course. Good things must be savored first, Cain replied, raising an eyebrow. If we wait for the fox tribe females to arrive, the food will be cold. The first to enjoy will undoubtedly be me and Xuanming. Besides, I have been eagerly anticipating your cooking. That he nudged Xuanming's arm with his elbow. Isn't that right? You too find it delectable. Ordinary, Xuanming replied, not even bothering to glance in their direction, his voice steady. Ordinary, Cain smirked, choosing not to expose him. When the food had first been presented, he had claimed to disdain peculiar dishes. Yet after a few tantalizing bites, he had devoured them eagerly. Had it not been for Cain's intervention, insisting that the fox tribe females had yet to taste, he would have polished off the entire spread. Brother Ian, are you jesting? Hu Yaoyao could hardly believe that this delectable food had been crafted by her. Do you doubt my words? Cain suddenly lowered his gaze, a hint of displeasure evident that Hu Yaoyao faltered. Feeling hesitant to press further, observing the expressions of the nearby orcs, they appeared unfazed. Could it be true, as Cain had stated, that this food was indeed made by that female? Hu Yaoyao could not bring herself to believe it. Yet she had no grounds to question it. Silently, she finished the food in her bowl, feeling her appetite grow, wishing for more. Constrained by her status, she gently wiped her mouth with a clean piece of animal hide. Smiling as she turned to Xuanming. Xuanming, have you given thought to our union? Yin Stone, he replied succinctly to Hu Yaoyao was taken aback. Looking into Xuanming's impassive eyes, the T.O. bond with him, she would need to trade Yin Stone. Such a transaction held no sincerity. Yet, she was equally complicit. However, within the fox tribe, which orc would dare to engage in such a bargain with her? Only he would. Hu Yaoyao clenched her arms tightly. Feeling the weight of her authority within her tribe starkly contrasted by her current humble status in Ji Mountain. Gritting her teeth for a moment, she composed herself, raising the corners of her lips into a smile as she gazed at Xuanming. Of course, should we successfully unite, I will surely compensate you. Cain interjected, then let our sister Yaoyao reside in Ji Mountain for the time being. There is no rush regarding the union today. Hu Yaoyao nodded, casting a final glance in Zhang Liu's direction. Their eyes met, and as Hu Yaoyao withdrew her gaze, she turned back to Xuanming. That I have heard that many of the orcs in Ji Mountain remain in bonded. The females of our tribe believe that the orcs here are quite valiant. Perhaps they might find suitable partners among them. That I find this notion agreeable. What say you, Xuanming? Cain noted that this idea was indeed promising. There were few females in Ji Mountain. While the fox tribe females were renowned for their beauty, Hu Yaoyao's agreement to allow her kin to seek partners posed no disadvantage to either side. Xuanming's profound gaze glimmered with an unusual light. Let them emerge under the night sky to choose their companions. That as soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding orcs nearly erupted with excitement at the prospect of bonding with the fox tribe females. Chapter 18. Clinging to him relentlessly after the gathering concluded, Hu Yaoyao, along with all the fox tribe females, found themselves encircled by a throng of orcs. She furrowed her brow, forcing a smile as she struggled to break free from the crowd. Upon escaping, she spotted Noya, who had been waiting for her. The two exchanged glances before making their way toward a more secluded area. Xuanming, shall we take a look? No need, Xuanming replied, squinting as he gazed in the direction where the two figures vanished. His eyes deep and inscrutable. You and the fox tribe females had intentions of bonding. Why then pursue them? Zhang Liu noted that the most beautiful fox tribe female was departing with Nuoya, suggesting they were already acquainted. Bonding? Xuanming looked at her, his tone resolute. Not possible. Yet you just agreed to her, Zhang Liu murmured. If not for bonding, then what purpose? If you were to bond, her chances of gaining favor would diminish. Though Xuanming's choice of partner was of no concern to her, her involvement in the task made their connection significant. That I would never bond with her. It is merely a transaction. That Zhang Liu felt a wave of relief wash over her. From now on, stay by my side. Zhang Liu's eyes widened, round and expressive. Stay with you. She blinked, bewildered. Wasn't he one to avoid close interactions with females? Why would he want her to remain at his side? I have prepared accommodations for you. Henceforth, you shall reside with me. Xuanming cast her a dispassionate glance. Live with you? Zhonglia's face flushed crimson. Surely, he did not mean they would share a bed. Biting her lip, she thought this might not be appropriate. Xuanming stated, this is an order. Do you intend to disobey? Zhongli shook her head vigorously. For the sake of the task, sharing a roof with him seemed reasonable. After all, she had already seen him in a state of undress. Indeed, for the mission, she concluded. What a pity. I had hoped to have Xiaoya stay with me instead. Kane feigned a pitiful expression, gazing at Zhang Liu. She brushed away the goosebumps on her arms. Ignoring his stare, that I in a secluded thicket. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of grass in the wind, that I instructed you to inform me of any discoveries. What now? You fail to notice such a large female. Hu Yaoyao glared at her, and Noya shrank her head, a flicker of fear appearing in her eyes that I didn't. That female has only been at G Mountain for a few days. So, you haven't contacted me during these days? I was unable to leave G Mountain these past few days, making it difficult to reach out to you. However, I didn't think that female would be of any significance. Hence my lack of concern. Continue and explain what transpired. Hu Yaoyao's expression was cold. Even though she was brought back by the king himself, he cast her into the cave. Yes, you know, the orcs in the cave are the lowest rank in G Mountain. Perhaps that female has committed some offense. Hu Yaoyao snorted softly, her eyes brimming with hidden wrath. Just now, that female sat in a position I have never occupied. What do you think that signifies? I truly know nothing about this. All I am aware of is that the female was assigned to serve as food for the Fox clan's females. Beyond that, I am not informed. Noya hesitated, her gaze flickering nervously. Moreover, she was taken away by the orcs of G Mountain, and I did not see her, thus had no chance to contact you. Not hearing her response, Noya grasped her hand tightly. I swear, every word I speak is the truth. Hu Yaoyao cast a glance at her, noticing a dried red mark on her face. What happened to your face? Noya's tension momentarily flickered across her features. I confronted that female today, fearing she might take your mate, and as a result, she choked on her words, continuing, she scratched my face with a stone. Upon hearing this, Hu Yaoyao furrowed her brows tightly. She is indeed formidable. Even a female dares to act so violently. Did you not inform me? Noya lowered her gaze in fear that I did not dare. Today is your day to visit G Mountain. And I would not want to ruin your plans. The Hu Yaoyao snorted in disdain. Tio think that she would wreak havoc upon my people. That female shall pay dearly. When I saw her arrive at the cave, there was indeed no grand display. Yet to occupy that position, I underestimated her. Speak, aside from performing menial tasks, what else can she do? Aside from that, she seems to do nothing else. I have not observed her undertaking any other tasks. Noya replied honestly that Hu Yaoyao scoffed that it appears she is not particularly impressive. Aside from her culinary skills, she relies solely on her appearance. The only thing Xuanming is attracted to is her trivial beauty. Once that beauty fades, she will naturally be discarded. First, I shall deal with her, then with Xuanming. His strength grows ever more formidable. Should he take a mate, I could absorb a portion of his power. If my father develops a method to acquire all of his abilities, Xuanming will be at my mercy. The smile at the corners of Hu Yaoyao's lips widened, her thoughts dancing with delightful possibilities. In the secluded, tranquil cave, brightly lit, illuminating every corner, Xuanming stood at the entrance, motionless, gazing at the orc seated upon the stone bed. Draped in a half-open black robe, he leaned against the head of the stone table. His inky hair cascading down with eyelashes resembling raven feathers and dark eyes akin to polished lacquer. Slightly tilting his head, he appeared relaxed and unconstrained. Come here. Xuanming obediently approached, standing before him. However, as she was standing, her current perspective allowed her to look down upon him. Realizing this might displease him, she sidled closer to his side. Accompany this king to the bathing waters. What do you mean? Xuanming turned her head. Puzzled, do you not know about bathing? Xuanming lifted his gaze slightly, retrieving a piece of clean animal skin. Xuanming took a pristine piece of animal skin from the cornerstone table. As she approached him, he directly encircled her slender waist with his hand, his voice deep and commanding. Hold tight. Before Xuanming could react, she felt a rush of wind as he pulled her outside the cave. Instinctively, she clung to Xuanming. The wind was too fierce, and she dared not open her eyes wide. Xuanming's favorability wound up clinging to him, increased his favorability. Xuanming tightened her grip, yet this time it did not rise further. Is it too heavy? Are you that frightened? His voice came from above that a bit. After a moment, they came to a halt. Xuanming quickly released him, standing upright, although the evening breeze was slightly chilly. She felt a warmth spreading across her face that as she watched Xuanming gradually loosen his robe, revealing his well-toned chest. She instantly covered her eyes. What are you doing? Bathing. Seeing his current actions, Xuanming suddenly comprehended. Are you suggesting we bathe together? She was momentarily petrified. Why would he bring her along to bathe? Terrified, she opened her fingers just slightly, watching him shed his robe, which blended almost seamlessly with the night. His broad shoulders were complemented by well-defined abs. 1.238. Having not noticed before, now scrutinizing him closely, his physique was indeed, as she had imagined, impressive. Looking further down, Xuanming felt her face growing hotter, akin to a volcano erupting, her mind becoming fuzzy, and two streams of warmth trickling down her nose. Realizing she resembled a peeping Tom, she abruptly closed her hands again, her voice slightly stammering. What are you doing, stripping in front of a female? Did you not already see my body? Xuanming cast a sidelong glance, a reckless smile gracing his lips. Are you shy? You were the one who clung to me that day without letting go. Chapter 19. I had no intention of looking at your body. I did not. Xuanming retorted nervously. You make me sound like an old pervert. I only saw part of you that day. Not the whole. It's not like you're doing this now, completely exposed without a hint of modesty. Hurry and put your clothes back on. I have no desire to see your body. Xuanming restrained her urge to open her fingers. A splash of water sounded. Come to the bathing waters. Xuanming silently opened her fingers, catching sight of his sturdy back, and lowered her hands that seemed her interpretation was indeed correct. But why do you want me to come to bathe with you? Do you expect me to scrub your back? Xuanming smirked. That is precisely my intention. Xuanming was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback before she spoke that it's dark and windy, with only us males and females. It feels inappropriate. Yet her eyes remained glued to his broad back. He appeared devoid of any excess flesh, akin to a perfectly sculpted physique. And oh wonder she found it hard to look away. This was her first encounter with such a well-built body, causing her blood to surge. Clearing her throat, she attempted to mask her lecherous gaze. The Fox clan's female just arrived. Surely you have intentions of taking her as your mate, although it cannot be said as such now. Her bringing you bathing waters would surely align with your desires. Xuanming pouted. Bathing a male is far less favorable than having a man serve me. The man before her would undoubtedly be unwilling. If it were him serving her, she might very well lose her head. Did I end the battle between a man and life? She knew where to draw the line. Do you truly believe I would take her as my mate? Xuanming's gaze darkened as he heard her stress this point. Feeling somewhat displeased, I noticed that the Fox clan's female has an evident affection for you. If you like her, you should not have me serving your bathing needs. If you do not, then it is even more inappropriate to agree to take her as a mate. You possess keen insight. Xuanming's words were ambiguous, neither mockery nor praise. You assume she loves me? Is it not so? The affection displayed on the Fox clan female's face is unmistakable. Merely a fade. You mean to say her affection for you is all an act? Xuanming lightly affirmed, his deep gaze sweeping toward her. Can you not discern this? Xuanming touched her nose, pondering. How would I know? Every word she speaks is filled with concern for you. A thought crossed her mind. She glanced at him again. I believe you do not like her. You must need that stone. What was it called? Yin stone. Yes. The yin stone must be very important to you, considering you are willing to trade your later years for it. Perhaps I no longer require the yin stone. Xuanming cast her a significant glance, leaving Xuanming utterly baffled. He did not elaborate further. Wash my body. Half of his form was hidden beneath the water. Xuanming felt speechless. Clutching the animal skin she had been holding, she crouched behind him. How am I to wash you? Scrub your back. Anything but. Xuanming's gaze curiously wandered downward again, but in the darkness. She could see nothing. The animal skin is wet. I have no objection if you wish to join me in the water. Absolutely not. Xuanming replied firmly. The water was too cold. They were orcs. Undoubtedly accustomed to it, But her body was naturally frail, and the night would only exacerbate her chill. She soaked the animal skin in the water, wrung it out, and began to wipe his back. Her fingers grasped the skin tightly, fearful of touching his back. Apply more pressure. Zhang Liue, feeling rather despondent, pressed her lips together and, akin to scrubbing clothes, rubbed his back, envisioning a washboard before her to serve him. With so many demands, why did the Fiery Mountains females have to select her? The pressure of her hands increased, almost as if she wished to scrub him to death. Yet, her strength felt akin to mere tickling to him. Xuanming's lips curled into a faint smile, sensing the escalating force behind him, seemingly fueled by her frustration. Remarkably, his body remained relaxed. Before long, Zhang Liue's hands grew weary to the point of near immobility. That should suffice. You can clean that area yourself, she implied without stating it outright. Attending to his body felt akin to labor without remuneration, filling her with resentment. Xuanming turned slightly to observe her, noting her hands tremble as she struggled to hold the animal skin steady. Perhaps set it down for now. With a swish, Xuanming rose abruptly, his black beast robe seemingly possessing a magical quality, enveloping him entirely. Before Zhang Liue could truly comprehend, he was donned in the robe, standing on the ground. She shook herself from her reverie, casting the animal skin aside and rubbing her sore arms. Is that all it takes to exhaust you? Your physique is as solid as stone. I merely needed to apply a bit more force. She genuinely pondered what his body was made of. As unyielding as an iron plate. Xuanming chuckled softly. What is so amusing? Under the night sky, illuminated solely by the moonlight, the faint glow highlighted his face, his deep-set eyes glimmering, complemented by a sharply defined jawline. Zhang Liue averted her gaze, realizing that while he typically exuded coldness, he appeared quite handsome when smiling that we're returning. Soon, I shall take you to witness a splendid spectacle. Da-da. Zhang Liue was unaware of what he meant by spectacle when he suddenly drew her into his embrace. The place they returned to was not his cave. A cacophony of fervent sounds erupted around them, with beasts growling softly and engaging in conversation. Today, many females from the fox tribe have come. Our Fiery Mountains beasts can finally seek partners they desire. Indeed, there are few females in the Fiery Mountain, and they often pair with higher-ranked beasts. I wonder if the fox tribe's females have high standards. I've been striving to enhance my abilities these past few days. I should be able to find a mate. Before them, a circle of bonfires blazed, surrounded by countless beasts. The fox tribe's females were encircled, showcasing their skills or offering items favored by the females to attract them. The previously quiet area became lively with their commotion. The only notable absence was the most beautiful female of the fox tribe. Wang Dut, a keen-eyed beast, quickly spotted the all-black Xuanming. The sound of his name. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the gathering. All beasts simultaneously halted their actions, bowing in deference, their faces awash with respect. Beside him was a female, the most exquisite in the Fiery Mountain. All the beasts exchanged glances, astonished. Their king was so close to a female, even embracing her waist. This sight was beyond their wildest imaginations. Witnessing their noble king engage with a female was extraordinarily rare. Chapter 20. Who told you I wish to mate? Xuanming glanced at the roasted meat set aside, lowering his gaze to her. You haven't eaten much today. Are you hungry? Zhang Liue looked up, meeting his dark eyes. Shaking her head, I'm not hungry. Had he been observing her all along? She had indeed eaten very little, and he seemed to know the quantity. Fox tribe females, my possessions are substantial. Choose me. What do you have? Mine is even larger, quite sufficient. What use is that size? My abilities are formidable. I can secure more prey. Fox tribe females, select me. With Xuanming's approval, the beasts of the Fiery Mountain boldly sought out the fox tribe females, clamoring to claim them. Zhang Liue stood there, stunned by the spectacle. Among them, some males deliberately flaunted their masculine attributes, eager to compare with others. Zhang Liue raised her head, yet before she could discern the size of the most vocal male's display, darkness enveloped her vision. She pushed aside his hand, looking up at him. What are you doing? You have such a peculiar interest. What peculiar interest? Zhang Liue questioned, perplexed. Their masculine displays. Xuanming replied with a cold smile. Do you wish to gauge which is superior in order to select a partner? What does that have to do with finding a partner? Zhang Liue found his words bewildering, that as her mind whirled. Connecting the dots, she suddenly realized that their talk of masculine displays might refer to that area. A shiver ran down her spine as she regarded Xuanming's scrutinizing gaze. Given his assertion, it was likely something unspeakable, further altering her perception of life among the beasts. They approached everything with ferocity. Even that organ had to exhibit its uniqueness, competing in size. Thankfully, her curiosity was interrupted by Xuanming. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed by the sight of several at once. Though she had a slight inclination toward the risku, she couldn't openly gawk at others' attributes. Before long, the beasts showcased their masculine displays, finally donning their animal skins. Zhongli noted the overwhelming number of males present. Previously, she had heard of a significant imbalance between males and females, with females being scarce and the males unwilling to let any female slip away. Witnessing it firsthand, a single female could be surrounded by multiple males. The nearest male, not unattractive, accepted the courting requests of over a dozen males. She pondered deeply how their future lives as mates would be arranged. Brother Ming. Suddenly, a shy voice cut through the noise. Fox Yaoyao had just squeezed her way out from a throng of males and spotted Xuanming beside Jiang Liu. Her previously joyful expression froze. After a moment, she regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips as she approached. Brother Ming, why didn't you call for me? She then turned to Jiang Liu. I almost forgot to ask. How close are you and Brother Ming? You cling to him daily. Jiang Liu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Looking into her smiling eyes, Jiang Liu felt no warmth, sensing something amiss at that moment. A low voice pierced the air. From now on, she is one of my fiery mountain's beasts. Though a seemingly ordinary statement, spoken by him, it carried profound implications. This declaration was understood by all beasts. No one had ever compelled their king to utter such words. Fox Yaoyao was acutely aware of the weight of his words. Her grip on the animal skin tightened, as if she might tear it asunder. After a pause, she managed to smile, her face radiant. Brother Ming, do you not desire the yin stone? Are you threatening me? Upon seeing his gaze grow icy, akin to a sharp blade piercing through her heart, her pupils constricted. No, I am not threatening Brother Ming, that it's just that we are all to mate now. Isn't it a bit unfair to involve other females? Who told you I wish to mate? Fox Yaoyao's eyes widened in shock. You did not refuse me today. So you assumed I intended to mate with you. A sardonic smile curled Xuanming's lips. What Kai-en said does not represent me. Brother Ming, tears glimmered in Fox Yaoyao's eyes, that I've liked you for so long, that can't you consider our time together and mate with me? Xuanming's cold gaze bore into her. Mate? Or are you harboring other intentions? Fox Yaoyao, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Brother Ming, how can you think so of me? Fox Yaoyao's eyes reflected a moment of helplessness, that I never harbored any ulterior motives towards you. If you think this way because of that female, it would truly sadden me. Then let your heart ache. To Xuanming's chilling words left Fox Yaoyao rooted in place. Zhongli nearly burst into laughter, biting her lip to stifle it. How could he express such cold-hearted sentiments with a temperature of 37 degrees? Do you not wish for the yin stone? Fox Yaoyao, unwilling to concede, sought to gauge any remaining possibilities for redemption. Is the yin stone you brought genuine? His piercing gaze locked onto her. Her heart raced. She felt as though all her actions were laid bare under his scrutiny. Oh, of course it's real. How could I present you with a counterfeit yin stone? Xuanming let out a cold laugh, instructing a nearby beast to bring her yin stone forth. Before long, a piece of marten fur was placed in Xuanming's hands. Upon opening it, a dim red stone lay within. Xuanming held it. Is this what you refer to as the yin stone? Fox Yaoyao's eyes flickered slightly. Of course. In an instant, the stone disintegrated in a fine powder in his grasp. Shock flooded Fox Yaoyao's expression. Brother Ming, why did you destroy the yin stone? Are you still certain this is the yin stone, instead of an ordinary stone? Xuanming slightly lowered his gaze, observing the stone powder that fell like sand, devoid of any energetic sensation, merely an ordinary stone stained with color. How could this be? Hu Yaoyao shook her head, asserting that what she brought to him was indeed the yin stone. Could it have been swapped by someone else? She felt a surge of anxiety and regret that on the journey to Ji Mountain, she suddenly conceived the idea of using an ordinary stone to masquerade as the yin stone, for the yin stone held such significance for Xuanming. It might possess extraordinary utility. Should he acquire it, it would become increasingly difficult for her to exert control over him. She instructed the beastmen to return with the yin stone, only to be ambushed by a rogue beast halfway through. Hu Yaoyao was both furious and distressed. With the yin stone lost, she had no choice but to employ her original ruse, using an ordinary stone to deceive him. Yet, to her astonishment, Xuanming saw through the ruse at a glance. Despite having never laid eyes on the yin stone, "Brother Ming, I know nothing, truly. I am utterly unaware of what the yin stone is. It was brought back from Beast King City by my father beast. Perhaps my father beast was also deceived and purchased a counterfeit yin stone." Hu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with pleading tears, appearing most pitiable. She cried out, "Is it because of me that you are determined to avoid becoming my mate?" She referred to Zhang Liue. Chapter 21. Do you want to sleep with me? Zhang Liue was utterly bewildered. Why was she being ensnared again? Fox tribe female. Such words do not bode well, that if he wished to mate, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? You. Hu Yaoyao stared incredulously at her, not anticipating that the female before her possessed such formidable verbal prowess, leaving her speechless with a single sentence. She steadied her nerves, finally managing to quell her inner turmoil, when Xuanming presented her with a knife, its edge glimmering sharply. She conceded, "You are correct. I have never intended to form a mating bond with you." Hu Yaoyao felt a surge of frustration and anger, having been wounded by two individuals in quick succession. Her tightly clenched fists remained unyielding throughout. After a lengthy pause, she spoke, "Brother Ming, I have disturbed you." At the moment she turned away, her eyes appeared venomous, shrouded in darkness. "You shall pay for this." As night fell, they prepared to retire. Xuanming gazed up at the darkening sky. Ditto. Zhang Liu raised her chin slightly, admiring his chiseled jawline, realizing he genuinely disdained the previous Fox tribe female. Yet, why had he needed her yin stone before, and now found it unnecessary? Zhang Liu struggled to comprehend his thought process, especially after he had just offended her. As long as it did not impede her affairs, she was indifferent. Upon entering the secluded cave, Zhang Liu surveyed her surroundings. Though spacious, it was sparsely furnished, epitomizing simplicity. "Am I to sleep in this room? Do you wish to sleep with me?" Xuanming countered. Zhang Liu was momentarily speechless, finally replying, "Then why did you bring me to your cave? I have arranged a cave for you." Just next door, Zhang Liu touched her nose, murmuring an agreement. The proximity was convenient for her tasks. Xuanming noticed the animal skin she wore was soiled. He frowned slightly. "You should wash yourself. Do you use cold water like you?" Zhang Liu's eyes widened. What else would you prefer?" "The temperature is too low. Bathing in cold water will give me a cold." "Could the beastmen heat the cold water first?" Xuanming gazed into her earnest eyes. "Very well." Before long, several beastmen arrived at the entrance with a large basin of hot water. Zhang Liu beheld a sizable stone pot capable of accommodating several beastmen, with two large stones propped nearby. Utilizing the traditional method of friction fire, as dry twigs and grass blazed beneath, in a short while, the water reached a warm temperature, prompting Zhang Liu to instruct them to cease the fire. Fearing that if they continued, she would scald herself while bathing. Adding cold water would be too troublesome. "Thank you." Zhang Liu smiled, her eyes sparkling, resembling a crescent moon. Not at all. The assisting male beastmen were momentarily entranced. A chilling glare suddenly enveloped them, and they snapped back to reality, noticing the imposing figure of the male beast behind her, the aura of authority suffusing the air, rendering them nearly incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. "Female, we shall take our leave." Zhang Liu turned to Xuanming, whose icy gaze reverted to its usual demeanor. "I am going to wash myself. Zhang Liu queried incredulously. "I am going to wash myself." Xuanming responded with another Zhang Liu blinked. "I need to undress to wash properly." Xuanming lowered his gaze to her perplexed expression, his eyes trailing downward, noticing her delicate neck, which glimmered enticingly under the moonlight. His throat tightened slightly. It was cold outside, and she needed to act quickly. Understood. Zhang Liu confirmed he had retreated to his dwelling before decisively shedding her animal skin. The pot was wide and tall enough to reach her waist, facilitating her access to the water. She scooped water with her hands and poured it over herself, the warm liquid cascading down, prompting her to close her eyes in comfort. Beneath the moonlight, Her graceful figure and perfect curves were illuminated. Droplets of water cascading over her exquisite form. Feeling refreshed, a cool breeze swept by, and Jiang suddenly realized she had lingered too long in her bath. She hastily grabbed a clean animal skin to dry herself. Searching for a change of clothes, she lamented her lack of spare garments. Jiang Liu wished to ask Xuanming for a clean animal skin, and as she turned, her gaze collided with a pair of profound eyes. Her mind buzzed, and as another gust of cold wind brushed past, she became acutely aware of her nakedness. Jiang Liu could hardly fathom whether he had witnessed her entire undressing. Quickly, she used the discarded clothing to shield her modesty. Her cheeks flushed, burning with embarrassment. Why you? Why are you here? Is something amiss with the king? A voice from behind, belonging to a beastman, suddenly interrupted. Jiang Liu's heart raced to its peak, amidst her confusion over whether to cover the front or the back. She felt as though she might be completely exposed when a shadow flashed before her, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace, engulfed in darkness that a cold breath wafted from his nose. Her face brushed against the thin animal skin, and the warmth of his chest rose and fell beneath her. King, what is happening? Who sent you here? A low, husky voice resonated from above. King, we merely happened upon this place and did not mean to intrude. The beastmen, fearing his wrath, fled in haste. The cave returned to silence, and the firm grip around her waist loosened. Jiang Li peeked out, still clutching the animal skin tightly to her body. She lowered her head. I forgot to bring a clean animal skin. In the next moment, a pristine animal skin appeared in his hand. He tossed it to her, and Jiang Liu quickly caught it, her fingers spinning it around. Xuanming turned around, arms crossed over his chest, awaiting her to dress. Jiang Liu swiftly donned her clothing, exclaiming, I'm dressed. Recalling the earlier unexpected encounter, she bit her lip and, after a moment, spoke. I was just washing myself. How did you arrive? She was certain he had seen her completely unclothed. Jiang Liu's face grew increasingly warm, her cheeks flushed, nearly reaching her ears, seeing you had not brought an animal skin outside. It is too cold. You might catch a chill. Oh, I see. She nearly misjudged him as a voyeur. Jiang Liu exhaled in relief, though she felt a tinge of embarrassment at having been seen. Her gaze lowered, oblivious to the sly smile that curled at the corners of Xuanming's lips. Shall I head to my own room now? You may. It is quite late. The night was as dark as ink. The only sounds being the chirps of crickets, a serene stillness settling in, indicating it was indeed time to rest. Jiang Liu approached the entrance of the adjacent cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Xuanming entered beside her, and in but a moment, the torches ignited, illuminating the entire cave. Jiang Liu glanced around. Though this cave was not as expansive as his, it contained far more furnishings. The stone bed was layered with numerous animal skins. And nearby was a pot for cooking, separated by a stone slab. In the center stood a round stone table and 2 round stone stools, all meticulously crafted, appearing as if finely polished. Even the stone table in his own cave lacked such perfection. Chapter 22. The Grievance of Jiang Liu felt a chill and approached the bed, wrapping a soft animal skin around herself. I'm going to sleep now. See you tomorrow. As Xuanming turned to leave. He paused momentarily upon hearing her words, then responded, See you tomorrow. The firelight in the cave extinguished instantly. Jiang Liu watched his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. She lay on the bed, the animal skins enveloping her, feeling no chill whatsoever. Opening her mind to the system, she was astonished to find Xuanming's favorability rating at 25. When had it increased so significantly? Previously, it had risen incrementally. A slow process that had tested her patience. Now, recalling the progress, such a substantial gain had been achieved. At this rate, she was merely half a step away from success. Jiang Liu's mind recalled the indifferent face of Xuanming. It seemed that despite the frosty exterior, there was warmth within. That a faint smile graced her lips as she clutched a piece of animal hide, slowly drifting into slumber. The inky night sky gradually faded, giving way to a blue-white hue that enveloped the heavens, pristine and devoid of any impurities. Jiang Liu, with drowsy eyes, slowly opened them to find the world outside aglow. Sitting up in bed, after stretching lazily, she descended from her bed and approached the riverbank to wash her face and rinse her mouth. Lacking toothpaste, she worried that her teeth would yellow and decay further as she opened her mouth. She caught a glimpse of her tidy teeth in the water's reflection that a brief period would not harm her teeth. Yet relying solely on water for cleaning was not advisable. She resolved to seek out some mint or similar items for a more thorough cleansing. Host, based on your excellent task completion rating, the shopping mall system has been unlocked for you, allowing you to exchange points for desired items. Jiang Liu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and quickly accessed the shopping mall system. It was divided into 4 categories: clothing, food, shelter, and miscellaneous items. Upon opening the clothing section, she found only a single piece of leopard skin, thick in texture, but unsuitable for the current temperature that I in the food section. There were the condiments she needed, such as soy sauce. The shelter category offered a simple wooden bed, reminiscent of the rigid beds from her former world. Lastly, the miscellaneous section displayed her immediate needs: a toothbrush and toothpaste. There was also a lighter, and in another box, a pill caught her attention. Jiang Liu focused intently and read the description labeled teleportation pill. Upon consumption, this item allows instant transfer to a safe area. The destination is randomly generated, ensuring safety. Only one can be exchanged. Jiang Liu was taken aback. This pill could be useful, though it was unfortunate that only one could be redeemed. Examining the exchange price, she noted it was 500 points each, significantly higher than other items. However, in a life-or-death situation, it seemed worth the cost. Xiao Lu, are there no other items available? The selection is quite limited. Host, the items in the shopping mall system are updated continuously. The more points you earn, the more items will be available. Jiang Liu suddenly realized that earning points was not as easy as she had thought. Being a shopping enthusiast in such a simplistic beast world, if the variety of goods increased, she would undoubtedly succumb to the temptation of excessive purchases, cluttering her space with her acquisitions. Furthermore, the cave felt too empty. She needed to acquire some practical items to adorn her surroundings. Fortunately, there were not many new items yet, as Xuanming's task remained incomplete, and her current points were insufficient for leisure. She swiftly spent 10 points to redeem a set of toothpaste and tools. Squeezing a dollop onto her toothbrush, after brushing her teeth, her mouth felt refreshingly clean. Jiang Liu noticed her stomach felt flat and returned to the cave, spotting the large stone pot in the corner. She spent another 10 points to acquire a lighter. She had saved some ingredients from yesterday, including 2 eggs. Aware of her limited strength, she felt relieved to have the lighter, eliminating the need for the primitive method of fire starting. She positioned the stone pot between 2 stones, filling the base with dry grass, but still needed water. Jiang Liu found a thick leaf, several palms wide, at the riverbank and filled it with water. To prevent it from leaking, she laid a piece of animal hide beneath it. Pouring the water into the stone pot, she ignited the flame with a lighter and placed the 2 remaining eggs inside. After a while, she noticed tiny bubbles forming in the water. When the time seemed right, Jiang Liu covered the flames with the damp animal hide, smothering the oxygen, which extinguished the once flaming kindling. Using a small stone bowl, she retrieved the 2 eggs and added a splash of soy sauce, relishing this method of preparation. Observing the steaming white eggs in the bowl, she made her way to the entrance of the cave. Carrying the bowl with her, "Xuanming, are you awake?" she called softly as she reached the doorway. Receiving no response, she ventured inside, glancing around the bed and other areas, finding no trace of him. Just as she turned away, a chilling presence enveloped her, and she looked up to find him standing close, his deep-set eyes filled with intensity. Startled by the proximity, she instinctively took a step back, nearly losing grip on the stone bowl. His finely articulated hand rested on her arm, preventing the bowl from slipping from her grasp. "Xiao Yi, what is this?" came the teasing voice of Yin, eyeing the food in her bowl. "Soy sauce eggs," she replied. "Are you eating?" Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, I made some for Xuanming," Jiang Liu replied, meeting his gaze, which was equally profound. "Why don't I have any?" Yin lamented, looking at the bowl with only 1 egg remaining. Jiang Liu playfully swatted his head and stepped forward. "This is freshly made and still warm. You must try it." Xuanming glanced at the bowl, noting the yellow and white hues, with hints of black, likely the seasoning she had used yesterday. He reached out and took it from her, consuming it entirely under her hopeful gaze. "How is it?" Jiang Liu inquired eagerly. "Not bad, just a bit hard to swallow," Xuanming replied, leaving off the latter part of his sentence as he used his inner strength to ease the sudden sensation in his throat. "As long as it's good," Jiang Liu said, her smile widening. You woke up early just to bring me food? Xuanming asked, his gaze on her radiant black eyes filled with complexity. Yes, I thought you might not have eaten yet. So I made a bit. Just 2 eggs left, one for you and one for me. Xiaoye, how tragic. I have none. Kain chimed in, feigning sorrow. This time, Xuanming pulled him back as he leaned toward Jiangliu. Chapter 23. Becoming the shaman of Ji Mountain? Watching their playful banter, Kain shook his head. Xiaoye, you shouldn't indulge him, and Xuanming should not be so distracted by appearances, completely disregarding his brother. The more he observed, the more irksome the pair became. Leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, he reminded Xuanming, don't forget what we must do today. Xuanming shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to Jiangliu. I've heard from the beastmen in the cave that the ailments on their faces were healed by you. Jiangliu recalled her initial arrival at the cave, where she had treated their facial blemishes. She nodded in acknowledgement. Were you a shaman before? A shaman? Jiangliu was unfamiliar with the title he mentioned, and her own memories bore no record that I can treat ailments using medicinal herbs based on the beastmen's various conditions. Jiangliu glanced thoughtfully. I only know a little. The blemishes on their faces are quite easy to treat, so I helped them out. That be why that logic. Xiaoye is indeed a shaman. Kain interjected from the doorway. Who would have thought, Xiaoye? You are the first female I've ever encountered who can heal. Kain's eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest. You exaggerate. I only know a bit, Jiangliu said, feeling a bit bashful as she touched her nose. Females have never been known to possess healing abilities. Even the shamans in the tribe were elderly beastmen, let alone a young female who appeared to have just come of age. Xuanming's deep-set gaze seemed to hold endless depths as he regarded the young female before him. The secrets surrounding her appeared to deepen, prompting curiosity about what other marvels she might possess that in his heart. Kain echoed this sentiment. She consistently performed the unexpected, embodying an enigmatic nature that sparked an insatiable urge to explore. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Jiangliu looked up to meet his earnest gaze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Xuanming nodded gently. Jiangliu felt puzzled. How had he suddenly transformed into such a considerate individual? It was an adjustment that felt somewhat unsettling. However, Xiaoye, you must not leave Ji Mountain. Kain's brow arched, interrupting her thoughts. Why? Jiangliu's eyes widened in shock. This meant she was to remain in Ji Mountain indefinitely, akin to imprisonment. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Xuanming's eyes narrowed slightly. What? Jiangliu was at a loss. Xuanming lightly flicked her forehead, causing her to wince and lower her head, shielding her forehead with her hand. He prompted her to recall the previous incident, when the chicken beasts had chased her. Remembering the chaotic scene of fleeing from the chicken beasts, Jiangliu shuddered at the thought. Had he not intervened, she would likely have borne numerous scars from their claws. Shaking her head, she dared not dwell on it further. Did I remember? I remember. Her voice faltered, still feeling unjustly confined. But must I really stay in Ji Mountain forever? Her eyes always possess a pitiable expression, and at this moment, her lips are slightly pursed, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Xuanming averted his gaze, peering into the dark corner, declaring that it was not yet the time. Jiangliu yearned to articulate something further, but Kain interjected, Little Ye, Ming is genuinely concerned for your safety. Moreover, there are even more wandering beastmen outside that if they were to capture you, your fate would not be so simple. Wandering beasts? Are they truly perilous? Kain clicked his tongue lightly. Wandering beasts are a group of outcast beastmen from various tribes that is a stroke of luck if they spare you that if they were to find you. He scrutinized Jiangliu's figure, causing her to instinctively adopt a protective posture. Observing her defensive demeanor, Kain chuckled softly and continued. At that point, you would be subjected to humiliations beyond your comprehension. Though his description was rather crude, it sounded alarmingly dangerous to Jiangliu, at least more so than Xuanming. She surreptitiously glanced at his indifferent eyes. Despite his initial demeanor suggesting a desire to kill her, it was reasonable for an unexpected outsider to harbor such wariness. Simply heed my words, remain in Ji Mountain, and you shall not suffer. Xuanming lowered his gaze upon her. Understood, I will stay in Ji Mountain. Residing within his territory, Jiangliu could not possibly refuse him. She resolved to acquiesce to his demands now, intending to depart once her favorability reached 50, reflecting on the pill within the marketplace. A sudden idea struck Jiang at that point. They would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving Ji Mountain. An escape might prove impossible. Thus, it was wiser to exchange for that pill, which would ensure her safety. That a smile slowly graced her lips, which Xuanming misinterpreted as joy over remaining in Ji Mountain. How infuriating! Hu Yaoyao's chest rose and fell with agitation as she recalled Xuanming's brusque remarks, her ire escalating with each thought. Has the news of Yin Stone's whereabouts been uncovered by the beastmen of Ji Mountain? I don't know. Ji Mountain has never transmitted any information regarding Yin Stone, and we are completely unaware of what it even is. Nuoya shook her head, utterly ignorant of the matter, that I believe that female was deliberately provoking us. Hu Yaoyao clenched her teeth, indignantly declaring, she lacks the appearance to garner Xuanming's attention. A female with nothing to offer is destined to be discarded. Nuoya, with her head bowed, cautiously chimed in, I have encountered that female. And she is indeed difficult to handle, that if we wish to gain the king's abilities, it is essential to deal with her first, though it may be somewhat challenging. Simple, Xuanming's interest in her is merely due to her beauty. Now that Yin Stone no longer poses a threat to him, and he remains so concerned for that female, I shall ensure her face becomes unsightly, and Xuanming will surely abandon her. Hu Yaoyao's eyes gleamed with malice. Nuoyu observed and listened, daring only to nod in agreement with her words, refraining from any rebuttal. Find a time to add these substances to the female's food. Hu Yaoyao handed her a bundle wrapped in leaves. Plump and suspicious. What is this? Nuoyu inquired, opening the package to reveal a clump of white powder. It will cause her face to rot. Hu Yaoyao fixated on her. Remember, do not get caught, or this substance will be used on you next. This is quite precious. My father traded for it at the edge of the city, and only obtained 3 that I understand. I will be careful. Nuoya carefully repacked and accepted it. Chapter 24. She needs to stay by my side, Ming. How effective is Yin Stone? It can only be postponed. Does that mean we must still seek Yin Stone's whereabouts? Cain furrowed his brow. Not at present. Xuanming narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Cain raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Have you cultivated your abilities to the point where Yin Stone's effects are no longer necessary? As long as she remains, there will be no issues. Are you referring to Little Ye? Xuanming nodded affirmatively. She is that special. Simply by staying in Ji Mountain, she can alleviate your symptoms. Cain was filled with astonishment. To be precise, she must remain by my side. That Chuin's gaze shifted, realizing that not only did Little Ye possess healing abilities, but she could also prepare delicious food. Most importantly, she could restore Xuanming's health, making it imperative to keep her in Ji Mountain. Xuanming murmured in agreement, asserting that any beastman with ill intentions towards her must be eliminated. Chuin's lips curved into a slight smile. Her value was immense, that if she were to be lost to the mainland, it would inevitably attract the attention of other beastmen, who would seek to seize her. Indeed, Xuanming's deep, complex eyes concealed emotions difficult to decipher. Ayu, it feels like ages since I last saw you. Acne suddenly embraced her, nearly toppling Jiang Liyue. You are almost choking out, I.e. interjected, noticing Jiang Liyue's discomfort. My apologies, I was simply too excited. Thanks to Ayu, we managed to escape the cave. Not at all. During our time in the cave, you also assisted me. It is merely a matter of reciprocation to be by the way. Ayu, tell me, is it true that the king has something with you? Aki raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ai, though stationary, leaned closer, eager to listen, trepidation evident in his gaze. Not at all. He merely commands me to do as he says. Is it truly so? Jiang Liyue noted the curiosity in her eyes and affirmed. Of course. Is Ji Mountain not in need of a shaman? Not just in need. Ji Mountain has no shaman at all. Aki exclaimed, pausing momentarily. Wait, does the king intend for you to become Ji Mountain shaman? Jiang Liyue, feeling vexed, nodded that I thought. Aki glanced at her, then fell silent, continuing after a moment. No worries, Ayu shamans hold a high status in any tribe. You are now the shaman of Ji Mountain, and with the king's formidable prowess, your life will surely improve. Ai added, indeed, soon all the beastmen of Ji Mountain will respect you, and you will be free to come and go as you please. Ding dong. The system is increasing the host's favorability progress and issuing a task. Embrace Xuanming for 3 seconds. That as Jiang Liyue listened to their reassurances. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Embrace Xuanming? Am I seeking death? The image of that frigid expression flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Given his disposition, she feared that the moment she touched him, her neck would be in jeopardy. Remembering the instance when he nearly took her life, a chill ran down her spine. Host, why not give it a try? Xuanming's favorability has already risen to nearly 30. She opened the favorability interface and was astonished to see it had indeed reached 30 so swiftly. However, considering his aversion to females, would he simply cast her aside? Well, a dead horse is worth a live one. I shall give it a shot. Jiang Liyue addressed them. I have matters to attend to. We shall gather again next time. With that, she clenched her fists, mustering her courage as she stepped away. The two watched her hurried figure, as if she were preparing for a confrontation. Jiang Liyue arrived just in time. Finding him in his cave, though he was ensconced in the shadows, seated upon a cold stone chair with his eyes closed in contemplation. Upon hearing the noise, he suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His sharp and icy gaze slicing through the air like a cold blade, landing squarely on her. Jiang Liyue felt an immediate discomfort, her body stiffening as she instinctively wished to retreat, eager to distance herself from him. It had been so long since she had encountered such a gaze that in an instant, upon recognizing her, Xuanming's expression softened, the earlier coldness dissipating. Jiang Liyue sighed in relief as she stepped inside. Did I ask there's something you need? Jiang Liyue's mind was consumed with thoughts of embracing him. Yet she struggled to articulate her intentions that as a sheltered young lady from the Huang family, she had never even held hands with a male, let alone embraced one. Her mind was a blank slate. Under Xuanming's probing gaze, she finally concocted an excuse. I would like to measure your dimensions. Xuanming raised an eyebrow, his expression one of confusion. Dimensions? Jiang Liyue blinked. Realizing that beastmen might not comprehend the term, and explained, I wish to measure how large and wide your body is, so that I may craft a set of leather clothing for you. Oh, you can do that. Xuanming's deep, penetrating gaze narrowed slightly. Yes, I noticed you have been wearing the same leather clothing, and I thought to make you a new one. It would look much better. The leather garment he donned was black, with faint hints of red patterns barely visible unless scrutinized closely. Moreover, the texture did not resemble typical animal fur. It appeared glossy and vivid, leaving her curious about its origin, having been there for several days. Jiang Liyue had yet to witness him transform into his beast form. All male beastmen should possess such a form. She wondered what his would be. How will you measure? As the conversation reached a pivotal moment, Jiang Liyue paused, her lips parting slightly before she spoke. Come here for a moment. The atmosphere grew still for a few seconds, and just as she anticipated his refusal, unexpectedly, he rose to his feet and stepped closer. Standing before her, Isn't this for measuring? He asked, his icy tone snapping her thoughts back to reality. Jiang Liyue regained her composure, gazing into his profound eyes. You need to open your arms and mimic my stance. With that, she extended her arms wide. Xuanming observed her actions with an unusual expression, yet he followed suit. Gathering her courage, Jiang Li closed the distance, suddenly enveloping him in an embrace, fearful that he might push her away. Her heart raced, pounding audibly as she pressed against his warm chest, the thin layer of beast skin between them doing little to cool the heat rising to her cheeks. After a count of 3 seconds, she swiftly released him and leaped back a meter away. Observing her evasive motion, Xuanming narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an air of danger. Are you measuring this king's body? Chapter 25. Hugging Xuanming. Why yes. Jiang Liyue stuttered, her voice trembling under the weight of his dangerously intense gaze. Then why are you distancing yourself from me? Without a hint of blushing or faltering, Jiang Liyue claimed, I felt a bit itchy. Perhaps something was on my head, so I jumped to shake it off that I don't feel itchy anymore. There shouldn't be anything on me now. So, is that how you measured? Yes, it's done and I'll take my leave now, Jiang Liyue declared, turning to make her escape, only to find her collar yanked back by his hand. You wish to flee from this king? His chilling gaze bore into her from behind. Not at all. I was merely hurrying to gather materials for your new garments. Xuanming gradually released her, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure. Such a blatant display, yet she claimed not to wish to escape him. He narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Her body was soft, akin to a bundle of cotton, light and delicate, a lingering scent, uniquely hers, wafted in the air, intoxicatingly captivating. Jiang Li practically sprinted back, slightly breathless. leaning against the wall. Her heart still racing. System, please refrain from assigning such tasks in the future. They could be fatal. Not at all. Host, this task aligns perfectly. Perfectly, you say? What if he loses control and decides to harm me? Zhang Liu had checked her affection progress, now at 35. It had increased by 5 points. Was a mere hug that effective? Xiao Lu, if I embrace him 3 more times, will the task be completed? Host, another attempt may yield adverse effects. Fine. Where are you delivering all this food? Nuyo approached the beastmen, observing the freshly processed beast meat, its skin stripped away, leaving behind raw flesh glistening with blood. Nearby, a roasting rack was set up, and another beastman was tending to the fire, preparing to grill the meat. Nuya, the female, the beastmen exclaimed in surprise, then explained, "These are for the new, beautiful females. The king has permitted it that we must cater to the needs of any beautiful female." Hearing this, Nuya furrowed her brow. That female is quite powerful to command such orders from the king. Does she not reign supreme within Ji Mountain? Having been stationed there for years, she had never enjoyed such treatment. Both were females, yet their fates diverged dramatically. Nuya clenched her teeth, her face a mask of indignation. Fearing attention, she composed herself, donning a smile as she addressed them. "I happened upon this place and would like to request your assistance." Nuya, the female, "We will do our utmost to accommodate." The beastmen, thrilled to converse with a beautiful female, readily agreed that I've misplaced the fox fur I just acquired. It may have been taken by some small creature. Could you help me find it? No problem, Nuya, the female. Nuya smiled, pointing in a direction. "It's over there, not far, but I'm a bit frightened, so please assist me, we shall head there at once." The 2 beastmen exchanged glances before dashing toward the indicated spot. Nuya's eyes glinted as she watched them disappear from view, hastily retrieving the item that Hu Yaoyao had previously given her from her pocket. Upon opening it, she found it filled with white powder, which she sprinkled liberally over the raw meat, ensuring every piece was coated. Observing the tiny white specks, she deftly spread it evenly with a leaf, ensuring every piece of grilled meat was contaminated. Afterward, the powder dissolved seamlessly, leaving no trace of its presence. "Nuya, the female, we found it," the beastman exclaimed, holding up the fox fur. Nuya tightened her grip on the leaf, turning with a beaming smile. "Thank you so much." After a brief pause, she continued, "You should proceed with grilling the meat. The new female may be starving, and it's best to deliver it promptly." "Indeed, Nuya, your words ring true, that we shall expedite the process." Concerned that the female might suffer hunger pangs, they hastily placed the grilled meat over the roaring flames. Nuya observed them labor diligently, a smile playing at her lips. After a while, the meat was ready, placed on clean leaves, and the 2 beastmen hurried toward a secluded area. Zhang Liu, feeling rather bored, plucked a few blades of intertwined grass, trying to pass the time, wondering if the meat was ready yet. Glancing into the dense underbrush, she spotted a tall figure clad in a beast robe of tender green, adorned with 2 slender feathers on his shoulders. Cain approached with a teasing smile, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. "What brings you here?" Zhang Liu looked up at him. "Xiaoye, I am quite saddened. Do you not welcome me?" Cain inquired, observing her idly plucking grass and raising an eyebrow. "Well, now that you're here, what good fortune do you bring?" Zhang Liu replied, returning to her task. Yin's smile widened. "There are 2 females in Ji Mountain bearing marks akin to those on the beasts that once roamed the caves. I am curious to see how you've cured them. Did I ask that all?" Yin blinked in surprise. "Xiaoye, such afflictions can significantly diminish one's charm. You speak of it so nonchalantly, that a mere few blemishes," she countered. "Amusing?" Yin's eyes displayed confusion, yet he recognized her capability to remedy the situation. "Now that you're a healer, most in Ji Mountain remain unaware. Thus, I shall arrange a gathering for you. Would that please you?" "Yes, I would be delighted." Yin observed her smile momentarily before his expression shifted back, his words conflicting with his demeanor. "Xiaoye, do you not wish to treat them?" Zhang Liu lifted her gaze. Meeting his teasing eyes, the my skills are precious. What do you propose to offer in exchange? She had no desire to partake in transactions devoid of value. Yin appeared taken aback, realizing she dared to make demands of him. Xiaoye has grown increasingly bold during her time in Ji Mountain. He mused, unperturbed, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "Your valuable skills, Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Including in other areas? Kei Yin's gaze lingered on her sparkling eyes, laden with implication. Chapter 26. Agree to become my mate. Why do you regard me with such eyes? Zhongli crossed her arms protectively over her chest. Xiao Yiye, why are you so wary? I have no intention of harming you. Kei Yin's eyes twinkled with amusement, their narrow shape resembling a crescent moon, exuding an irresistible charm. Your gaze, is it not suggestive? Zhang Liu shrugged off his insinuation. Xiaoye, do you truly have no intention of taking a mate? Have you considered me? His pupils shimmered with a unique allure, brimming with mystery and temptation, making it difficult to resist. You? Zhang Liu praised him, noting his slightly fairer complexion compared to other males, his striking features resembling a sculpted figure. The two greenish-white feathers on his body captured her attention, emanating an indescribable magnetism. I am curious. What is your beast form? My beast form? Cain chuckled softly. You shall have to agree to be my mate before I reveal that. Why the secrecy? Zhang Liu pouted. Then shall we mate? And you will see my beast form immediately. No, Zhang Liu was merely curious. She had no intention of falling into his trap. Just then, two beastmen arrived, each bearing platters of food, all grilled meat still steaming. Zhang Liu's eyes lit up. Is it done already? So quickly. Indeed, beautiful female, that if it's insufficient, we can prepare more, one beastman replied, his face adorned with a fawning expression. Zhang Liu waved her hand dismissively. That will suffice. She gazed at the perfectly roasted meat, its exterior a delectable golden brown. They heeded her advice. The meat was cooked to perfection, its aroma tantalizing. With a wooden stick, she scraped the surface, revealing a crispness that seemed ready to flake off. Zhang Liu was the first to sprinkle a generous amount of chili powder atop the meat, the spicy scent wafting through the air. Cain fell silent, watching as the vibrant red powder adorned the roasted meat, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Warning: the host must not consume the roasted meat. Zhang Liu paused, her hand hovering over the chili powder, questioning internally. Why? The meat is dangerous. It contains substances that could lead to disfigurement. It is inedible. How could such a thing be present? Zhang Liu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the seemingly innocent roast, unaware of the peril hidden within. Could the animals here still harbor such toxins? She was astonished and continued to inquire. Xiao Lu, are the substances in the roast human-made or inherent to the animal? Host, this system can only detect that prior to these pieces of meat. There were no additives with adverse effects you mean to say that these harmful substances were introduced later, perhaps during the roasting process? That is a reasonable interpretation. The presence of harmful substances has not been long-standing. Is someone attempting to harm me? One must be wary of others' intentions. It would be prudent for the host to uncover the instigator. Zhang Liu's expression turned grave as the roast suddenly lost its appeal. Xiao Yu, why aren't you eating? If you don't, I shall take your share, Cain remarked, noticing her dazed expression as she stared at the meat, unmoving despite the fragrant aroma enticing him. This roast is toxic. Are you certain you wish to eat it? His words jolted her back to reality, and she lifted her gaze to him. Can roasted meat really be toxic? We've been consuming it since childhood, hunting wild boar, and have never encountered any poison. What if I were to assert that the roast brought to us indeed contains poison? Would you believe it? Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Cain hesitated, redirecting his focus to the golden roast. Are you certain that the meat is poisonous? Absolutely. Zhang Liu affirmed with unwavering conviction. She trusted her system. What kind of poison? What harm could it inflict upon us? It could lead to facial decay, perhaps of a type that may not heal. It specifically targets the face, inflicting no harm to the body. Upon reflection, it seemed more aimed at females, as most male beasts prioritize showcasing their prowess over their appearance, whereas females tended to be more concerned with their looks. Was this an attack directed at her? Zhang Liu's mind raced with thoughts, considering the implications of such poison arriving at her doorstep, especially one that could mar her face, that if she were to unwittingly consume it, then her visage. Zhang Liu, you could hardly fathom the potential outcome, but it would undoubtedly be an unimaginable ugliness. Are you certain? Is this toxin inherent to the wild boar? Cain regarded her with an unusual intensity, sensing that the matter was far more complex than he initially believed. That it is not a toxin that exists naturally within the wild boar. It has been deliberately introduced. Cain was taken aback. What is happening? Is there a beastman here deliberately tampering with the prey? Right before their eyes, unbeknownst to them, a reckless beastman was at play. Shortly thereafter, the two beastmen who had delivered the roast were summoned back. Lord Cain, we did nothing wrong. They knelt, sweat beading on their foreheads, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The wild boar you brought was hunted by you? Cain's gaze bore down upon them. Yes, we also roasted it. What did you put in the roast? Xuanming interjected, her voice steady. Beautiful female, you taught us how to roast meat yesterday, that today's roast was prepared precisely as you instructed. Is it not to your liking? The two beastmen exchanged glances, believing this to be the reason for their summons. The roast you delivered contains poison. Xuanming stated calmly. What? Their faces turned incredulous as they hastily defended themselves. How could there be poison in the roast? We ate a piece of raw meat before cooking. How could it be toxic? Their eyes were filled with astonishment, utterly sincere. Xuanming did not believe they were at fault and inquired. Did you encounter anyone before or during the roasting process? The two beastmen pondered, then responded, yes. A female named Nuya came by. Xuanming furrowed her brows, recalling this female from the previous day's culinary dispute. What did she request of you? Nuya dropped her fox fur and asked us to help find it. So we obliged that so. You both went to search, leaving her alone by the roasting area? Yes, we were faster in our search. You may leave, Cain acknowledged, sensing their innocence and gesturing for them to depart. Xiao, are you certain that the roast contains something that can cause decay? Cain inquired earnestly. That I am certain, without a doubt, Xuanming asserted, her gaze resolute. Suddenly, a formidable presence enveloped them. Both turned their attention to the source. Xuanming strode forward, draped in a black beast skin. His steps commanding, his gaze was profound, fixed intently upon Xuanming. Where have you been, Ming? Cain asked, an eyebrow arched at his sudden appearance. Hunting, Xuanming replied coldly. What brings you here? His eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through Cain. Cain clicked his tongue, noticing the faint traces of blood on Xuanming's attire. The little female's face is on the verge of being ruined. I came to take a look. Xuanming abruptly turned his attention to Xuanming's face, which remained untouched, perplexed at no, someone is attempting to harm me, and they intend to poison me. Xuanming blinked, glancing between the roast and Xuanming, her eyes twinkling like stars. Who seeks to harm you? It seems to be a female named Nuya. Xuanming mused, looking towards Cain for confirmation. Did I guess at her? Xiao, have you crossed paths with her? How could I possibly provoke her? Xuanming retorted, rolling her eyes. That it is she who persistently entangles herself with me. I asked the roast problematic. Xuanming interjected suddenly, eyeing the untouched roast before Xuanming. Its steam dissipated, clearly indicating its state. Indeed, if you doubt me, test it on a wild animal. Fellow beings. They would exhibit similar effects. Despite her claims being dismissed, she knew that only through verification could her words be validated. Bring that female here, Xuanming commanded, ruminating on the identity of the female in question. Shortly, Nuya arrived, escorted by the two beastmen. Her face illuminated with joy upon hearing that Xuanming summoned her. A rare occurrence for the usually aloof king. Your Majesty, what brings me here? She asked, her demeanor flustered by his attention. Yet Xuanming did not spare her a glance, the atmosphere growing cold and tense. Even the two beastmen felt an inexplicable weight in the air, still clutching a wild rabbit they had yet to slay. Cain broke the silence with a smile. Nuya, speak truthfully. What did you do while they were roasting the meat? Although he wore a smile, Nuya felt no warmth from it. Nuya swallowed hard, her eyes flickering. That I merely asked them to help me find my lost fox fur. Is there an issue? Indeed, Your Majesty, Lord Cain. You merely asked us to search for the fox fur. There is no problem. The two beastmen, unaware of the underlying tension, felt the oppressive atmosphere as they observed her trembling form. Aside from that, did you do anything else? Certainly not. Lord Cain, I only asked them for the fox fur. I couldn't find it and feared the grass might harbor unsightly insects. Nuya's eyes betrayed a hint of fear, adding to the credibility of her claim. While they were searching for your fox fur, I find it hard to believe you did not interfere in some manner. Xuanming interjected, her gaze piercing. Stop slandering me. Noya shouted, hands on her hips as she pointed at Jiang Limyu. I did nothing. On what grounds do you accuse me? Your Majesty, Lord Kain. Do not heed her words. I did nothing wrong. She is clearly fabricating these accusations that I asked there's something amiss with this meat. You are entirely unaware. Nuaya's gaze flickered as she struggled to suppress her rising agitation. Isn't this just ordinary roasted meat? Besides, I wasn't the one who cooked it. If there is an issue with the meat, why should I be blamed? Even if she held significant sway in the fiery mountains, what of it? Her baseless accusations seemed aimed at drawing the king's attention to herself. A swift motion cut through the air, a thin green leaf gliding past Nuaya's neck, severing strands of hair that fell to the ground. The sharp attack bore the unmistakable mark of Xuanming. Nuaya's bravado crumbled as she shrank back, swallowing hard, her voice quivering. Your Majesty, you must stand by me. I truly did nothing wrong. I am being wrongfully accused. Jiang Liu was also taken aback by her audacity. Rising to her feet and observing her feigned innocence. Since you assert that, prove your courage by consuming this piece of roasted meat, that if you manage to eat it without issue, I shall remain silent. Kain nodded slightly, considering this approach rather fitting. After all, it was merely a piece of ordinary roasted meat. What was there to experiment with? Nuaya's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. But she quickly regained her composure. So you dare not eat it. You yourself claim it is just an ordinary piece of roasted meat. What harm could come from a single bite? Are you afraid there might be something within? Of course not. Nuaya retorted angrily. You are doing this on purpose. Jiang Liu smiled slyly, her intentions easily discernible in her tone. Then do eat it. Only by doing so can I ascertain that it has no connection to you. Nuaya glared at the roasted meat before her, gritting her teeth that it contained substances that could cause her face to rot. She would never consume it. Despite her meticulous planning, how could she possibly know there was an issue with the roast? Upon her arrival, she had noticed that only these two beastmen were assisting with the grilling. How could she have been aware? The two beastmen beside her dared not breathe, their minds racing with speculation. Fully aware that their involvement was not inconsequential, Jiang Liu was unwilling to prolong the confrontation, directly bringing the roasted meat to her lips. You are so eloquent. Finish this roasted meat, that if nothing occurs within the next few days, I shall not hold you accountable. She was aware that the roasted meat contained something that could disfigure her face, yet she had no knowledge of how long it would take for the effects to manifest. Nuaya took a step back, seeking help from Yin, that Do as Xiaoyu says. Kain raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to side with her. Nuaya glanced at Xuanming, whose cold, oppressive demeanor offered no comfort. I will not eat it, Nuaya declared vehemently, shaking her head and retreating slightly, her gaze fixated on the roasted meat as if it were poison, her face a mask of fear. Her expression and actions clearly indicated that the roasted meat was indeed problematic. Since you refuse to eat it, I have my own methods. Jiang Liu seized a piece of meat and presented it to the mouth of a lively rabbit caught by the beastmen. The rabbit, not only fond of grass but also of meat, quickly devoured the small morsel of roasted meat. Before their very eyes, the rabbit's pristine appearance underwent a grotesque transformation. Its fur became coarse, and its exposed flesh sprouted numerous repugnant tumors, a sight truly horrifying. Jiang Liu frowned, unable to look on any longer, while her heart seethed with anger. Had she consumed the roasted meat, such a fate would have befallen her. She could not fathom how unbearable it would be to see her face transformed into such an unsightly visage. The two beastmen were left in shock, Kain exhibiting a look of disgust, while Xuanming's expression darkened ominously. The thought of what might have happened if the tumors had gone unnoticed sent a chill through him, as icy as a glacier, instilling a sense of dread. Is there still a need for argument? No? Jiang Liu's voice cut through the tension. It is evident that you have poisoned the meat, intending to disfigure me. Yin's brow furrowed deeply. Xiaoyu is right. Should such vile afflictions mar her beautiful visage, it would be a tragedy indeed. This female has targeted Xiaoyu a second time. If we allow her to persist, who knows what further scheme she may devise. Xuanming's presence radiated an overwhelming force, his silence amplifying the weight of his disapproval. Cease with your slander. You have no proof, Nuaya shot back, her fingers trembling with rage. How could you possibly know it was me? What if I claimed to have witnessed it myself? Jiang Liu countered, her tone unwavering. You Nuya pointed at her, momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes betraying her panic. Having surveyed her surroundings, she realized there were no others present aside from the two beastmen. Do you doubt me? I saw you surreptitiously adding something to the meat. You cannot deny it. Zhang Liua lifted her chin defiantly, her presence unyielding. Take her away, expel her from the Flame Mountain. The command was delivered with an authority that brooked no dissent. Nuya's mind reeled as she looked to Xuanming in disbelief. That my king. I swear it was not me. She lies. She was never near enough to witness my actions. Zhang Liu arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. You finally admit it. Nuya froze, her mind blank as she recalled her own words, realizing with horror that she had inadvertently confessed to her misdeeds. Glancing at the faces around her, she saw their barely concealed anger. My king, I am a female. You cannot do this. If I am cast out from the Flame Mountain, I will face countless dangers. Her voice trembled, her face etched with panic as she considered the myriad threats lurking beyond the forest. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated her grim fate. Have you considered what could happen if Xiaoyu were to consume the poison meat you prepared? Kei Yin's words were cold and merciless, firmly siding with Zhang Liue. But she hasn't eaten it. Nuya retorted, her teeth clenched, glaring at Zhang Liue, while not a single beastman came to her defense. Once revered among the beastmen of Flame Mountain, she now found herself utterly alone, cast aside for this newcomer. Silence. Xuanming's voice was sharp and chilling, akin to a demon emerging from an icy abyss. You two dispose of her. The two beastmen exchanged glances before bowing their heads in submission. Yes, ignoring Nuya's desperate cries for mercy, they dragged her away. Wait. Xuanming's voice rang out once more, halting them in their tracks. Hope ignited in Nuya's eyes as she thought he might relent, nearly collapsing in her eagerness. My king, I will never commit such acts again. Spare me. I vow to serve the Flame Mountain. Make her eat the roasted meat until it is gone, he ordered, his simple command laden with the weight of a devil's whisper. Nuya's hope extinguished, she slumped to the ground, staring at the approaching roasted meat. Envisioning the horror her face would soon become, ugly, repulsive, and despised, like a wretched soul encountering a demon, she recoiled in terror. My king, this is not my fault. It was all Hu Yaoyao's idea. She is the one who made me do it. My king, I beg you to spare me. Nuya's desperate confession spilled forth, her fear of disfigurement more agonizing than the thought of leaving Flame Mountain. Without her beauty, she would undoubtedly lose the favor of the males. Denied companionship and protection, that if she merely left Flame Mountain, perhaps some of the beastmen would secretly seek her out, where she might encounter others in the forest who could offer her refuge. But if her visage were marred, she would lose everything to Hu Yaoyao. Kei Yin's expression darkened, pondering her motives against Xiao Yui. That one could have anticipated that the seemingly gentle female would harbor such malice. Zhang Liue furrowed her brow, incredulous that the instigator was a female with whom she had no previous entanglement, who had resorted to treachery without cause. Xiaoyu, when did you incur her wrath? How would I know? I have never even met her, Zhang Liue replied, pouting slightly, her pink lips marked with faint bite marks, her brilliant eyes filled with a sense of injustice, evoking sympathy to Hu Yaoyao. What is her scheme? Did she compel you to act? Kei Yin's voice was cold, accompanied by a piercing gaze that unsettled Nuya. Yes, it was indeed her. If she had not instructed me, I would never have dared to take such actions. My king, I speak the truth. You must believe me. Hu Yaoyao, I am now ensnared in peril. My life is at stake, that I will serve you, regardless of the consequences. Nuya thought with relief, hopeful for the king's reconsideration, believing she might yet remain in Flame Mountain to ensure her survival. Yet, Xuanming's next words cast her into despair. Once she has finished the roasted meat, escort her on her way. The orc, without affording her the slightest opportunity for rebuttal, forcefully thrust the food into her mouth, compelling her to swallow. After completing this act, he quickly set aside the item he held, unable to meet her gaze. For it was his first time exhibiting such rudeness towards a female, leaving him somewhat shaken that in an instant, a look of horror crossed Nuya's face, akin to a wild hare that discovers danger while feeding. She could almost envision the grotesque visage that adorned her own countenance, covering her face as she wept bitterly, her cries echoing around her. The nearby orc, fearing Xuanming's wrath, immediately seized her and hurled her out of the blazing mountain. Xuanming's eyes narrowed slightly, having already diverted his attention elsewhere. After all, witnessing a relatively attractive female suddenly covered in so many blemishes was too much for him to bear. He had not anticipated that the outcome would be even more dire than he had imagined. He cast a sidelong glance at Xuanming, who remained impassive, as if the matter did not concern him. The fox, Yao Yao, had long since departed from the blazing mountain. The orc had just returned with this news. Xuanming scoffed, his gaze inscrutable, resembling a deep abyss. They certainly fled swiftly to dare act in my domain. Such audacity. Chapter 29. The handsome warrior's garb Yao Yao scurried through the forest, drenched in cold sweat. Despite being carried by the orc, she felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at her heart. While orchestrating Noya's scheme, she had foreseen two possible outcomes. One where the plan succeeded, leaving the female disfigured, resulting in Xuanming abandoning her, while Noya remained in the blazing mountain, providing her with vital information. The other, a failure, the worst scenario being that their plot was uncovered, and Noya would divulge her as the mastermind, consequently redirecting blame towards her, forcing her to evade Xuanming and lose access to his powers. There was a slight chance, however, that if the situation were somewhat favorable, the female might remain unscathed, believing the food was at fault, and Noya would remain undiscovered, which would also be a positive outcome. Yao Yao primarily considered the third option. Thus, retreating as soon as possible seemed the wisest course of action. Her right eye twitched uncontrollably, an ominous premonition creeping over her as the distance increased, alleviating her symptoms slightly. Yanshi had been destroyed, Yao Yao's gaze fixed on the horizon, her teeth clenched. Xuanming had yet to bond with her, and while she coveted his abilities and power, she also felt trepidation. She pondered whether circumstances might have unfolded differently had that female not been present. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Xuanming must not be allowed to see her next time. She would ensure their paths crossed. The marketplace had updated its offerings. Jiang Liue, feeling rather bored, opened the marketplace system, to her surprise discovering several new beast garments in the living section. As she magnified the details of one particular outfit, she found its design exquisite and intricate, adorned with emerald gold at the waist, and embroidered with golden threads and red silk at the cuffs, reminiscent of ancient attire, akin to satin. However, the garment appeared rather oversized, seeming more suited for a man dada. It reminded her of the time she had promised Xuanming to craft him clothing. How serendipitous that ready-made garments were now available. She could send one to him and perhaps enhance their rapport. 50 points was hardly exorbitant. Jiangli then discovered another outfit, a long azure robe, embellished with pristine white feathers and dark stripes cinching the waist, emanating a subtle ethereal elegance that hinted at its nobility. Remembering the two azure feathers resting on Xuanming's shoulder, this beast robe seemed quite fitting for him. She initially exchanged for the first garment, deducting 50 points. However, upon receiving it, she was met with a pile of fabric and sewing materials rather than a finished product. Hey, little six, can you explain why I received all these materials instead of a completed garment? Host, the items received are indeed accurate. All the materials required to craft the beast robe have been gathered. You merely need to sew them together according to the instructions. The image depicted a finished product. Why am I only receiving crafting materials? Jiang Liue flipped through the items, only to find them to be solely sewing supplies. Where is my handsome warrior's robe? Host, please check the detailed page. There is a note at the bottom. Jiang Liue reopened the marketplace, locating her recent purchase, and scrolled to the end of the details page. In tiny, inconspicuous text, it read, "For reference only, the actual item requires manual crafting." The text was in gray. One would hardly notice unless scrutinized closely. Jiang Liue chuckled helplessly. This is no different from the packaging of instant noodles. I expected a completed product. I had no idea I would need to assemble it myself. With a sigh, she resolved, fine, it's just making a garment that I can manage that. Just as she arranged the materials, a sudden stream of video memories flooded her mind, detailing the entire crafting process of the beast robe. After watching the video, she grasped the intricate techniques as if she had always known how to create this robe, the methods crystal clear in her mind. Jiang Liue picked up the needle and the exquisitely fine fabric, commencing her weaving. The undertaking of crafting this beast robe proved more challenging than other knitting projects, But with her newfound skills, it felt effortless in her hands that in no time, she had completed a small section. Her movements fluid and practiced. Xiaoye, what are you up to? A sudden voice startled Jiang Liyue, causing her to flinch. The fine needle pricked her delicate skin, and she gasped softly, tears welling in her eyes. Cain stepped in to see the scene unfold, her tears shimmering in her eyes as he hurried to her side, concern etched on his face. What happened? Upon noticing the needle embedded in her finger, Cain frowned. His hand hovering a few centimeters from the needle's tip. In an instant, the needle withdrew from her flesh, a tiny bead of blood forming. Jiang Liu felt a tingling sensation in her finger and was about to gently wipe away the blood with a piece of beast hide, only to be taken aback as the warm liquid enveloped half of her finger. Her dark pupils widened in shock. He actually... Cain had already taken her injured finger into his mouth, and under the stimulation of the sensation, her finger returned to normal, the previous numbness dissipating. Moments later, Cain released her finger, revealing a glimmer of silver. Jiang Liyue's face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, only to meet Xuanming's teasing eyes that he remained unfazed. His demeanor calm. Xiaoye, does it still hurt? Jiang Liyue glanced at her finger, now imbued with his essence. Not anymore. How peculiar. Could the orc's essence possess healing properties? The puncture from the needle had vanished entirely. What are you doing that would result in injury? Cain picked up the fabric she had set down, raising an eyebrow. Don't move. You might ruin it. Jiang Liyue grasped his arm in alarm, fearing that his casual movements might disrupt her work. Then tell me, what are these? Cain asked, genuinely intrigued as he set aside her fabric. The texture he felt earlier was certainly not ordinary beast hide. It was remarkable. These are materials for making garments. Similar to what you are wearing. Xuanming's gaze lowered. For whom are you making these? A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. For Xuanming. Upon hearing this, Xuanming's lips curled into a slight smile. For Ming? Why not make one for me? He leaned in closer, nearly pressing his face against hers, his eyes fervently fixed on her, the warmth of his breath palpable. Jiang Liu tilted her head slightly. That was a promise I made previously. You've truly hurt my feelings. Xuanming's eyes glimmered with a hint of sadness, his tone lingering. That I've done so much for you. Yet you won't even make me one more. Jiang Liu twitched her lips, his expression resembling one wronged, full of sorrow and grievance, entirely unlike his usual carefree demeanor. Chapter 30. Does she have affections for Xuanming? Enough with the theatrics. Jiang Liu shot him an exasperated glance. Xiaoye, Xuanming's long, dark eyelashes fluttered, the corners of his fox-like eyes curving upward, sparkling with an alluring light, exquisite yet imbued with a certain boldness. Jiang Li felt as though she might be drawn into his depths. Shaking her head, she resolved not to gaze into his affectionate eyes any longer. All right, I'll make you a garment. His gaze was too intense. If she continued looking, she would surely become ensnared. Jiang Liyue recalled the beast robe she had seen in the marketplace, which would suit him perfectly. Observing his physique, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, tall and imposing, the robe would showcase his muscular form, rivaling even Xuanming. Xiaoye is so kind to me. Jiang Liu failed to notice the triumphant smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. All right, you should leave now. I need to continue working on the beast robe. Jiang Liu unceremoniously dismissed him. Can I help Xiaoye? Cain propped his chin on one hand, watching her with an air of leisure. No need. You focus on your own tasks. But I'm worried Xiaoye might hurt her finger again, and I would feel pained. Xuanming's brows lifted, a playful smile gracing his lips. Or do you prefer the previous method of having your finger treated? Jiang Liu recalled the moment when his fingers enveloped hers, a flush of warmth spreading across her face, the rosy hue threatening to reach the nape of her neck. That tender sensation lingered vividly in her memory. Shaking her head abruptly, she retorted, I certainly did not. It was merely your sudden voice that startled me, that if it were truly as he claimed, that he could treat her as if she were pricked by a needle, would she not end up resembling a beehive? Kei Yin's eyes sparkled with a playful smile as he replied, Then I shall refrain from disturbing you, little Yi. I will merely observe from the side. He retained the same demeanor, his tall figure filling the stone chair, his face slightly turned, his brows and eyes softened with a hint of tenderness. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liu noticed he remained stubbornly in her cave, making it difficult for her to shoo him away. Thus, she resolved to continue with her own tasks. consciously filtering out his penetrating gaze that a barely noticeable smirk graced Kei Yin's lips as his affectionate eyes remained fixed upon her. Her delicate face, with its clear, bright black eyes and flawless complexion tinged with a faint blush, complemented by her rosy lips and exquisite nose, seemed perfectly suited for a gentle kiss. Unbeknownst to him, he had been watching her for quite some time. Suddenly, his throat felt slightly hoarse, yet he could not resist gazing at the enchanting creature before him. Little Yi was undoubtedly the most beautiful female he had ever encountered on the continent. Observing her deftly crafting the beast robe, an art unique to Xuanming, he pondered whether she harbored feelings for Xuanming that a flicker of envy flashed in Kei Yin's eyes. Did she like Xuanming? Would she ever feel the same for him? Zhang Liyue's hands moved steadily, her knitting growing denser, a sizable piece already completed, when her stomach pleasantly growled. Little Yi, are you hungry? Kei Yin inquired, his own arms feeling somewhat fatigued as he stretched them. She nodded that I will fetch you something to eat. What would you like? After contemplating, Zhang Liyue replied, I want rice and some fruit. Rice? Do you want it steamed? He recalled the last time he saw her steam an entire bowl of rice, transforming it into something fluffy and plump. Yes, rice must be properly steamed to be delicious. Then I shall prepare it for you. You can. Zhang Liu looked at him skeptically, that he appeared to be a beast lounging around all day. How could he possibly steam rice? Little Yi, you underestimate me that it's just steaming rice. If you can do it, so can I. Kei Yin, sensing her dubious gaze, was even more motivated to prove himself. Although he had indeed seldom prepared food, in the mysterious forest he had mostly consumed raw meat. All right, then go ahead and make it, Zhang Liu said, rubbing her wrist to relieve her hands. Kei Yin displayed a confident expression as he turned to gather a multitude of tools. Recalling the steps they had taken to start a fire previously, he skillfully positioned 2 stones half a meter apart with a stone pot set above them. What was the next step? Kei Yin stared at the gap below, a light bulb moment igniting in his mind. Yes, dry grass. He retrieved the dried grass piled at the entrance and stuffed it all inside. Grasping a stick, he remembered how the beasts made fire by rubbing wood together and suddenly longed for the dark flame wielded by Xuanming. If only he could use Xuanming's fire, the grass would ignite instantly. He quickly dismissed that thought, realizing that if Xuanming discovered he was being used as a tool, his behind would be scorched for 3 days and nights. Clumsily, he rubbed the stick between his palms but exerted too much force, causing the stick to fly away. Hearing the sharp sound, Kei Yin's face darkened. He recalled how the beasts on Ji Mountain accomplished this. Where had he gone wrong? Zhang Li stepped outside and witnessed his embarrassing display. Unable to contain herself, she laughed out loud. No way, you can't even start a fire by rubbing wood together? Logically, these primitive beasts should all know how to create fire through this method. The current beast world was somewhat more enriched than she had imagined. They had not fallen to the point where food had become a luxury. Kei Yin stood, brushing the dust off his sleeves, displaying an air of confidence. With beasts preparing food, do I still need to do this? Fine, you're just like a young master, having everything prepared for you without needing to lift a finger. Zhang Liu mused, feeling quite envious that he had been cared for by beasts since childhood, indicating his noble lineage. This Ji Mountain belonged to Xuanming. Could it be that Kei Yin held a significant status elsewhere? As Zhang Liu contemplated this, she noticed that his physique, appearance, and the beast robe he wore were far from ordinary. She took out a lighter, waving her hand as she passed by him. Step aside. Let me do it. Kei Yin's expression stiffened. Was he being dismissed? She picked up the stick and began to demonstrate, using a slightly flatter piece of wood, carving out a groove in the center and placing a bit of dry grass on top. Next, she took the sharpened stick and aimed it at the groove. With her palms pressed together, separated by the stick, she instructed, watch closely. She rubbed it evenly and firmly, her speed unhurried, the stick appearing to spark under her deft touch. Having already exerted some energy from weaving the beast robe, she soon lowered her hands, handing it over to him. Your turn. Beasts possessed tremendous strength, and Kei Yin's capabilities were undoubtedly superior. He took the stick, asking, is it really this simple? Of course. The last time there was no stable point. How could you expect fire from rubbing against the soil? Kei Yin attempted her method, while Zhang Liu cautioned, you're using too much force. You'll break the stick. She once again felt the extraordinary strength of the beasts, affirming her suspicions. She could clearly see the stick developing slight cracks, but fortunately, they were not severe. Easy, Cain confidently declared, continuing to follow her technique, rubbing at the groove. Before long, a few sparks began to emerge from the groove under his skilled touch. As the dry grass ignited upon contact with oxygen, the sparks gradually transformed into small flames. Flickering to life, that I did it, Cain exclaimed, gazing at his creation with astonishment as the tiny flame emerged. Previously, he had seen beasts create fire and thought nothing of it. It was commonplace, with beasts preparing meals. He had never needed to exert such effort. However, after trying it himself, he felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Tossing aside the stick, he noticed that the dry grass was about to extinguish. So he quickly tossed it onto the burning grass beneath the stone pot, intensifying the flames. I can start a fire by rubbing wood. His lips curled into a carefree grin as he turned to grasp her shoulders. Impressive. Jiang Liu chuckled, praising him. He must have truly been pampered throughout his upbringing to be so exhilarated by learning to create fire. Now that I can start a fire, I can prepare delicious food for you. Kei Yin's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes shimmering with excitement. You haven't even cooked yet. How do you know if it's tasty? Where are the rice grains? Kei Yin eagerly asked, ready to whip up a delightful meal for her. Over there, Jiang Liu pointed to a bulging beast skin bag at the entrance of the cave. She quickly explained the preparation method. First, wash the rice grains. Rinse them a few times. Then add an equal amount of water to the rice and pour it into the pot, covering it with a wooden board, and wait for the water to evaporate and the rice to cook thoroughly. Kei Yin immediately followed her instructions, striding toward the river with a large bag of rice. Jiang Liu watched his industrious figure with a hint of surprise that moment, their roles had reversed. She was instructing him, and he accepted her commands with enthusiasm. Jiang Liu could not comprehend whether he had suddenly lost his senses, but for her, being able to command someone stronger than herself brought great satisfaction. It was akin to an employee ordering their boss around, an exhilarating feeling. She hummed to herself, returning to the cave to continue crafting the beast robe, with the progress of the beast robe reaching 30%. She felt the system accelerating her speed to complete the garment. Jiang Liu had yet to grasp what the system meant by accelerated speed, but in the next moment, she observed her weaving speed transform into a blur. She could hardly comprehend how she was crafting it, her hands moving so swiftly that she could not distinguish between left and right. This was what the system referred to as accelerated speed. Several times faster than her original pace. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be the hand speed achievable by a human? If only she had such speed for seizing red envelopes and for internet connectivity. It would be nothing short of marvelous. Host Little Six is the most pampering system in the whole system. Isn't Little Six impressive? Impressive indeed. Jiang Liu praised. She could hear Little Six smug chuckle. This system is wholeheartedly devoted to serving the host. Your life is my life. When you thrive, I thrived at oh please, you're bound to me. If I die, you won't fare much better, Jiang Liu pointed out, dismantling its melodramatic rhetoric. You've seen through me, but Little Six in the system world always issues the most objective and practical tasks. Never taxing the host's labor, providing the best treatment. Is that really so? Jiang Liu was filled with skepticism. Host, you mustn't doubt it. In our realm, the secondary system requires every host to serve as a steward, bound by the constraints of a slave-like schedule, working from dawn till dusk, with no days off throughout the year. This not pure exploitation. Moreover, one encounters various capricious shopkeepers, leaving the soul utterly exhausted. Jiang Liu took a deep breath, her heart beginning to sympathize with that unfortunate host to toil year-round without respite. What audacity! Although humanity yearns for the vast grasslands, we are but cattle and horses. Yet this labor is less than even that. And then there's the third system, which compels the host to assume the role of a mistress, disrupting the romantic arcs of the main characters, incurring the disdain and loathing of all, rendering the host a pariah, a lifelong singleton. Next came the fourth system, which subjected the host to a myriad of deaths, car accidents, falls from cliffs, and leaps from heights, tormenting the host to the brink of mental collapse. Jiang Liu's hair stood on end. What kind of malevolent systems were these, designed solely to instigate existential doubt in the host? Behind all this, was it a mere obliteration of conscience or a descent into moral decay? Or perhaps the distortion of the very systems themselves? And what about you? Is the name Xiao Lu a play on words? Indeed, indeed, the host is truly astute. Zhang Liu ventured another hypothesis. Could it be that you are the most treacherous of them all? Hee. Xiao Lu would never deceive you. Fret not, dear host. Zhang Liu felt a sudden jolt at her temples upon hearing its cheerful laughter, recalling the myriad events that had unfolded since her arrival in this beastly world. And she found herself unable to fully trust it. She resumed her work on the knitting project at her side, her hands deftly weaving. Despite the considerable volume of work and the pace at which she moved, she felt no hint of fatigue. Midway through, she noticed the fabric was diminishing rapidly, and her beast robe visibly increased in size. Zhang Liu's eyes widened in surprise. A portion of it had been crafted for her automatically. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had completed the entire beast robe. The fabric was black, reminiscent of the one worn by Xuanming. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore significant differences adorned with gilded accents at the waist. It exuded an air of noble opulence, translucent yet discreet. The robe was so large that when she stood, it nearly touched the ground, and fearing it would get dirty, she laid it on the bed to check for any flaws. It was flawless. Zhang Liu had not anticipated her ability to create such a magnificent garment, but much of the credit was due to Xiao Lu. Without its assistance, she would not have had such fine materials, and crafting the entire piece would have required at least half a month. Yet, she had accomplished it in merely half a day. She smiled contentedly, folding the beast robe neatly for storage. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a strange, unpleasant odor. Zhang Liu furrowed her brow, sniffing the air, which seemed to carry the scent of something burnt that a thought struck her, and she glanced toward the cave entrance. Cain had turned his back, adding a large pile of firewood beneath a stone pot, covered with a thick wooden board, with rice simmering inside, that a warning bell rang in her mind, that, oh no, the rice must be burnt. Zhang Liu had dashed over. Hearing her footsteps, Cain hastily threw in all the dry grass and turned to her with a smile. I've got this. The rice should be almost ready. Just wait to eat, Xiao Yi. Chapter 32. Cain cooks for her. The burnt smell was overwhelming. Without a second thought, Zhang Liu lifted the lid. Indeed, the pungent odor of scorched rice wafted up. She quickly waved her hand to disperse the fumes. Swiftly, she used a stick to lift the rice from the bottom to prevent it from burning further. Put out the fire. The water has already been absorbed by the rice, forming plump, glistening grains. While the bottom is turned hard, that a spark of inspiration struck Zhang Liu. She suddenly realized that the crunchy rice crust was made in a similar manner. Using a sharp stick, she scraped beneath. And indeed, she uncovered a solid, crispy crust, golden brown on the edges, while the center, being on the bottom, had turned pitch black. Cain had already brought a basin of water to extinguish the flames beneath the stone pot. He looked at the rice crust in her hands. Is this done? It looks different from the last one I saw. This is an improved version of rice, known as guoba, Zhang Liu explained. She cracked the blackened piece, removing the outer layer, then sprinkled chili powder on the golden side. Eagerly, she took a bite. It was crispy and fragrant with a hint of spice. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight, seeing her expression so animated. Cain felt a flicker of anticipation, reaching out to grab a piece for himself. The crisp sound echoed as it cracked between his teeth. The seemingly ordinary piece of guoba was unexpectedly flavorful and crunchy. He glanced at the piece Zhang Liu had discarded. Xiao Yi, did you not want that one? Is it burnt? That one is inedible. It's completely charred. Please don't tell me you intend to eat that burnt guoba. Even plain guoba could be quite fiery, let alone one that was charred black. It would not only taste bad, but might even cause a sore throat. Cain dismissed the thought, his gaze landing on a piece that had been partially broken. He looked over, and Zhang Liu raised her chin. You should eat this piece. I never imagined this method could yield such a result. Previously, she had come across many videos online demonstrating how to make guoba from rice, but she found them unappealing and suspected they would not taste good. Now, tasting it for the first time, she realized it could serve as a delectable snack, albeit regrettably, not something she could indulge in frequently. Are all these for me? Cain noted that the portion she had set aside for him was more generous than what she had for herself. Yes, all for you. Cain accepted the offering and, in the blink of an eye, devoured it all. Zhang Liu stared, momentarily stunned. She suddenly felt that the beastmen must possess iron stomachs. With such a large bite, it seemed they hardly needed to chew. Perhaps they could consume as much fiery food as they liked without suffering from mouth ulcers. That it took her several minutes to finish the piece of guoba that was barely the size of her palm. Xiao, this rice is different from the guoba we just made, of course. Rice is best enjoyed with side dishes, but we currently have none. Eating it plain is also delightful. Zhang Liu had grown up eating rice and found it acceptable to eat it on its own. Since she had just eaten guoba, she felt full after only a few bites of rice. Kain, observing her relish the meal, was also curious and took a bite. The taste was peculiar, soft, sticky, and perhaps a bit sweet. Xiao, is rice a type of fruit? The only sweet foods Kain had ever tasted were fruits picked from trees, and before him, the rice grains appeared to him as miniature fruits. No, it's different. Rice needs to be steamed. Fruits can be eaten directly, and their production processes differ. Zhang Liu had provided a simple explanation, knowing that a thorough explanation of their differing production methods would take days. Kain did not fully grasp it, but he understood that rice and fruit were not the same, that he sensed that she was quite knowledgeable about these foods. Was there anything she did not know? Suddenly, Zhang Liu felt a pang of thirst. After finishing the fruits he had brought, she noticed the cave was utterly still. She had not seen him all day. She glanced at the beast robe she had just made. After a brief rest, she no longer felt tired. She decided to craft Kei Yin's beast robe as well and deliver it to him. Opening the shop interface, she saw that the beast robe she had made for Xuanming had already been removed from the inventory after she exchanged it. Scrolling to the clothing section again, she noted the ethereal blue and white feather beast robe. After spending a day on it, she had created 2 garments, one for Xuanming and one for Kei Yin. Holding the 2 beast robes, she stepped out of the cave. The central area of Ji Mountain was bustling. The female foxes that had been left behind had paired with the powerful beastmen. Each female was surrounded by several beastmen, either roasting meat or seeking affection. The remaining single beastmen, upon catching sight of Zhang Liu, suddenly lit up, their gazes gleaming with predatory hunger. That a beautiful female. A day without seeing you feels like 3 seasons. You've grown even more stunning. One beastman stepped forward, and the other single beastmen flocked around her. Beautiful female, it's a pity you are not yet mated. You lack a destined powerful beastman. Should you choose me, your later years will be filled with happiness. Beautiful female, do not heed his nonsense. My hunting skills are exceptional. All the wild beasts hunted over the past few days were caught by me. I guarantee you will never go hungry. Zhang Liu understood their courting request that if Xuanming were present, they would likely not act so brazenly. Was Xuanming not in Ji Mountain? Apologies, gentlemen, but I truly have no intention of taking a mate. So you need not say such things to me. After much effort, she finally squeezed her way out of the throng of muscular men, only to be met by 2 figures standing before her. A Qi approached, her eyes flickering. After the king arranged for you to have a cave, we have no idea where it is and have received no news. How have you fared by his side? Has anything occurred beside her? A Yi's eyes were filled with concern. Ever since he had last fainted, he had been troubled, knowing she had witnessed it firsthand, feeling humiliated that she had seen such a disgraceful moment. As a male beast man, his pride had taken a hit. I am well. What about you two? A Qi relaxed. Since moving to another place, we have been doing quite well. It feels even more restful to sleep. I have also heard that Ji Mountain has gained a new shaman, a female named Ayu. Are they referring to you? Zhang Liu pondered for a moment before nodding and affirming, it is indeed me. She chuckled awkwardly, adding that they merely heard about her curing the acne on their faces, which led to her being bestowed with such a title that in truth, she knew nothing and could hardly be considered a mediocre healer. Isn't that better? Someone remarked. With a Yu as the shaman, she can do anything in Ji Mountain. Zhang Liu shook her head, countering that she, too, was restricted in her movements, regardless of whether there were beastmen accompanying her. She could not step outside Ji Mountain even by an inch. Chapter 33 Xuanming's gaze fixated on her lips. It's alright, at least it's far better than being confined in a dark cave. You can come and play with us whenever you have the time. Alright, Zhang Liu replied with a smile. What is it that you are holding? He finally noticed the object in her hand, which appeared to be animal hide, but was distinctly different. This is, she began, when suddenly, she spotted 2 tall figures striding swiftly toward her direction. Xiao, why have you come out? Kei Yin's eyes sparkled playfully, his lips curling into a slight smile. Xuanming's gaze was dark and profound as he regarded her. Zhang Liu stepped forward, holding out the garment she had. "This is for you." Kai raised an eyebrow with a grin. Immediately recognizing his own azure beast robe, he took it, and the robe unfurled in the air, showcasing every exquisite detail. In an instant, the azure robe enveloped him. The pristine garment, with its wide sleeves and delicate feather designs outlined in fine thread, adorned with blue and red beads, exuded elegance and nobility. His striking features and extraordinary handsomeness rendered him ethereal in the azure robe. Kai raised his arm, proudly displaying the attire. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" he inquired of the surrounding beastmen. "Absolutely stunning. Lord Kai looks incredibly handsome in this beast robe." Others echoed. "Indeed, the robe complements Lord Kai-yin's aura perfectly. It's utterly otherworldly. Lord Kai-yin would look good in anything." Zhang Liu felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliments directed towards him. The robe did indeed suit him well, especially with the feathers on his shoulders. But more importantly, his appearance was exceptionally striking. "If only I could see it too," Kai mused, aware of the envious glances cast upon him. "Xiaoye, you truly are a treasure of Ji Mountain, having fashioned such a fitting beast robe." Kai raised an eyebrow slightly, noting how well she had tailored it to his physique. Beside him, an icy aura enveloped Xuanming, his cold black eyes casting a glance at Kai. His thoughts filled with silent resentment. What was his issue? Who had offended him? Xuanming stepped forward, his gaze lowered, a flicker of smoldering fire barely contained within. "Is that mine?" he inquired, eyeing the black garment in her possession. "This one is yours. I promised you," Zhang Liu replied, extending the robe towards him. Xuanming's frigid black eyes softened slightly, his fingers moving as he donned the black beast robe. His long, dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, his piercing gaze shrouded in a thin veil of frost, the black robe failing to conceal his muscular physique, accentuated by the red silk belt that gradually darkened to a deep crimson in the light. "What do you think?" Xuanming queried, observing her silence as she gazed at the robe adorning him. "Beautiful," Zhang Liu unabashedly praised, the earlier brilliance of Kai-yin's robe now eclipsed by Xuanming's. The garment sculpted his form impeccably, broad shoulders accentuating his masculine presence. Zhang Liu struggled to suppress her infatuation, fearing that she might succumb to the urge to caress his chiseled abdomen. "Xiaoye, how could you be so unfair? You didn't praise me earlier," Kai protested from behind. Why did Xuanming receive her admiration while he did not? It was utterly unjust. "You look good too," she replied, and upon hearing this, Kai-yin's mood visibly lifted. Xuanming's favorability reached 40, with only 10 remaining to achieve completion. Zhang Liu's eyes sparkled with joy, realizing that this meant her plan to leave Ji Mountain was advancing more swiftly than anticipated. "Beautiful female, thank you for curing the ailment on my face," a beastman said, stroking his now smooth visage, free from its previous unevenness. "It's nothing." Zhang Liu waved her hand dismissively, intending to take a brief respite when another beastman hesitantly approached. "Beautiful female, I too suffer from this affliction on my face. Would you assist me in treating it?" Zhang Liu slightly lifted her gaze, extracting a salve and squeezing a portion into his palm. Her voice weary. "You can apply it yourself. Just be gentle and don't rub too hard." Yes, she watched the salve in her hand grow flatter. She felt a sense of urgency, ever since Xuanming had designated her as a shaman. Beastmen with ailments, great and small, sought her aid, treating her as if she were a living bodhisattva. Yet she was, in essence, merely a quack. Without this jar of ointment, should they return for her assistance, she would be trapped in a predicament. As her supply dwindled, her desire to escape Ji Mountain intensified, that if Xuanming were to discover her intentions, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. Night enveloped the land, a deep inky darkness saturating the sky. Zhang Liu, as per usual, had the beastmen prepare hot water for her, cleansing herself thoroughly. Noticing the adjacent cave ablaze with light, she hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Xuanming sat at the farthest end, clad in a black beast robe, shrouded in shadows, idly toying with a small golden sphere that caught the warm yellow light. He lifted his gaze slightly upon her arrival, revealing no trace of surprise. "Come here." Zhang Liu obediently approached, her curiosity piqued by the golden sphere in his hand. Its exterior glimmered with a golden sheen, while the interior appeared semi-transparent. "What is this?" It looks quite rare, she remarked. Intrigued as Ji Mountain had never presented such a unique item. Yin Stone, did I ask this what the Fox clan females speak of? I thought it was no longer in existence. I acquired it. Jiang Liu contemplated the implications of this item being in his possession, realizing it must be far from ordinary. What is its purpose? She inquired just before witnessing Xuanming swallow the Yin Stone whole. Instantly, his eyes darkened, glimmering with a captivating light, resembling obsidian orbs that seemed to draw her in. Striking at the very core of her being, to eye in the next heartbeat, her slender waist was ensnared, and she found herself tumbling into his heated embrace, his other hand cradling the back of her head. Fear flickered in her eyes, akin to a timid rabbit facing its fears, an image that invoked sympathy. Xuanming's deep gaze narrowed, his heart racing. Swallowing the Yin Stone would alleviate his moments of weakness. Yet he had not anticipated its side effects. Everything around him became a haze, a thin mist revealing a delicate, pale face, youthful features, and finely textured skin, her dark eyes reflecting panic and uncertainty. Her lips parted slightly, full and rosy. Xuanming's heart raced, his dark gaze fixating on her slightly parted lips, and he descended upon her. Chapter 34. Xuanming, what are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Liu's lips were silenced, her eyes widening as she beheld the depths of his dark gaze, their breaths intertwined, a fervent heat enveloping them. Jiang Liu's delicate hands attempted to push against his chest, yet it felt as unyielding as stone. His kiss was passionate and suffocating, causing her to nearly lose her breath on several occasions that as she gasped for air, she was taken aback when he invaded her mouth. Jiang Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he had taken advantage of her vulnerability, engaging in an act she had never before experienced. His gaze was profound, devoid of any emotion. She was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, recognizing that he seemed oblivious to her words. The Yin Stone was the root cause of his current state. Jiang Liu struggled against his overwhelming force, her body utterly constrained beneath him, rendering escape impossible. Just when she felt she might suffocate, a sudden sharp pain shot through her lips. Xuanming was actually biting and tearing at her. Jiang Liu momentarily blanked out from the pain, blood oozing from the wounds he had inflicted. He licked the blood, his gaze gradually regaining clarity as he became aware of his actions. What are you doing? At last, Jiang Liu found a flicker of Xuanming was momentarily taken aback as he gazed into her inky black eyes, which were shrouded in a misty haze, causing his heart to tremble. Just moments ago, he had consumed Yin Shi, leaving his mind in a chaotic state. The memories were hazy, only vivid in the final moments when he had drained her blood. Frowning, he noticed the streaks of crimson on her lips and the marks of his bites, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "You are injured. Can you tend to yourself?" He raised a hand to caress her lower lip, an expression of concern flickering in his gaze. Jiang Liu's delicate brows furrowed, tears glistening in her dark pupils, resembling a pear blossom in the rain as she retorted, "Are you a dog? Why do you bite people indiscriminately?" It was one thing to kiss her without her consent, but to bite her and draw blood was beyond reason. She suspected he might have been possessed by some spirit. The Xuanming's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated the effects of Yin Shi. This injury, how long will it take to heal? Such a trivial wound was inconsequential for a beast. Yet for her, it was undoubtedly painful. That I have no idea, Jiang Liu replied, her lips still tingling, likely taking several days to recover. I don't know if my lips are swollen. If they end up looking like sausages, it would be quite unseemly. That a hint of frustration flickered in her eyes as she lamented. Had she known the transformation after he consumed Yin Shi would be so significant, she would not have come to. If it cannot be treated, I will seek herbs for you. Surely, there are remedies for swift healing. And if not, I could raid other tribes, she asserted. The Xuanming's expression darkened further. To no need. It will heal in a few days. Are you certain? He inquired, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her dark pupils. Yes, Jiang Liu nodded, grasping his hand. What transpired was not your intention. It is all Yin Shi's fault. Xuanming studied her, sensing an unusual difference today. Typically, she was terrified of him. Yet now, she exhibited no fear. His gaze dropped, drawn once more to the smudge of red on her lips, and he pondered his earlier reckless actions. After a moment of silence, Jiang Liu's voice, soft as a whisper, broke the tension. Have you bathed yet today? Not yet. That I shall prepare your bath. Xuanming looked at her in surprise. Previously, she had been reluctant to assist him. Yet now she was volunteering? He responded with a soft acknowledgement, suppressing the slight fervor rising within him. Before the lake, under the pale glow of the moonlight, the surface shimmered like a mirror. "Allow me to help you undress," Jiang Liu said as she stood before him. Rising on her toes to pull at the beast's cloak draped over his shoulders, the Xuanming's breath hitched, a warmth flooding his throat as she fixated intently on his masculine form. Jiang Liu, feeling the heat of embarrassment, averted her gaze. While aware of the distinctions between genders, she had not given it much thought earlier, forgetting the peculiarities of their relationship. Clearing her throat, she quickly moved behind him, peeling off the beast's cloak from his shoulders. Half of Xuanming's body submerged in the crystal-clear water. Jiang Liu retrieved the prepared animal hide and, as before, soaked it in the water, scrubbing his back. Her approval rating increased by 2, that a faint smile graced her lips as her touch was neither too harsh nor too gentle, contrasting sharply with her previous nonchalant manner. As anticipated, the proximity between them was increasing, and her fondness for him was growing at an accelerated pace. "Have you bathed?" "Not yet." Suddenly, his hand grasped her delicate wrist, pulling her into the water, but he held her securely in his embrace, preventing any clumsiness. Except for her hair and face, her body was fully submerged. The panic in her expression did not escape his notice. "Let us bathe together." His straightforward statement was accompanied by a tightening grip around her waist. Jiang Liu found herself unable to move, trapped beneath the water. "Together?" she stammered in shock. Xuanming slightly raised his chin, revealing a chiseled jawline as he replied, His grip relaxed just enough to afford her a chance to escape. "Male and female are distinct, and I am still wearing the beast hide. I have not brought a change of clothes. Just remove it. After bathing, I will take you back to the cave." Jiang Liu was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly appropriate? Male and female were indeed different, and he was unclothed. If she dared to look down, she might just catch a glimpse of his lower adornment. That it would be quicker to bathe if he sat on top. Xuanming's voice was cold, laced with an undeniable authority. Jiang Liu felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that to scrub him while squatting would require her to bend down, and sitting would only make things messy. Strangely, the water was not as cold as it had been before. The temperature was now comfortably warm as Xuanming's hand supported her waist, ensuring she would not slip beneath the surface. She wished to continue tending to his chest, pondering if one should remain clothed while bathing. Xuanming, observing her tightly wrapped in the beast hide, spoke in a low tone. "Do you intend to keep your clothes on while bathing?" Jiang Liu instinctively covered her chest. "You want me to strip completely?" Chapter 35. She might just develop a needle-sized eye that he gazed at her, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "That it was you who insisted on preparing my bath and removing my cloak. You need not heat the water when bathing before me." Jiang Liu suddenly understood. It was no wonder the water felt warm. It was proximity to him that had warmed it. Was he some sort of hot water bottle? No, now was not the time for such thoughts. She blinked, realizing that if she were to bathe in front of him, both would be stripped bare, facing each other. The mere thought was too much to fathom. She tightened her grip around her chest, shaking her head. "That would mean you could see everything." "I refuse." Xuanming raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her modesty, that he chuckled softly, his voice low and deep. "You reject what other females would eagerly accept." Jiang Liu tilted her head back. Although she possessed a hint of boldness, she intended to maintain her dignity. "That I shan't tease you any longer. Continue with the bath." Jiang Liu wished to roll her eyes at him. In some respects, he and Kai were quite similar, particularly in moments like these, as he playfully sought to amuse her. She resumed scrubbing his chest, the 2 points becoming more prominent and sensitive under her ministrations. She pretended not to notice, continuing her previous technique, resolute in her decision not to tend to his lower half. Shaking her head, she attempted to dismiss the earlier image from her mind. Xuanming lowered his gaze, admiring her delicate nose, the moonlight casting a cool luminescence over her dark hair, her lips a vibrant red, exuding an allure that beckoned to kiss. That a subtle fragrance wafted from her, captivating his senses. Consuming Yin Shi had granted him only one chance. He was determined that by the next full moon, his beast form would not diminish. Her blood was uniquely intoxicating, and the moment it touched his lips, he felt invigorated, a stark contrast to the lethargy that had enveloped him during the last full moon. Having consumed Yin Shi, he still required time for digestion, yet before he could fully process it, he felt himself weakened. The sweetness of her fresh blood bore no unpleasant taste. And had she not appeared, he would have remained in the cave. And tonight, on the eve of the full moon, Xuanming looked up at the bright, white orb hanging high in the night sky. What manner of female was she? Enough already. If you keep scrubbing, you'll rub my skin raw, Zhang Liu exclaimed dramatically. Xuanming regarded her with a hint of concern as he observed her weariness. Suddenly, Zhang Liu felt the hand resting on her waist grow warm. Yet it was a temperature she could endure. Her drenched clothes instantly dried, as though her body had been separated from the water by a thin veil. In the next moment, she found herself on the ground, marveling at the wonders of the beast world. He possessed such extraordinary abilities. Xuanming, I wish to bathe too. Zhang Liu smiled, but you must leave first. She could not allow herself to be seen bathing. Xuanming stood from the water, droplets cascading down his chest and pooling at his feet, soaking into the earth. Zhang Liu had already shielded her eyes. Only releasing her hands once she heard him don his beast cloak that he resumed his prior aloof demeanor, taking advantage of the warm water while it lasted. His unique ability even seemed to possess a lingering effect. Should you step away for a moment? Zhang Liu gestured toward his cave, indicating he should return. Seeing him nod in agreement, he turned and departed. Zhang Li then quickly shed her garments, testing the water's temperature once more. It remained consistently warm. She hastily scrubbed her body with the animal hide, quickly finishing the task. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a set of pristine garments lying nearby. When had those appeared, she recalled that she had brought no other clothing with her. Not even a change of garments. Could it be? Zhang Liu gazed towards the cave, faintly illuminated by flickering flames, but there was no sign of him. Having just turned her back to him, she feared he had seen through her. Zhang Liu pressed her lips together, her face flushed with embarrassment, hastily wiping away the traces of water on her skin before donning the still warm animal hide. Upon returning indoors, she found Xuanming reclining, adorned in the black beast robe she had stitched for him, one hand propping up his chiseled jaw, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Have you finished washing? He slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Zhang Liu nodded. Did I ask there anything else? I wish. Zhang Liu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced her desire to live with you. Xuanming's expression momentarily faltered as he regarded her earnest demeanor, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Do you truly understand what you are saying? What is your reasoning? Although the cave you provided me is commendable, there are occasional insect beasts lurking outside, accompanied by strange sounds that frighten me at night. Zhang Liu's face betrayed her trepidation. Xuanming was taken aback. Could it be that her repeated nighttime visits were driven by fear of the insect beasts? I never intended to claim your bed. Zhang Liu hastily clarified. She could never share a bed with him. How stifling that would be. This area has good feng shui and no insects that I can relocate my animal hides and such. As long as there's a place to sleep, I assure you, I will not disturb you. Why did you not mention this sooner? Xuanming frowned slightly, surprised by her earlier frightened expression, realizing just how delicate she truly was. You were so fierce before. How could I dare to tell you? Zhang Liu's cheeks puffed slightly as she sighed. Fierce? Xuanming's frown deepened at her words, almost as if a fly could be squashed between his brows. Consider this. On the very first day we met, you threatened my life. After that, you allowed me to become the shaman of Xi Mountain, where the inhabitants constantly seek my healing. Yet many of the beastmen were not merely seeking treatment. They were drawn to her proximity. Xuanming was momentarily taken aback, listening to her grievances as if he were a fearsome and terrifying figure. Previously, I misjudged you. You hold great value for me. I have now permitted you to roam freely in Xi Mountain. Actually, I have a small request. Zhang Liu, seeing he offered no rebuttal, continued, though many beastmen on Xi Mountain suffer from acne, it is not severe. Might you consider being lenient? After all, I have treated them numerous times. Let us not have them come for treatment just yet. This is merely a normal phenomenon. Those with robust constitutions can even heal themselves. From the time she treated their acne, a throng of beastmen had used the pretext of seeking healing to initiate courtship rituals, unabashedly displaying their masculine attributes at the slightest disagreement. Zhang Li truly felt she might develop a large needle eye. Chapter 36. Clinging to the king, his gaze was profound, seemingly extending beyond the unfathomable darkness of the night. Very well. Recently, she had been exceedingly fatigued, Likely due to the overwhelming demands of the beastman's ailments that it appeared he had indeed offered her insufficient care. Jiang Liu had intended to continue speaking, but met his deep-set gaze lurking within the shadows. He had acquiesced that wasn't it for the sake of the Ji Mountain beastmen that she had personally administered treatment. Now, his ease in agreeing left her somewhat astonished. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Then I can sleep here? First, bring your belongings inside." Jiang Liu's eyes widened in surprise. She could barely lift even 10 items. Xuanming rose and walked towards the door. Before she could match his pace, she saw her bed, animal hides, and various belongings floating through the air, all having been effortlessly relocated. The heavy stone bed now stood adjacent to his. Jiang Liu was astounded. Was there truly no division between them? "Xuanming, can we not have a little space?" He regarded her with a hint of amusement at the corners of his lips. "My cave cannot accommodate such vast emptiness." Jiang Liu surveyed her surroundings, and indeed, with her belongings added, there was scarcely any room left. She touched her nose to mask her embarrassment. "That it is rather late now. I shall rest." Seated upon her stone bed, she drew the animal hide over herself. With a soft thud, the warm lights within the cave faded, returning to darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight spilling through the entrance. She heard the rustling sounds of movement, accompanied by the weight pressing beside her, despite their stone beds being somewhat large and maintaining a distance between them. She felt as if his entire presence leaned against her. Jiang Liu tightly closed her eyes, her mind already opening the affection meter interface. As expected, it had risen by 3%. Only 5% more to succeed. She smiled contentedly. Originally believing that sharing a roof with him would bring overwhelming pressure, she found it surprisingly easier to drift into slumber than before. In no time, she fell into a deep sleep. Xuanming kept his dark eyes wide open, listening to the soft, even rhythm of her breathing. He turned to observe her delicate head, rising and falling gently, a picture of tranquility in slumber. Tio be able to sleep so soundly beside him? A cold serpent tail coiled around her petite form, drawing her closer to him. Xuanming examined her closely, his rough hand brushing against her smooth, fair cheek, irresistibly soft and tender, almost provoking an urge to bite. Her cheeks were rosy, her long, dark eyelashes peacefully closed, revealing a delicate nose, and her soft, pink lips barely parted as she breathed shallowly, sleeping most sweetly. A soft, low sound escaped her lips, perhaps out of some ticklish sensation, causing her to frown slightly in her dreams, turning her back to him. Xuanming's gaze darkened. He turned her body back around, resting her head against the crook of his arm. This time, he refrained from further actions. And the little female nestled calmly into sleep, her breathing steady and soothing, her small hands lightly clutching his beast robe. Xuanming's narrow eyes held a glimmer of a smile as he closed his eyes in satisfaction, allowing himself to drift off as well. Jiang Liu dreamt a rather ordinary dream. She had curiously purchased a sleep toy, which she would hug every night as she fell asleep. However, the toy fluctuated between warm and cold. During the sweltering heat, it served as a refreshing comfort, making it even more delightful to embrace while sleeping. Yet suddenly, her toy began to move, cool against her skin, entwining itself around her body. Jiang Liu, disturbed, pushed it away with a hand. A chilling grip suddenly seized her chin, and she struggled to awaken from her dreams, only to find herself staring into a pair of dark, profound eyes. Xuanming, awake now. He released her chin. Jiang Liu, bewildered, turned to see the outside bright as day. "Do you remember what you did last night?" Jiang Liu blinked, glancing at her slightly disheveled clothing, which seemed a bit askew but intact. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly asked, "What?" "You clung to me and persistently tried to remove my beast robe." Xuanming's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as he observed her dazed expression. "How could that be?" She looked at his exposed chest, his clothing in disarray as if someone had hastily torn it off. A flash of memory crossed her mind, and she recalled the dream she had last night. "Could it be that I mistook you for a toy?" As she gazed into his eyes, resembling a cold abyss, which held a hint of amusement, Jiang Liu felt her heart race. "Perhaps I could let you pull me back." Xuanming raised an eyebrow, surprised by her audacity. "As long as you haven't ruined my beast robe." Jiang Liu noticed that the beast robe he wore was indeed the one she had crafted for him. He seemed to cherish it. For her to say such a thing, she felt certain Xuanming would not actually act on it. However, her speculation had barely formed when Xuanming's entire body pressed down upon her. Instinctively, she tilted her head back, his warm hand cradling the back of her head. "Did I ask this what you meant?" Xuanming's deep gaze held a probing intensity, tinged with a hint of mischief. Jiang Liu swallowed hard. "You can consider my previous words as if you never heard them." His eyes were boundless, the flickering light within them concealing a tempest. He chuckled lightly, gradually pulling her close, prompting her to sit up. "I was just teasing you." With those 3 casual words, Jiang Liu felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. Did he just tease her? The way he looked at her almost made her feel as though she was about to plunge into a den of tigers. The expression that suggested he might devour her whole made Jiang Liu genuinely wonder if he had intentions beyond mere jest. "I'll go wash up first." Flustered, she hastily left the stone bed and stepped outside. Xuanming, unhurried, smoothed his disheveled collar before following her. Jiang Liu retrieved her toothpaste and toothbrush, squeezing a bit onto the brush and beginning to clean her teeth, the refreshing minty scent wafting through the air. "What is this?" Seeing him staring at her, she mumbled an explanation. "Toothpaste for cleaning teeth." Xuanming observed the long object she held, brushing it against her mouth and producing white foam, intrigued by this peculiar ritual. "Cleaning teeth?" Xuanming was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, cleaning one's teeth is essential. Do you not engage in such practices, you male beasts? It is known that male orcs possess the innate ability to cleanse their bodies while in their transformed state, rendering such tasks unnecessary." Xuanming gazed at her, aware that the females, in contrast, utilize a specific type of leaf for their cleansing rituals, though these leaves are rather elusive and seldom plucked. Thus, in certain smaller tribes, one might observe a greater number of females reluctant to maintain their dental hygiene. Jiang Liu suddenly comprehended the situation, that it was no wonder she had never witnessed Acne engaging in such cleanliness. Nor had she seen other females do so. The only exception was the female fox of the last encounter, whose cleanliness was quite remarkable, but he claimed that male orcs did not require body cleansing. Yet, why had she seen him bathing on 2 occasions, necessitating her assistance? Could it be that he was a cleanliness fanatic? Chapter 37. The subtle blade of Xuanming and Cain prepare the food for later. "You too?" Jiang Liu cast a doubtful glance at him, and he lightly affirmed with a soft Jiang Liu could not help but chuckle, recalling how he had previously declared the food to be mediocre. "This king desires to eat," Xuanming stated with a tone of authority. How contradictory, she mused inwardly, for he had claimed it was merely acceptable. However, aside from the ingredients for roasted meat, we have exhausted our previous supplies. This king has already instructed them to memorize the appearance of the food and to gather it. Xuanming responded. Jiang Liu sighed softly, having hoped to find an excuse to venture outside, but it seemed her plans were futile. Before long, a large stack of beast hide bags was placed before her. The orc, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Female, we have gathered all the food you require." "Thank you for your trouble," Jiang Liu replied. Opening each beast hide bag, inside, she found not only chicken and eggs but also sweet tomatoes, mushrooms, and more. The orc certainly had excellent memories. When Jiang Liu opened her shopping interface, she discovered an additional lighter among her supplies. Her eyes brightened, and she purchased it immediately. Just like an ordinary lighter, it functioned with the press of a button. She placed a handful of dry grass under the stone pot, and, with a quick press of the lighter, a spark ignited. The dry grass began to burn steadily, creating an even larger flame. She then added a piece of fatty pork, which sizzled delightfully, followed by crushed tomatoes and mushrooms. Before long, a plate of sautéed tomatoes and mushrooms was complete. Jiang Liu inhaled the fragrant aroma, allowing it to cool slightly before tasting it herself. The flavor was exquisite. She carried it into the cave and set it on the stone table. "It's ready. Come eat," she called out. Xuanming, having just alleviated the heaviness of last night's meal, opened his eyes. Rising, he moved to sit in the stone chair. "This is different from the last meal. It's my new creation." "Of course it's different, though the ingredients remain the same, that I merely swapped some of the sought-ed materials." Xuanming took a tentative bite, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Jiang Liu seated herself before him, propping her chin in her hands. "That's so. Is it good this time?" Xuanming opened his mouth, initially set to repeat his previous sentiment, but paused and altered his response. "Delicious." Jiang Liu smiled, her lips curving upward. "And you?" Have you eaten yet? I had some fruit and am already full, he replied. Hearing this, Xuanming consumed all the food before him. Xian, that Martin is far too cunning, Cain announced as he entered, holding a piece of marten fur. Upon noticing Zhang Liyue's presence, his eyes brightened. Little Ye. Xuanming cast a dispassionate glance at him, but Cain appeared unfazed, cheerfully moving to Zhang Liyue's side. Little Ye, did you miss me in my absence? Not at all, she replied. Cain feigned hurt. Little Ye, your words wound me deeply. Zhang Liyue rubbed her arms. All right, enough of that. What have you been up to? Look, marten fur, Cain said, raising the brown hide. Zhang Liyue examined the fur in his hand. It was finely textured, with smooth lines and a plush thickness, its color lustrous. What is it for? It doesn't seem particularly cold right now. The marten fur has already been processed and is quite dry. Capable of replacing 5 pieces of beast hide, that of course, it is for you. For me? Zhang Liu pointed incredulously at herself. Little Ye has crafted a beast robe for me, despite my insistence. Cain smiled, raising an eyebrow at Xuanming. So, I prepared one for little Ye as well. It may not compare to yours, but come winter, it will surely keep her warm. Zhang Liu held the fur, feeling its softness. Within moments, her palms warmed against it. Indeed, this marten fur would be quite suitable for the harsh winter ahead. Then I shall accept it without hesitation, she said, unreservedly clutching it to her chest, only to soon feel it was too warm. Placing it on her stone bed, seeing the smile on her face, which was entirely due to Chuin's gift, Xuanming's expression darkened momentarily, that he spoke coolly. Next time, I shall gift you a fox fur. Cain raised an eyebrow, wondering if Xuanming was attempting to compete with him. Zhang Li noticed a subtle tension in their gazes, as if an unspoken conflict simmered beneath the surface. She chose to disregard it. Cain, having noticed Xuanming had consumed an entire plate of food, turned to Zhang Liyue. Little Ye, I'm hungry. That aren't they supposed to be preparing roasted meat? He inquired, glancing at the empty bowl before Xuanming, his intention clear. Zhang Liu quickly responded, all right, we still have ingredients. I'll prepare a portion for you. No need to prepare it for him. The orcs have already begun roasting meat, and it should be ready soon. Xuanming interrupted her sharply. Xian, you've already eaten little Ye's food. I too wish to have what she makes. And that has nothing to do with you, Cain retorted, relaxing comfortably in front of Xuanming. His eyes sparkling with mirth, Xuanming's lips curled into a slight smile. She has just finished preparing food for me, and is already fatigued. You shall wait until next time. That Xuan's expression shifted slightly, that I've also learned to make crispy rice, taught by little Ye herself. You certainly haven't received such personal instruction, have you? Zhang Liu, taken aback, was momentarily dazed. Did I teach him to make crispy rice? Wasn't it merely that he burned it and it happened to turn into crispy rice? How had this transformed into a tale of her instructing him? Zhang Liu sensed an unusual tension between the two, not merely a slight dissonance, but a significant one. The intermittent sparks of conflict were poised to ignite, awaiting merely the right catalyst. Zhang Liu refrained from exposing his deception and instead retrieved 2 freshly washed fruits, offering them to him. Noticing the dust upon him that had yet to be cleaned, she suggested, you should eat the fruit for now. I'll prepare something for you next time. Cain's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes sparkled as he accepted them. Little Ye is always so kind to me. Nearby, Xuanming let out a soft chuckle. Cain paid no mind, savoring the fruit she had offered, as if it were the finest delicacy. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. What is it? Xuanming inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the panicked orc. The Eagle Tribe orcs have destroyed the hunting traps we set. The Eagle Tribe. Xuanming's eyes darkened instantly. A familiar frustration surfacing, that he rose, his black cloak billowing as he moved with purpose. Let us go investigate. Watching him depart, Chuin's expression soured as well, that he turned to Zhang Liu and said, Little Ye, we should step away for a moment. Please wait here. We shall return promptly. Zhang Liu nodded. All right. The cave fell into complete silence. The Eagle Tribe orcs, they were all airborne beasts. Xuanming and his kin appeared to harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Eagle Tribe, suggesting a long-standing grudge. Yet none of this concerned her. With newfound confidence, Zhang Liu opened her affinity interface. 48. Task. Please accompany the hunt into the traps. Reward points. 100 to Chapter 38. The Eagle Tribe's master to the hunting traps? Zhang Liu pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. But I cannot leave Ji Mountain. Perhaps she could give it a try. She made her way to the entrance of the tribe, but found herself utterly lost, unable to discern the path. Ultimately, she sought the guidance of other orcs to lead her, little female. There were at least a dozen orcs stationed at the entrance, and upon seeing her, they expressed surprise. "Female, do you require assistance?" One orc bowed slightly in respect. "Not particularly. I merely wish to inquire if your king has just departed," Jiang Liue replied. Upon hearing this, the orcs exchanged concerned glances. "Yes, the Eagle Tribe orcs deliberately destroyed the hunting traps we constructed. However, we have managed to capture some Eagle Tribe orcs. They cannot escape too far, and we are currently searching for them." Jiang Liue feigned realization that, I see. Would you be able to escort me there?" The orcs exchanged glances. Before responding in unison, "No. Female, the king has commanded that you not leave Ji Mountain by even a single step. I simply wish to gather some medicinal herbs. It would suffice if someone accompanied me," she pleaded. Yet they remained resolute, asserting, "This matter requires the king's return before we can decide. Lord Cain has also gone along, so it is best to wait for their return and inquire personally." "Very well." Jiang Liu sighed, her spirits dampened. I.e., having just finished processing beast hides, noticed Jiang Liu's despondent demeanor. "Ayue, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast." Jiang Liu looked up. "Xuanming has ordered all orcs not to leave Ji Mountain. Yet I merely wish to step outside for a moment." Dai pressed his lips together, pausing for a moment before saying, "I have a way to get out." Jiang Liu's eyes brightened. "What method?" "There is a water area in Ji Mountain, shrouded in darkness and dampness, where beastmen seldom roam, but it will require some effort. What do you intend to do once you are outside? Are you aware of the Eagle Clan beastmen?" He hesitated. "The Eagle Clan beastmen have never interacted with us, and all the hunting traps we set have been destroyed by them. Do you also set hunting traps?" Jiang Liu asked in astonishment. "Yes, is there a problem with that?" Ai responded. Jiang Liu hadn't expected such a coincidence, indicating that he was also aware of the trap's locations. "Please take me there." "Why?" Captivated by her star-like black eyes, I found it hard to look away. "That I lost something important there, and I wish to find it. Describe it to me, and I will retrieve it for you." Ai was reluctant to take her along, feeling inadequate to protect her. "That I cannot describe it. Please just take me there, will you?" Jiang Liu's gaze was filled with longing. Ai, unable to refuse her earnest eyes, hesitated, considering her safety. "How about I ask other beastmen first? With more people, the chances of finding it will be greater." "No." Jiang Liu immediately rejected that idea, alarmed. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, she softened her tone. "They will want to court me upon seeing me, and I fear encountering them." That's the case. He recalled how beastmen had previously pursued her, incessantly requesting to be her mates. "Just take me there. We will return quickly." Jiang Liu gently shook his hand, as if stirring his heart. "Very well." There were few beastmen in the path leading there. Even if wild animals appeared, they would be of a low level, as it had always been during their visits. "Thank you." With his agreement, Jiang Liu beamed with joy. Dai was entranced by her radiant smile. "Let us go." Dai took her hand and led her down another path. Shadows danced around them, and the dim sunlight occasionally pooled in certain spots. Compared to other areas, it was indeed more eerie here. Suddenly, Jiang Liu felt a wave of fear and hesitated. "We have arrived." "I will carry you up." Dai squatted down, indicating for her to climb onto his back. "Huh." Jiang Liu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly scrambled onto his back. Upon seeing the sight before her, she understood why she needed him to carry her. Ahead loomed a thick wall made of stone, with several protruding stones on top, ideal for climbing. She instantly recognized his plan to help her escape. I effortlessly bore her weight, finding it no burden at all. "The king has not treated you poorly, has he?" "Not at all." "That is good," Dai reflected, knowing that as the shaman of Ji Mountain, she would not have been subjected to lesser treatment. Skillfully, I climbed swiftly to the top. "Dai, hold on tight. I am going down now." "All right." Jiang Liu clutched his shoulders tightly while he held on her legs, ensuring she remained secure as they descended. They landed steadily, and once Ai felt balanced, he set her down. Ai surveyed the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze in a specific direction. "We shall go there. Stay close to me." Although their previous journey along this path had seen little danger, he still felt a twinge of anxiety that if you were not there, he wouldn't have worried about such matters. Since she had left the cave, opportunities to interact with her had dwindled, but Yi sighed internally. The location of the hunting traps was not far. He guided her along his familiar route. Lord Yin. The beastmen of Ji Mountain have already arrived. Should we retreat? Both Yi and Jiang Liu halted abruptly upon hearing that voice. They exchanged glances before looking towards a massive tree trunk deeper within the forest. The deep voice of a powerful beastman had originated from there. There are others here. The words of that beastman suggested they were not Ji Mountain's kin. They did not advance further, but another beastman's voice emerged from behind the trees. Its deep, steady tone resonated like an ancient pendulum, calm yet magnetic, indicating that he had already arrived. But we happened to see the hunting traps laid by the Ji Mountain beastmen and destroyed them all. Lord Yin won't hold that against us, will he? The voice quivered with both fear and respect. Perfectly timed. Last time, Xuanming ambushed my city, and now it is tit for tat. The beastman expressed concern about their traps being somewhat concealed, leading to some of their own accidentally stumbling into them. His blood would surely attract the Ji Mountain beastmen more rapidly. Their king might also come rushing to no matter. I have already treated his wounds. I will handle the aftermath that I can still stall Xuanming for a while longer. After you leave, I will follow. Lord Yin is formidable. Jiang Li listened as the two beastmen continued their conversation, suddenly feeling a slick, wet sensation on her arm. She looked down and gasped in alarm. Chapter 39. A beautiful man, a slippery creature, resembling a leech, was slowly crawling up her arm, panic-stricken. Jiang Liu flailed her arms, wishing to shake it off but too frightened to touch it. Yi noticed at once, grasped her hand, and forcefully yanked the creature off her arm, tossing it into the grass. Jiang Liu lowered her gaze to see the small animal clinging to her hand. It was not a leech, but something similar, and its moisture from the nearby dampness, along with the slime it secreted, had led her to misidentify it. Their voices echoed through the stillness of the forest. One beastman exclaimed, "There is a female." Upon hearing this, the beastman behind the tree trunk immediately called out, "Lord Yin, I will go check." A low voice responded to him. The beastman stepped out. He spotted a male and female attempting to flee. You run ahead. I will hold him off." He grasped her hand, pushing her forward with determination. From their earlier conversation, he clearly understood that the two beastmen before them were rivals of Ji Mountain. If Yi were captured, the consequences would be dire. Yi's heart raced with worry. Despite his limited abilities, he was determined to protect her with all his might. "Run," he signaled her with his eyes. Jiang Liu recognized that neither of them stood a chance against their adversaries, gritting her teeth as she fled in the opposite direction. The beastman lunged forward, blocking her path. "I will not allow you to take another step." "You are a Ji Mountain beastman?" He regarded Yi with a composed gaze, his claws glinting with menace. Recognizing that Yi was a shape-shifting beastman, he understood that those close to important figures were not to be trifled with. Yi remained silent, but the beastman seemed to comprehend. "How unfortunate to come across a lone Ji Mountain beastman. I shall keep the female, and you will be my offering to Ji Mountain." With a fierce glint in his eyes, his claws lunged towards Yi with blinding speed. Yi's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, but his speed and capabilities were no match for the beastman before him. His chest was slashed, blood spilling forth as the beastman sneered. "Is this really a Ji Mountain beastman? How can you be so weak?" Doubt crept into his mind as he scrutinized the beastman clutching his chest. Was it possible he had misjudged? Though astonished, he was determined not to let him escape unscathed, intending to inflict a lasting injury as a display of power. Suddenly, he lunged again, claws aimed to inflict pain. Not outright kill, but to torment thoroughly. Yi's pupils dilated, enduring the pain coursing through him as he saw the beastman preparing to strike again. He instinctively turned his body to evade the blow. As he rolled, the pain in his chest intensified. He let out a suppressed groan, relying on sheer willpower to avoid further harm. The beastman lifted his sharp claws once more. Yi summoned an unexpected surge of courage. Gripping the beastman's arm just before the claws could pierce his abdomen. With all his might, he resisted, but the strength of the beastman before him was several tiers above his own, causing his body to tremble. Yet he did not relent. The orc, noticing that he was relying solely on willpower to endure, while his physical strength was utterly insufficient, let out a cold snort and continued to press down with his arm. Yi was drenched in cold sweat. his body feeling somewhat weak and drained, the sweat seeping into his wounds, intensifying his pain. Just as he felt utterly exhausted, a stone suddenly struck the orc's forehead from above. The orc let out a howl as another sharp stone hit him, but he released his grip and rolled aside, casting his gaze towards the source of the attack. There stood a petite female, several dozen meters away, her features indistinguishable, yet her fair complexion seemed to radiate light, completely contrasting with the surrounding scene. Even without seeing her face, one could discern her extraordinary beauty in her hands. She held a long piece of wood, while the other hand clutched several stones. With a swift pull of the string, a small pebble was launched directly towards him. Surprise flickered in his eyes. The stone that had just struck him was indeed controlled by this female. Though he could not ascertain the nature of her weapon, the ability to attack him from a distance undoubtedly posed a significant threat, prompting him to quickly retreat to the side. Zhang Liu pressed him further back, away from Ai. Only one orc remained in her sight, and she felt a twinge of worry. She had distinctly heard two orcs conversing earlier. Where was the other one? Observing Ai's chest wound and his nearly depleted strength, she furrowed her brow in concern, contemplating how to swiftly extricate him from this perilous situation. The orc touched the spot on his face where he had been struck, now punctured with a small hole. Crimson liquid oozing forth as he saw the female drawing closer. He retreated even further, the pain from the stones still sharp. If one struck his vital areas, the consequences would be dire. When did the females of Xi Mountain become so formidable? Seeing him retreat in fear, Zhang Liu sensed an opportunity. Just as she was about to reach Ai, a tall figure abruptly appeared before her, obstructing her view. Zhang Liu took a step back, staring at the imposing male orc. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and beneath his thick, black brows were eyes sharp enough to ensnare anyone's heart, cold as a blade. His lips were slightly pressed together, and his jawline, sculpted to perfection, exuded an innate nobility that made one feel unworthy to approach him, causing her to involuntarily hold her breath. What a beautiful man! Zhang Liu momentarily froze, but in the next instant, she realized she could not afford to be infatuated. This male orc was undoubtedly allied with the one they had just fought. She aimed her bow and arrow at him, ready to strike. Yin Yin experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. The female before him was strikingly beautiful. Her silky hair fell to her waist. Her delicate face showcased exquisite features, and beneath her arched willow-like brows, her pure black pearl-like eyes shimmered with a glimmer of water. Her cherry lips and delicate nose appeared almost succulent. And her slender neck, though draped in simple beast attire, only accentuated her stunning visage, akin to an enchanting elf lost in a dark forest. As she launched a dangerous projectile from her hand, Yin Yin narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared behind her. Zhang Liu was startled to see the figure before her vanish, an overwhelming pressure seeping into her back. She gasped, her wrist seized by a strong, bony hand, the weight of his grip causing her fingers to slacken. The bow fell from her grasp, landing with a heavy thud on the ground. Almost immediately, her back pressed against a hot, solid chest. Her slender wrist was firmly held by a large hand. Chapter 40. Yin Yin wishes to take her back to Yin City. Her petite frame leaned against the male orc's sturdy chest. Zhang Liu caught a faint hint of mint mingled with a herbal aroma, both refreshing and pleasant. Without needing to think, she recognized that the orc behind her was the same one who had blocked her earlier movements. Female, you are quite formidable, a low voice whispered near her ear. She felt a tickle in her ear. The male orc was so close that his breath brushed against her. Let me go, no matter how she struggled. She could not free herself from his grasp. The disparity in strength was instantly apparent. Tell me, where do you hail from? Yin Yan's gaze was lowered, studying her striking profile, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if fearful. Do not be afraid, he inadvertently uttered those words, yet his grip on her wrist remained unyielding, not allowing even an inch of distance. Afraid of him? She scoffed at the thought. She was currently in Xi Mountain, their enemy territory. Should she admit her origins, she could only imagine the torment that would ensue. Based on the earlier conversation between the two orcs, the male behind her undoubtedly held significant power and did not belong to this territory. No matter how she pondered, he was an entity she could not provoke. My apologies, Lord Yin Yin. It was my oversight. The orc who had previously dodged the thrown stones emerged from the bushes. Rushing forward, his eyes filled with embarrassment from his earlier retreat, that he intended to glare at the female before him, but upon seeing her exquisite profile, he was left speechless. Such a beautiful female. He had been too distant to notice her beauty when he had felt the threat. Now, up close, he was astonished to realize that the one who had attacked him was this stunning female. The orc suddenly found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his earlier confrontation with her had been entirely unfounded. Even wishing to compete with her, Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, in long-range attacks, one should seek cover to evade. What benefit is there in retreating? His words laid bare the weaknesses of the bow and arrow. Zhang Liyue was taken aback, realizing that the male orc behind her possessed not only formidable strength, but also keen observational skills. Ai had urged her to flee, but she had not gotten far before stopping. Knowing that no orcs from Ji Mountain were nearby, climbing the wall was futile, let alone outrunning two orcs. Even Ai's strength was limited. The odds of him standing against two orcs were slim. It would be better to negotiate, perhaps soften the consequences with some persuasive words. She opened the marketplace interface, just in time to see an update for a new weapon, a wooden bow. Initially troubled by the weapon's ineffectiveness in her hands, as she lacked precision, she was surprised when Xiao Lu informed her that purchasing it would directly upgrade her accuracy. This meant she could effortlessly hit her intended targets. She quickly made the purchase, gathering numerous stones from the ground, and indeed saw Ai struggling against the orc, clearly at a disadvantage. Thus, every movement she had made with the wooden bow had been fully observed by this orc. Zhang Liyue's conviction solidified. Her concern for Ai had blinded her to the presence of another orc, one whose abilities were even more formidable. The chastised orc suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, Lord Yin was correct. He had been foolish not to recognize the simplicity of the female's weapon. Yin scoffed lightly. Simple? Perhaps not. If refined, it could serve great purposes. That he squinted, assessing the broken wooden bow on the ground. Ai, why have you returned? Ai's eyes glimmered with an indescribable emotion, a blend of joy and worry. He was glad she had come back to rescue him, but he was even more concerned that she had stepped into greater danger. The orc he had just faced was already formidable, and the one blocking her was evidently even stronger. Ai's gaze was filled with anxiety, helpless to do anything as the wounds on his body numbed him, leaving him with little strength due to their earlier struggle. Yet he still strained to rise, attempting to save Ai from the grip of the orc. Yin watched with keen interest as Ai bent over. Trying to stand, his voice, now slightly hoarse, drifted to her ear. Is he your mate? After a brief silence, he dismissed the thought, realizing she had not bonded with any orc. This revelation astonished the orc beside him. Such a beautiful female was still unclaimed. Female, you have yet to answer my question. Are you from Ji Mountain? Zhang Liyue's long, dark eyelashes quivered as she softly replied, her voice as melodious as a lark's song. I am not from Ji Mountain. Yes, that's so. Yin replied, his skepticism evident. Females from Ji Mountain were rare, and he had encountered a few, yet none possessed such extraordinary beauty. However, he could not entirely rule it out. For the distance she stood from Ji Mountain was merely a few meters. Where do you hail from? I was originally a female of the ape clan, but long ago, the clan was besieged by wandering beasts. The deaths of my kin led to my current existence. Zhang Liyue's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow. I have long lost my home and can only survive by clinging to life. Though she spoke fabrications, the emotions stirred within her were genuine, rooted in the pain of her former family. She could only hope that by sharing her tragic experiences, she might convey her plight more convincingly. Yin sensed her body quivering beneath his grip, the tension in his hand loosening slightly. She belongs to the ape clan. This race evokes a flicker of recognition, yet it feels as though I have never heard of it before. The harrowing experiences she recounted, accompanied by the glistening moisture in her eyes, left a subtle softness in Yin heart. He released her hand, gazing into her eyes, which shimmered with tears that were almost irresistible. Like pear blossoms weeping, do not cry, he uttered coldly, raising a hand to wipe away her tears. However, the female preemptively brushed away her impending tears, leaving them clinging to her eyelashes, presenting a pitiable visage akin to one who had been wronged. I will take you back. There were numerous ambiguities and questions surrounding her, such as the wooden bow she had just used, and his own origins remained to be investigated. Yin wished to escort her back for a thorough examination. Moreover, he glanced at her ethereal beauty. Leaving her in the forest was perilous. Although she had miraculously survived thus far, danger lurked silently that a female could hardly create a significant disturbance, not to mention there were other females who wished him harm. Return with you? To where? Zhang Liu inquired, bewildered. Yin City, Chapter 41. A battlefield of beastmen. Yin City. In the discourse of other beastmen, Zhang Liu had never encountered mention of this place, but the mere name suggested a stark contrast to Ji Mountain, perhaps even originating from another continent. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, in the distance, a tempest arose. Fierce winds lashed against the towering branches, causing brittle twigs to snap and tender leaves to scatter. Observing the tumult nearby, Yin Yan's expression darkened, and an intangible aura of impending slaughter radiated from him. Zhang Liu, closest to him, felt an involuntary tremor coursing through her body that a faint smile graced his lips. You ultimately pursued me after all. Ahead, with a thunderous crash, colossal trees toppled, that a massive crimson figure emerged abruptly. That it was a serpent, its body drenched in a blood-like hue, adorned with black markings along the edges of its scales. Its girth rivaled that of the mightiest trees, and its enormous head bore deep, dark eyes, concealing infinite shadows. That it flicked its crimson tongue, its pupils seemingly filled with blood, glimmering with an otherworldly light. Its gaze was fixated upon the female in front of Yin Yan. Penetrating and ominous, Zhang Liu felt a chill of sweat trickle down her back. The immense figure before her and its eyes evoked a familiar, yet terrifying sensation. Release her, came a voice. Deep and gravelly, like an abyss in a deep pool, instilling fear. Yin Yan smiled faintly, lowering his gaze to the petite female in his arms. Did you not say? You are unfamiliar with the beastmen of Ji Mountain? Zhang Liu found herself at a loss for words, for she had fully confirmed that the blood-red serpent before her was indeed Xuanming. Yet, its voice was deeper than usual, akin to the surging waves of the deep sea. Imbued with an undeniable power, Xuanming's favorability has reached 50. The task has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Please check, host. What is happening? I did nothing, yet the favorability increased? She gazed into Xuanming's obsidian eyes, where a blood-red gleam flickered, as if at any moment it might unleash a power capable of annihilating the world. Was he worried about himself? Zhang Liu did not perceive the increase in favorability as merely benign. She suddenly realized that perhaps it was accompanied by other emotional nuances. That I will say it again. Release her. Yin Yan's smile remained thin as he replied, what if I choose not to? The two were evenly matched, their eyes revealing a battlefield's smoke and tension, as though at their juncture, flames of war sparked to life, tearing apart the silence of peace. Xuanming's eyes glowed a fierce red, akin to his blood-red form. And with a powerful sweep of his serpent tail, he aimed directly at Yin Yan. Dust swirled around them, obliterating the great trees. Yin Yan's eyes narrowed. From his back, deep gray wings unfurled, each feather radiating a metallic sheen. Broad and robust, each flap declaring its might and awe. Zhang Liu stared in astonishment as powerful gray wings sprouted from his back. He is an eagle beast. Before she could ponder further, the collapsing trees commanded her attention. Xuanming's destructive force was staggering. His thick serpent tail swept through, leveling the ground before him. Yin Yan flapped his wings, evading the oncoming massive tail. His expression was grave, no matter how he employed his annihilative techniques. He could not dislodge the petite female cradled in his arms. Yin Yan soared into the air, his wings resembling a resilient, powerful fan, as he lunged towards Xuanming. Suddenly, trees that were on the verge of being uprooted toppled in the opposite direction. Directly towards Xuanming, his eyes glinted coldly as he swept his tail forward, snapping the trees that obstructed his view in two. The sturdy trunks fell like the sky was cleaved open, revealing a male and a female above. Yin Yan continued to flap his wings, the wind howling violently, akin to an impending catastrophic tornado, sweeping away dust, snapping branches, and scattering leaves as the ground beneath cracked and splintered. All directed towards Xuanming. With a solemn gaze, Xuanming used his serpent tail to shield himself against the onslaught of the raging winds. The nearby wild beasts had long fled the battleground filled with the scent of smoke. and the beastmen who had followed them kept their distance. Watching the duel unfold, it was as if this place had transformed into their arena, saturated with fierce conflict. Jiang Liu kept her eyes tightly shut, fearing that if she opened them, she would be engulfed by sand. Her hair billowed in the wind. Although Yin Yan's powers intensified the gusts, the position he held her in remained the safest. Even so, as Yin Yan soared through the sky, she felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, discomforting her greatly. She could not help but wonder internally, Little Six, my task in G Mountain is over. Right? Host favorability has been achieved. There are currently no tasks. That makes things easier. Jiang Liu sighed in relief. She accessed the marketplace system, her gaze landing on the last item in her inventory, a pill named Instant Transport Pill. Once ingested, it would allow her to teleport instantaneously to a safe territory, though the destination would be randomly generated, ensuring safety. Little Six, it guarantees safety, but the location is uncertain, so it might land me in the forest? Whether in the forest or within the tribe, it will bring the host to a secure location. All right then, let's give it a try. One was the king of G Mountain, and the other a beastman from Yin City. She believed that the two would endure their conflict for so long, indicating their powers were indeed on par. She could not remain in G Mountain. She had only gained Xuanming's partial trust by using medicine to heal a beastman. If he were to discover that she possessed no medical skills, who knew how the eccentric temperament of his would react? Favorability could also diminish, and she did not wish to linger in G Mountain. Conversely, if she were taken back by the beastmen of Yin City, interrogation would be inevitable, but he seemed quite curious about her, and given Xuanming's hostility, contact was out of the question. Furthermore, she was ignorant of his true nature and knew nothing of what Yin City was like. With these thoughts solidified, Jiang Liu quickly exchanged for the instant transport pill that a pill the size of a thumbnail appeared in her palm. Taking a gamble, she brought her hand to her lips, opened her mouth, and forcefully swallowed it. Yin Yan lowered his gaze, naturally noticing her actions. Before he could comprehend what she had ingested, he suddenly felt emptiness in his hands. She had vanished, right before his eyes. The female he held had inexplicably disappeared. Not far away, Xuanming, who had been poised to attack again, froze in place, having witnessed the petite figure in Yin Yan's arms vanish without warning. Chapter 42. Once again. A battlefield. Jiang Liu felt nothing. She merely blinked. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her had transformed into a different realm. The sky was a blend of blue and white, clouds adorning it like jewels upon an endless ocean, shimmering gently. Was she in the sky? Just as this thought crossed her mind, her body plummeted rapidly, sending an unprecedented wave of panic through her. Little Six. You said it would not be dangerous. Unlike that beastman, she had no wings to soar through the heavens. She shut her eyes, enveloped in despair. However, moments later, instead of the sensation of her body being crushed upon impact, she instead landed on something soft. Could it truly be divine protection? Jiang Liu slowly opened her eyes. Above her, a pair of golden yellow eyes met hers. Its fur was resplendent, a dazzling gold, adorned with a black stripe upon its forehead, resembling a masterpiece bestowed by nature. Upon noticing the striking king character on its forehead, along with its delicate tiger whiskers, Jiang Liu was momentarily stunned. That a tiger. What a beautiful female. Its voice was deep yet carried a youthful clarity. Soothing and refreshing, akin to a summer breeze brushing against her heart. This female is mine. Across from it stood a gray wolf, its face twisted with malice, gazing greedily at the female cradled in the tiger's grasp. They had not anticipated that amidst their slaughter, a female would descend from the heavens. The wolf, thinking the dark spot above was merely debris discarded by an eagle beast, had retreated several meters, only to discover it was a stunning female. Having only glimpsed the profile, the fair skin stands out strikingly amidst the frigid forest, and with Xiaoxi's reaction, one can discern just how exquisite that little female is. He gritted his teeth, his face etched with regret. She was once his female, yet now Xiaoxi had seized her right from under his nose. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he shifted his hind legs back. And in the blink of an eye, he lunged towards Xiaoxi's position, intent on abducting the little female cradled in his arms. Why should it be yours? Xiaoxi let out a cold chuckle, clearly asserting, she is my female. His words were imbued with an undeniable authority. As he observed the approaching attack, he swiftly dodged, placing the little female beneath a tree branch. "Little female, stay here for a moment. I shall deal with him first," he said gently. Upon seeing her nod lightly, Xiaoxi found himself momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty. Yet a pressing dilemma remained to be resolved. With a slight smirk, he turned his back to her and engaged the wolf beast once more. The wolf beast's objective had shifted. Initially, it aimed to thwart Xiaoxi, at the very least injuring him, but now it sought to claim the little female. Its green eyes glimmered with intent as it made repeated advances towards her. Xiaoxi, of course, would not allow it to approach her, obstructing it at every turn. Zhang Liu was utterly bewildered. Having just escaped one hellish scene, she was now thrust into another battlefield. Xiao Lu, is the current situation good or bad? Wasn't that pill supposed to lead her to safety? Why did she feel anything but secure? Watching the fierce struggle between the tiger and the wolf, she couldn't discern which beast was the stronger. However, it wasn't long before she observed the wolf beast's body accumulating more wounds, the tiger's claws raking through its flesh, leaving trails of blood. Meanwhile, the tiger bore only a few minor scratches, clearly indicating its superior prowess. "Xiaoxi, one day, I will tear you to shreds." The wolf beast howled in fury, its anger palpable. Xiaoxi remained unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was evident in the scars upon their bodies. Just a defeated foe. Hardly worth his consideration. His attention was still fixed on the little female, stealing glances at her as she remained safely nestled against the tree trunk, a sense of relief washing over him. His thoughts turned to dispatching the male beast swiftly. The wolf beast retreated a considerable distance, sensing that it was no longer a match for Xiaoxi, its stamina waning. Its claws swiped at a nearby tree trunk, toppling it toward Xiaoxi to sever their line of sight. That in a flurry of splinters, Xiaoxi darted forward. After taking a few steps, he remembered the little female awaiting him. His eyes flickered with hesitation. Pursuing now would still require a lengthy chase to eliminate the wolf beast. With its cunning nature, it would only seek to dispose of him, abandoning the little female. Given the perilous surroundings, the likelihood of encountering other ferocious beasts or malevolent beastmen loomed large. Neither circumstance favoring the little female. The time he spent away could very well lead to unforeseen complications. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoxi resolved to retrace his steps, noticing the absence of pursuing footsteps. The wolf beast halted and turned, only to see Xiaoxi retreating in the opposite direction. Its eyes narrowed. The pain coursing through its body warned against chasing after him, that it knew Xiaoxi was returning for that female. Recalling her enchanting profile, a determined glint sparked in its eyes. It was imperative that he obtain her. Zhang Liu watched the two fierce figures recede into the distance, wavering between remaining in the area or leaving. The previous beastman had rescued her, but now they were gone. Perhaps they wouldn't return. Observing the remnants of the battle, she surmised that both beastmen were formidable. "Host, the male beast that saved you is a good beast. You may choose to remain by his side." Zhang Liu noticed a small black that in the distance gradually enlarging, eventually coalescing into the form of the tiger beast, the one that had rescued her. Xiaoxi, upon seeing the pristine figure beneath the branches, felt a sense of relief. "Little female," he called out from afar. Rushing to her side, he exclaimed, "It is well that you are still here." Zhang Liu stood, observing the evident anxiety in his eyes dissipate. Was he returning for her? She inquired, "What of the other beastman?" "Little female, are you so concerned about him?" Xiaoxi's heart stirred with annoyance. The beastman who had fought him was a wicked creature, one to be avoided in the future. Pausing, he added, "No, I won't allow you the chance to see him." Having inadvertently saved her, Xiaoxi now considered himself her protector. "Little female, your beauty is captivating. Which tribe do you hail from?" Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at her. Even if he scoured the entire continent, he doubted he could find a female more beautiful than she. "I belong to the Yuan tribe," Zhang Liu replied, continuing with her earlier statement. "Yuan tribe." Xiaoxi furrowed his brow. "Unfamiliar with that clan. I am Xiaoxi. What is your name?" "Zhang Li. What a truly lovely name." Xiaoxi grinned widely, resembling a sunny young man, warmth radiating from him. "Let me escort you back to the tiger tribe. Remaining in the forest poses many dangers with ferocious beasts lurking about." "All right." Xiaoxi intended to elaborate further but refrained, surprised at how quickly she consented. "Little female, you are not yet mated?" The alluring scent of her femininity wafted through the air, and Xiaoxi detected no trace of another male. His heart raced with excitement. Such a stunning female, and yet unclaimed? It seemed implausible, yet the absence of her mate's scent was undeniable. With tiger females being exceedingly rare, her beauty would surely attract attention wherever she went. Xiaoxi envisioned her arrival at the tiger tribe, where the beastmen would likely swarm around her. The thought made him frown that an idea struck him. Glancing at the damp soil beneath the tree, then at the little female's flawless visage, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Liu, may I apply some mud to your face?" "Why?" Zhang Liu found his request baffling. Why did he suddenly wish to smear mud on her face, as if playing house, for your safety? Zhang Liu remained perplexed. My safety? Why mud? Xiaoxi paused, then said, "Never mind. If you do not wish it, then I shall not." The tiger tribe had only 5 female members, while the number of male beasts was 50 times greater. Those females had long since paired off with their chosen mates, leaving many beastmen to remain single, scorned by females, ultimately giving up on finding partners, with only a few still pursuing. Given her appearance, she would undoubtedly drive the tiger tribe's males wild. His concern was twofold: to protect her from the relentless attention of those beastmen, and to satisfy his own selfish desires. Zhang Liu perceived his conflicted expression and deduced, "You believe that if I smear mud on my face, other beastmen will overlook me?" Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback before affirming, "Indeed. While many beastmen would still take notice of her, any female would attract male attention, albeit to varying degrees." Zhang Liu recalled the times when beastmen had circled her, persistently seeking to bond with her, and felt suffocated. However, covering her face with mud would not be good for her skin. She frowned slightly. The dirt was filthy and could clog her pores, potentially leading to skin ailments. After a moment's thought, she decided against it. Opening the marketplace, she discovered that the item she had exchanged for the teleportation pill had been updated. It was still a pill, but white in color. She clicked on the details. Concealment pill. Temporarily obscures one's appearance, rendering them exceedingly ordinary, with a duration of 24 hours. Was the system in sync with her thoughts? She had just considered looking for something similar, and here was a pill designed to mask her appearance. The cost was quite reasonable, only 10 points. However, like the teleportation pill, it could only be exchanged once. Zhang Liu felt a twinge of regret, but ultimately opted to redeem one. Xiaoxi observed her dazed expression, assuming she was displeased with his suggestion of using mud to cover her face. "Liu, if you are unwilling, then so be it. I merely worry about you being pursued by those beastmen." Previously, he had not considered the possibility of forming a bond, thus his feelings were strictly protective. Given that those beastmen relentlessly sought to encircle her, if they were to catch sight of her true beauty, their intentions would surely escalate. Zhang Liu shook her head. "If I can attract less attention, that would be beneficial to avoid excessive and unnecessary troubles." She chose to remain inconspicuous. However, the fleeting disguise could only temporarily mask her appearance. She would eventually need to seek alternative ways to conceal her visage. She swallowed the concealment pill without a second glance, and before Chasai could discern what she had ingested, he observed a visible transformation in her countenance. Her once fair complexion began to take on a slight yellowish hue, lacking in vitality and visibly worn. Her face was now marred by numerous dark spots of varying sizes, yet her striking features remained unchanged. Her round, glistening eyes, delicate nose, and crimson lips. Zhang Liu soon discovered a tranquil pond and gazed at her reflection. It was not as dire as she had anticipated, but the change in skin tone and the multitude of spots had undeniably diminished her former allure, rendering her somewhat ordinary in appearance. Chasai stared in astonishment at the alterations on her face. "Liu, your visage. Why has it transformed so suddenly?" His golden eyes were filled with disbelief. "Are you disappointed?" Zhang Liu inquired, touching her pallid face, which now appeared to lack the vibrancy of youth, making her look as though she had aged several years. The abundance of spots further detracted from her beauty, but if only a few dark spots adorned her features, they might have served as charming accents. However, with nearly half her face obscured, the overall impression was drastically altered. "No, I am merely curious as to why your face has changed so unexpectedly." Chasai suddenly realized that perhaps her beauty had never been as remarkable as he had believed, relying instead on other means to enhance it. Females possess an innate desire for beauty that a look of compassion crossed his face. Liu, it matters not. These things are inconsequential. You are still a female, and even without your looks, many beastmen will still pursue you. Besides, your eyes are truly captivating. They're the most beautiful I have ever seen. Even if your face is transformed, should no male seek to court you, Chasai felt a flush of warmth creep across his cheeks. Unable to finish his thought that it was the first time he had cared so deeply for a female, even entertaining thoughts of courtship. Despite their brief acquaintance, he felt an inexplicable attraction to her. Her eyes sparkled like black jewels. Even in her weary state, their light seemed capable of illuminating the hearts of those around her. Her delicate form, when drawing near, emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, evoking a desire to hold her close and cherish her. Chasai was momentarily taken aback by his own absurd thoughts. How could he be so concerned over a female he had just met? Yet, even more thoughts lingered in his mind that he regarded her face. Pondering whether the little female would be willing to choose him, that a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. Chapter 44. Surrounded by males, Zhang Liue was unaware of his lingering worries. As the night deepened, she asked, "Shall we proceed to the Tiger Clan now?" Chasai nodded. "I shall take you back at once." He stepped back, and his towering form transformed into a magnificent tiger, its golden fur adorned with distinct brown stripes. As if nature had bestowed upon it a regal mark, that he appeared formidable, with muscular arms and a robust physique that inspired awe. Zhang Lie's petite form seemed diminutive and fragile in comparison. One of his golden tiger tails swept towards her, encircling her slender waist and lifting her onto his back. Seated upon the tiger's back, she found a soft texture akin to a warm cushion, providing comfort and ease. "Be gentle, Liu," he murmured, his voice tinged with barely concealed discomfort as she playfully tugged at his fur. Startled by the unusual timbre of his voice, she hesitated and ceased her actions. "All right." Suddenly, he sprang forward into the depths of the forest. Shadows of trees rushed past, and Zhang Lie's hair danced in the wind. Fearful of falling, she clutched tightly to the beast's fur. Chasai maintained a moderate pace, mindful of her presence and fearing she might be frightened. Thus, he refrained from moving too swiftly. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Liu gradually acclimated to the sensation of racing through the forest on his back. Though her eyelids grew heavy with drowsiness, at last, the beast came to a halt, and a wave of weightlessness washed over her as she blinked awake, only to find herself cradled in his arms. Chasai set her down, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "Liu, we have arrived." Turning her gaze, Zhang Liu beheld a stone wall constructed of solid stones, resembling a colossal guardian, imposing and awe-inspiring, as if nothing could ever breach its fortifications. A fissure at the front bore a resemblance to a door. Chasai led her closer, placing a hand upon the door, which then swung open of its own accord. Intrigued, Zhang Liu examined the stone entrance. "Chasai has returned." "Oh, Chasai, did you bring back any game today?" "Chasai, is that a female you've brought?" Upon hearing the word female, the other beastmen turned their attention towards the entrance. They witnessed Chasai holding the hand of a petite female. Their heights vastly mismatched, yet undeniably, she was a female that in an instant. They swarmed around them, creating a barrier of excitement and curiosity. "I thought I was seeing things. Is it truly a female? Chasai, where did you find this female? Although her face is marked with spots, she still possesses a certain beauty. Our clan has not seen a female in many years. Chasai, you are quite remarkable for finding one on your outing." Suddenly, Chasai felt warmth at his waist. He glanced down to see her trying to nestle closer to him. As the other beastmen drew nearer, their eager chatter forced her to seek refuge in his embrace. Chasai frowned, raising a hand to shield her from the encroaching beasts, ensuring they maintained a respectful distance. "Chasai, what are you implying? Do you intend to keep the female all to yourself?" one beastman protested. Sensing Chasai's unmistakable protectiveness over the newcomer, Chasai's gaze turned steely, emanating an aura of authority that quelled their fervor. "She is the female I brought back. The decision rests with me. Do you dare to challenge me?" A heavy silence fell over the group. Their expressions shifted from eager anticipation to resentment and anger. "Chasai, do not presume that your strength grants you ownership of the female. She does not belong to any one male." Another beastman chimed in. If you wish to keep her, you must consider us all. Females are scarce in the tiger clan, and you must share her. Chasai's brow furrowed deeper, that he had anticipated that bringing Liu back would attract attention and courtship proposals from the other beastmen. Had she retained her previous beauty, they might have already fought over her, that a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Chasai's eyes as he surveyed the crowd, his fierce gaze exerting pressure on their spirits. Indeed, none possessed the strength to defeat him. Even if they banded together, Chasai's innate talent and prowess were unmatched. The only one capable of rivaling him was. Thus, they were left with no choice but to suppress their dissatisfaction. Watching from a distance as the enchanting female captured their attention. Unlike the other females of their clan, she was notably smaller and more delicate, appearing easily manageable. Having only seen robust and imposing females, they could not help but steal glances at this slender figure. Chasai quickly maneuvered through the throng, making his way to his cave. Inside the almost empty cavern lay a mound of animal pelts, devoid of any other possessions. How simplistic, Zhang thought upon her first impression of the cave. Chasai, perhaps sensing the lack of comfort in his dwelling, scratched his head in embarrassment and offered an apologetic smile. Liu, I shall fetch the shaman. He has an abundance of supplies. Please wait here. I will return shortly. He intended to gather sufficient goods without making her accompany him, sparing her the fatigue of the journey. Seeing her nod in agreement, Chasai left with a sense of relief. Zhang searched for a suitable spot to settle, noting the dust that blanketed the cave, indicating it was seldom occupied. Even the pile of pelts was cloaked in a layer of grime. After a brief search, she found a relatively clean area and sat upon the animal skins. Did he truly bring back a female? Indeed. I witnessed Chasai return with a female to his cave. Many beastmen in the clan saw it, and he shielded her from our approach. I thought he lacked interest in females. Turns out he is just like the rest. Suddenly, two voices erupted from outside, unmistakably directed towards her. Listening to their manner of speaking and the content of their discourse, an unsettling premonition stirred within her. These individuals were not of good intent, just as she rose to her feet. The orc outside moved with even greater alacrity, that in the blink of an eye, two imposing figures obstructed the entrance. Chapter 45. The rejection of Nanyue's courtship indeed. There is a female. Nanyue narrowed his eyes, gazing at the unexpected female presence in the cave. Protecting this female, disdainful of the orcs of his own clan engaging in violence, he scrutinized her apprehensive expression. Her features were not particularly striking, yet she was certainly of average attractiveness, making her the object of many orcish pursuits. Slightly petite in stature, there seemed to be nothing else remarkable about her, that a faint smile graced Nanyue's lips. I am called Nanyue. You are the female brought back by Chashur. Why not accompany me instead? Zhang Liu's expression was one of confusion. Nanyue, oblivious to her bewilderment, continued, Chashur has never had an affinity for females. He brought you back merely because you are a female, that if you wish to bond with him, I advise you to abandon that notion, that I am aware you follow Chashur solely due to his formidable abilities. Yet there are others in the clan who possess equal strength, such as myself, that Nanyue's confidence was palpable. They can only temporarily accommodate you within the Tiger clan, whereas I also possess great power and am willing to become your mate. Another smile graced Nanyue's face. What say you, little female? An indescribable expression flickered across Zhang Liu's visage as she processed his words. Chashur had brought her to the Tiger clan, showed disdain for females. And now this male orc sought to court her. Zhang Liu seized upon the critical phrase and concluded with a firm declaration. I refuse. She emphatically silenced his forthcoming words with those 3 syllables. The orc before her displayed an expression of incredulity. His visage twisted into a snarl as he regarded her. Female, it would be far better for you to stay with me than to remain by Chashur's side. In time, he will not keep you, nor will he allow you to dwell in his cave, let alone bond with you that my abilities are comparable to his. Choosing me may not yield a lesser outcome for you. And so what? Zhang Liu replied nonchalantly, as if the matter of bonding held no significance for her, that if he does not wish to bond with me, then so be it. That Nanyue's expression shifted, a flicker of shock evident as he observed her. I have sensed that you lack any male characteristics, that if you do not bond, how can you be protected? Even if Nanyue did not genuinely desire to bond with her, her response took him aback. The orc beside him stood equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that a female could refuse a bond. Every female constantly sought out the finest orcs to partner with. The more the better, and yet she appeared disinterested in forming a bond. Nanyue's countenance darkened. You must realize how perilous the world outside is, female. It would be prudent for you to remain with me, would it not? Within the Tiger clan, he could not abide Chashur gaining the upper hand. Since Chashur had returned with a female, unlike any previous occurrence, Nanyue was determined to wrest her from his grip. No. Zhongli shook her head defiantly. From the first glance at this orc, discomfort washed over her. Especially given his apparent animosity toward Chashur, that if he claimed their abilities were similar, they had undoubtedly clashed numerous times in the past. Presently, Chashur had treated her well, and she wished to remain as long as possible. Not eager to wander alone in the perilous unknown forest, do you dare to refuse me? Nanyue's eyes narrowed, fury igniting within him. Within the clan, due to his formidable prowess, the most desirable females had sought him for companionship, which he had resolutely declined. Yet this female dared to reject him? The light in his eyes transformed, overtaken by an unmistakable rage. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, for he understood that, despite his current inability to compel her, opportunities for retribution might arise in the future. That a cryptic smile crept across his lips. Female, I shall take my leave for now. We shall meet again. As she watched him depart, Jiang Liu furrowed her brow. This man was certainly no benevolent character, and meet again. She had no desire to see him again. Zhang Li chose not to linger within the cave, but instead stepped outside. Before long, she spotted a large figure in a hurried gait, laden with various items of differing sizes. Liu female, why have you come out? Chashur inquired as he caught sight of her, his expression shifting subtly as he caught a whiff of unfamiliar scents mingling with her unique fragrance. Did any other orcs visit you? Zhang Liu nodded in affirmation. Yes, an unfriendly-looking orc approached me. What did he say? Chashi's tone grew urgent. He wanted me to bond with him and leave you. Zhang Liu had grown accustomed to the attentions of male orcs. Yet to be solicited so aggressively, with an outright demand to abandon the orc who had brought her, hinted at deeper malice. She could discern that this orc was far from straightforward, nor was he genuinely interested in forming a bond. It had to be him. The only one who had battled Chashur for years within the clan had to be Southud. Chashi's mind conjured the image of Nanyue's face, his expression tinged with worry as he turned to her. Aside from that, did he say anything else? Did he use any means to threaten you? He knew full well that Nanyue's appearance here was solely due to Chashur returning with a female. Having never engaged with one before, his sudden acquisition would undoubtedly provoke jealousy and a desire to claim her for his own. After years in the same tribe, Chashur understood his intentions all too well. It's nothing too grave. I merely sensed he harbored greater hostility towards you. Reflecting on the words of the previous orc, she recognized the underlying malice directed at Chashur. That is good, Chashur replied. Relieved, he understood that even if Nanyue approached her, he would not dare to harm her, that I went to great lengths to ensure the shaman provided these items. Zhang Liu's gaze fell upon a wooden bed, reminiscent of ancient craftsmanship, with thick wooden supports at each corner. In addition, there was a square table constructed from long wooden planks, securely bonded with an unidentifiable material, and several small wooden stools. She surveyed the area, noting a stone hearth specifically designed for cooking. Compared to the Zhu Mountain, this tribe's tools appeared more advanced, with furnishings that were not haphazardly made. Chashur, I neglected to inform you that the new female needs to be registered. A voice rang out from outside, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a staff striking the ground, steady and forceful. Chapter 46. The Divine Manifestation. Upon hearing this sound, both individuals paused momentarily. Soon after, Zhang Liu beheld an elderly orc, wielding a long staff that appeared ancient, adorned with numerous vertical markings, as if uniquely crafted. What drew her attention was the translucent gem suspended above the staff, which at that moment emitted no brilliance, resembling a mere imitation devoid of distinction. Suddenly, as he stepped through the entrance, the gem flickered to life for a brief moment. The bearer of the staff, could not have missed this significant change. He breathed as the gem reverted to its previous dull state. Was it merely an illusion? No, it had remained unresponsive for nearly 80 years, leaving only one plausible explanation. He turned his gaze towards the female behind Chashur. Shaman, what is happening? Chashur observed the old orc's unusual demeanor with curiosity. However, he paid him no mind, brushing past him to stand before the female as anticipated. The gem erupted into a dazzling radiance, casting aside its earlier dimness. Just as I thought, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with an inscrutable meaning as he regarded the female. Divine maiden, he shouted, startling both Jiang Liue and Chashur. Shaman, what is going on? Chashur queried, regaining his composure. He trembled, his hands shaking, the gem swaying with him as its light intensified the closer he drew to the female. She is the divine maiden. He fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes filled with a long-lost familiarity, as if encountering a friend not seen in ages. Divine maiden? Chashur was engulfed in confusion, while Jiang mirrored his bewilderment. This elderly man was clearly addressing her, proclaiming her as a divine maiden. What could that possibly mean? Divine maiden, i.e., shaman of the Tiger clan, beseech your favor to bless our clan with peace and prosperity. He suddenly bowed low, his entire form radiating reverence. What are you doing? Jiang Liu was once again taken aback, hastily supporting his arm, fearful that he might kneel down directly. Goddess, I beseech you to bless the Tiger tribe. It did not rise, but continued to utter this phrase, I am by no means the goddess you speak of. Perhaps you are mistaken. Jiang Liu's mind was in a whirl. How could she possibly bear such an immense title? Being called a goddess? Grandfather Shaman. She is someone I found in the forest, not the goddess you claim her to be. Chasi also sensed something was amiss with the shaman today, immediately recognizing Li Yue as the goddess upon entering. Could he be a bit muddled? No, she is indeed the goddess. Otherwise, the divine power would not manifest. Chasi glanced at the cane in his hand, narrowing his eyes. It never shown before. Grandfather Shaman, perhaps you should rise and clarify matters first. Observing the remarkable expression on Jiang Liu's face, Chasi realized that remaining in a stalemate was not a solution. Indeed, I am utterly perplexed by what you were saying. That he paused momentarily, then slowly rose, using his cane for support. Very well. Then let us converse earnestly. Chasi retrieved a chair he had just moved and placed it near them, and the three sat down. He began to recount. 80 years ago, a female descended upon this land. Wherever she went, the tribe enjoyed abundance and faced no calamities. The people referred to her as the goddess. Which tribe was that? Chasi inquired from the side. That would be the Beast King city of our continent today. Chasi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. So, the might and prosperity of Beast King city were all due to the goddess's favor? Indeed, without the goddess, Beast King city would merely be an ordinary tribe. But how did you determine that I am the goddess? Jiang Liu asked curiously. He had merely seen her once and assumed her to be the goddess. Aside from the peculiar cane in his hand, there was nothing else remarkable about her. It is this, he said, stroking his cane and touching the gem atop it. Because it shone, you believe it is I. Jiang Liu realized that the gem had suddenly emitted a glow. Could it truly be for this reason? Indeed, this divine right staff has a long history, passed down through generations. When the last goddess descended, I encountered her only once, and she too emitted a unique light. That he gazed intently at her. Thus, I am certain that you are the goddess. But what of the goddess from 80 years ago? Where is she? Jiang Liu was left speechless. He shook his head in regret. The goddess vanished mysteriously decades ago. Even the beastmen of Beast King City could not find her, let alone us. Jiang Liu furrowed her brow. What extraordinary powers did that goddess possess? Or was she, like herself, merely human? After all, she herself was human, and this shaman had come to her, outright declaring her to be the goddess. No matter how she protested, she found herself at a loss for words. Do you know of any other characteristics of the goddess you speak of? He pondered, recalling the legends he had heard. He had only seen her once, and his memories were scant. However, the goddess was extraordinarily beautiful. I can say she was the most stunning female in the entire world. No exaggeration. He had long been attentive to her appearance. Although it greatly differed from that of the previous goddess, the term goddess encompassed more than mere physical beauty. Chasi, who had been listening intently, suddenly recalled the first time he had seen her face. It was indeed breathtaking and unforgettable. Regrettably, he had not seen enough before Li Yue's appearance changed. Could it be possible that her current visage was merely a fade? Chasi pondered that I doubt I could ever meet the standards of a goddess. Zhang Liue candidly revealed her rather ordinary face. He shook his head to know that is merely one aspect that I have heard from the beastmen of Beast King City that the goddess contributed greatly, not only providing them with ample food, but also generously offering them hunting traps. Traps? Zhang Liue suddenly thought of the traps set by the beastmen of the Burning Mountain. Could it be that they were familiar with the traps crafted by the beastmen of Beast King City? The city walls of Beast King City were the most formidable, seemingly indestructible. However, after the goddess's sudden disappearance, while Beast King City may have stagnated, it had nonetheless become the most formidable fortress in the continent. Chapter 47. You are the goddess. This divine staff can sense the presence of the goddess. When I encountered the previous goddess, this phenomenon occurred. Thus, I am certain that you are the goddess I seek. But I know nothing. Zhang Liue found it hard to accept such a grand title so easily bestowed upon her. All she could manage was a simple life, capable of taking care of herself. Yet completely unaware of any lofty living methods. Suddenly, it struck Zhang Liue that life in the beast world was quite primitive. Her own existence in the real world was relatively simple, and she certainly grasped some basic life skills. Therefore, these simple conditions might indeed improve the lives of the beastmen. Additionally, she now possessed a rather versatile system. Anything she retrieved from the marketplace could astonish the beastmen. That my understanding of the goddess is limited to this. He stated that he then turned to Zhang Liue, his gaze resolute. But I am utterly convinced that you are the goddess. His insistence had become deeply ingrained. Zhang Liue blinked at if you say I am the goddess. Then I shall be the goddess. Yi's expression momentarily faltered. How could this generation's goddess be so nonchalant? It seemed she did not fully believe in her own identity. He cleared his throat, returning to a normal demeanor. Everything I say is the truth. Should the goddess be unwilling to bless the tribe, I shall not press the matter that a goddess is a divine being. How could he so easily alter her intentions with a mere statement? I shall do my utmost. That he suddenly raised his head, eyes wide with astonishment. Goddess, do you truly wish to bring fortune to my tribe? Zhang Liue nodded. Yes, I will do my best to assist. Goddess, thank you immensely, Yi exclaimed, and immediately prepared to kneel. Zhang Liue was taken aback, grabbing his hand, that no, there is no need for such formality, that he returned to his seat, a look of contentment gracing his face. If the goddess is willing, I will do anything. Zhang Liue felt a bit awkward, thinking, in any case, I will help as much as I can, regardless of whether she was indeed the goddess he claimed. Remaining in his tribe was not ideal. If she could improve their situation, she would do her best until she was capable of leaving the tribe. Also, you need not call me goddess. That term is too grand. I am not accustomed to it. My name is Zhang Liue. Just call me by my name. Then I shall call you Liue female from now on. I am the shaman of the tiger tribe, the oldest beastman in the tribe. But if you do not mind, you may call me grandfather shaman like the others. That he smiled kindly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes blooming like flowers. Chasi, who had been listening to their conversation, felt somewhat vexed that he had already been calling her Liue female, yet grandfather shaman was trying to take that title from him. That he looked at Zhang Liue. From now on, I shall call you Yi female. After a pause, he shook his head that no, calling you female feels too awkward, that I will simply call you Yi. All right. Chasi tentatively glanced at Zhang Liue's fair and flawless face, feeling a bit anxious, fearing she might refuse that that works. Zhang Liu suddenly recalled Kei Yin's way of addressing her. Omitting the diminutive made it less endearing. God Liue female, I shall immediately arrange a grand ceremony for you. What ceremony? It sounded rather grandiose to Zhang Liue, who looked on with surprise. Chasi explained from the side, every incoming female must undergo a registration ceremony to prove she is a member of the tiger tribe. Zhang Liue understood and replied, that is fine, that I will go prepare. That he cheerfully rose, his chin's beard shaking with mirth. He shot a glare at Chasi. You better take good care of Liue female. Understand? I do not want to see you bullying her. Otherwise, I will deal with you when I return. Chasi wore an innocent expression. Grandfather shaman, you make me sound like a great beast. I have never bullied females. All right. Once he left, Chasi turned to Zhang Liue, eager to explain. Yeah, I truly will not bully any females. Grandfather shaman just said that casually. You mustn't believe it. I am only good to females. No, wait. I will only be good to you. Zhang Liue looked at him, amused by his hasty explanations that I know. At least I can tell you are treating me well now. And I always will. Chasi corrected. He had never imagined that the female he brought back would turn out to be the legendary goddess who had been spoken of for decades. The words of the shaman. He believed unwaveringly. When he brought her back to the Tiger clan, he still harbored the thought of becoming her mate. Yet now, she had suddenly ascended to the lofty status of a goddess, perhaps looking down upon him. She would likely seek a partner of greater distinction. Xiaoshi let out a deep sigh. What troubles you? Xuanming noticed the sorrowful glint in his eyes and inquired. Xiaoshi forced a smile. It's nothing. Yet I'll fetch you some fruits to eat. That he rose and walked outside. Although her final choice might not include him, he resolved to do his utmost to create a better life for her. With that thought, his heart felt lighter, and he soon returned to the cave, having gathered a bountiful assortment of wild fruits. Yeah, I've brought you a plethora of fruits. Xiaoshi's face beamed with joy, reminiscent of a sunny young man. In his hands, he cradled a collection of wild fruits, both large and small, in hues of red and green. Xuanming stood up and approached to take a red fruit that it had been days since she had tasted fruit. And she found herself reminiscing about the wild fruits from Ji Mountain. After brushing it clean, she took a bite. The crisp sound resonated as the sweet flavor enveloped every corner of her mouth. So sweet, Xuanming's eyes sparkled. The fruit was refreshingly sweet and juicy, rivaling even those harvested from Ji Mountain. Xiaoshi scratched his head, seeing her smile at him, his lips slowly curving into a grin. I picked the most delectable-looking ones. I noticed the females eat these daily as long as you enjoy them. Yeah, I will gather them for you every day. You can have as many as you wish. Really? Then I won't hold back. I mean every word. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare for you. Yeah, would you like to have roasted meat? It seems fruits alone may not suffice. Xiaoshi pondered, recalling that the beastmen primarily consumed meat. Although the females often ate fruits, they also needed meat to feel full. That I'm not very hungry right now. I'll just have some fruits to quench my thirst. Xuanming took another bite. Juice splattering forth, the flavor exquisite. Well then, the shaman has already prepared a ritual for you. Surely, he will provide beast meat later that we can head there to eat. Chapter 48. Not wanting to see them seek her as a mate after finishing 2 fruits. Xuanming felt nearly full. She glanced at the numerous tools Xiaoshi had brought in, all piled together. Xiaoshi, let us arrange these. All right, yeah. How would you like them arranged? As Xuanming reached for a chair. Xiaoshi swiftly took it from her grasp. Leave this to me, yeah. Just tell me what to do. You can sit back and watch. Then, please place that wooden bed in the corner. Xiaoshi obeyed her command. Effortlessly lifting the wooden bed that was larger than his own body above his head, causing Xuanming to gasp in astonishment. What did the beastmen consume to grow so strong? Their strength is astonishing. Observing the bulging muscles in his arms, she felt as though a single bite could shatter her teeth. With a thud, Xiaoshi set the wooden bed down in the corner and turned to ask, What else do you need me to do? Now, please move the cooking stove outside. Xuanming thought it impractical to keep food preparation tools inside the cave. Despite the spacious entrance, it could easily sully the pristine animal skins. Unless in the frigid winter, they would typically construct a separate cave dedicated to food preparation. Xiaoshi complied, placing the stove outside, thereby freeing up more space within the cave, that he dutifully followed Xuanming's instructions. And soon the cave was organized. Though still somewhat sparse, everything was neatly arranged, creating a sense of comfort. Let us leave it like this for now. We can see if anything else needs to be added later. Xuanming nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoshi smiled slightly. Whatever you say, yeah. Xiaoshi, I'd like to go outside and take a look that, of course, since you are staying in the Tiger clan, you will want to meet other beastmen. I'll take you to familiarize yourself. Xiaoshi led her outside. His cave was situated in a quieter area with few beastmen, as he preferred to avoid noisy surroundings, not far along their path. Beastmen began to take notice of them. Xiaoshi, the shaman, mentioned a new female had arrived, and it appears to be true. One beastman approached. Another, drawn by the commotion, joined in. The female is quite lovely, he sniffed the air. So she hasn't taken a mate yet. What? Still no mate? This remark drew even more beastmen over, intrigued that a female without a mate is considered a treasure. Xiaoshi furrowed his brow at this scene, yet remained silent, having anticipated that bringing Yia out would attract the attention of unattached males. Female, why not be my mate? The first burly beastman boasted, flexing his muscular chest. "Beautiful female, if you choose me as your mate, I will ensure you a life of utmost happiness. Female, be my mate. I wish to be your first beast husband." Zhaoshur's gaze darkened instantly, his golden eyes glinting with a dangerous light, an invisible pressure emanating from him, commanding attention. "You cannot become her first beast husband," he said coldly. "Why, what right do you say that?" One beastman challenged. "The female has not yet chosen you as a partner. You are not her first beast husband. So saying such things is rather presumptuous." Zhaoshur's body stiffened. Indeed, she had not designated him as her partner. After a moment, his golden eyes became as cold as the night sky filled with stars. His tone laced with chill. "So what if I am not her mate? It is none of your concern. Zhaoshur, your words are far too insolent." This statement ignited their ire. "Stand aside." Zhaoshur's expression hardened, the aura surrounding him radiating an overwhelming force. As if he were an immovable mountain, the surrounding beast men, despite their anger, dared not obstruct him. They parted, and Zhaoshur quickly grasped Xuanming's hand, shielding her behind him. With a sharp glare, he silently warned them against their lascivious gazes, which deterred their predatory stares. That as soon as they departed, several beast men spat in disdain, watching his retreating figure. He is only slightly stronger than us. Nan, you will soon surpass him. He guards that female so closely. Even if we don't intervene, Nan, you will seek her out." Zhaoshur held Xuanming's hand. She wished to go in one direction, and he obliged. Along the way, they encountered many beast men, drawing considerable attention. "Zhaoshur, how many males are there in the tiger clan?" "Everywhere you look, there are males that I've yet to see any females, just like last time at G Mountain." Many, many. Just keep your distance. They are not worthy of you." He gazed at her face and continued. "If any beastman bothers you, I will take care of it. Are you angry, Zhaoshur?" "Why would I be angry?" Xuanming suddenly rose on her tiptoes to smooth out the frown on his brow. "Don't furrow your brow like that. It makes me hesitant to speak with you." The warmth and softness of her touch eased Zhaoshur's expression. "It's not because of you that I feel this way. I simply what?" Zhaoshur opened his mouth, ultimately confessing, "I don't want to see those beastmen seeking you as a mate." He anticipated that beneath her previously stunning appearance, Ye would still draw such attention. Attracting the pursuit of so many males, he was even reluctant to take her around the tiger clan, but since she had suggested it, he felt compelled to oblige. "Rest assured, I will not take a mate among them." Zhaoshur gazed into her jewel-like eyes. "Really? You want to become their mate?" "Indeed, I want to." Zhaoshur felt an unexpected rush of joy. Her assurance dispelled the gloom that had settled in his heart due to their relentless advances. A smile crept onto his lips. Then Ye must keep her promise. She must not seek out those males at the very least. Her chosen mate must be a formidable beastman, one who could better protect her and provide her with a richer life. Zhaoshur often found himself idle in the tiger clan, his daily life consisting mainly of hunting, with occasional thoughts of enhancing his abilities. That it was only when Nanu had provoked him that he contemplated strengthening his power, step by step, to suppress him. Now, with Ye's arrival, he felt she was a precious gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. Indeed, she had descended from the sky, landing perfectly in his grasp, a remarkable coincidence. Thus, he resolved to train diligently, to elevate his strength, severing the intentions of those beastmen who sought her as a mate and thwarting Nanu's attempts to claim her, ensuring that no other beastmen would harbor designs upon her. In the distance, a cacophony arose. "Yeah, it is time for your ceremony." Chapter 49. The anxiety of Cha Si as evening descended, the ink of twilight smudged the azure and white sky, casting a dim pallor over the landscape. The lingering sun stood steadfast at the foot of the mountains that in the vast open space. A throng of orcs congregated, swiftly claiming their positions, a sea of heads bustling with activity. Zhang Liue observed the scene before her eyes widening slightly. Cha Si began to explain. "Every ritual within our clan is conducted with great solemnity, for the females are exceedingly rare, and all the males of our tribe gather for the occasion." Zhang Liu nodded in understanding. The nearby cacophony continued unabated, rife with discussions about her. "That I heard a new female has arrived today. The tiger tribe hasn't welcomed a new female in many years. I was out hunting and only just returned to hear this news." "What does she look like?" inquired another orc, curiosity etched across his face. That I'm not sure, but I heard she was brought back by Xuanming. I've seen her. I've seen her. That female resembles those from distant lands, looking rather frail. What is her appearance like? Is she attractive? She looks decent, comparable to the females of our tribe. I'm determined to see if I can win over that little female today. If that's your intention, you better improve your skills. Xuanming has been fiercely protective of her and won't allow anyone to court her. On what grounds? If I wish to court her, it should only be if she rejects my advances. Echoed the orcs nearby, nodding in agreement. Xuanming, however, remained indifferent to their chatter. As long as Yi did not wish to mate with them, he would not acquiesce. Otherwise, he would demonstrate his prowess. Xuanming, is that where the ritual will take place? Zhang Liu pointed toward a specific location where no males dare to tread, a circular stone resting on the ground. Indeed, once the shaman arrives, you will be able to proceed there. Zhang Liu nodded thoughtfully. Xuanming, a female voice suddenly rose in pitch from behind them. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanming's expression darkened visibly. The nearby orcs ceased their whispers, adopting an eager stance to witness the unfolding drama. Xuanming, I hear you brought back a female. It must be her. The female advanced through the throng of orcs, her demeanor hostile. Nuoya had long pursued Xuanming, and witnessing him return with another female undoubtedly unsettled her. The nearby orcs stepped aside, observing the confrontation. Zhangli noted Nuoya's eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on her. Upon hearing the earlier conversation among the orcs, a foreboding sensation surged within her. This female had clearly come to target her, and she shared an unusual bond with Xuanming. Her current behavior resembled that of a scorned rival. Zhang Liu turned to Xuanming, seemingly seeking an explanation. Xuanming was instantly flustered, hastily defending himself. Yeah, I have no connection with her. Xuanming, your tone towards her is too familiar. Nuoya retorted, her anger boiling. Nuoya, I have no relationship with you. Whom I call is of no concern to you. Xuanming's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he addressed her dismissively. You, Xuanming, how dare you speak to me in such a manner when we belong to the same tribe? Nuoya seethed, her temper flaring at his indifference that I have pursued you for so long, urging you to become my mate, and you still haven't made up your mind. Xuanming's brow furrowed slightly. Her relentless demands were increasingly uncomfortable, as if mating with her was an obligation. From the moment she began to pursue him, her aggressive tone had constantly pressured him to accept her. He had never been interested in her, and her relentless insistence made him uncomfortable, but he had never appreciated being controlled by another. Yet now, with her attacking Yi, he could not remain passive. It was time to clarify matters once and for all and prevent her from entangling them further. Nuoya, I will say this once more. I will not become your mate, so please remember it. Xuanming, do you even comprehend what you are saying? She is merely an outsider. Nuoya pointed at Zhang Liu. Her glare fierce enough to ignite flames. After living in the same tribe for so long, you refused to mate with me, and now you publicly reject me in front of all these orcs. Surrounded by so many onlookers, including other females with whom Nuoya had previously clashed, Xuanming's every word felt like a slap to her face. Nuoya's expression darkened, envisioning the ridicule she would soon face from other females due to Xuanming's rejection. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? I will tell you this, Xuanming. If you refuse me today, do not regret it in the future. Nuoya shot him a venomous glance, her disdain for Zhang Liu palpable. I will not regret it, Xuanming replied, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. Nuoya exhaled deeply, attempting to quell her rising fury. This new female was diminutive and appeared unsuitable for reproduction. Her looks were merely average, marred by an abundance of dark spots. How could Xuanming possibly be attracted to such a female? Nuoya believed his taste to be severely lacking, with a disdainful huff. She turned on her heel and approached her mate. Yaya, even if he refuses to mate with you, there are still us. Nuoya regarded the sycophantic males before her, her anger intensifying. Are any of you as formidable as he is? Her companions fell silent, not daring to utter another word. That I refuse to believe that Xuanming will keep that newcomer by his side indefinitely. I am confident that he will tire of her one day. As night enveloped the earth, more orcs gathered around the ritual site. At long last, the shaman's figure loomed before them. He surveyed the crowd of beasts, quickly spotting Zhang Liu. You may proceed. Very well. Zhang Liu made her way towards the center of the ritual. Turning to face the multitude of Orcish visages that as they beheld her countenance, the whispers resumed. The new female's looks are hardly remarkable. Why does Cha Si protect her so fiercely? Indeed, he guards her as if she were a treasure, nearly coming to blows with other orcs over it. Is it truly that serious? Does this female possess such allure? She appears quite ordinary to me. Perhaps, having grown weary of the females of our tribe due to their long absence, he has chosen her. Who knows? Yet it seems the new female has not yet formed a bond with Cha Si. He appears to be pursuing her still. The murmurs fluctuated, and Cha Si, with his keen hearing, cast a cold glare in their direction, silencing them into submission. Chapter 50. Choosing a desired mate. Cleared his throat, and the gathered orcs fell silent, as though attending a momentous occasion. He cleared his voice once more. It has been 5 years since our last female arrived. Now the tiger tribe welcomes another new female. A sign of the beast god's favor upon us. The ceremony shall now commence. That I end the first rite. May the gods bless the female with the companionship of powerful mates. May she find fulfillment and happiness. With that, he thrust his staff downward. Suddenly, a transformation enveloped Zhang Liu. The stones beneath her feet began to shimmer with starlight, hovering around her in a delicate dance. After a few moments, the light extinguished. Before she could ponder the significance of this ethereal glow, the shaman's solemn voice resonated once more. That I end the second rite. We beseech the gods to grant the female lasting health. Once again, the stones beneath her glowed with starlight, wrapping her in a luminous embrace. Zhang Liu realized that every time the shaman struck the stone with his staff, it seemed to respond. She questioned whether the oaths spoken by the shaman held any sway over her being, or if it was merely a ceremonial formality, akin to wishing upon a non-responsive wishing tree, writing her desires on a plaque, and relying on the power of suggestion. That I end the third rite. May all impurities and calamities be cleansed from the female. Zhang Liu closed her eyes, certain that starlight continued to surround her. However, as the final glimmer of starlight emerged, the orcs below froze in place. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment, admiration, and incredulity. Silence enveloped them, as if time itself had come to a halt. Confused, Zhang Liu glanced at the shaman beside her, only to find him wearing a similarly astonished expression, his gaze fixed on her as if captivated by something extraordinary. Shaman, Zhang Liu felt a surge of surprise and waved a hand before his eyes. He snapped out of his reverie and gradually regained his composure. Liu, it appears your true appearance is truly exquisite. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure any adjectives to extol her beauty. The moment her visage was unveiled, all that resided within him was sheer astonishment. A wave of shock upon shock. The orcs below witnessed the entire spectacle. After the shaman employed his third incantation, her once blemished face gradually transformed, revealing a stunning countenance that left them utterly astounded. It was as though she had donned a new face, her cheeks radiant and luminous, glowing like a beacon in their wide, astonished eyes. That I in unison, all the orcs gazed at the petite female before them. A visage that had previously attracted little notice now became the focal point of every orc's attention. The first orc uttered a gasp of disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens, how can there be such a beautiful female? Has she descended from the heavens? Are there truly such exquisite females left in this land? Had I known of her beauty, I would have been the first to vie for her as a mate. I've never encountered such a stunning female. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest." The orcs were aflame with excitement and agitation, their hearts racing like ants upon a boiling pot, all stirred by the revelation of her true form. Among them, only Cha Si appeared somewhat less astonished. Upon first meeting her, he had discerned her alternate visage. Yet he too was uncertain which of her appearances was her authentic self. The shaman's third incantation, which dispelled corruption and calamity, indicated that the sudden dark spots on her face had merely been a temporary transformation. Thus, what was revealed now, under the scrutiny of all, was indeed her true visage. Cha Si was at a loss as to how to process this revelation. Her beauty was undeniable, precisely the kind that captivated all orcs. Yet, with such allure, she would undoubtedly attract even more suitors, leaving him with even less chance of winning her affection. That he furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his gaze as he absorbed the cacophony of voices around him. Ahead, Jiang Liue observed the eager figures rushing towards her. Their faces ablaze with fervor, that be why their words. She realized that her true appearance had been laid bare. In less than 24 hours, how had her original visage returned so swiftly? Host, it is the divine power of the Tiger Tribe as shaman. The ability of the third incantation is incompatible with the elixir you consumed. Hence it reverted back, came the reply. Jiang Liu sighed in frustration, releasing a long breath. Well, that is splendid. She had anticipated using some beast skin to cover her face when she ventured out the following day, concealing the unsightly remnants that had adorned her visage. Yet, she had not expected that she would be completely exposed in less than a day. As the ceremony commenced, all the orcs would gather. Even the females would partake. Liu, you truly are a goddess, he remarked, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he admired her graceful profile, a smile gracing his features, the last two words spoken only for her ears. The previous goddess had been unforgettable in her beauty, and this new goddess was equally striking, leaving an indelible impression. Liu, are you unwell? Do you feel any discomfort? He observed her slightly off demeanor, concern evident in his voice. Jiang Liu forced a smile, assuring him, I am perfectly fine. That he suddenly furrowed his brow. Liu, if you experience any discomfort or issues, please do not hesitate to voice them. The Tiger Tribe will exert every effort to assist you. Shaman, I assure you, I am truly fine. Jiang Liu regained her previous composure. Now that the truth had been unveiled, she could not revert to her former state. That is a relief, Yi replied, his expression softening, that he turned his attention back to the exuberant orcs, commanding silence. The orcs quieted momentarily, yet their gazes remained fervent, fixated on the female just a few meters away. At this moment, Jiang Liu felt as though she were on display. Observed by all. Liu's arrival has ignited your enthusiasm. He continued, therefore, let us warmly welcome her. She shall choose her preferred mate. Choose a mate? Jiang Liu felt an immediate surge of excitement from the orcs, their bodies leaning forward as if they were about to rush towards her, kneeling in supplication for her favor. Indeed, there are many powerful males among the Tiger Tribe, and since Liu is yet to select a mate, it is imperative that a strong orc accompanies you. Otherwise, I fear for your safety. Yi's words faltered, and he quickly corrected himself. Given that the Tiger Tribe is still in the process of development, dangers may arise at any moment, including potential assaults from other tribes. Thus, I strongly advise you to select a mate. Choosing a mate so soon? Jiang Liu mused, feeling that casually selecting a mate was somewhat hasty. That Yi explained, you may also opt for a prospective mate. Should you find someone suitable, you can later decide whether to formally bond. Prospective mate? Jiang Liu's eyes widened slightly, her expression reflecting her surprise at this unique arrangement. Was this not akin to a job interview, assessing a candidate during a trial period before making a final decision? In a voice only the two of them could hear, Yi advised Liu, I suggest you first seek a prospective mate. This will allow you to screen for the most exceptional males, enabling you to select the most suitable candidate later. Jiang Liu pondered this notion. It seemed quite reasonable that if she did not select a prospective mate, numerous orcs might pursue her relentlessly, why opting for a prospective mate today. Those with intentions towards her would likely refrain from approaching her for a time, but a smile graced her lips. Very well, I shall select one prospective mate. Only one? Yi's eyes widened in surprise. This goddess was remarkably unambitious. Did she not desire to choose multiple candidates? Jiang Liu paused, then added, I shall choose just one for now. Later, I will see if there are any others who catch my fancy. Her words bore an uncanny resemblance to someone perusing a selection of suitors in a marketplace. Today, we celebrate the arrival of Liu. We will now prepare for the selection of prospective mates. Where Liu shall choose. A sudden hush fell over the crowd, only to erupt once more into fervor. Selecting prospective mates? How could the shaman unexpectedly decide on such a procedure? This has never occurred before. Indeed, the selection of prospective mates requires combat. Is this not unfair to us lesser orcs? I had hoped to find a beautiful female to bond with. Now it seems I have no chance at all. With this prospective mate selection, I am certain I will be defeated. Shaman, I contest your decision. A distinctive voice rang out from the crowd. Noya stepped forward, her eyes blazing that I end every previous ceremony for new females. You never afforded us the opportunity to select prospective mates. Today, she arrives, and you prepare her for this? What of our past ceremonies? Other females nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. The new arrival, not only stunning but also garnering admiration from the males, was indeed receiving preferential treatment in her selection process. Upon hearing her voice, E recognized her immediately. He furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with exasperation. Noya, she will bring great fortune to our tiger tribe. I am not showing favoritism. You all know that Li Yu has not yet chosen a mate. Look at you females who come from outside. Upon entering the tribe, you have already chosen mates. These words effectively silenced Noya, leaving her with no retort. Though still infuriated, she could not find the words to argue further, merely huffing in frustration while casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Liu. Very well. Liu will henceforth belong to your tribe, and the method of selecting a prospective mate has been decided. He addressed the eager orcs. If you wish to bond with Liu, the first step is to engage in mutual combat to demonstrate your strength. Without exceptional prowess, you shall not qualify to be her mate. Certainly, I have ignited your combat potential for another reason. The world is becoming increasingly perilous. Each of you must strive to enhance your abilities to protect the female, safeguard the tribe, and most importantly, to protect yourselves. Now, the selection of prospective mates begins that if you possess the resolve to become Li Yu's mate, you must showcase your strength to earn her favor. Who shall step forward first? Yi gazed at the orc across from him, noticing that some among them had begun to waver, fully aware of their own limitations, which fell short of the standards required by the female for partnership. They were hardly even considered average and ultimately could only retreat with a sense of regret. He merely cast a cursory glance, and with a mere look, he discerned which orcs were hesitating between the two choices or genuinely seeking a partner. The towering figure took the first step forward, upon witnessing the first orc emerge. Shock and a sense of inevitability flickered in their eyes. The shocking revelation was that it was indeed Cha Si, a figure of considerable strength. Even if they banded together, victory was far from assured. The inevitability stemmed from the fact that Li Yu, the female, was brought back by Cha Si, cherished and unafraid of a confrontation with them. Thus she would certainly not abandon this opportunity for partnership. However, with his appearance, they found themselves utterly incapable of contesting his position. Except for Nan Yu, who was the second to step forward. Two imposing figures now stood before the assembled orcs, the two most formidable individuals of their clan, ready to engage in a fierce battle for the coveted position of partner. Cha Si turned his gaze towards Nan Yu, who returned the look, and between them, a silent tension thickened, as if the very air crackled with impending conflict, just waiting for a spark to ignite a raging inferno. Surely, they wouldn't clash right now. Jiang Liu observed the fiery intensity between them, momentarily taken aback. She was certain that the stakes of this partnership were intertwined with some personal grievances. Yi shook his head helplessly. It was simply a matter of acclimatization, and it would be interesting to see whose abilities had progressed further. Cha Si seemed to sense something, turning to Jiang Liu, his eyes resolute. Yu, I will prove myself. I must be recognized as the most powerful orc in the clan. I shall become her chosen partner, and eventually her mate. Across from him, Nan Yu narrowed his eyes, also gazing at the ethereal beauty standing by the shaman. That moment, when her true self was revealed, he formulated two plans to separate her from Cha Si. This female could only belong to him. Nan Yu. The tension between their gazes solidified in the wind, as if two opposing currents were locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. The other orcs retreated several meters, wary of the potential fallout from their impending battle. Yi also led Jiang Liu away from the charged atmosphere of conflict. Very well, let us wait a moment, he said. In an instant, before Yi could issue his command, they had transformed into their beast forms and began to clash. The massive figures, one yellow and one gray, darted across the vast arena like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages that whizzed by with a whoosh. Chapter 52, Victory. As her chosen partner, a tempestuous wind surged through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. The fierce aura and howling winds enveloped the arena, reminiscent of a raging beast, roaring its fury. All the orcs simultaneously raised their hands to shield their eyes, fearing the dust would invade their vision. They murmured, recalling the last time they had fought. Had it not been for the absence of caves here, the destruction would surely have been catastrophic. The remaining orcs felt a chill of apprehension, relieved they had not intervened. The sheer ferocity of the battle had left them shaken. Even if they had joined in, they would have merely been overpowered. The orcs sighed in regret, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. The invisible tension dissipated, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath their feet. As immense power radiated from both combatants that in an instant, they charged at each other, a dark shadow cutting through the wind. Bang! Their arms collided, sending shockwaves through the air. The only emotions reflected in their eyes were boundless ferocity and a fierce desire to conquer. Chasi quickly retreated, then surged forward with renewed vigor. His fists swinging like sledgehammers aimed at Nan Yu. Nan Yu squinted, sensing the sudden surge of Chasi's formidable energy. Gathering his own strength in response, that an unyielding aura erupted between them, a testament to their equal might. "Your strength has increased," he exclaimed, feeling the pressure on his arm as Chasi's power slightly surpassed his own. That a smile crept onto Chasi's lips, as if mocking Nan Yu's naivety. "You think you're the only one who has been improving?" He had always known that he and Nan Yu would never settle their rivalry. Damn it. Nan Yu cursed under his breath, charging at Chasi in a furious onslaught. Chasi deftly countered his strikes while keenly observing for his next move. Chasi, with his superior speed, was clearly in a more advantageous position. The fierce clash continued, and the surrounding orcs retreated further, as the escalating intensity of the combat rendered the space too confined to contain their ferocious assaults. "Grandpa Shaman, Chasi won't get hurt, right?" Jiang Liu had been led to a safer vantage point by Yi, yet it was still the best spot to observe the unfolding drama. "Rest assured, Chasi will secure victory in this match," Yi stated, his discerning gaze fixed on the battle. "Really?" Jiang Liu's heart swelled with unexpected joy, almost prompting her to rise and cheer for Chasi from afar. Yi smiled, observing her enthusiasm. "You wish for Chasi to win so ardently that he brought me back to the Tiger Clan, and he is the only one I know as for the other male." Jiang Liu hesitated, refraining from voicing her disdain for the other male, knowing that the shaman belonged to the same tribe. Her internal conflict did not escape Yi's notice as he chuckled softly. Continuing to watch the heated confrontation, he stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Chasi's abilities exceeded his expectations. Since their last encounter, he had surpassed all anticipations that it seemed that he could indeed claim that position. The battle between the two beastly figures, though prolonged, showed no signs of fatigue among the orcs, save for the females who relished the spectacle of fierce combat, fueling their own fighting spirit that a breakthrough had occurred. A gash appeared on the flesh, a crimson streak painting the air. The orcs gasped, realizing that it was Nan Yu who had been injured. Once the first wound was inflicted, more would surely follow. Nan Yu's brow furrowed, frustration etched across his face as he desperately blocked Chasi's relentless strikes. His body bore numerous red scratches from sharp claws, the pain revealing the extent of his struggle. He was rapidly exhausting his remaining strength, let alone defending against Chasi's overwhelming might. Clenching his teeth, Nan Yu felt a deep sense of indignation and dissatisfaction. After his previous defeat, he had exerted great effort to enhance his abilities. Yet he had not anticipated that Chasi had secretly grown even stronger, surpassing his expectations. What kind of monster was he? How could he escalate his power so rapidly? Nan Yu abruptly retreated several meters, creating distance to avoid another assault, and shouted, "Stop!" I concede," his voice dripped with reluctance. "What did you say? Speak louder." Chasi suddenly halted, the fierce winds around them stilled, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. "Chasi, don't push your luck." Nan Yu ground his teeth, the sound akin to grinding stone, as if he wished to reduce Chasi to nothing. "That I truly didn't hear you." Chasi shrugged, feigning innocence. The winds were too loud. Nan Yu exhaled deeply, attempting to expel his anger. He spoke again. "I concede." Chasi smirked. "If you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have had to fight. Now look, those injuries will take time to heal." Hearing Chasi's triumphant tone, Nan Yu's simmering anger reignited. "Don't get too cocky. This is just one battle. There will be more." "Oh, have you forgotten how you fell beneath my fists last time?" Nan Yu's eyes burned with rage. "Just twice is not enough. I refuse to believe I can't defeat you next time." "Then I'll be waiting," Chasi replied challengingly, a raised brow suggesting that the outcome would remain unchanged. Nan Yu clenched his fists and turned away from the sight of their fierce confrontation. Jiang Liu observed the tall figure in the center, noting that he appeared unscathed, a smile creeping on her lips, that he is truly remarkable. Zhao Shi sensed a peculiar gaze upon him, turning his head to the side, where he found himself locking eyes with a pair of pitch-black yet dazzling pupils. Chapter 53. He has ultimately fallen for her, that in a few brisk steps, Zhao Shi approached Jiang Liu, a grin spreading across his face, his lips curving into a dazzling smile that was mesmerizing, even causing his brows to ripple gently. His expression seemed to exclaim, "Aren't I impressive? Do praise me." Jiang Li couldn't help but smile, radiant as the spring blossoms. "You have triumphed, which makes you my prospective partner." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi's heart raced wildly, as if something were dancing upon its very tip, beating incessantly. "Have I truly become your prospective partner?" Jiang Liu, noticing his incredulous excitement, curved her red lips into a smile. "Indeed, you have emerged victorious. You are now my prospective partner." Zhao Shi felt his heart fervently thumping for her. The notion he had recently entertained of wanting to become her partner had now taken its first step toward fruition. However, Zhao Shi realized that passing the prospective partner stage was merely the beginning. The path to becoming an official partner was fraught with challenges. Hearing the shaman's words, Zhao Shi's fervent heart remained undeterred as he looked toward Yi. Inquiring what further steps lay ahead, that Yi remained silent, merely glancing at Jiang Liu. With both of them watching her, she understood that the subsequent decisions rested solely upon her, that I haven't thought it through yet. So, let's see what comes next, that no problem. Yet as long as you wish to become my partner, I shall strive earnestly. Jiang Liu gazed into his determined eyes, feeling as if she were enveloped by his fervent gaze, and she found herself utterly convinced. "Then I shall await your efforts." She shifted her gaze away from his intense eyes and onto the now pitch-dark cave. "Let us head back. I find myself a bit hungry." "As you wish," Yi chuckled, observing the contrasting heights of the two figures, stroking his beard. Zhao Shi, having found such a beloved female, is truly fortunate. He had previously sought advice from Yi regarding any attractive females or even considering Nuoya as a partner, but had been met with rejection. Over time, he ceased to inquire, yet he remained concerned for Zhao Shi's lifelong happiness. After all, he was the most formidable male beast in their clan, and lacking a partner seemed untenable. Until this day, he had finally opened his arms to the female he admired. The look in his eyes was one that had never been seen before. This lad has indeed fallen for her. Now, it was merely a matter of whether the divine maiden would accept him as her partner. The atmosphere among the beasts in the arena, once filled with clamor, astonishment, and curiosity, had now shifted to one of incredulity as the outcome became clear. Zhao Shi's victory was both unexpected and unbelievable to them. After all, Nenyu was known for his exceptional prowess within the tribe. Yet following their bout, the injuries they bore revealed the disparity in strength. Zhao Shi had truly triumphed. "I told you." Nenyu was in over his head. He was so arrogant, and in the end, it was he who lost, that I envy Zhao Shi. He has so swiftly won over a beautiful female. If only I possessed such formidable strength. We could hardly fathom that the female would be so exquisite. Had it not been for the shaman's divine intervention, we would have remained oblivious to her beauty. I still don't believe it. Without strength, that little female wouldn't he consider a second partner. Another beast shot him a glance. Think about it. Didn't you see Zhao Shi's might and ferocity just moments ago? Now he is the prospective partner of that female. He would certainly not welcome us near her, that if you were to pursue her, Zhao Shi might not hesitate to deal with you too. Phew, it's fortunate I didn't form any ties with Zhao Shi when the little female first entered the tribe. Throughout the journey, Zhao Shi's face radiated joy. "Are you truly this happy?" Jiang Liu turned her head slightly, raising an eyebrow. She occasionally glanced at him, noticing that he wore a constant smile, wondering if his face would not become sore from such a grin. "I am elated, for I have won and become your prospective partner." Jiang Liu scoffed, crossing her arms. "Do not become too smug. I will implement a rigorous process for the upcoming partnership plans, that I shall dutifully heed your commands." "Yeah." Zhao Shi's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm. I find myself somewhat hungry. Allow me to prepare roasted meat for you." With that, Zhao Shi eagerly gathered a variety of large pieces and set them atop a bed of twigs, reminiscent of the work she had done previously at Ji Mountain. Jiang Liu observed him from the side. Suddenly, she noticed a faint red stain on his waist. Frowning, she approached him. Zhao stand up, what is it? Zhao though puzzled, complied and stood so she could inspect him. Jiang Liu walked behind him, lifting the beast's skin draped over his waist, revealing a crimson gash. Her brows furrowed. You are injured here. It's just a minor wound. It's nothing serious. I'm accustomed to it. Zhao eyes sparkled with a smile, recognizing her concern. Ye is worried about me. How delightful. The blood is nearly congealed. It could easily become inflamed. Her brow remained furrowed despite his nonchalant words. It's all right. It will heal swiftly. I am quite robust. Zhao wished to dismiss her concerns, not wanting her to think he was being overly sensitive about a mere scratch. It's just a wound. It will recover in time. We must clean it first. What if it becomes inflamed? That would hinder your movements. Jiang Liu understood that male beasts were tough-skinned and resilient, yet they were not devoid of sensation. The area around his waist would surely be disturbed while sleeping, potentially disrupting his rest. Zhao contemplated further refusals to convey that he was fine, but Jiang Liu was adamant. You must tend to your wound immediately. With a resigned smile, Zhao glanced at the meat roasting before him. All right, I shall follow your lead, but let me finish roasting this meat first. The wound on his waist had already begun to throb. Though its location made it difficult to articulate, yet she had discovered it so quickly. Very well. Jiang Liu nodded, observing the meat nearing completion in less than 2 minutes. All the meat had turned a golden brown. Yet let us eat the roasted meat first. Zhao had not forgotten that he was preparing the meat for her hunger. You shall tend to your wound first, thinking of the blood that had nearly coagulated at his waist. Jiang Liu couldn't help but frown. You should eat first. You are hungry, that I'll be satisfied with just a few bites. With that, Jiang Liu blew on the roasted meat and took a few small bites. But, I cannot treat my own wound. Zhao blinked. His injury was on his back, thus, only Ye could assist him in treating it. Chapter 54. Zhao intends to help her bathe. Then allow me to tend to your wound. Jiang Liu felt he was incapable of handling it himself, which could lead to further complications. That I will first clean the blood. Jiang Liu declared, taking a clean piece of beast skin, wetting it, wringing it out, and approaching him from behind. You must remove your clothing. All right. Zhao immediately shed the beast skin from his upper body, preparing to remove the lower portion as well, when Jiang Liu swiftly swatted his hand. What do you think you're doing? Zhao blinked innocently. Didn't you ask me to remove everything? Jiang Liu rubbed her forehead, realizing she had not anticipated he would remove the lower portion too. You need not remove that. Zhao tone carried a hint of disappointment as Jiang Liu gently wiped around the gruesome wound with the beast's skin. Does it hurt? A faint metallic scent wafted through the air, and Jiang Liu's face reflected her reluctance. Yet, the gruesome wound she saw was merely a trivial injury in the eyes of others. Doesn't hurt at all? Zhao, hearing her warm inquiry, felt his spirits lift, his smile broadening. Once the slightly congealed blood was wiped away, Jiang Liu noticed no foreign matter had entered the wound, which was covered by the beast's skin, save for a speck of dust that had infiltrated. Upon closer inspection, the wound did not appear to be severe, likely due to the unique self-healing ability of the beasts. Perhaps this injury truly wasn't as grave as it seemed. Jiang Liu possessed no other remedies to alleviate the pain, nor any modern medications to hasten his recovery. After simply cleaning away the dirt, she contemplated before tearing a clean piece of beast skin into strips and wrapping it around his waist. Her fingertips brushed against his firm abdomen, and Zhao swallowed hard. Gazing at her intently, even her fingers felt exquisitely soft, tempting him to grasp and caress them. Contemplating his status as her prospective partner, Zhao stifled his restless heart. All done. A job well done. Jiang Liu clapped her hands, noticing the beast skin now encircling his waist. You are truly kind to me. Jiang Liu lifted her gaze, only to be met with his fervent eyes. I am grateful to have encountered you. He felt fortunate for his battle against Lang Hao, for it had led him to her and to becoming her prospective partner. From now on, I shall always remain by your side. Listening to his suddenly sentimental words, Jiang Liu felt a subtle flush on her cheeks. Her red lips parted slightly as she mused, I still wonder how long you can hold on. Perhaps, if you encounter a more beautiful female, you might forget me in an instant. Impossible. Ye is the best in the world, and you are the most stunning I have ever seen. I don't care how other females look. I only love you. Love Ye. Jiang Liu gazed into his golden eyes, clear and bright, her ears slightly warming, that I'm feeling a bit hungry again. I'll have some roasted meat. Chasi noticed her discomfort and smiled gently, stepping ahead of her. Seeing the fire still glowing beneath the cooking pot, he said, I'll warm it up for you. While the meat heated, he washed some wild fruits, knowing her interest in them. Zhonglu took a bite of roasted meat, savoring it with a piece of fruit. She curiously asked, What about you? You haven't eaten yet, that I'll eat after you finish. Zhang Liu felt puzzled but said nothing. Satisfied, she rubbed her slightly swollen belly. Chasi, seeing her contentment, smiled and turned to prepare his own food. That he walked to his storage area, where several large game carcasses lay stacked, each quite hefty. He refrained from eating in front of Yaya, fearing she might express disdain at the sight of his bloodied wounds. Just seeing a small cut on him made Zhang Liu's face pale. If she witnessed him devouring raw meat, he worried she might find him repulsive. Chasi skinned the game swiftly, soon devouring the flesh, blood staining the ground around him. Noticing the blood on his hands, he quickly cleaned himself before returning to in the dim, warm glow. He saw her petite figure arranging something by the bed. He approached to find Zhang Liu and neatly stacking the new animal skins gifted by the shaman grandfather. Yeah, are you going to sleep? Zhang Liu shook her head. I still need to bathe. I'm a bit dirty. Chasi didn't grasp her earlier words, but understood she wanted to cleanse herself. Yaya really loves cleanliness. Chasi, could you help me boil some hot water? It's simple. Just tell me how much you need. Chasi was eager to be of assistance, fearing she might ignore him. After preparing a large basin of hot water, Zhang Liu found the temperature just right and asked him to extinguish the flames. A gust of cold wind howled as she decided to wash herself near the cave entrance. Chasi followed her instructions, moving the pot to the cave's mouth and adding a basin of water to achieve the ideal temperature. Zhang Liu took the clean animal skin clothing and a special cloth for washing her body. Yet do you need help? Chasi asked, gazing intently at her to know, you should, wait in a corner where I can't see you for a while. Are you really sure you don't need my help? Yeah, I can scrub your back. I promise to clean you thoroughly. Oh. Zhang Liu glanced at his unusually eager eyes. Have you scrubbed backs for other females? Absolutely not. Chasi vehemently refuted, hastily defending himself. I have never scrubbed anyone else's back. They never even had the chance to enter my cave. Is that true? Zhang Liu stared intently at him. The excitement in his eyes faded, replaced by urgency. That I truly have it. I just want to wash Ya's body. That's all. I stake my life on it. Fearing Ya might misunderstand, he was anxious about her trust in him. Moreover, throughout his life, he had never approached a female like this. Ya was the first, and he merely wished to draw closer to her. Then turn around now. Face away from me. During this time while I wash, you must not look at me. Can you do that? I can. Chasi replied with unwavering conviction, his commanding tone impossible to ignore. Hearing his resolute tone, Zhang Liu felt a bit more at ease. Chasi turned his back, distancing himself from her gaze. Allowing Zhang Liu to relax and prepare to wash. Like the blazing mountains, there were no caves nearby, just the two of them. Ensuring her bathing time was undisturbed, Zhang Liu removed the first layer of animal skin. She felt a burning gaze fixed on her back. Chapter 55. Yeah, I adore you. Zhang Liu suddenly turned to look behind her, finding nothing but the warm flicker of light within the cave. Confirming she was alone, she began to scrub herself. Yet, she felt as if a gaze was intently watching her. Turning around revealed nothing unusual in the darkness. A pair of heated eyes fixated on her flawless back. Droplets of water cascading down her spine, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Chasi felt an unusual restlessness within him. He took a deep breath, but each glance at her perfect form made it increasingly difficult to suppress his body's reaction. Ultimately, he forced himself to look away, disappearing into a corner of the cave unseen by Zhang Liu. After she finished washing, Zhang Liu quickly dried herself and donned her clothes before returning to the cave, where she found him sitting upright, hands resting on his thighs, resembling a well-behaved child. His demeanor amused her, prompting a laugh. Chasi, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm fine. His voice held a hint of hoarseness, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Chasi gazed at her graceful figure, suddenly recalling the earlier moment that had stirred him. Feeling a familiar sensation arise, he clenched his fist, attempting to conceal his reaction. His movements were too conspicuous, causing Zhang Liu's gaze to drift downward. The sight made her cheeks flush instantly. Chasi, Had he encountered a situation? Yeah, caught off guard. Cha Si's face flushed slightly before he regained his composure, seeing his serious expression. Jiang Liu blinked, suggesting, "Why don't you take care of that first?" When a male experiences such feelings, unless exceptionally self-disciplined, they often need to take care of it. Cha Si's eyes widened in confusion, suddenly realizing something. "Yeah, do you mean?" "Stop right there." Jiang Liu made his gesture, her face turning crimson. "Put away those strange thoughts. I don't want to do that with you, Do." Cha Si's expression turned slightly regretful. "Then I'll step outside for a moment." Jiang Liu didn't need to think. She knew what he intended. Approximately 30 minutes later, she saw Cha Si return, having changed into a fresh animal skin and washing his hands clean, leaving only a few droplets of water. However, the masculine scent and a particular aroma clung to him, rather intense that it seemed he had taken quite some time to handle his own affairs. Jiang Liu raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining her composure. She winked at him. "Cha Si, I'm going to sleep now." "Yeah, you sleep on the bed. I'll take the floor." Jiang Liu frowned slightly at his words that no, how can you sleep on the floor? This cave was his territory. She had just transitioned from an outsider to a resident, so how could she sleep above him while he took the floor? "Does Ye wish to sleep together with me?" Cha Si's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Of course not. You must not sleep on the ground." "Wonderful. Yeah, I adore you." Without hesitation, Cha Si leaped in front of her and scooped her up. Other males usually made their females sleep on the floor. Yet he was unbothered by sleeping on the ground, as he had always rested directly on the earth. But since Ye arrived, he had asked the shaman grandfather to prepare a proper bed for her to enjoy a restful sleep. "Isn't that how it should be?" Jiang Liu finally lifted her head from his chest, gazing into his golden eyes. "You are the master of this cave. Logically, you should be sleeping in this position." "No, no, no." Cha Si shook his head with a smile. "Since Ye came, she is the master here. From now on, everything I have is yours." Jiang Liu felt a rush of embarrassment, murmuring, "Such sweet words. You must have said this to many females before." Her voice did not escape Cha Si's ears, and he became anxious, hastily defending himself. "Impossible. I have never spoken such words to other females." "Yeah, you are the first, believe me." "If you don't believe me, you can ask the shaman grandfather or other beastmen in the tribe. I assure you I have never been this close to any other female, let alone allowing them into his cave for an overnight stay." Jiang Liu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes narrowing in delight. "I was just teasing you. I believe you." Upon hearing this, Cha Si's expression shifted from tension to relief. Thank goodness he didn't truly misunderstand. He pinched Jiang Liu's fair cheek, finding it plump and soft, and couldn't resist pinching it a few more times, albeit gently. So, Ye is quite mischievous. He curved the corners of his eyes and smiled at her for a fleeting moment. "All right, time for bed, that I'm feeling a bit drowsy." Fearing he might say more, Jiang Liu feigned annoyance and spoke up. "I don't care. You must not sleep on the ground today, or in the future, understand?" I understand, that I'll listen to Ye." The mirth in Cha Si's eyes deepened. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Liu, satisfied, climbed into bed, nestled herself in the inner part, and draped a soft, pristine beast skin over her. She then lay down, her dark eyes blinking as she turned to him and said, "Cha Si, good night." Although Cha Si did not fully comprehend her words, he could grasp the general meaning and replied, "Good night." He extinguished all the flames, plunging the cave into instant darkness, save for the moonlight that spilled in at the entrance. Observing her eyes close, he lay down beside her, yet his mind remained alert, devoid of any weariness, his heart racing rapidly, but he understood that all of this was due to the female beside him. He pressed his hand against his chest and turned his head to admire her flawless profile, his heart's tumultuous beating ignited by her presence. "Yeah, I wish to always be by your side." Uncertain how much time passed, a smile slowly crept across his lips, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The blue and white hues in the sky painted a golden arc as dawn broke in the east, while the emerald leaves swayed in the gentle breeze, as if dancing gracefully. The female on the bed turned over, the blinding light falling upon her smooth, fair face. Jiang Liu suddenly opened her eyes, realizing that day had dawned outside the cave. Ding dong, after a night of refinement, the system has upgraded, and the space has been unlocked. Chapter 56. The female known as Cha Si space. After struggling for so many days, I finally have a space. Jiang Liu sat up abruptly, activating her system interface, and a void world suddenly appeared in her mind. She momentarily froze, her entire being seeming to transform into a semi-transparent state as she entered that ethereal realm. Glancing at her hands, they appeared as if made from a puddle of water. Looking around, she found herself in a cubic geometric space, quite expansive. Can anything be stored in this space? Currently, only lifeless objects can be stored. Living beings cannot be accommodated for the time being. Jiang Liu chuckled, realizing that aside from living creatures, anything of manageable size could be stored within the space. At the very least, it would suffice for her to conceal certain items. In a daze, she heard a voice calling her. Jiang Liu opened her eyes, her consciousness returning, and saw Cha Si looking at her with concern. Yeah, what's wrong? I've been calling you, but you didn't respond. Seeing her eyes move, Cha Si sighed in relief. That I'm fine. Just woke up and haven't fully gathered myself. Then do you want to sleep a bit longer? Cha Si asked thoughtfully. That ain't no need. I am not sleepy now. All right, I prepared wild fruits and roasted meat for you. Eat while it's warm. Jiang Liu went to the nearby river to wash her teeth and returned to have a simple meal. Yeah, I'll be going out to hunt soon. That I might be away from you for a while. Cha Si suddenly stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Okay. Jiang Liu had intended to accompany him, but thinking she would be of no help and might even hinder him, she added, I'll wait for your return, but I worry that while I'm gone, you might feel lonely here. And I'm also concerned that they might come looking for you. Cha Si furrowed his brow and, after a lengthy pause, said, Just wait, I'll take you to meet another female, upon finishing his sentence. He immediately transformed into his beast form and dashed away, the wind whistling past. Renan, are you inside? It's Cha Si. Why are you here so early? A female emerged from the cave, her expression somewhat surprised. Aren't you supposed to be with a new female you found? Renan raised an eyebrow, observing his hurried demeanor. I need to hunt for a while, and the elder shaman is busy gathering herbs. I came to find you because, before he could finish, the female interjected, You want me to keep her company? Cha Si nodded. Exactly, that I dare not seek out any other females aside from you. He would never approach a female like Nuya, who bore hostility towards Iya. Renan was the only female he had frequent contact with in the tribe, and he regarded her as a confidant akin to a mother. Moreover, she held considerable respect within the clan, though her face had been concealed for over a year. Thus, whenever stepping outside her cave, she invariably covered her face with a beast skin. Cha Si noticed her almost entirely wrapped in beast skin. With only her eyes visible, that I'll exchange 10 hunted animals for your assistance, and I'll also search for herbs that might heal your face. Renan lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. Her eyes, unchanging, that my face has yet to heal after all this time. The shaman hasn't found any herbs, so there is no need for you to search for me as for looking after the new female. I can help you. That I saw her yesterday. She is quite beautiful. That if you two become mates, I'd be very happy. That I've also been quite bored these past few days, so it'll be nice to find a new companion. You can rest easy. Cha Si beamed, his golden eyes sparkling. Renan, you're willing to help me look after you? You child, you've already changed your tune for the new female so quickly. It seems progress is swift. Renan's eyes crinkled with a smile. Rest assured, she has joined the Tiger Clan. She will henceforth be one of our females. Thank you. I will bring back 10 hunted animals for you. Cha Si's gaze was resolute, and upon receiving her response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to leave. Task: transform the Tiger Clan's plan, enhancing all aspects and structures to advance the tribe's development. Building a superior community and improving the facilities of the Tiger Clan in various significant ways. Task progress. 1. Upon reaching 60, an immediate reward of 10,000 points will be granted, along with an upgrade to the space system. Wow, this is quite a significant task. 10,000 points. Jiang Liu was astonished at the number of zeros. However, transforming a tribe seems like a monumental undertaking. Xiao Lu, when you mention transformation, does it encompass all aspects? Besides improving the tribe's facilities, does it also include the physical forms of the beastmen? Precisely that. In simple terms, as long as what is done benefits the tribe, it will contribute to the progress, given the extensive range. Jiang Liu could only imagine aspects of the tribe's structure that could be enhanced at present. Beyond that, she seemed to lack the authority and resources to instigate changes. Not particularly familiar with the tribe. It appeared she needed to become better acquainted with its construction and other elements where she could be of assistance. Zhang Liu's mind echoed with 4 words: adapt and respond. Is it Liu female? A gentle voice suddenly resonated at the cave entrance. Zhang Liu was momentarily taken aback, looking up to see a female whose face was almost entirely obscured by beast skin, accompanied by several tall beastmen. Were they benevolent or malevolent? Judging by the voice, there seemed to be no ill intent, yet her fully concealed face was indeed peculiar. She nodded slightly. Who are you? My name is Renan. I was sent by your partner. Jialan, noticing her evident wariness, smiled as she spoke. Partner? Chasi? I sent out hunting. Indeed, but he asked me to come and chat with you, because he was worried about you. Zhang Liu felt warmth in her heart. Please come in and sit. Noticing them standing at the entrance, she hurriedly invited them inside. This is my first time seeing so many items in Chasi's cave. Renan surveyed the surroundings, intrigued that it seems that life changes considerably once a female is present. Zhang Liu lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. Suddenly recalling something, she looked at the pair of eyes she could see. Yesterday, I didn't seem to see you. While there were many beastmen in the tribe, females were scarce. She had observed that females typically stood at the forefront, but she had only seen a few. I was here, but only for a short while before I left. She paused, my face. At night, I cannot stay out too long, or it will worsen. Chapter 58. Enjoying being the other woman. Everyone possesses an appreciation for beauty, and once detached from appearances, the true essence is more easily discerned. That if she lacked even the basic attributes of an ordinary person, it was uncertain what choice Chasi would make. All origins stem from appearance. Zhang Liu, herself an advocate for aesthetics, understood that she could not constrain others' appreciation. Enough, Renan frowned, disapproving of her words. Nuya, how have you changed so much? You were once so lovely. Appearance does not define worth. Even in this state, my partner still chooses to remain by my side. That, of course, possessing a beautiful exterior is advantageous, but I merely wish to convey that choosing a mate should not solely depend on looks. Zhang Liu turned to her, slightly astonished. When did your partners come to seek you? Have you forgotten? They had long ago forged a pact with you. Previously, there was certainly no other intention. However, after your countenance was marred, how could you remain oblivious to the affection that lingered in their hearts? One of the orcs behind Renan's back flickered with a glimmer in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, she silently lowered her head. There is indeed some truth in what she said. It seems Renan had observed the changes in her partner long before. Noya, the female, is a hindrance due to your prior friendship with Renan. But what do your words mean? We harbor no ulterior motives towards Renan, despite the disfigurement of her face. What of it? We shall accompany her for a lifetime. One of the male orcs behind Renan spoke loudly, his tone resolute. Renan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling warmth in her heart. Zhang Liu, intending to speak, softened her expression upon hearing her partner's unwavering stance. I refuse to believe all your partners are so loyal. Noya cast a scornful glance at her companions behind her. Zhang Liu, regarding her with a piercing gaze, asked, Are you the mistress? Do you revel in tearing others apart? At this remark, Noya was momentarily stunned. Although she did not comprehend the term mistress, she instinctively sensed it was not a compliment. Coupled with the subsequent words, she quickly realized the implication. Tear apart? Do I need to dismantle you? It is merely a fade that has captivated them. Do you believe you possess any other merit? By your reasoning, you unwittingly concede that your appearance pales in comparison to mine. And furthermore, you hold no value. Day in and day out, you either endeavor to break apart this couple or usurp another female's partner. You, Zhang Liu, and Noya gritted her teeth. Who told you I am stealing another female as partner? Chashur is mine now. Your grandstanding is merely born of jealousy. Zhang Liu, you possess an audacious face. Noya nodded fiercely, as if consumed by rage. Since when did Chashur become your intended partner? He is merely a prospective partner at this juncture. You are utterly delusional. Is that so? Chashur took the initiative. He declared last night that he must become my partner. Zhang Liu provocatively returned her gaze, devoid of fear. Today, I shall flay you alive. Noya's chest heaved in anger, utterly unable to withstand the verbal assault Zhang Liu inflicted upon her. Furiously, she turned to her companions behind her. demanding, "Seize her at once." She was determined to make Zhang Liu kneel before her. Yeah, it seems the clan forbids harming females. Isn't that inappropriate? The male orcs exchanged hesitant glances. You are my partners, and I command you to do as I say. Are you bringing your own thoughts into this? But her partners wished to voice their concerns, yet Noya narrowed her eyes, interrupting them. Or perhaps you wish to defy my orders. Was it not you who implored me to bond with you? Now you regret it. You must understand the consequences of rejecting me. Her partners looked on with trepidation, their gazes shifting towards the beautiful female within the cave as they approached her. Zhang Liu observed the pity and remorse reflected in their eyes as they awkwardly drew near. They bore no semblance of true partners, resembling mere puppets commanded to act, as failure to comply would result in merciless punishment. She furrowed her brow, feeling discomfort with such a relationship. This could not be deemed the harmonious companionship of those who share their days and nights. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Thus, do females and males, once bonded, still possess the authority over life and death. Noya, the female, you are creating a disturbance here, tarnishing the reputation of the Tiger Clan. Renan stood up and moved in front of Zhang Liu, shielding her. Noya's expression darkened upon seeing Renan protect Zhang Liu, her lips curling in derision. What? Do you also wish to meddle? I come here solely for the sake of Liu. If you intend to harm her, I will not allow it. Noya raised her chin, asserting herself with strength. Very well, your partners are fewer than mine. Since you wish to assist her, let us engage together. Noya exhibited no fear. Chashur was momentarily absent, and she intended to seize this opportunity to teach Zhang Liu a lesson. After all, she could easily shift the blame onto her partner or suitors later, as she herself would not be directly implicated. However, she had not anticipated Renan's presence, which truly soured her mood. Her eyes glinted with malice as she leaned against the doorway, observing the impending clash that awaited them. Noya fixated on the orcs before her, and her partners followed suit, with only one or two hesitating momentarily before standing beside her. One of Noya's partners spoke. This space is too cramped. Let us fight outside. After both sides consented, they moved outdoors, swiftly transforming into their beastly forms, engaging in a tumultuous brawl, dust swirling in the air. Renan, witnessing the chaotic scene outside, furrowed her brows, then glanced at Zhang Liu, who nodded in affirmation that if they could prolong their battle, they could await Chashur's return, ensuring their safety. As time passed, Noya surveyed the fray and suddenly sensed something amiss. Abruptly, she turned to the two females within the cave, who were also observing the situation outside. Noya froze for a moment, and rage ignited within her eyes as she snapped at her partners, who instructed you to engage in a war of attrition. I ordered you to capture Zhang Liu. After watching for so long, not a single male orc heeded her commands. The scene before her was one of mutual combat between them and Renan's partners, and she herself was also ensnared within it. Remembering what Noya's partner had said about fighting outside, Noya realized this was a ploy to distance them from Zhang Liu while buying time. Chapter 59. Nanua's pursued in an instant. Noya felt as though she had been played, gritting her teeth in frustration, her expression contorted. Her partners found themselves unable to evade the attacks, swiftly heading towards the female within the cave. The Renan's previously furrowed brow deepened once more, and Zhang Liu also focused intently. Just then, a dark figure dashed forth, moving with incredible speed, seizing the arm of the foremost male orc and halting his advance. The male orc's face registered shock. Then he turned to the newcomer, Nanue. All the orcs present turned their gazes towards him. It was indeed he, effortlessly grasping the male orc's arm and thwarting his intended movement. Nanue, why have you suddenly appeared here? Noya's expression soured upon seeing him, for his actions did not align with her interest. That if I hadn't come, would you have resorted to violence against others? Nanue glanced at her, still intent on defending the females. Particularly Zhang Liu. What I do is none of your concern. Noya seethed, glaring at him in anger. You don't mean to say you came here because of her, do you? With so many beasts in the Tiger Clan, including Chashur and himself, they were now all revolving around this female. Noya's composure began to crumble as she brooded, her anger escalating. Each of them, drawn to her, diminished her significance within the Tiger Clan. Were they not all gathered around her solely for her appearance? Noya's gaze fixated on Zhang Liu's fair visage, as if she wished to pierce a hole in her face to alleviate her own indignation. The clan forbids the humiliation of females. Have you forgotten? Nanwei retorted without anger. Are you lecturing me? My partner has already informed me. What are you to me? You seem to have forgotten that the repercussions of humiliating females are severe. You might even find yourself exiled from the tribe. You all protect her so fiercely. Noya gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Nanwei disregarded the emotions conveyed through her gaze and continued. Chashir may return soon. What do you think he will think if he sees this? Moreover, even if you intend to harm her now, I will stand in your way. Noya regarded him with a serious expression, her anger causing her to nod in response. Very well, all of you. Her eyes flickered as she recalled Chashir's attitude, raising her hand to signal her partners. Let us return for now. As she walked away, a smile crept on Ananua's lips as he turned to approach them. Liu, are you and Renan unharmed? Renan smiled and nodded. It's thanks to you. Otherwise, we might not have held out much longer. No one truly knows what extremes Noya might resort to its nothing, just a minor effort. I happened to witness it. If you had been injured, I would not have been able to bear it. Zhang Liu met Nanue's earnest gaze, sensing a sincerity in his words, as if it were mere coincidence. However, given that Chashir's cave was rather secluded, it did not seem like mere chance. Did it? Zhang Liu pondered this. Nanwei had already cast his gaze upon her, radiating kindness. Liu, you are all right, yes? She hasn't struck you, has she? Zhang Liu returned to the present, shaking her head. No, she isn't, but then I can rest easy. Her actions are our oversight. In the future, I will keep a closer watch on her, ensuring she does not have the opportunity to harm you. Thank you. Zhang Liu averted her gaze, unable to discern whether his feelings were genuine or feigned. Yesterday, I failed to triumph over Cha Si, which is indeed regrettable. However, it was solely due to my physical condition, as I have not been in optimal form lately, resulting in my loss of this significant opportunity, allowing him to temporarily usurp the position of my prospective partner. Nanyu continued to speak. I may have inadvertently offended you in the past, but none of it stemmed from my true intentions. Moreover, my abilities are on the brink of a breakthrough. Might you consider reserving a place for me among your prospective partners? Zhang Liu raised her gaze to meet his onyx pupils, where a smile graced his lips, and his expression bore no hint of malice. Everything appeared serene and gentle. Beside them, Renan cast her eyes back and forth between the two, unaware of their past interactions or the events of the previous night, only knowing that Nanyu and Cha Si had clashed. Thus, could it be that Nanyu was also vying for her affections? She was aware that Zhang Liu had yet to secure a partner. The Cha Si beside her merely bore the title of a prospective partner. Females typically benefit from having multiple partners for enhanced safety and support, and given that Nanyu was considered the second strongest within their clan, she entertained the thought of recommending him as a potential companion for Zhang Liu. Contemplating this, Renan leaned closer and whispered, Liu, if you harbor any feelings for him, forming a bond would not be a poor choice. Even becoming a prospective partner now would be advantageous. The more partners you have, the greater your security, thus rendering it less likely for anyone to bully you. Even Nuya would think twice in your presence. Recalling Nuya's aggressive demeanor and her desire to confront her, Renan felt a twinge of discomfort. Had it not been for her own several partners, Zhang Liu might have already faced humiliation at Nuya's hands. Consequently, she sought to recommend several formidable males to further protect her. Never mind, I am not ready for that now. Zhang Liu was not averse to forming partnerships with other males. Rather, she had seen through Nanyu's true nature from the very first day. His approach now sparked two suspicions in her mind. Either he sought to seize her away, due to Cha Si, the partner of his rival, while she was still unbound, or he had merely been captivated by her exterior after witnessing another facet of her last night. Regardless of which conjecture held true, Zhang Liu had no desire to intertwine her fate with him in a partnership. Very well. Renan, upon hearing her response, ceased her attempts at persuasion, recognizing that the choice belonged solely to Zhang Liu. The moment Nanyu heard her rejection, his expression stiffened, as though emotions were bubbling beneath the surface that a few seconds later, he regained his composure, stating, That's all right, Liu. Your time within the Tiger Clan is still ample. Perhaps you will change your mind by then. His eyes glimmered with a profound meaning, and he smirked slightly, adding, Today has been an opportunity to assist you, should I witness a similar situation in the future. I shall exert all my effort to aid you, Liu. Do not reject my courtship. I will ensure you become my female. His words were assertive, yet imbued with confidence. Jiang Liu furrowed her brows slightly, poised to articulate a response, but ultimately refrained. Chapter 60. Chassi's might. Upon Chassi's return, he made quite a commotion. Jiang Liu and Renan exchanged glances, simultaneously making their way outside. The sight of a large heap of gruesomely lifeless beasts left Jiang Liu's eyes wide with astonishment. So many? The beasts lay heaped before her, forming a veritable mountain. By her estimation, there were at least a dozen. How on earth had Chassi managed to transport so many hefty creatures? This seemed overwhelmingly formidable. Yet Chassi, sensing a familiar presence, immediately turned around. Jiang Liu observed him, drenched in sweat, the moisture clinging to the strands of hair on his forehead. She hurried back into the cave, grabbed a piece of beast skin, and approached him to gently dab at the perspiration that continued to bead on his brow. Chassi had expended an immense amount of energy. His face flushed, he lowered his gaze, noticing her earnest efforts to wipe his face. A smile slowly spreading across his lips. You are truly wonderful. Have you too forgotten I am here? Renan stood behind them, her tone tinged with mock melancholy, yet her face beamed with delight. Jiang Liu paused momentarily, then withdrew the beast's skin, turning to Renan and speaking. Chassi has perspired excessively. The wind is rather strong, and he might catch a chill if we do not address it. Both Renan and Chassi chuckled at her concerned words. After all, males were not easily susceptible to colds. However, her care undeniably piqued Chassi's interest, his smile broadening further, but he then gestured towards the mountain of beasts. Renan, these are the prey you requested. Please take your pick, he added. They are all freshly hunted. Renan glanced over, noting that each beast was substantial, sufficient to provide several meals for a male. She shook her head. 5 will suffice for me. That simply will not do. You are helping me look after Yiya. I am immensely grateful. Jiang Liu's heart fluttered at the realization that Chassi had sought her company, offering such a bounty of beasts as a gesture of goodwill. It was the first time she had witnessed Chassi, flushed and breathless, return with such a haul. Furthermore, given that these beasts were of varying types, it was evident he had traversed numerous locations to procure so many, a feat that required considerable effort and determination. Renan, observing the beast Chassi had gathered, noted that beyond the 10 originally intended for her, only 2 remained. Given Chassi's appetite, it seemed unlikely they would last long, especially considering Jiang Liu also required sustenance. To procure 10 beasts in such a short span is already astonishing. I never anticipated you would bring them all at once, she remarked, surprised that I thought you would exchange them with me incrementally. Yet here we are. Renan smiled gently. I still have provisions stored in my cave from the past few days, so I do not require this many. 5 will be more than adequate. She then turned her attention back to Jiang Liu, adding, moreover, it is delightful to make another acquaintance. I enjoy conversing with Liu and will surely visit often. Her eyes sparkled with contentment. It was a rare joy to see Chassi finally find a female he adored. She could not allow him to lose this opportunity. Jiang Liu was so eloquent, and Renan eagerly welcomed the chance to foster their friendship. Well then, very well. Chassi hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. That I shall not intrude upon your sweet moments, Liu, that I will come to see you again next time. Renan smiled brightly. Jiang Liu felt her face flush crimson. Mirroring Chassi's Chassi observed her cheeks turning a visible shade of pink, his lips curled into a grin. You are truly adorable. Once they had moved several beasts, 7 remained. Jiang Liu gazed at the towering pile, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chassi, can we truly consume all of these? Chassi suddenly recalled her petite appetite, and seeing her astonished expression, her wide eyes seemed utterly charming. That if you cannot finish them all, I can assist you. My appetite is quite robust, he declared confidently, patting his chest. Jiang Liu's gaze shifted to his strong physique, realizing that even 10 of her might not match his strength. The more robust he was, the greater his energy expenditure, necessitating more sustenance. Thus, she believed he could indeed manage such a feast. Jiang Liu followed him as he transported the carcasses to a nearby cave. As they approached, she caught a whiff of a stronger, more pungent scent of blood. The odor seemed to permeate the entire cave, lingering heavily, as if the very walls had absorbed it. Yeah, do not enter. Chasi noticed her intention to follow and called out to halt her. Why not? Zhang Liu stopped, curious to ascertain the situation within, but there's nothing much inside. Merely, I fear it may frighten you. This cave served as his designated spot for consuming food, often stained with the remnants of torn and stripped prey. The blood-soaked environment would undeniably startle Yi, and thus he could not allow her to enter. Ditto, very well. The more he insisted, the more Zhang Liu's intrigue grew, for her curiosity was rather pronounced, noticing her mood dampen at his words. He quickly added, "Yeah, allow me to prepare some roasted meat for you. And I've also gathered some exceptionally delicious fruits that surpass the previous ones in taste." Really? Zhang Liu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the bulging beast skin bag tied to his waist. Sensing that it contained the fruits he had mentioned. Yes, let us return to the cave. All right. The two settled on the stone benches within the cave as Cha-Si opened the bag in response to her eager gaze. Golden, plump fruits glimmered in her eyes, reflecting their vibrant hue. Golden fruits. Zhang Liu's mouth fell agape, her eyes brimming with insatiable curiosity as she contemplated the idea of seizing one of the fruits and consuming it. While on the hunt for prey, she fortuitously stumbled upon a tree adorned with such fruits. However, the tree was modest in size and bore only a handful of these delectable treasures upon tasting one. She found it far superior to any fruit she had previously encountered, prompting her to gather the entirety of the bounty. Chasi retrieved one fruit and placed it in her hand, exclaiming its deliciousness. "Yeah, you must try one." Zhang Liu gazed at the golden fruit, her eyes shimmering with golden light, as if the fruit were crafted from gold itself, reflecting radiant glimmers that danced within her gaze. The moment she touched it, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 61. Chasi's strength amplified. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a golden fruit, worth 10 renminbi each. Zhang Liu pondered the resplendent fruit in her grasp, questioning its identity as a golden fruit. She communicated with Xiao Lu, inquiring about its potential benefits. Since collecting it could trigger a conversion for reward points, this fruit must indeed be extraordinary. Xiao Lu. Weren't we previously discussing point redemption? Why is it now referred to in RMB? Xiao Lu elucidated her queries within her mind. The golden fruit's uses are manifold. When consumed, it can swiftly restore stamina while temporarily enhancing one's abilities. The stronger the individual, the more potent the effects of the golden fruit. Now that the host's points had reached a significant amount, Xiao Lu decided to convert them directly into RMB, believing it to be a more appealing notion. So, the redemption method remains identical for both points and RMB, correct? In her marketplace, all transactions were displayed in terms of points. Indeed, for every RMB earned, an equivalent amount in points is accrued. Zhang Liu smiled, the sound of money being deposited bringing her immense joy. Suddenly, she glanced at the golden fruit in her hand, realizing its remarkable significance. She was acutely aware of Cha-Si's formidable strength within the tribe. Even when compared to other tribes' warriors, he surely ranked among the elite. These fruits would undoubtedly serve him well. Given the perilous nature of the surrounding forest, should he encounter a multitude of beasts, his stamina would inevitably diminish. After consuming one, he could restore his energy and vitality, thereby reducing the likelihood of injury. Zhang Liu counted the golden fruits, discovering a total of 6 that upon hearing the sound of 60 renminbi being deposited. A gentle smile graced her lips. Indeed, the sound of money being credited brought forth the sensation of a fulfilling and joyous day. Yeah, why aren't you eating? Don't you want any? Cha-Si queried, noting her intense focus on the fruits without taking a bite. Zhang Liu placed the golden fruits back in her leather pouch and, meeting his golden gaze, replied, I won't eat any. These fruits are all for you, though what's the matter? Cha-Si furrowed his brow, wondering if she disliked them. Zhang Liu asked with a smile, Cha-Si, after you consume this golden fruit, do you feel your stamina restored, or have you experienced any other peculiar sensations? Cha-Si pondered for a moment, then affirmed. Indeed, after eating this fruit, I feel invigorated, even more so than when I first left the tribe. Is it truly called a golden fruit? Yeah, do you recognize this fruit? Yes, it is called a golden fruit. It can restore your stamina, and perhaps even enhance your abilities. Ah, I see. Cha-Si exclaimed, suddenly focusing intently on the golden fruit. After consuming it, I not only feel more energetic, but it also seems as if my abilities have transcended a level. Initially, I thought I had gained a rank, but upon returning to the tribe, I realized that the sensation had faded. His abilities reverted to their previous state, the only constant being his abundant energy. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the phenomenon, attributing it to the instinctive reactions of a hunted as beasts. They often grew stronger in the face of adversity, the fiercer the predator. The more their survival instincts surged. Little did he know, it was merely a small fruit that had facilitated an instantaneous restoration of his stamina. Therefore, these 6 golden fruits were undeniably precious, you see. You only found 1 golden fruit tree outside. It must be quite rare. Hold on to them for now. When you go hunting again, take 1 or 2 with you, just in case. Cha-Si felt warmth in his heart as Zhang Liu entrusted him with all the golden fruits. Yeah, meeting you is undoubtedly the happiest moment of my life. His gaze was fervent and earnest, brimming with deep affection that if other females were aware of the golden fruit's effects, even those lacking hunting prowess would have long claimed it for themselves. Denying the males any chance at consumption, Zhang Liu felt a blush rise to her cheeks, averting her gaze from his intense stare. Cha-Si, did you only spot 1 golden fruit tree? Yes, just the one. You didn't uproot the entire sapling, did you? Cha-Si shook his head that no. I only picked the fruits and left. He had given little thought to anything else, as his priority was to catch enough prey and return promptly. Zhang Liu contemplated the situation, that if the roots of the golden fruit tree remained anchored in the soil, it could continue to grow. Yet, she wondered how long it would take to bear fruit again. If she could bring back a sapling and cultivate it within the tiger tribe, would she not be able to harvest its fruits in the future? Cha-Si, I wish to transport the entire golden fruit tree back. Do you remember the route? You want to bring back the golden fruit tree? But the fruits have already been harvested that I still recall the route. Most beasts possess excellent memories, especially regarding paths they have traversed. Though the fruits are gone, they will regenerate, but we should bring it back and see. I'm unsure if the soil in the tiger tribe will support its growth. Soil quality plays a significant role in fruit cultivation, along with various climatic factors. Regardless, it is better to try than to not attempt at all. The significance of the golden fruit to Cha-Si was paramount, given the arduous nature of his frequent hunts. Then I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Cha-Si promptly set out to bring back the golden fruit tree. Zhang Liu called out, watching his eager form to no rush. You just returned. Take a moment to rest. I am not tired at all. After eating the golden fruit, I feel capable of hunting 10 wild beasts. Cha-Si flexed his arms, revealing prominent veins, his physique taut and powerful. The golden fruit's benefits were profound. And Yaya had plans to cultivate it. He also feared that other beasts might inadvertently trample the golden fruit tree, rendering it worthless. Make sure to uproot the golden fruit tree completely, and it is best to extract the soil along with it. Zhang Liu advised. Based on Cha-Si's earlier description, the golden fruit tree was unlikely to be large. Given his strength, he might inadvertently sever the roots that I understand. Cha-Si nodded in comprehension, shifting into his beast form and swiftly making his way to the tribe's entrance. After a prolonged wait, his figure finally reappeared. Zhang Liu observed him carrying a modest-sized apple tree, seemingly only 5 times the size of his hand, resembling an immature tree. The roots were still encased in ample soil, and thankfully none of them had been damaged. Yeah, I brought back what you requested. Excellent, place it here. I will find a spot to plant it. Chapter 62. Yaya's blessing. Zhang Liu had already identified the perfect location beside their cave, where the sun could shine down for a majority of the day, replenishing vitality. Most importantly, she was uncertain whether the soil here could sustain the golden fruit tree. Remembering her system, she pondered if it could provide clarity. She reached out her mind to communicate with it. Xiao Lu, do you have any methods to assess whether this golden fruit tree can thrive in this soil? A mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Simple. Xiao Lu can scan it, and the answer will be revealed immediately. The next moment, a faint blue light enveloped the golden fruit tree, akin to a scanning beam, moving slowly from the base of the roots upward in a repetitive motion. Finally, upon the third completion, the blue light dissipated. Host scanning successful. The soil for planting the golden fruit tree is compatible with the soil beneath your feet and can yield golden fruits once again. Wonderful. Zhang Liu's heart surged with excitement. By the way, that waveform was visible only to me, right? Indeed, the scanning state of the system is only perceivable by the host. Zhang Liu silently observed Cha-Si. Noting his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any indication of the extraordinary nature of the golden fruit tree. Understanding that the golden fruit tree posed no rejection to the soil, Zhang Liu swiftly set to work. "Cha Si, come help me dig here." Zhang Liu raised her hand, wielding a wooden stick to draw a circle in the soil. Cha Si promptly approached, following her instructions as he dug a sufficiently wide hole to accommodate the roots of the golden fruit tree. Zhang Liu placed the entire root system of the golden fruit tree into the hole, subsequently filling it with the excavated soil, packing it down firmly to ensure the tree would not topple. Cha Si then fetched a large pot of water, watering the soil around the golden fruit tree in small increments. Zhang Liu dusted off her hands, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "All done." "Yeah, is it truly that simple to cultivate the fruit of the golden fruit tree?" Cha Si, filled with doubt, found it astonishing that he had effortlessly planted a golden fruit tree without expending much physical effort. "For now, this suffices. A little watering each day is all it requires, and soon it shall bear fruit on its own." Cha Si scratched his head, pondering, how long will it take for it to bear fruit? He had not visited the area where the golden fruit tree was located in quite some time, having ventured there only to hunt numerous wild beasts that a year and a half had passed since his last visit, and he was taken aback by the emergence of such a remarkable little tree. Zhang Liu contemplated for a moment. Uncertain of the time frame herself, she decided to consult the system in her mind, which, after all, could scan such matters and would undoubtedly know the timeline. "Host, it will take half a year for it to bear fruit," it replied. Just as she had anticipated, the duration seemed a bit lengthy. For such a precious fruit, half a year was already considered a relatively short time. "Host, although the golden fruit takes half a year to bear fruit, you could utilize a growth accelerator to hasten the fruit's development." "But I do not possess such items," Zhang Liu exclaimed. Could it be? She hastily opened the marketplace and, sure enough, several items had appeared in the inventory. Among them was a growth accelerator, packaged in a small transparent vial containing a light blue liquid. The description indicated that it could allow newly formed fruit to yield again within a month after harvest. Beside it was a ripening agent, which promised to enlarge and firm the fruit, maximizing its effects. Furthermore, it could cause the once diminutive fruit tree to grow increasingly robust, resulting in more branches and, consequently, more fruit. Zhang Liu exchanged 50 points for a vial, storing it in her space. Her face radiated with joy as she turned to Cha Si. "I believe we will have an abundance of fruit within a month, that is so soon." Cha Si's golden eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, let us eagerly await the results." Zhang Liu rose with a smile. Observing that there was nothing more to discuss, Cha Si began preparing a sumptuous feast of roasted meat for her. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted to Zhang Liu's nostrils, and she approached him, taking the wooden skewer from his hands. "Cha Si, allow me to do it. No need. I can manage it myself. You can sit beside me." As long as she was by his side, it brought him peace. The rest could be left to him. "Not at all. You haven't tasted my roasted meat yet," Zhang Liu insisted, forcefully reclaiming the skewer from him. "No, we shall switch roles. You sit beside me and watch as I cook." "Very well." Cha Si hesitated before adding, "Then I shall taste the roasted meat prepared by Ye. It must surely be more delectable than mine." As Zhang Liu grilled the meat, she sprinkled a bit of salt, achieving a golden, crispy texture. She sliced off a piece, inspecting the flawless meat inside, and plated it before generously dusting it with fragrant chili powder. "How delightful it smells." Cha Si inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the grilled meat wafting through the air. "Here," Zhang Liu waved her hand to disperse the steam rising from the grilled meat, using a sharp stick to hasten the release of heat. She presented it to his lips. "Come, taste and see if my cooking is to your liking." Cha Si took a bite, and in that instant his eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing the skewer, he exclaimed, "Ye's roasted meat is truly exquisite. I am indeed fortunate. I shall learn to make delicious roasted meat for you in the future." "All right, enough chatter. Eat your meal," Zhang Liu said, her cheeks flushed, as she stuffed another skewer into his mouth to silence him. Cha Si gazed at her with affectionate eyes, his gaze lingering on her as she set down the 2 skewers she had consumed. "Are you full now?" "Yeah. I'm nearly satisfied. One more fruit will suffice." "All right, yeah, you eat so little," Cha Si remarked, observing her petite figure, delicate and dainty, evoking his protective instincts. She certainly did not appear to be one who could consume much meat. Yet, he still wished for her to eat more than my appetite has always been modest. I cannot consume too much at once. If I overindulge, my stomach feels uncomfortably full. Zhang Liu pouted, gently patting her slightly rounded belly. Fear not, since you cannot eat much. Consume what you can. Anything left over, I shall finish for you. Besides, overeating is indeed unwise. As long as you are not left hungry, that is sufficient. That he paused before adding, I shall never allow you to go hungry. Chapter 63. Willing to become Yi's partner, Cha Si had managed his own sustenance and prepared bathing water for her. After Zhang Liu had washed up, she quickly returned to the warmth of her bedding. As Cha Si stepped into the cave, he beheld her swathed in animal pelts, with only her glistening eyes visible, much like a fawn, pure and enchanting, causing his heart to flutter. Cha Si smiled as he approached her. Are you turning in so early, Cha Si? I wish to ask you for a favor, but it must wait until tomorrow. What favor? Ye encouraged her to speak freely, assuring her of his support. Really? I would like to accompany you outside tomorrow. The moment her words escaped her lips, they met with his immediate refusal. In a way. Huh. But you just agreed to help me. You said you would surely assist me. Without even inquiring about her intentions, he had readily consented. Cha Si's expression turned to one of helplessness. I did not realize you intended to leave the Tiger Clan. I can agree to other requests, but not this one. But I want to go out, and I have matters to attend to. Yeah, do share what is so important. The female Renan's face is yet to find the herbs for treatment. I can help her. Cha Si frowned slightly. Yeah. How do you plan to assist her? Do not tell me you know the herbs that can treat her face. His skepticism was not unwarranted. After all, it took not only him but also the shaman a year to find a solution, let alone the herbs. Indeed, I do know that I have witnessed the herbs used to cure such ailments in my tribe. So I am familiar with their appearance. Zhang Liu explained, noting the doubt in his eyes. Your tribe has also encountered individuals suffering from this affliction. Cha Si's realization dawned upon him, and he did not harbor excessive skepticism about her words. What do the herbs look like? Zhang Liu shook her head. Such herbs are quite difficult to find. I cannot adequately describe them to you. However, if I go, I will surely locate them. Her tone brimmed with confidence, making Cha Si genuinely believe she could succeed. But the outside world is vast, filled with wild and tangled weeds that is it truly easy to find. Cha Si, trust me. If I accompany you, I will surely find them. Cha Si hesitated for a moment, gazing into her radiant eyes, yet he remained undecided. While he longed to procure the herbs for Renan's treatment swiftly, venturing out with Ye posed certain risks that he would prefer to search alone. Zhang Liu grasped his hand, shaking it gently, her voice transforming into a soft, beguiling tone, markedly different from her usual cadence, evoking a unique charm that stirred something within him, but he swallowed hard, captivated by her obsidian-like eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears, creating ripples of emotion that ensnared him. Yeah, would you? Please. Zhang Liu continued to sway his hand, pouting slightly, exuding an air of vulnerability akin to a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yeah, it is not that I do not wish to. However, bringing you along truly entails risks. Yet if I do not accompany you, you may not find the herbs either. Yeah, could you sketch a rough outline of their shape for me? Perhaps we could locate them that way. The herbs required for treating Renan's face were unlike the vibrant ones. They were called tobacco, resembling certain plants. Even if she described them to him, it would be challenging to identify them. That it is not feasible to uproot every similar weed in the forest and return to the Tiger Clan, flooding the entire tribe with these wild plants, is it? Zhang Liu remained confident in her ability to find the herbs, for the little six system had provided her with a depiction of the tobacco's characteristics, along with general directions and growth environments. Although the precise location was not detailed, the provided features allowed her to grasp a general idea, making the search easier. This was certainly preferable to Cha Si's haphazard searching, which might yield something other than tobacco. Cha Si. Zhang Liu suddenly leaned closer, mere centimeters away from him. Her brilliant black eyes locked onto his golden ones, her beautiful pupils dark and profound, momentarily drawing him into a mesmerizing whirlpool of emotions. Thump, thump. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts raced in unison. That I promise to be your prospective partner. Boom. Cha Si's mind erupted with those words, echoing incessantly within him, but he stiffly smiled, disbelief etched across his face. Yeah, what did you just say? Zhang Liu exhaled softly. I said I am willing to become your partner. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with a dazed expression, offering no reaction or response. Pouting slightly, she turned her head away, speaking in a tone tinged with melancholy. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Let us pretend my words just now were never spoken. As she prepared to walk to the corner of the bed. Distancing herself from him, he suddenly embraced her waist fiercely, pulling her before him. Their gazes locked. Zhang Liu lowered her head, unwilling to meet his eyes, and pushed against his firm chest. Do you not wish to bond with me? Release me. Who says I don't want to bond with you? Cha Si, seeing her persistently pushing him away, urgently explained, I was simply taken aback by your unexpected proposal. I never imagined you would wish to bond with me. So, I was momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing that she had ceased to retreat, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, that I too was overly excited. Before I could respond, you were already preparing to disregard me. Have you thought it through now? Zhang Liu looked up at him, the fervent flame in his eyes burning brightly, seemingly eternal. Liu, what you just told me requires no further contemplation. Cha Si responded with a smile. Though the sun was not shining fiercely, his smile radiated warmth, akin to the most brilliant sunlight, rippling like clear water, his features strikingly handsome. The moment you agreed to let me be your prospective partner, I became your partner already, so, do you wish to bond with me? Of course. I have yearned for this more than once. He smiled broadly, his handsome features more dazzling than ever under the flickering light. Liu, since I met you, the place in my heart reserved for a partner has only ever been yours. No other female has ever occupied that space. Only you. His gaze was resolute, his eyes slightly curved. The hidden laughter within them mirroring clouds parting to reveal a splendid view, momentarily outshining the beauty of the surroundings. His smile brighter than the clearest river. Cha Si, willing to be Liu's partner. For eternity, I shall remain steadfast by your side. Chapter 64. Cha Si as her prospective beast partner. The affection in Cha Si's eyes grew, increasingly pronounced, soft and tender as he gazed at the female before him, as if wishing to meld into her very essence. When did you come to like me? The love emanating from his gaze was intensely fervent, filled with boundless affection that tugged at the heartstrings. When, without a moment's hesitation, Cha Si blurted out, I don't even know when I started liking you. I'm just determined to cling to you for life. Liu, what do you think? He clasped Zhang Liu's waist, gradually tightening his grip as he drew her closer, studying her fair visage and those captivating black eyes. After we bond, if you happen to see a more beautiful female, you won't suddenly change your mind. Right? Impossible. Cha Si replied without a second thought. Becoming your partner is destined. If I were to waver, you could sever our bond at any time, and I would face the consequences. Besides, what I say is true. Even if Liu does not wish to bond with me, I still wish to remain by your side. His gaze burned with passion, fixed intently upon her. All right, I understand. I believe you, Zhang Liu said, her red lips parting slightly as she lifted the corners of her mouth. If you say you won't change your mind, then I trust you to so. How do we go about bonding? Is it? As a thought crossed her mind, her face suddenly flushed, seeing her cheeks rapidly warm to a vibrant hue. Cha Si could not resist pinching her soft cheek, finding it delightfully tender, and he playfully pinched it again. What are you thinking about, Liu? Nothing at all. Her voice fell to a whisper, her face suddenly turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Two abnormal blushes igniting her cheeks. Cha Si lowered his gaze, noticing her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyelashes fluttering, her black eyes filled with hesitant light, falling silent as she averted his probing gaze. He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her flushed cheek, his voice low and husky. Liu, perhaps it is just as you imagine. Zhang Liu, flustered and at a loss, raised her head, her face aflame as she met his smiling eyes. I wasn't thinking of anything. Really? You weren't thinking of anything at all? Cha Si teased, his voice a low murmur filled with laughter. No, absolutely not. Zhang Liu raised her chin defiantly, locking her gaze on him. Cha Si, if you laugh again. Cha Si pressed his lips together, feigning a serious demeanor, but the slight curve at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. After a moment, noticing a hint of grievance in Zhang Liu's eyes, he drew her closer once more, looking earnestly at her. Liu, to bond as partners, we will need the assistance of a shaman. Tomorrow, We shall bond. Jiang Liu recalled the bonding ceremony held for her last time. Could it be similar? It's about the same. It will be quick. We don't need to summon all the other beast folk, do we? Recalling the ceremony for her initiation into the Tiger clan, where all the tribe's beast folk had gathered, she preferred to avoid such a spectacle to know. If Liu desires, we can forego that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liu immediately shook her head vigorously. No. Very well, we shall heed Liu's wishes. But that does not mean they want to catch wind of it. They might come anyway. Then let us bond tomorrow, but you must promise me you'll do what I ask. Cha Si pondered for a moment before responding. You mean gathering the herbs to heal the female Renan? Yes, rest assured. I am familiar with their general location and appearance. Once we collect them, we will return, all right? All right, I will accompany you that if there is a remedy for the female Renan, it is best to discover it as early as possible. Liu could clearly identify the appearance of the herbs, making the task easier if he were to rely on her previous descriptions for him to gather them. They might indeed return empty-handed. Then it's settled. Jiang Liu's eyes sparkled, resembling a crescent moon in the sky. Suddenly, she tilted her head, leaning forward to plant a kiss on his cheek, in a fleeting moment. She drew back, glancing at Cha Si, who looked momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, his gaze landing on her flushed cheeks, filled with pride. Cha Si's lips curved into a slight smile, a glimmer of something darker passing through his eyes, his voice husky. Liu, do you know what you're doing? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I be allowed to kiss you? You are soon to be my prospective beast partner. No. You already are. Her candid words revealed the significance of Cha Si's place in her heart and identity. Cha Si, as if summoning all his strength, suddenly enveloped her soft form in his embrace. One hand caressing her fair face while the other gently supported her back, anchoring her entirely in his arms. In that instant, they were extraordinarily close, separated only by a thin layer of beast hide. Their synchronized breaths warmed Jiang Liu's already flushed cheeks, intensifying the heat, akin to the fiery hues of a sunset spilling across the horizon. Jiang Liu's hands rested against Cha Si's chest, feeling the heat and firmness beneath, akin to touching a scorching iron, the rhythm of his heart palpable beneath her fingertips. Jiang Liu's eyes sparkled like a clear pool of water, shimmering, gazing into her innocent, doe-like eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. He found her irresistibly charming. Cha Si could not help but lean slightly closer, her delicate hands upon his chest offering no resistance as she instinctively leaned back. Her back cradled by his supportive hand, he lowered his head, captivated by her sweet lips, seemingly drawing him in with an irresistible allure, compelling him to taste that sweetness as their breaths drew nearer. Cha Si cradled her head, slowly bringing her closer to him. His eyelids drooped, and he pressed his lips against her moist, rosy ones, as if kissing a delectable cotton candy, sweet yet not overwhelming that he could not help but deepen the kiss. It was rich and lingering, gentle yet comforting, akin to savoring the world's finest delicacies. Her lips were exceptionally soft and fragrant, infused with a sweet aroma. Cha Si's breath grew heavier, this delicate kiss now laden with an exploratory quality. Each merging of their lips causing his heart to race, he then firmly grasped the back of her head, turning and shifting, gradually absorbing the sweetness of her lips, yet increasing the intensity, leaving her heart in disarray. Her cheeks aflame. Ugh. Jiang Liu's small hands, resting against his chest, slowly fell limp, utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 65. A body as soft as water, yet Cha Si remained tireless in his affection for her unique sweetness, drawing forth a soft tremor within her. Cha Si. Jiang Liu finally managed to extricate herself, her body feeling as though it had turned to water, utterly malleable to the touch. I'm right here. Liu. Cha Si's golden eyes remained fixed upon her, yet burned with an intensity greater than usual, as if capable of incinerating anything in their path. Is that all right? Liu, with fiery eyes, Cha Si gently murmured, and Jiang Liu's cheeks flushed like the brilliant sun. Subsequently, Cha Si lowered his body, tenderly laying her against the bed. After a moment of intimacy, the air grew warmer. Suddenly, Jiang Liu's mind went blank. The following day, as the sun rose, warm golden rays painted the sky, and broad, tender leaves scattered their shadows on the deep, muddy ground through the branches that a gentle morning breeze brushed past, carrying a refreshing dampness. Cha Si awakened early, gazing at the small face nestled within his embrace. A softness gracing his features, he observed her petite nose, beneath which her rosy lips were slightly closed, evoking vivid memories of the previous night. Sensing a stirring within, Jassi pressed his lips together and carefully placed her head on the fur, then quietly stepped outside, mindful not to disturb her slumbered. As noon approached, Jiang Liu had yet to awaken. The meat Jassi had prepared earlier had long since cooled, awaiting her awakening for a shared meal. That he entered the room, finding her still tightly shut-eyed, stirring a twinge of worry within him. He gently shook her arm, whispering, You. Jiang Liu softly murmured, slowly turning over, preparing to drift back into sleep. But a twinge of pain jolted her awake. She blinked her drowsy eyes, focusing on the figure that had roused her. Jassi, why are you awake so early? She mumbled, her voice barely audible, her eyes still half closed. Seeing her struggle to awaken, Jassi chuckled helplessly. You slept for quite a while that I was beginning to think you had fainted. At this remark, Jiang Liu's face flushed once more. She had indeed come close to losing consciousness the previous night, only to be roused by him. She had anticipated his stamina, tirelessly engaging throughout the night. The thought of their shared experiences from the night before made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Propping herself up with her elbow, she attempted to rise, but found her limbs weak. Jassi swiftly gathered her into his arms. Do you need more rest? His brow furrowed, concern evident in his gaze. That I can't rest anymore, but my body hurts all over. Jiang Liu pouted in a petulant manner. She felt aches throughout, particularly in her most sensitive areas. Jassi regarded her with compassion. It's my fault for being too rough. That I promise it won't be like this next time. Next time? Jiang Liu's eyes widened in shock. I promise to be gentler. I've heard from the beastmen that this is common at the beginning. It will get better in a few days. Besides, they mentioned multiple beastmen with one female. Jiang Liu bit her lip, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Several male beasts cooking with a female? The image was beyond her comprehension, leaving her utterly astounded. How about you eat a golden fruit? All right, I almost forgot that golden fruits can replenish energy. Jiang Liu's eyes sparkled with delight. Jassi promptly retrieved a golden fruit from the table, bringing it to her lips. But I haven't brushed my teeth yet, she protested. Jassi shook his head. You don't need to worry about that now. After we mated, your body has already undergone a cleansing. That is mating really that beneficial? Jiang Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it cleanses the impurities within. 1 mating equates to 1 cleansing. Jassi cradled her, helping her sit on the stone bed. Jiang Liu felt so weak she could hardly lift her arms. So he took the fruit and brought it to her lips. That in the end, with his gentle feeding, she devoured the entire fruit, leaving only the pit behind. Instantly, her previously frail energy surged, akin to a seed sprouting vigorously from the earth. She wiggled her arms, feeling no trace of fatigue. Jassi, I feel as if my body has recovered. Jiang Liu exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy radiating from her. That's wonderful, Jassi smiled, relieved that her health was restored, hoping it would uplift her spirits. The roasted meat I prepared for you has gone cold. That I'll heat it up for you. Jassi, have you eaten? I ate earlier. Now I'm warming the meat for you. Once we finish, let us visit the shaman to complete our bonding ceremony. All right? Okay, Jiang Liu nodded obediently. Jassi moved to the fire pit, clearing away the ashes and rekindling the flame to warm the cold meat. As the smoke billowed, he lifted a few skewers and approached her. Come eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. The earlier fruit had whetted her appetite, and upon seeing the roasted meat and inhaling its fragrant aroma, Jiang Liu eagerly devoured every piece he offered. Jassi's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed her consume so much in one sitting. It was clear she had been exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Reflecting on her slightly darkened under-eye circles, Jassi resolved to be more cautious in the future. He couldn't bear to see you suffer. Jiang Liu wiped her hands clean of any oil stains and poured the remaining water over the golden fruit tree. Then discreetly retrieved the birthing agent. Like a syringe from a hospital, she injected it into the tree roots, squeezing out a portion before storing it away. Once finished, she looked up at him. Shall we go find the shaman now? Yes. Jassi hesitated momentarily before asking. Would you like me to carry you? Despite having regained strength from the golden fruit, he still harbored concerns that I'm strong and healthy now. I can walk, even if it's just a little way. Jiang Liu glanced at the various bruises on her body, lost in thought. Although her current state seemed ill-suited for energetic movement. All right, if you insist on not walking, I will carry you. Upon reaching the entrance of the shaman's cave, Jiang Liu held her head high, hands on her hips, chin slightly raised, eyes brimming with pride. See, I told you I could walk this far. You underestimated me. Though the journey had been somewhat long, she felt only slightly fatigued. Jiaxi pinched her puffed cheeks. Indeed, Yu is amazing. Chapter 66. A tender encounter at his doorstep. Ah, it's you too. I was wondering which little rascal was making such a scene at my doorstep, that he emerged slowly with an ancient stone bowl, a surprised smile gracing his face upon seeing them. Jiang Liu's cheeks flushed instantly. That it's only been a day. Have you two progressed this quickly? Ever perceptive, noted Jiaxi's potent aura and discerned what had transpired the night before. Indeed. Jiaxi's gaze turned tender as he looked at Jiang Liu. You and I are to bond. He smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard while the hand holding the stone bowl trembled slightly. This lad has finally woken up. He placed the stone bowl aside. Muttering, I want to be brewing herbs for now. It's more important to conduct your bonding ceremony. Thank you, Grandpa Shaman. Jiaxi replied with a hearty laugh. He retrieved his cane from the depths of the cave, tapping it against the ground. Come on, let us get this done quickly. His eagerness to complete the bonding ceremony surpassed even that of the couple. As before, Jiang Liu arrived at the same venue. You two stand in the middle, Yi instructed, tapping his cane on the unique circular stone where she had stood previously. The two positioned themselves in the center. Just as Yi was about to commence, an orc rushed in front of them, breathless. Grandpa Shaman, something terrible has happened. Yi's expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired, what has occurred? The orc, panting heavily, replied, there is a beast tide. And there are? The mention of the last two words caused his voice to tremble. What? Yi's eyes widened, his beard quivering. From which direction is the beast tide coming? Towards the tribe's entrance, but it hasn't arrived yet. The tribe's hunters discovered the devastation in the woods and hurried back to inform us. This is dire. Yi furrowed his brow. Lead the tribe's warriors to the entrance and block them. We cannot allow those beasts to enter. He turned to Jiaxi, who wore a similarly furrowed expression. We must postpone the bonding ceremony. We need to address the beast tide first. Jiaxi nodded gravely, understanding the urgency. The bonding could wait. The tribe's safety was paramount. That I will go too. Jiaxi grasped Jiang Liu's shoulder, concern etched on his face. Yu, danger will soon be upon us. Can we delay the bonding until after we handle this? Of course, the tribe's matters are more important. You two go ahead. Stay in the shaman's cave and don't wander off. Once I resolve this, I will come back for you. Jiang Liu nodded slightly. I will wait for you. To be careful and do not get hurt. You should return to the cave first and take a few fruits. Just in case. She understood the perilous nature of the strange beasts, whose attacking power far surpassed that of ordinary wild animals, and naturally worried for the safety of Jiaxi and the others. Moreover, there was no rush in forming a bond. After a moment's hesitation, Jiaxi nodded. Then I shall take my leave. He transformed into his beast form on the spot, and soon matched their pace. Jiang Liu watched as his silhouette gradually faded into a small black dot inside, hoping for a smooth outcome. She turned to head back to the healer's cave for a moment. But in that instant, a shadow enveloped her, and before she could discern what blocked her path, her mouth and eyes were covered. She tried to speak, but her words were muffled beneath his palm. Jiang Liu caught a whiff of a beastman's scent and was certain that a male beast stood before her. She kicked out towards the male beast, not caring where she struck, only acting impulsively. Her knee collided with an unknown part of his body, eliciting a strangled grunt from him as he released her, covering his lower region. Who are you? Jiang Liu's eyes widened as she gazed at the unfamiliar beastman. He was a creature she had never encountered in her tribe, one she had never paid attention to before. She took 2 steps back, sensing that whatever his intentions, they were far from benign. His actions could easily be deemed abduction, which chilled her to the bone. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. However, the male beast was faster, appearing before her in the blink of an eye, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her like prey. Female, don't waste your effort. You cannot outrun me. He leaned down, peering into her terrified, trembling eyes, a mix of pity and allure. Her delicate beauty captivated him, leaving him in awe with every glance. Indeed, the most beautiful female he had ever encountered was none other than her. The male beast closed his eyes, inhaling the intoxicating scent that wafted from her. Even her natural fragrance entranced him, that he smirked, his gaze brimming with greed. "I will take you back. I must take you back." "Dream on," Zhang Liuer retorted, suddenly producing a small blade that she thrust towards his eyes. The male beast was taken aback, not anticipating that she wielded such a sharp object. He swiftly turned his head to evade, but in that split second he was still cut across the face. A droplet of blood fell onto the blade, staining her fingers crimson. Zhang Liu hesitated for a moment before lunging at him again without a second thought. This time, however, he grasped her arm with a force that felt as if it would snap her limb in two. Zhang Liu gasped in pain, a whimper escaping her lips as the blade slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. "Female, you have some nerve." He touched the blood trickling down his cheek. The sharp sting a stark reminder that this seemingly fragile female had managed to land a blow on him. She appeared harmless, yet had suddenly pulled out a razor-sharp blade and lunged at him. Had he not seen the flash of the blade, she might have pierced his eye, leaving him forever a one-eyed beast man. "Female, I will make you regret your actions tenfold." His grip tightened until he noticed her face turning pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, at which point he finally released her. Zhang Liu nearly fell to the ground, ready to cry out for help, but he seized her slender neck. Stifling any sound from escaping her lips, that a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. "No one will come to your rescue now. They have all gone to combat the beast tide. Who will spare a thought for you?" Chapter 67. It was you who caused the beast tide. You are not a beast man of the tiger tribe? Zhang Liu's pupils quivered, that he seemed utterly unconcerned about the tiger tribe's current plight, almost as if he had known about the beast tide all along. The male beast's expression darkened further. "I am certainly not a beast man of the tiger tribe. Would you care to guess how this beast tide came about?" Horrified, Zhang Liu took a step back. "It was you who caused the beast tide." The male beast did not deny it, his gaze fixated on her with predatory intent. "Once I take you back to my cave, you will find out that he did not afford her the chance to ask further questions as his hand deftly slid to the back of her neck, that I in an instant." Zhang Liu's eyes fluttered shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The male beast hoisted her onto his shoulder and transformed into a towering gray wolf, its thick gray fur obscuring his predatory gaze. "It has begun." At the entrance of the tiger tribe, the previously tranquil atmosphere shattered as a thunderous roar echoed from the front, drawing the attention of all the beastmen, their expressions grave. The deafening roar approached, shaking the branches to the brink of collapse. Among the cacophony, they heard an unusual beastly cry, distinct from the roars of other beasts, infused with a terrifying resonance that sent shivers down their spines. That it has been a long time since the tiger tribe has encountered strange beasts. "You must be cautious." That Yi's weathered eyes gazed intently at the distance, the wrinkles etched deeper by the passage of time. "Cha Si, you lead them to defend the tribe. Do not let them draw near." "Of course, the farther the better." Cha Si nodded, immediately rallying a group of stronger beastmen to rush toward the source of the piercing sound. Among them was Nan Yu, who, upon hearing Yi's command for Cha Si to lead the charge, narrowed his eyes but transformed into his beast form to follow. The entire forest erupted in chaos as the beasts surged forth, a cloud of dust billowing like a tidal wave. Cha Si's expression grew increasingly grim as the beasts drew nearer. Without hesitation, he slashed his icy claws into the belly of the closest beast. Blood splattered, and he paid no mind to the stains on his body as he raised his arm to attack one after another. Seeing his ferocious assault, the other beastmen joined the fray, repelling the onslaught of the wild beasts. That in an instant, the forest was filled with the sounds of flesh colliding, the air thick with the stench of blood as cries of anguish pierced through the once fresh atmosphere. Staining the ground crimson, clang! Cha Si sensed a dangerous presence and used his claws to block an unexpected attack. He retreated several meters and saw a red-haired creature with horns resembling a wolf beast lying on the ground where he had just slain his prey. "A strange beast?" Cha Si murmured, puzzled. "How peculiar! Its form resembles that of a wolf, yet the extra horns and red fur indicate it is no ordinary creature. But this strange beast was unlike any he had encountered before. Its movements were not the frenzied attacks typical of other strange beasts, but rather resembled the calculated actions of an ordinary beast man in a berserk state, instilling fear in him. regardless of what you are. If you disturb the tiger tribe, you shall perish. Chasi exuded an aura of authority, his deep, blazing eyes resembling two burning flames. Roar! The strange beast let out a furious cry, retreating momentarily before lunging at him. Chasi's gaze sharpened as he watched its form leap towards him, swiftly dodging to evade the powerful strike aimed at him. Bang! The strange beast collided with a tree trunk, sending dry branches and leaves spiraling into the air. Its massive and sturdy body only staggered momentarily before it regained its footing, its eyes glinting with a sinister, murderous red glow. Seeing that it still had strength, Chasi furrowed his brow and attacked once more. Capitalizing on the beast's momentary sluggishness, boom! The strange beast was sent reeling, its back crashing against the trunk, causing a crisp sound to echo as it fell to the ground. Did I ask this a strange beast? Nanyu dashed over, observing the creature sprawled on the ground. Well, at least it's only one, to have you all dealt with your side. Chasi struck the strange beast again, noting its odd appearance. I thought it would be a tough opponent. But it seems it is merely a nuisance. He lifted the creature, which was roughly his size, and before it could retaliate, Chasi unleashed his sharp tiger claws, plunging them into its chest. However, the moment his claws pierced its hide, he realized it was tougher than he had anticipated. Witnessing the strange beast's crimson eyes flash with an unusual gleam, Chasi swiftly discarded it, as if it were refuse. Did I in its moment of confusion. He plunged his sharp claws into its chest once more, simultaneously feeling another beastman's claws dig into its abdomen. Chasi looked up at Nanyu. This strange beast may be thick-skinned, but it can still be killed. Having spoken, Nanyue's palm twisted upon its body, producing a sound as jarring as that of meat being minced, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing his cruel methods, Chasi's eyes flickered slightly. He rose to his feet and glanced around. The vivid red blood had soaked into the earth, creating a river of crimson. Upon seeing that all the beasts had been slain, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wondered if Yi was still patiently waiting for him in the cave. Approaching the entrance of the tribe, he noted that Yi's brow remained tightly furrowed. Grandfather Shaman, all is well now. How splendid. Yi slowly stroked his beard. I shall return to find Yi. The rest is for you to manage. Observing Chasi rush toward his cave in a frenzy, Yi could not help but chuckle in resignation. This lad, so eager to see the goddess, had forsaken even the beasts. Nanyue watched the hurried figure grow increasingly distant, a profound smile gradually gracing his lips. Outside the cave, before Chasi could step inside, he called out urgently. Yet, entering the cave, he heard no response. Peering further in, he found no trace of the female. Where is Yi? He pondered anxiously, as a line of alarm began to form within him upon realizing her absence. Had she returned to her own cave? Without further deliberation, he dashed back to his own lair. He peered inside and shouted, but once again received no reply. Yi, where have you gone? Chapter 68. Give birth to my offspring. What? The female Liu is missing. Upon hearing this news, Yi's expression darkened considerably. Only a brief moment of fending off the beast tide, and a living female had vanished. I had her wait in your cave. Thinking she returned, I did not see Yi either. Noticing the anxious look on Chasi's face, Yi spoke to comfort him. Fear not, I shall send others to search. The message relayed by the shaman spread rapidly. And within moments, all the beastmen of the Tiger clan were aware of the disappearance of the female Liu. They dispersed, searching the vicinity of the Tiger clan and the tribal entrance. They scoured every inch, nearly digging into the earth itself, but upon yielding no results, they returned to the shaman, disheartened that we cannot find the female Liu. Could she have slipped away on her own? Chasi interjected. Yi would not venture out alone, that he had faith in her. Besides, without the company of a beastman, she would not dare to step outside. We have searched the entire Tiger clan. Surely, she could not have vanished without a trace. Ah, it seems there is a scent of blood. Do you smell it? We just returned from the beast tide. A scent of blood is hardly surprising to know. It is not the scent of beasts. One beastman looked down in confusion. He gazed at the ground, where a thin blade lay, stained with fresh blood. Chasi, noticing what he had discovered, hurried over. The scent of blood grew more potent. This scent had not dissipated for long. He caught a strong whiff of wolf scent. Did I at him? Wolf how? Among his adversaries, Only the scent of this beast was most unforgettable and repulsive. Had Ye been taken by him? Cha Si carefully examined the blade and recognized it was not a possession of the Tiger clan. Aside from Ye, it could only belong to Wolf Hao. But how could Wolf Hao have ventured into the Tiger clan? How could he have entered during their defense against the beast tide? What a coincidence! Cha Si did not dwell on other thoughts. The matter was grave, and he was unaware of Ye's current situation. Grandfather Shaman, I shall seek out Wolf Hao. His gaze deepened as he immediately transformed into his tiger form and dashed away, leaving behind a single sentence. Zhang Liu felt dizzy, her neck aching terribly. She opened her eyes to find herself in a small, dim cave, its gloom accentuated by the light behind her. Zhang Liu sat up in a panic, glancing around. Where was she? Recalling the events before her fainting, she had been struck unconscious by a male beast. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Liu stepped outside the cave, where wild grasses thrived and trees loomed overhead like a canopy. She pressed herself against the wall and observed a path ahead, the grass trampled down as if it had been traversed. However, she could not take that route. Venturing there might lead her to encounter that beastman. She ran in the opposite direction of the cave, glancing back frequently to ensure no beastman was pursuing her. Just as she felt she could escape this dreadful place, a sudden rustle of leaves behind her caught her attention. A massive shadow loomed over her. Zhang Liu turned to look, her eyes widening in shock that a gigantic gray wolf, its body a blend of gray and black, its mouth slightly agape, its fur nearly obscuring its eyes, emanated an aura of danger. Seeing those predatory eyes fixed upon her, Zhang Liu immediately recalled the beastman who had knocked her out. Female, are you attempting to flee? Noticing the panic in her eyes, Wolf Hao's gaze gleamed with malice. He seized her arm, nearly tearing her from the ground. Zhang Liu let out a pained gasp as she was hoisted onto his back that a rush of wind assaulted her, nearly toppling her over, and she clung desperately to the only lifeline she had. When they came to a halt, she found herself back in the cave from which she had just escaped. Female, I have gone to great lengths to find you. You must remain here and bear my offspring. I refuse. Zhang Liu stepped back, her eyes filled with terror. He refuse. If you wish to escape, forget it. You cannot flee from here. Wolf Hao's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within her. He advanced menacingly, and Zhang Liu retreated step by step until her back pressed against the cold wall. Female, allow me to save her. Wolf Hao's voice grew hoarse, his eyes filled with desire, as if he were ready to devour her at any moment. He grasped both of her hands, his legs pinning her down, leaving her no chance of escape. Wolf Hao gazed at her rosy lips, feeling a heat rise within him as he leaned in to claim her lips. Zhang Liu caught a whiff of his foul breath and instinctively turned away. He only grazed her soft hair. Unfazed, he seized her chin, intent on trying again. Wolf Hao, cease. A voice halted his advance. He turned to the approaching beast man, narrowing his eyes. That I did not invite you to my cave. Did I not tell you? She is my female of the Tiger clan. Zhang Liu recognized the voice and the familiar two words, turning her head to see the newcomer. Nanyue. She is my female of the Tiger clan. Ha ha! Wolf Hao laughed heartily. Nanyue, do you now regret speaking such words? Zhang Liu found herself in a haze, but could not extricate herself. This Nanyue intrigued her. How had he found her so quickly? Did this imply that the beast tide had been resolved? Did Cha Si learn of her departure from the Tiger clan? In an instant, a fierce energy erupted between the two. As he turned to confront Nanyue, Zhang Liu slipped away. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the cave, Zhang Liu repeatedly attempting to escape through the entrance, but constantly thwarted by Nanyue, as if it were deliberate. She dared not get too close, fearing the repercussions. The rocky ceiling of the cave began to crumble, and Zhang Liu instinctively shielded her head, terrified of being struck by falling debris. The clash between the two beastmen finally reached a conclusion. Wolf Hao, do you truly believe you can defeat me in your current state? You came to find me while I was injured on purpose. Wolf Hao gritted his teeth, his body ensnared and unable to move. You dare. But his words were cut short as Nanyue's sharp claws pierced his chest, leaving him lifeless. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his hands and turned to approach her with a smile. Li Yu, do not fear. The beast man who sought to harm you has been dealt with. Yet Zhang Liu did not respond, her gaze filled with trepidation as she questioned, How did you find me? Nanyue's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he replied, Cha Si informed me. Chapter 69. Forcing her? Zhang Liu furrowed her brow slightly. Then where is he? We discovered traces of your abduction. Cha Si remains in the Tiger Clan. Upon realizing your absence, he entrusted me with the search. The beast tide has just been resolved. I could not find you either, until I stumbled upon the fur left by Wolf Hao, which led me here. The beast tide has been resolved, and Cha Si is still in the Tiger Clan? Why hasn't he come to find me? Jiang Liu's gaze flickered. Because he does not wish to bond with you any longer. Nanyue smiled at her, though his words were cruel. How can you say that? Cha Si was eager to bond with me this morning. He merely wanted to fend off the beast tide, Jiang Liu retorted. Refusing to believe him, that's so. Had you not already consummated your bond last night? What consummation? Jiang Liu furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the profound meaning of his words dawned upon her, and she grasped his implications. Witnessing her moment of clarity, Nanyue smiled slyly. Do you know why Jia Si refrains from forming a bond with a female? It's simply because he is yet to find a female to his liking. No, his intention is merely to engage in relations with a female, and you, my dear, are his target. I refuse to believe it. Jiang resolutely shook her head. In that instant, she caught a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, which sent a tremor of fear coursing through her. The recent harrowing scene of him dispatching that wolf beast had already left her shaken. I just have my doubts that I wish to return and inquire with him. She quickly amended. Although she had heard him disparaging Jia Si, her skepticism lingered, for the truth of his claims was something she yearned to witness with her own eyes. You cannot return just yet. Why not? The dusk is fast approaching. Not to mention, in this desolate wilderness, your safety is far from guaranteed. Then shall we stay in this cave for the night? Though distrustful of him, she believed that complying with his wishes was the wisest course of action. For she could not foresee what Nanyue might do, his unpredictable demeanor instilling a sense of dread within her. Above all, it was prudent to avoid provoking his ire. No, the death of that wolf will attract other beasts. It is not safe here. And so, before she could finish her sentence, Nanyue interrupted. I will find you a safe place as long as you remain quiet and obedient. I can assure your safety. Jiang Liu clenched her hands tightly around her beast skin attire. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her gaze and softly replied, all right. Sharing a roof with him, she could not shake the apprehension that he might take advantage of her. His words were riddled with contradictions, and thus she held little faith in him. She recalled the wolf he had slain, which had seemed on the verge of uttering something before being silenced forever. Perhaps these two had prior connections, and Nanyue's entry into the Tiger Clan was somehow tied to this. Even as these thoughts swirled in her mind, she dared not voice them. She could only imagine the depths of his madness. Surely, she must bide her time and seize the right opportunity to escape him. Before darkness falls, follow me, he commanded. Jiang Liu obediently acquiesced, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes as she trailed behind him. Nanyue observed her compliance with growing amusement, his smile widening, but he had anticipated her defiance, perhaps even an attempt to flee. If necessary, he would simply take her by force, for he had no intention of returning to the Tiger Clan. He aimed to plunder other tribes and become their chieftain. With such a stunning female by his side, his later years would surely be filled with luxury. Jiang Liu could not discern Nanyue's thoughts, her feet carving a mark into the ground. Suddenly, he turned to her, questioning her unusual gait. Liu, what are you doing? Startled, she nearly jumped, grateful that the beast's skin concealed the trace she had left behind. She cast her eyes downward, her gaze resembling that of a weeping willow. I merely stumbled a bit and walked slowly. Please do not take offense. Allow me to carry you. Nanyue's heart swelled with satisfaction at her words. Without hesitation, he approached and lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Liu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in silence, ultimately managing to utter a single word of gratitude. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty to serve you. Nanyue, misinterpreting her averted gaze as shyness, chuckled heartily. Little did he know, Jiang Liu wished to avoid his gaze, repulsed by the odor that lingered near him. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes, which she fought to suppress. Jia Si, where are you? I miss you so much. Jia Si traversed the forest without pause. Undeterred by the ferocious beasts encircling him, at last, he stumbled upon a concealed cave. The dim interior was permeated with a heavy stench of blood, causing him to freeze momentarily. Inside the cave lay a massive figure, lifeless on the ground. The source of the foul odor was unmistakable. This scent was identical to that of the wolf he had known. Jiaxi dragged the beast's corpse from the cave, and, upon recognizing the familiar wolfish visage, was struck with shock that it was indeed Wolf Hao. What had transpired here? Where was his Liue? Liue, he could ascertain that the bloodstains on the blade belonged to Wolf Hao, yet he lay dead, clueless to the circumstances surrounding it. Jiaxi examined the wound on the creature's chest. Such precision in striking a fatal spot could only be achieved by a beastman. Who had slain him? Jiaxi's heart raced with anxiety and dread. Suddenly, he noticed a trail etched into the ground, leading deliberately in one direction, as if left intentionally. Without a second thought, he took hope from this clue, eager to locate Liue. How long must we walk? Not much farther. I believe we shall soon reach the tribe. Jiang Liue glanced back at him. Please set me down. I no longer feel pain, that I would rather carry you. You can conserve your strength for later. As night fell, her energy would be better spent accompanying him. Jiang Liue furrowed her brow slightly. No, the ground is uneven, and the swaying makes me dizzy. Nanyue regarded her for a moment before finally placing her back on the ground. Jiang Liue opened her inventory and exchanged for a pouch of chili powder from the latest updates. She walked slightly behind him, her left hand gripping it tightly, her expression calm, concealing any signs of her intentions. Nanyue, what is it? He turned to her, but before she could finish her sentence, she flung the red powder into his eyes. Chapter 70. Let me savor you ah. Nanyue's vision was instantly obscured, and as he attempted to open his eyes, the searing pain and pungent odor overwhelmed him that it felt as if his eyes were being scorched, rendering him unable to see. Yet he desperately sought to rid himself of the irritant, that he covered his eyes, gritting his teeth in fury. What did you throw at me? Cursed female. Jiangli did not respond, instead fleeing in the opposite direction as the chili powder clouded his vision. Fearful of being captured and taken deep into the wilderness, she ran with all her might, as if a monster were in pursuit. Her heart raced, anxiety reaching its zenith. She fervently wished to escape the dense underbrush, retracing her steps toward the only path that might offer her a glimmer of hope. Though Nanyue's eyes were compromised, he could still detect her location by sound, and, fueled by rage, he surged forward with newfound speed. Jiang Liue, relying on his momentary disorientation, managed to gain some distance, but it was not long before he tackled her to the ground. His immense weight bore down upon her, nearly robbing her of breath. Beads of cold sweat formed at her temples as her vision blurred with impending tears. Nanyue. With great effort, he managed to squint his eyes, though everything remained a haze. What trickery have you employed against me? Nanyue rose, seizing her arm with a fierce grip. Jiang Li gasped in pain, yet she remained silent, unwilling to yield a sound, refusing to speak. Are we? I will see just how stubborn you can be. Nanyue's cruel smile twisted his features into a terrifying visage in the dim light. This will only cloud your mind temporarily. Your eyes will sustain no lasting damage. Jiang Li trembled at the malice in his gaze, her body quaking with fear. His expression darkened further, tinged with a sinister desire. Desperately, she grasped his massive arm, attempting to pry herself free, but the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Escape? I doubt you will get far. The countenance of Nanyue was as venomous as that of a serpent, instilling a profound sense of dread. Had you but obediently remained by my side without straying, and not marred my vision, perhaps I could have spared you from such a wretched existence. Yet, you insisted on opposing me. Nanyue was as ferocious as a savage beast, his words dripping with unspeakable cruelty. Today, I shall demonstrate the extent of my prowess in comparison to Chasai. As he uttered his final words, the hand that had been gripping Jiang Liue's arm abruptly released its hold. She collapsed to the ground, her hand scrambling against the earth, biting her lip to summon the pain that would sharpen her senses. She yearned to flee, to distance herself from him. However, before her thoughts could fully coalesce, a scene more terrifying unfolded. Nanyue mercilessly tore open her beast's skin, exposing the delicate whiteness of her neck. Jiang Liu gasped in horror, clutching the torn beast skin, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at the beastman before her. Who had shut his eyes? Was he truly about to hear? Had you been more compliant, perhaps I would not have resorted to my beast form. It is you who has compelled my hand. Nanyue's eyes still throbbed with pain, yet they were now only half closed, granting him a hazy view. Beneath the beast's skin, he beheld her slender, alabaster neck that a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of the most nightmarish creature lurking within the swamp. It appears Chasai has had the first taste. I am eager to discover just how delectable you are. No. Zhang pressed the beast's skin to her chest, her other hand bracing against the ground as she retreated step by step. With every step she took back, Nanue advanced a step closer. In the next instant, he lunged at her, his contorted visage reflected in her wide eyes. Please. Zhang panicked, turning her face away as she kicked at him in desperation. Yet her feeble attempts were met with indifference. Her strength was but a whisper against his formidable presence that a malicious glint flickered in Nanue's eyes, his expression a grotesque mask of rage as he pinned her hand aside, revealing a swath of glaring skin. The scent of her body wafted into his nostrils, igniting a primal reaction within him. This is your just desserts. Allow me to savor you. Zhang Liu watched in horror as he drew nearer, gritting her teeth so tightly that blood threatened to spill. As though only pain could alleviate her momentary humiliation, she turned her head away in despair, closing her eyes that a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, falling to the ground and merging with the earth. Chasai, how I long for you. How frightened I am. As Nanue prepared to tear apart the beast's skin he held, a sudden sound of beastmen racing towards them pierced the air, their rapid approach echoing ominously. Hearing the commotion, Nanue paused, narrowing his eyes with ill intent towards the source of the noise. Zhang Liu slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurred by tears, yet she could make out a massive silhouette in the distance. The moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon its back, resembling a savior come to her. Is at Chasai. Has he finally arrived? Hope flickered in Zhang Liu's eyes as she parted her lips. Now cracked and bloodied, Chasai, the rushing figure of Chasai, bore down upon them like a tempest, and he too spotted the two figures before him. Beneath the beastman lay a female. Upon seeing her face, Chasai's expression darkened, an oppressive aura emanating from him that rendered all in its vicinity silent. Nanue, how dare you lay a hand upon Yiya? Chapter 71. Has he touched you? The fury in Chasai's eyes erupted like a geyser, a torrent of fiery red light bursting forth, akin to a blazing sword aimed at Nanue. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked through the air, moving with a speed beyond the ordinary, colliding with Nanue. That Nanue's entire body was sent hurtling away from the force of Chasai's assault. The ground beneath them scarring from the impact, he groaned, rising to his feet, his gaze filled with rage as he glared at Chasai. Damn it, Chasai, you have thwarted my plans once more. The fury in his eyes matched that of Chasai, even ignited by a long-held resentment. And no matter what I endeavor, you must always intervene. Chasai, have you been doing this on purpose all along? Chasai regarded him coldly before shifting his gaze to the prone Zhang Liu. Rushing to her side, that he grasped the torn edge of her beast skin, covering the exposed skin with gentle care. His voice was soft, laced with concern. As he uttered those two words, the tears Zhang Liu had held back burst forth, flooding her cheeks. Chasai, Zhang Liu was lifted into his arms, her hands wrapping around his neck as her tears fell freely, soaking his fur-clad chest. Yeah, did he touch you? Almost, but thankfully you arrived. Zhang Liu's voice was choked with sobs. Chasai, hearing her tearful tone, furrowed his brows, looking down at her wet, curled lashes, her eyes shimmering with tears like the moon obscured by clouds, a single teardrop poised on the tip of her nose, evoking a sense of profound pity within him. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state tugged at Chasai's heartstrings, filling him with sorrow. Yeah, I was late. Do not fear. I am here now, and I shall not allow you to come to harm. Chasai tenderly caressed her tear-streaked cheek, his voice filled with empathy. Zhang Liu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her at his comforting words. Yeah, remain here. I shall ensure he pays for his actions today. Chasai lifted his gaze, his piercing glare akin to a chilling blade directed at Nanue. He gently set Zhang Liu down, soothingly patting her back before rising to his full height, vanishing from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Bang! As Nanue finally regained his footing, he was struck down once more by a powerful punch from Chasai. Chasai seized Nanue by the throat, his gaze fierce. This is how you treated Ye? Blood trickled from the corner of Nanyue's mouth as he smirked mockingly. And what of it? She is still not your female. Chaisai's eyes glowed with a fiery rage. His grip tightening around Nanyue's neck, that Nanyue's face shifted through shades of blue and red as he clutched Chaisai's hand, yet it felt as if his grip were unyielding as stone. Feeling the constriction around his throat, he turned pale, forcing out each word slowly. Are you going to kill me? What if I do? Chaisai's eyes were a tempest of fury. I have tolerated you for long enough, but your actions against Ye shall not go unpunished. Do you think I fear killing you? Chaisai, you must understand the consequences of killing me. A cold smile curled at Chaisai's lips that I am well aware. Your current actions against a female grant me ample justification to end your life. They will never know. If you kill me now, they will not believe you. Nanyue was already feeling the grip of unconsciousness creeping in, his eyes nearly rolling back. You have advanced, finally. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Nanyue's eyes as he succumbed to silence. Chaisai, still unsatisfied, tore open his chest, revealing a gruesome display of flesh and blood. Witnessing Nanyue's demise at his hands, the pent-up rage within Chaisai dissipated like mist as he hurried to Zhang Liyue's side, softly calling her name. Yeah, he instantly transformed into his human form, shedding the beast skin he wore and draping it over her. Yeah, it is all over now. He shall never harm you again. Chaisai's heart ached as he noticed the red mark on her knee. His pupils tinged with sorrow. Chaisai cast a fleeting glance at Nanyue's lifeless body, his gaze deep and reflective, regretting not having inflicted deeper torment before his death. Zhang Liu pouted in distress, her hand gently resting on his sturdy arm. Seeking solace, her voice trembled with grievance. You finally arrived. I was almost led to believe. Chaisai interrupted her, offering comfort. It is all right. He will never have the chance to bully you again. Chaisai held her hand, feeling its chill, and clasped it within his own, exhaling warmth into her palm. The warmth enveloping her hand instantly alleviated the coldness in her fingertips. Realizing her hand was so icy, Chaisai feared her body was growing cold as well, especially since she wore so little clothing. Noticing the night had fallen, Chaisai spoke. Yeah, allow me to take you home. Zhang Liu gazed into his golden eyes, sparkling like sunlight, as if kissed by the gentle spring breeze and nourished by the spring rain. Wrapping her in warmth. Deep within her heart, a place once barren began to brim with emotion, filling her with a profound sense of being cherished. What was this sensation? It felt like being enveloped by love. Very well. Zhang Liu spoke with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed upon his, which curved like two radiant crescents, reminiscent of the moon in its pristine glory, sparkling with starlight. Chasi lifted her into his warm embrace, enveloping her in his comforting presence that he hesitated to allow Ye to sit upon his back, for the chill in the air would only render her colder still. Drip, drip, as Zhang Liu had just closed her eyes. They flew open once more. What was that sound? It seemed to emanate from within her mind. Chapter 72. Let her bite his hand puzzled. Zhang Liu ventured in her own space, finding nothing amiss aside from the items she had placed there. She opened the system task interface and noticed a small red dot indicating a sudden activation of one of the tasks. Upon clicking, it revealed that the task concerning Renan had registered a response. Originally, her mission was to locate Ling Chao to heal the blemishes on her face. Yet now a map appeared on her task screen, precisely marking her current position, with a small red dot flashing brightly. Moving further away. Chasi, wait. He abruptly halted, noticing the urgency in Zhang Liu's eyes. What is the matter, ya? Over there. I think I just spotted the herbs needed to treat Renan. Is that true, ya? Chasi's joy quickly faded as he glanced at her injured knee, his brow furrowing. Perhaps we should wait until next time. I remember the way to know it's not far. Let us pick it now, so we won't have to make another trip later. Seeing his concern for her wound, Zhang Liu added, I can endure a little longer. It's not serious. Very well. Chasi turned and dashed back. She noticed the red dot on the map drawing nearer until her position aligned perfectly with that of the herbs. Chasi, it's right here. He stopped and surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot any remarkable herbs, only the mundane. Zhang Liu scanned the area, opening the image of Ling Chao and comparing it meticulously. The edges had slight serrations, the veins intricate and the tips pointed, all in a vibrant green. Indeed, the herbs bore a striking resemblance to the surrounding weeds, yet they were not unrecognizable, She directed Cha Si toward the patch of weeds. At last, she discovered a unique green leaf that stood apart from the others. While the other herbs grew in clusters, this one stood alone, explaining its difficulty in identification. Were it not for her precise map and the accurate image, it was likely no beastman would have been able to find such an herb. This one. Cha Si plucked it, examining it with a puzzled expression. Did I ask this truly an herb? His skepticism was understandable. The herb appeared exceedingly ordinary, and he recalled Zhang Liu's earlier words about how it would be indistinguishable among other herbs. Yes, as long as we brew this herb, it will remedy Renan's facial blemishes. Cha Si handed the Lingqiao to Zhang Liu and swiftly made his way back toward the Tiger Clan. That'd be why the time Cha Si returned Zhang Liu safely. It was quite late, yet there was a palpable stir within the Tiger Clan. Discussions about the disappearance of the beautiful female were rampant, as were efforts to locate her. The beast man at the entrance, upon seeing him with what appeared to be a female in his arms, expressed his confusion. Cha Si, have you brought back another female? Cha Si cast a sidelong glance at him, clarifying, she is not just any female. The beast man's eyes widened in astonishment. The beautiful female has been found? Cha Si nodded in affirmation, choosing not to elaborate further, as he hurried toward the shaman's cave. Yeah, I will first take you to tend to your injury. All right. Zhang Liu acknowledged, feeling a slight pain in her knee. Upon entering the brightly lit cave, Cha Si's eyes brightened. Grandfather Shaman, I've brought ye back. He emerged at the sound, and upon seeing the female in his arms, the tension and anxiety etched on his face dissolved. Thank goodness, we've finally found the Liu female. Grandfather Shaman, Ye has sustained some injuries. Could you please take a look? Injured? Yi examined her closely, noticing the redness on her knee, where skin had been scraped. And blood mingled with dirt, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Quickly, come inside. I need to assess Li Yue's condition. Cha Si gently placed her upon a soft fur mat, his gaze tender as he asked. Yeah, does it hurt terribly? The petite female was so fragile. He feared even the slightest movement would cause her pain, that it's not too painful right now. Zhang Liu shook her head. Cha Si's worry and heartache did not diminish in the slightest. He produced an herb, placing it into an aged stone bowl, and began to grind it with a thick wooden stick that in mere moments. He extracted the herb's juice. Liu female, this will sting a bit. Bear with it. All right, just as Zhang Liu uttered the word, he applied the extracted juice on her knee. The moment the remedy touched her skin, she winced, her brows knitting together as she bit down on her teeth. Suddenly, an arm crossed in front of her. She looked up to find Cha Si frowning. Yeah, you're biting my hand. Zhang Liu instinctively sank her teeth into his ASE. He continued to apply the herb's juice to her knee. Cha Si noticed her furrowed brow, and his own anxiety mounted. Though she was biting his arm, he felt no pain at all. In fact, he feared that Yi might feel embarrassed and loosen her grip, preventing her from diverting her discomfort. Seeing that Yi had finally finished applying the herb to her knee, and noticing her brow gradually relaxing, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Liu slowly opened her mouth, her gaze falling upon the marks left on his arm. Her eyes filled with regret as she looked at Cha Si. He chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand and sitting beside her, his gaze warm and affectionate. Yeah, I truly don't mind. The slight pressure of her bite had elicited no sensation of pain. But does it hurt? It does, but not as much as before. He placed the stone bowl aside, chuckling at her. Your injury is just beginning. The cooling effect of the herbs may cause some discomfort, which is normal. He regarded her with curiosity. Yet you are far stronger than other females. They would wail at even lesser injuries. Then, will I need to return to you for treatment after this? Zhang Liu inquired, her dark eyes blinking. No need. Your injury is not severe. This herb is quite potent. After today's application, you'll be well in a few days. Will it leave a scar? Zhang Liu glanced at the marks on her knee, fearing they might leave traces behind. He pondered for a moment before continuing. You are to bond with Cha Si. After forming a bond with him, it is certain you will not bear any scars. Bonding truly that miraculous. Zhang Liu's eyes widened in surprise that bonding could also heal wounds. I haven't yet asked you. Liu female, where exactly have you been? The beastmen of the Tiger Clan dispatched many in search of you, but found nothing. He turned his gaze to Cha Si. Indeed, only someone so familiar with you could locate you so swiftly. Zhang Liu looked at Cha Si, who was also gazing back at her. Grandfather Shaman, Ye was captured by Long Hao. Previously, you had numerous skirmishes with that wolf beastman, and this time he dared to directly target the Tiger clan. Seizing Liu female, truly despicable. Ye's anger was palpable, his beard bristling. What of Long Hao? What have you done with him? He has been slain by another. Another. Noticing Ye's bewilderment, Chasi decided to keep it brief and recounted everything he had done. How outrageous. Nanyue has betrayed our clan. Upon hearing that Nanyue intended to harm her and acted against her will, Ye's fury intensified. Nanyue's actions have truly tarnished our clan's reputation. His hands trembled around his cane in agitation. Chapter 73. The bond Mark Liu female. I deeply apologize for what our clan's beastmen have done to you. Jiang Liu lowered her gaze. The wicked receive their just deserts for their misdeeds. You are unaware of his actions, and you do not side with him. Yeah, I too am at fault. Chasi clenched his fists, the veins in his arms prominent and pulsing. He hung his head, unable to meet her gaze. Had it not been for my entanglements with them, they might not have set their sights on you. Did I tee us all because of me? Jiang Liu rose, gently grasping his hand. Did I end that moment of soft contact? She felt the tension within him gradually ease. Her voice was soft, like a delicate feather brushing against his heart. Did I do not blame you? In the end, did you not rescue me? I know you are good, while they are evil. Those with wicked hearts are inherently corrupt. Even if they have no conflict with you, once they harbor malicious thoughts, they will stop at nothing. Regardless of whether it is Long Hao or Nanyue, although they are both connected to Chasai, they harbor another perspective towards her, one that is utterly vile. Such thoughts are tainted at their very core. Upon hearing Long Hao's words, she understood this truth. Yeah, have you forgiven me? Chasai gazed at her with anticipation. Forgive what? I never blamed you. Yeah. Chasai suddenly embraced Jiang Liu and pressed his lips against her cheek. Shortly thereafter, a hard object struck his back, prompting Chasai to release her and turn to face the instigator. There stood Yi, gazing at him with an expression of mild reproach. You rascal, I'm still here. Chasai scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Liu, feeling awkward, lowered her head, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. How will we resolve the matter with Nanyue? Yi suddenly spoke with gravity. After a brief pause, he continued, there are some loyal beastmen within the clan. If you were to suddenly vanish, they would surely come seeking you both. That I care not whether they blame me. Chasai retorted, his expression darkening, that if they dare lay a hand on Yi, I shall make them understand the meaning of regret. With Nanyue's demise, the clan has lost a formidable warrior. Currently, there is no clan leader. And your influence is limited. They cannot place their full trust in you. That I am aware. Chasai furrowed his brow. But I am at a loss. Although he could have spared Nanyue, he chose not to. For it had crossed a line he could not tolerate. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been irreparable. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart, and he was uncertain how to face her. Nor did he dare to contemplate how Yi would regard him in the future. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the beastmen who harbored ill intentions towards her. Yi sighed on his behalf. The loss of a warrior will surely lead to chaos within the clan, a headless mass. There is but one way to earn their respect. Chasai's eyes widened in shock. You mean, indeed, become the clan leader? Though it will not be easy, I believe in your capability to fulfill this role. Your prowess is beyond their reach, and coupled with your reforms for the Tiger clan, they will undoubtedly recognize you. 3 days hence will be the day the clan determines its leader. Should they dare to believe in their strength, they will challenge you once again. And tomorrow I shall inform all clan members of the necessary conditions to become the clan leader. All right, Grandfather Shaman, I shall do my utmost. Well then, it is quite late. I shall not intrude upon your intimate moment any longer. Wait, Grandfather Shaman, let Ye and I bond first, Chasai said, looking at Jiang Liu and grasping her hand firmly. Indeed, let us finalize your bonding, as it will bring you peace sooner rather than later. Without notifying any of the beastmen, Yi stood in front, and Chasai, concerned she might strain her injury, effortlessly swept her into his arms. They arrived at the spot they had visited earlier that morning, where Chasai and Jiang Liu stood as before, their hands intertwined, their fingers interlaced. It felt as though an invisible thread connected them. You may draw a little closer. Chasai stepped nearer, the distance between them dwindling to mere centimeters. The Yi's voice lingered in their ears, yet within their hearts, They felt only each other. Close your eyes and feel. Jiang Liu obediently shut her eyes, and suddenly, she perceived countless sparks dancing in her mind, gradually converging into a singular point that expanded before her gaze, eventually morphing into the semblance of an animal. It resembled the head of a tiger. In that fleeting moment of recognition, the shape vanished entirely. You may open your eyes now. Chasai blinked. Is that all it takes to complete the bonding? He felt little change within himself, save for the peculiar image that had briefly appeared in his mind. Yeah, do you sense any difference? It feels as though my body has changed somewhat. She struggled to articulate the sensation, yet it was undeniably profound. EE interjected, after bonding, the physical constitution of the female will be enhanced. That is the distinction. Your knees will surely heal without scarring, rest assured. Understanding that females prize their skin, EE offered this reassurance. Zhang Liu felt a wave of relief wash over her. I also sensed something unusual in my arm. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing an animalistic mark adorning her arm. What is this? It appears to be the head of a tiger. The tiger's visage mirrored the very shape she had seen in her mind. Its golden eyes gleaming with fierce intensity, its face exuding both power and a warmth akin to the rising sun. It bore a striking resemblance to Chasai. Zhang Liu found herself caught in a gaze between the mark and Chasai's face. This is the mate mark, Yi explained. Mate mark? Zhang Liu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the position of the mate mark varies for each bonded female that I see. Zhang Liu's expression shifted to one of realization. The somewhat cartoonish visage of Chasai looked rather endearing. Unable to resist, she reached out and poked the mate mark. Seeing her poke the cheeks of her mark until they bulged, Chasai feigned indignation. Yeah, you're bullying me. How am I bullying you? Zhang Liu lowered her hand, gazing into his golden eyes. Chapter 74. His diligence. You kept poking me, that I was merely poking the mate mark, not your face. Zhang Liu's cheeks puffed slightly. Then why not poke me instead? Chasai's words dripped with playful jealousy, prompting Zhang Liu to raise an eyebrow and smile. The mate mark was a product of their union, and he felt envious. When I return home, I shall pinch you. Chasai's previously aggrieved expression transformed into one of radiant joy. All right, I await Yi's pinch. Where has grandfather shaman gone? Zhang Liu sensed the sudden stillness. Glancing around to find Yi's figure had long since vanished, he must have returned. She surmised Yi, with his cane in hand, made his way back to his cave, shaking his head as he sighed. These young beasts, so quick to ignite their passions. It's enough to make my heart race. Chasai carried Zhang Liu back and gently placed her on the bed. His gaze filled with tender affection. What is it? Zhang Liu propped herself up on her hands. What you just mentioned. You mean the pinch? Yet you are so close. Zhang Liu's voice trailed off. Chasai seated himself beside her, tilting his face toward her. Upon seeing this, Zhang Liu couldn't help but smile, raising her hand to pinch his cheek. Just as before, Chasai closed his eyes, a look of bliss washing over his face. As if he reveled in her affection. Observing him so content, Zhang Liu began to knead his cheeks with both hands. Chasai, does it hurt? She had inadvertently applied more pressure. Yi is merely tickling me. It does not hurt at all, Chasai replied, his gaze smoldering as he looked at her, his tone laced with suggestiveness. I wouldn't mind if Yi needed other areas too. To know, my hands would tire from all this kneading. Zhang Liu withdrew her hands, tilting her head in playful defiance. Chasai beamed. Allow me to help you knead. Zhang Liu blinked, recalling something, and cautioned, but be gentle. Do not press too hard. She was well aware that beastmen often lacked a sense of pressure. And compared to their strength, her own was quite fragile, that if he were to apply excessive force, her bones might very well fracture. After all, she had witnessed Chasai's methods and strength when dealing with beastmen. Rest assured, I shall treat Yi with utmost care and gentleness. I promise to ensure your comfort. Chasai grinned broadly, offering her an expression of reassurance. Zhang Liu turned her back to him, and his long fingers gently caressed her back, the warmth of his fingertips gliding across her spine in circular motions. Instantly, she felt her shoulders begin to loosen, her entire being relaxing under his touch. Zhang Liu closed her eyes in contentment, savoring his massage. Yeah, is that comfortable? He murmured, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Zhang Liu's cheeks flushed and, quite comfortable. You are doing well. Chasai chuckled softly at her response, intensifying his efforts in the massage. After a while, he leaned in closer, his voice slightly husky. Seeing me work so diligently, can't you offer me a reward? A reward? Zhang Liue exclaimed in surprise. What kind of reward do you desire? She had neither money nor spare lives to offer. Chasai remained silent, merely gesturing to his cheek with his finger, the meaning clear. Zhang Li met his gaze for a few moments before suddenly speaking, Lower your head. Chasai obediently inclined his head, drawing nearer until they were merely a centimeter apart. So close that he could feel her breath. With a soft peck, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, she planted a quick kiss upon his cheek. All right, now you can massage in peace. Not enough. You did not specify how many kisses were required earlier. The single kiss you just gave was nearly as good as none at all. It was far too swift. Zhaoxi pointed to his own lips and insisted. This time, you must kiss here. Zhaoxi, have you learned to take advantage? Zhang Liue observed the cunning glimmer in his eyes. That I don't care. I want Ye to kiss here. Zhaoxi fixed his gaze upon her, showing no desire to avert his eyes from her. Zhang Liue leaned closer, gazing at his delicate lips, and planted another quick peck, retreating after just a second. However, as she attempted to sit back, he grasped her head firmly, positioning himself to capture her soft lips once more. Zhang Liue's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils trembling like a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of playful mischief. Zhaoxi, witnessing her astonishment, smiled and closed his eyes, intensifying the kiss. Early in the morning, Zhang Liu boiled the herbs, watching as the originally clear water transformed into a pale blue liquid. Yeah, is this the herb that can heal Renan's female condition? Zhaoxi inquired, sniffing the peculiar aroma that wafted from the boiling herbs, furrowing his brow. The scent of the brewed herbs differed significantly from what the shaman concocted, with an odd tang to it. Indeed, we just need to wait for the concoction to thicken a bit more, and it should be ready. Zhang Liue observed the color deepening, the herbs nearly disintegrating into a mush, before extinguishing the flame and retrieving all the herbs from the pot. Zhang Liue, what are you brewing? Renan approached, accompanied by several male beasts, having caught a whiff of the smell from afar. That I'm preparing herbs that can treat the ailment on your face. Zhang Liue replied with a smile. You found the herb? Renan's expression turned to one of surprise, disbelief etched across her features. Zhang Liu nodded. Yes, I discovered it yesterday and brought it back. Renan stepped closer, peering into the pot. If I consume this, will it heal what has appeared on my face? Yes. I'll serve you a spoonful, but wait until it cools down a bit, Zhang Liu said, filling a bowl and offering it to her. Just as Renan reached out to take it, one of the males behind her swiftly blocked her hand. Zhang Liu looked at him in astonishment. Zhang Liu, this concoction looks rather peculiar. Are you certain it can treat Renan? He asked, his tone filled with skepticism that I think it would be wise to have the shaman verify it first. Zhang Liu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Of course, you may take it to the shaman for confirmation. After all, the liquid produced was indeed rather unpalatable, and considering Renan was their female, it was reasonable for them to harbor doubts about any potential consequences. Sensing the tension, Renan gently pushed his hand aside, saying softly, It's all right, I trust Zhang Liu. The shaman has also concocted many potions that seemed unfathomable. Zhang Liu has specifically made this for me, and I wish to try it first, seeing her insistence. Her companions reluctantly stepped back, allowing her to proceed. Thank you for preparing this potion for me, Zhang Liu, but I will give it a try, Renan said, accepting the deep blue liquid. Chapter 75. As if enchanted, she blew on the herbal concoction, inhaling its bitter aroma before finally gulping it down in one swift motion. As the liquid settled in her stomach, an indescribable expression crossed her face, and she returned the bowl to Zhang Liu. I've finished it, Renan declared, her brows tightly knit, her lips pursed as she fought the urge to retch. Has there been a change in my face? She asked, tearing away the beast hide that concealed her features. The moment the hide was removed, silence enveloped the group as they stared in shock at her face. After a brief hesitation, Renan reached up to touch her visage. Speak. Why are you all staring at me like that? She turned to Zhang Liu. Zhang Liu, has my face improved? Or has it worsened? The astonishment in their eyes only deepened her concern about the severity of her condition. No, your face has successfully healed. You look beautiful. Zhang Liu exclaimed, rising to admire her features. noting the absence of dark spots and other unsightly blemishes. Zhang Liyue initially thought that once the imperfections were removed, Renan would certainly be a beautiful specimen. But witnessing the complete transformation left her utterly amazed. Is it truly gone? Renan's expression lit up with joy as she turned to her companions. Nanan, you've returned to your former beauty. This is wonderful. Renan beamed, grasping Zhang Liyue's hands with gratitude that I must repay you with 50 beasts. 50? Zhang Liyue gasped in shock, quickly shaking her head. There is no need for such an extravagant gesture. I merely stumbled upon the herb while traveling. You need not go to such lengths. Yet your casual discovery has saved me from a year-long affliction. I must repay you properly. Zhang Liyue lowered her gaze and finally said, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would like to ask for your assistance. What can I do? I will do my utmost to help you. If the beasts in our tribe begin to question Xiaoxi's actions, I hope you can place your trust in him. Renan furrowed her brow and glanced at Xiaoxi behind Zhang Liyue. What has transpired? Zhang Liyue recounted the events, and Renan's expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief evident. Xiaoxi, you killed Nanyue? She looked at Zhang Liyue with concern. A hint of anger in her gaze. I never imagined Nanyue would be so audacious, attempting to resort to such extreme measures to claim a female. Zhang Liyue lowered her eyes. He is already dead. I am uncertain if the shaman has discussed this with them. Undoubtedly, there are those within the tribe who will refuse to believe in Xiaoxi. Zhang Liyue, rest assured, I am well aware of Xiaoxi's character. I am willing to place my trust in you both. Good. Zhang Liyue smiled. Suddenly, Xiaoxi stepped closer. Yeah, you need not shoulder this burden for me, that I will prove myself through my actions. Once I become the tribe leader, they will have no choice but to believe unconditionally. Yet harboring doubt in their hearts will inevitably impact your position as leader. Zhang Liyue sighed. Given Nanyue's actions, I suspect there may be others who will follow suit. Most importantly, as the shaman said, they may believe you are not yet fit for this role. Xiaoxi fell silent. Yeah, I have considered this matter as well. One of the qualifications for a tribe leader is to hunt 50 prey. I have already accomplished that. Zhang Liyue was taken aback. When did you manage this? While you were sleeping. You prepared 50 prey in the time it took me to sleep? Yes, the beasts were dormant at night. It was much easier to locate their dens and carry out the hunt. Zhang Liyue felt a profound sense of emotion stirring within her, moved by his dedication, that he had hunted 50 beasts while she slept. Had she not mentioned it now, she would have remained entirely unaware. Xiaoxi must have stayed awake all night. Zhang Liyue gazed at him, her heart full of tenderness. Xiaoxi, you should rest. Remembering how he had cooked for her that morning. She had assumed he had risen early. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not tired yet. However, Zhang Liyue wished to speak further, but suddenly, distant sounds interrupted her thoughts. That in the distance, they spotted several dark shapes growing larger. Zhang Liyue furrowed her brow, feeling a sudden jolt of anxiety. Sensing something ominous approaching, the figures drew closer. They morphed into the likeness of ferocious beasts, charging toward them. Xiaoxi, how dare you kill Nanyue? He was one of our kin. What are your intentions in doing so? The group transformed into their human forms, pointing accusingly at Xiaoxi, their eyes filled with rage. Xiaoxi approached them calmly. I believe the shaman must have informed you of Nanyue's actions. Just because you say so, do you expect us to believe it? Our tribe has lost a powerful beast. Do you have any idea of the loss this brings us? Everyone knows the fate that befalls those who persecute females. Do you believe Nanyue would resort to such heinous acts merely because of his female? The moment that beautiful female arrived, you seemed utterly captivated. Could it be that you feared Nanyue would take your female? Which prompted you to do away with him? Exactly. One of the beasts turned to Zhang Liyue. Beautiful female, Xiaoxi harbors ill intentions, endangering our tribe. I believe you should revoke his rights as a mate. Who knows what dangerous acts he may commit against you next? As the words fell, a shadow flitted before the beast, and in the next instant, his neck was seized by a powerful grip. His pupils dilated in terror as he gazed at the golden-eyed beast before him. Xiaoxi, do you dare to kill me? His complexion turned ashen, overwhelmed by the formidable presence exuding from Xiaoxi, whose aura was sharp and fierce. Yeye is my mate. What she chooses is not for you to decide. Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed with fury, leaving the beast before him pale and trembling. I merely misspoke. The orc restlessly shifted his neck. Feeling an overwhelming discomfort, beside him, another orc clenched his teeth, contemplating whether to offer assistance, yet hesitating at the thought of Cha Si's capabilities. After a brief moment of indecision, Cha Si's arm was suddenly grasped by someone. The soft, familiar touch gradually extinguished the nameless fury within Cha Si's eyes. Cha Si, release me. Zhang Liu gently shook her head, disapproving of his current reckless behavior. Cha Si shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately complied, letting go of her and pulling Zhang Liu behind him. Chapter 76. Cha Si, calm down. Zhang Liu raised her hand and spoke softly to him. She understood that Cha Si's sudden loss of control was triggered by the orc's words that involved her, which sparked a flicker of reason within him. However, it was precisely because of his anger that the orcs found an opportunity to exploit. Cha Si slowly exhaled a breath of frustration and nodded at her. Returning to the present, he gazed at the orc sitting on the ground, panting heavily, along with the large group of orcs around him, their eyes filled with rage. That I am aware that many of you do not believe that Nan Yu is dead, and I have no chance to convince you. However, the situation is as it stands. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Today is the first opportunity for election. If any of you can defeat me, I shall allow you to impose any punishment you desire. His words rendered all the orcs silent. After a moment of shared glances, the orcs could only regretfully retreat. Cha Si, this is your word. We shall meet in the arena later. Yet there were still orcs unwilling to give up, challenging him to I await your challenge. Cha Si regarded him coldly, and soon all the orcs dispersed. Cha Si, do not take their words to heart. I believe that one day you will earn their trust, said Renan. Thank you, Renan, that I shall take my leave now. That if you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. Cha Si and Zhang Liu nodded, watching her retreating figure. Cha Si, you must rest now. You must rest immediately. Zhang Liu insisted firmly. You haven't slept all night. If you do not prepare adequately, how can you hope to be in good condition later? She pulled him by the arm towards the cave, urging him to lie down on the bed. With a gentle tone, she softly spoke, sleep well now. When the time comes, I will call for you. All right? Listening to her soothing words, Cha Si felt as if a soft feather was caressing him, that he gently replied, all right. Zhang Liu sat beside him, watching as he closed his eyes. The scent emanating from her felt almost hypnotic, lulling him into a deep slumber. After observing that he seemed to have completely succumbed to sleep, Zhang Liu waited a while before leaving. Stepping outside, she noticed that the branches of the golden fruit tree appeared even more robust than before, having grown additional roots, with some unripe fruits having fallen from the top. Zhang Liu took out a growth agent and administered it. After an undetermined period, as the sun dipped below the valley, the sky gradually became imbued with a soft amber hue, revealing a profound and lingering mystery. Zhang Liu sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at his handsome features, and gently shook his shoulder, saying, Cha Si, it's time to wake up. After a few seconds, Cha Si finally lifted his eyelids. He glanced outside the cave, noticing the sky had darkened significantly. That I said already late. Just right. Wake up and gather yourself before going over. Zhang Liu extended her thumbs, massaging his temples to help him regain his composure. I'm heading out. That I shall go to. Cha Si paused, then spoke. Very well. That he took her hand, and they proceeded outside to the orc gathering. Cha Si has arrived. The orcs pointed at him. Cha Si has come. The tension in their eyes began to ease. Cha Si pulled Zhang Liu to Renan's side, feeling reassured before stepping into the midst of the orcs. He cut straight to the chase. Who among you intends to challenge me for the position of clan leader? A few orcs hesitated for a moment. Then one stepped forward. I am willing to give it a try. So am I. The position of clan leader was highly coveted, with many eager to vie for it. Cha Si transformed into his beast form, and the orcs rushed to engage him in battle. Zhang Liu watched in alarm, her brow furrowed. Observing her anxious expression, Renan patted her back, saying, Liu, do not worry. Cha Si will have his chance to emerge victorious. Zhang Liu lowered her gaze. I am worried about his physical condition. With orc after orc stepping into the arena, I fear his stamina may falter. Even with immense strength, facing so many orcs would undoubtedly deplete his energy. In such a scenario, he could not resort to the golden fruit, lest it provoke even more disputes among the orcs. Renan shared her sentiments, sighing in response, we can only leave it to fate. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet the battles above showed no signs of abating. The orcs, witnessing Cha Si's fighting prowess, continued to send more challengers into the fray, all thinking that by exhausting his stamina, they stood a chance of overcoming him. Only a handful of orcs chose to observe from below, acknowledging Cha Si's capabilities while refraining from joining the fight. That he furrowed his brows and approached, his voice carrying authority. None of you have managed to defeat Cha Si. I declare, no need, Grandfather Shaman. Cha Si retreated a few paces, his golden eyes shining like the blazing sun, a slight smile gracing his lips. If they wish to fight, then let them. But your stamina. He observed the sweat dripping from him, his frown deepening. That it's fine. I feel that I am on the verge of leveling up. That he smiled slowly, preparing to counter the next attack from the opposing orc. Boom! A surge of powerful energy erupted from his being, specks of golden starlight enveloping him, gradually forming a golden circle that he absorbed into his body. Leveling up? The orcs watching below, as well as those already defeated, widened their eyes in astonishment at the spectacle. How terrifying! This was the thought racing through their minds. In just half a day of combat, he had suddenly leveled up. All the orcs looked at him in fear, completely abandoning their previous contempt. They retracted their desire to confront him, realizing that even if they all attacked him together, they might not have 100% certainty of victory. Who else? Cha Si's gaze swept over them, but no orc dared to step forward again. That I declare that Cha Si has become a candidate for clan leader. Yi struck his staff against the ground in excitement. From now on, Cha Si will lead you in perfecting the tribe. After a few days of evaluation, I will determine whether he is suited for this position. With that, none of the orcs dared to speak up. The outcome had already been determined. Yi's proclamation could only be interpreted as Cha Si being the rightful candidate for the position of clan leader. Chapter 77. Paint Paste? Given the circumstances, any lingering resentment they harbored dissipated silently. Yi observed that most of them had departed, then approached Cha Si. For now, it shall be this way. You will handle the internal affairs of the clan during this period. I will. Cha Si replied. That he and Jiang Liu returned to the cave, where he distributed 50 wild beasts among the clan's orcs. What are you pondering, Cha Si? Jiang Liu inquired, noticing his contemplative demeanor. I am considering what needs strengthening within the tribe to transform the clan. Cha Si's eyes flickered as he reflected on the recent beast tide. The walls of the tribe required further fortification. Jiang Liu nodded in agreement. Cha Si's expression turned troubled again. However, a stone wall constructed of rocks may not be particularly sturdy. The orcs' daily needs were not a concern for him, as they could hunt for themselves, and the females had partners to care for them adequately. Suddenly, Jiang Liu recalled the traps they discovered outside the scorching mount. What if we set up traps outside? It would be prudent in case of any impending danger. Traps? What are those? Well, they are discreet yet practical tools that can ensnare wild beasts. Observing the surprise in his gaze, Jiang Liu elaborated, we can establish a few traps outside the tribe or in less guarded areas within the clan to prevent enemy attacks. How do we construct these traps? Jiang Liu gestured with her hands. We dig several deep holes, place sharp objects at the bottom, such as thorny vines or sharpened sticks and stones, then cover them with somewhat flimsy wooden planks, topped with grass and leaves to blend in with the surroundings. Cha Si nodded silently, looking into her radiant eyes, and smiled. Then let us give it a try. Due to a shortage of manpower, Cha Si enlisted the aid of the orcs within the tribe to assist in crafting traps as per Jiang Liu's directives. Before long, the area outside the tribe was dotted with numerous traps on both sides of the designated paths, indistinguishable from ordinary routes unless scrutinized closely. Cha Si, is this truly effective? We'll find out soon enough. That a smile played at the corners of Jiang Liu's lips, captivating the gaze of the orcs around her. Another orc tossed a barely alive leopard into the trap, and with a resounding thud, a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed forth, instilling dread in all present. After a moment, they looked closer to see the leopard impaled by numerous sharp wooden stakes and stones, blood soaking its body in a gruesome display. This trap appears quite effective. Cha Si, did you conceive this method? How clever! Cha Si shook his head, his gaze softening as he turned to Jiang Li. It was my female who devised it. The beautiful female is truly remarkable. Our tribe is bound to become increasingly formidable. Female, can you devise even more ingenious ideas? I am utterly intrigued. Indeed, with such brilliant ideas coming from a female, our tribe will undoubtedly grow stronger. Zhang Liu felt a touch of shyness at the praise. I shall see if there are further methods to expedite improvements for the tiger tribe to prevent any losses during the next beast tide. With the traps established, any area within the tribe that required development would likely present an opportunity to construct more traps. And soon all the orcs were well versed in trap-making techniques. The tribe's renovation plan had reached a milestone of 20, and a reward was to be randomly selected. Zhang Liu's eyes sparkled as a spinning wheel appeared in her mind. Half adorned with images of daily necessities, and the other half shrouded in black question marks. She pressed the button, and the wheel began to spin dramatically before gradually slowing to a halt on a black question mark. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of painting paste. Painting paste? What a peculiar name. A pink bottle suddenly materialized in her hand, and she inspected the usage instructions. Dissolve 1 drop of painting paste in water to form a liquid, which can be brushed onto stone, creating a thin film as hard as iron. Upon reading this description, Zhang Liu's eyes lit up. This could indeed be applied to the outer walls of the tribe. Moreover, it could be used in their caves to ward off unnecessary troubles. A slight smile graced Zhang Liu's lips as she promptly informed Cha Si of her discovery. Yeah, you mean it can fortify the walls? Absolutely. Zhang Liu instructed him to fetch a large pot of water, added a drop of the paste, and stirred vigorously until it dissolved. She then brushed a layer onto a small stone, which instantly became smooth and glossy. Cha Si curiously picked it up, attempting to break it in half, but regardless of his efforts, he found it exceedingly difficult to do so. Stunned, he gazed at the stone in his hand, then back at the liquid before her. His expression a mix of bewilderment. It truly works well. Zhang Liu chuckled as she observed only slight damage to the small stone. Yeah, where do these extraordinary items come from? His curiosity deepened, and he marveled at the strange trajectory of her secrets, which revealed novelties he had never encountered, particularly in the beast world. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Liu decided to share the secret of her ability to produce such items, considering he was her mate, bound to her for life. Upon hearing her words, Cha Si's eyes widened in astonishment. Yeah, could it be that the previous goddess also possessed such abilities as you do? No wonder I found it so peculiar when you produced so many strange items. Initially, the items she revealed were practical and obtainable from other tribes, but as time passed, they became increasingly obscure. He understood she had more secrets but refrained from questioning her, wishing to hear her revelations herself. Yeah, since you possess such invaluable treasures, be sure to safeguard them and keep them from prying eyes. Cha Si's expression turned serious as he gazed at her earnestly. Of course. Zhang Liu nodded, assuring him that only he was privy to her secrets, and she would not disclose them to other orcs. She understood the importance of keeping such possessions safe from potential malicious intent. That it seemed someone is approaching. Cha Si glanced outside, where the sound of footsteps drew nearer. Zhang Liu turned toward the cave entrance and saw Nuya entering with a handful of fruits, her demeanor markedly less hostile than before. She furrowed her brow, uncertain of Nuya's intentions in coming here. Chapter 78. Is the food poisonous? Liu female. What brings you here? Before Zhang Liu could respond, Cha Si shot a cold glare at Nuya. That Nuya's smile faltered. I wish to apologize to Liu female that I was in the wrong before, and I would like to offer her some compensation. In addition to the few bright red fruits in her hands, her companions behind her also carried steaming roasted meat. An apology. Zhang Liu regarded her with skepticism. After several days of absence, she suddenly seeks to apologize. Either she has undergone a sudden change of heart or harbors ulterior motives. Zhang Liu found it hard to believe in such a dramatic transformation. Nuya chuckled lightly as she stepped forward. I genuinely wish to reconcile. I heard that the traps made outside the tribe were your idea, and upon reflection, I realize my previous actions towards you were inappropriate. Thus, I wish to apologize. Moreover, regarding my previous feelings for Cha Si, you need not worry. Now that you two are mates, I would never covet him. Liu female, please accept my offering. Otherwise, I shall feel remiss. Nuya maintained a smile as she placed the fruits on a nearby table. In the past, I acted presumptuously, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you will be satisfied with my compensation. If you are unwilling to accept my apology, I shall return another time. As Nuya spoke, her eyes glistened, almost brimming with tears. Cha Si, witnessing her expression, furrowed his brow, and exchanged a glance with Jiang Liu. Eager to hear her response that he would not extend kindness to this female, but if Ye wished to forgive her, he would not oppose that in no need. Take it back with you. Jiang Liu decisively refused without further thought. Liu female, I am truly sincere in my apology. Could you not reject me? Nia did not take a step back. Her eyes filled with earnestness. Your past actions make it difficult for me to trust you. Jiang Liu raised her gaze to meet hers that Nia's eyes flickered to I am sincere. All these foods were personally selected by my mate. Can you accept them? Jiang Liu glanced at the roasted meat and fruits on the table, deep in thought. Her instincts warned her not to eat these items. She looked back at Nuya and softly suggested, how about you try some first? Nuya paused. Are you suspecting I might have poisoned the food? Liu female, I understand that my previous actions have led to your distrust, but I have no reason to tamper with the food. With that, she picked up a fruit and took a bite to prove its safety. Liu female, I've eaten it. I truly did not add anything. Hearing her words, Jiang Liu's mind raced. How could she know I was suspicious of her possibly poisoning the food? Perhaps she did indeed manipulate something, but maybe only the fruit she consumed was safe. Since you've eaten, you shouldn't mind finishing the rest, right? Liu female, what are you saying? These were specifically prepared for you. It would be quite inappropriate for me to consume them. Nuya shook her head in refusal, her every word emphasizing her unwillingness to eat the remaining food. Yet I am concerned that your food may contain something harmful. With that statement, Nuya was left speechless. Liu female, I assure you, I did not add anything. Jiang Liu rose and approached the table, examining the glistening roasted meat. She began to communicate with the system in her mind. Xiao Lu, is there anything wrong with the roasted meat? Please hold on, host. I will check immediately. Test successful. The meat contains toxins that can lead to skin blemishes or even facial decay, spreading throughout the body. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Liu's eyes flared with anger. She suddenly recalled Renan's previous condition, her face marred by unsightly blemishes and decaying skin. Jiang Liu remembered Renan mentioning that she and Nuya had once been good friends. But then she suddenly developed those hideous black spots. The pieces began to connect, and Nuya's intention seemed increasingly suspect. If you can consume all this food, then I will consider forgiving you, Jiang Liu stated to her. Nuya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I possibly eat all this food? Even if you don't eat it all, a few bites would suffice. Jiang Liu raised an eyebrow as she gazed at her.